What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Hokage chat group through history 1th chapter 1. How dare you say you are the protagonist if you have never been the tail end of a crane? The first place in this assessment is. Minato deliberately lengthened his voice. Uchiha Sasuke. What responded to him was Uchiha Sasuke's trademark indifference. His arms were gently folded across his chest, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if everything had been expected. Snort. This humming made Haruno Sakura, a loyal fan of Sasuke, almost jump with excitement. Ah! As expected of Sasuke, he's so awesome, so handsome Sasuke. Her screams were filled with endless admiration, and her face flushed with excitement. Ah Ino pig, did you hear that? Sasuke took first place? Haruno Sakura pulled Ino next to her excitedly. I know, don't you bother me? I'm so childish. Ino pulled away Sakura's hand with a look of disgust. When she was little, she also thought Sasuke was handsome, but now that she has grown up, she is not so attracted to Sasuke. Besides, there is someone much more interesting than Sasuke. Second place is. Third place is. Minato's voice sounded again, and he continuously reported the next rankings. Finally, with some helplessness, he announced the results of the last two. 32, Shinomiya Yuyue, 33, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto listened intently, and his heart tightened with every announcement of the ranking. When the rankings were settled, Naruto had an exaggerated expression on his face. Ah, Yuyue, your ranking is actually higher than mine. Before the assessment, he made a casual bet with Shinomiya Yuyue. The loser has to treat the winner to a meal of Ichiraku ramen. Ah, I have to lose another meal of Ichiraku ramen to you. His eyes drifted unconsciously to the small frog wallet full of coins beside him, which contained very little change. However, Naruto is a guy who sticks to his word, and he will never break his promise even if he is short of money. Let's go eat ramen after school. There was a hint of optimism in Naruto's words. Then he added another sentence, which made people feel a little sad. But I only have enough money for one bowl. Just leave some soup for me. He gently poked Shinomiya Yuyue beside him. Shinomiya Yuyue always had a look of languid expression. It wasn't until Naruto gently pushed that Shinomiya Yuyue seemed to be brought back to reality from her distant thoughts, and her body moved slightly. You can eat it yourself, I have no appetite. Shinomiya Yuyue's tone was slightly weak, and she lay on the table. Hey, Yuyue, how is this possible? I promised you. Faced with Naruto's persistence, Shinomiya Yuzuki said. Advertisement, if you really care about this, just protect me from now on. When Naruto heard this, he immediately clenched his fists and looked firmly. You are my friend, of course I will protect you. Immediately afterwards, Naruto's curiosity was aroused. But having said that, Yuyue, I remember you have said this many times. Is there anyone who wants to hit you? Don't worry, I will definitely help you. Shinomiya Yuyue had mixed feelings in her heart and sighed softly. Not now, but maybe in the future. When Naruto heard this, he scratched his head and looked confused. In the future? How do you know what happens in the future, Yuyue? However, Sigong Yuyu's heart was in turmoil. Of course I know, because I am a time traveler. From the Fourth Ninja War triggered by Uchiha Obito to the later Infinite Tsukuyomi. Those are still far away for the time being, but the Konoha collapse plan planned by Orochimaru during the Chunin exams will happen in a few months. Which of these is not a crisis-ridden situation, where life and death are on the line? Every disaster directly threatened his small life. Why am I so unlucky? Shinigami Yuyue secretly sighed in her heart. It has been 12 years since she traveled through time. Not only does he not have any support from Cheat, his own qualifications are also extremely mediocre. Every time there was an assessment, he competed with Naruto for the embarrassing title of the last one, and the two took turns taking charge. But in Hokage, the tail end of the crane is often the scariest one. Obito and Kai were also at the bottom of the rankings when they were in school. Yet their lives were brilliant. Obito, ascended to immortality, transformed into 6 paths. Kai, 8 gates Dunjia, physical sanctification. Naruto, there is no need to say more about Kizaru's greatness. What's more embarrassing is that Naruto is unable to use ninjutsu normally due to the influence of 9 tails in his body, while Yuzuki is a real talent. Under the current situation, it is still unknown whether he can successfully graduate and become a ninja. In this case, hugging Naruto's thigh is undoubtedly the best choice. So he started to have a good impression since he was a child, and it has been maintained for nearly 10 years so far. If Naruto really wanted to protect him, with the power of 6 paths Kizaru. Look at the entire ninja world. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? I am the 3rd level. No, it's a conspiracy. I am Naruto's best friend. Hey, you too, pay attention. Every time you take an assessment, your results are at the bottom of the pile. If you don't reflect on yourself, you still have the energy to wander around here. Iruka's voice was stern and helpless. Naruto noticed the pressure of this gaze, and forced an awkward yet slightly playful smile on his lips. Advertisement, quickly adjust your sitting posture and pretend to be listening carefully. Sinomon Yuyue, who was beside her, was still lying lazily on the table, as if she was deaf to the accusations from the outside world. The whole thing gave off an, I've given up on therapy, vibe. Just when Shinomiya Yuzuki was about to immerse herself in her own world, she happily dreamed of sleeping until the bell rang. A strange sound suddenly sounded deep in his consciousness. Open black lens bracket byte close black lens bracket, ninja chat group loading completed. You have been set as the group owner by default by the system. This sudden information was like a thunder, instantly breaking his sleepiness. Shinomiya Yuyue suddenly jumped up from the table, her back straightened, and her eyes sparkled with disbelief. This move surprised Naruto, who was sitting next to him. Yuyue, what's wrong with you? Are you so energetic all of a sudden? Naruto asked curiously. I saw Shinomiya Yuyu's face filled with unprecedented excitement. Naruto, I have good news for you, I'm taking off. Ha ha ha, it's finally here, my savior, my cheat has arrived. He laughed excitedly, his words full of expectation and confidence. Naruto listened to these words, although he was confused by the word, plug in. But from Yuyu's expression, he knew that this was a good thing for Yuyue. Congratulations, Yuyue, it seems that your fortune is about to turn around. Hey, Naruto, just wait and see from now on, with me here, no one will dare to bully you. After finishing speaking, Shinomiya Yuyue couldn't wait to lie down again, and concentrated on exploring this mysterious, plug-in. Group chat. Let me see what you are capable of. As he thought silently in his heart, a transparent screen full of futuristic technology suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and only he could see it all. After a few minutes of fumbling, Yuyue roughly mastered the operation method of group chat, and was amazed in her heart. Let me go, can even Penguin's business penetrate into other worlds these days? This group chat is like social software in the modern world, which can bring a group of people together to communicate. But its uniqueness is that it can cross the boundaries of time and space and bring people on different timelines into the same chat room. Scenes that made people laugh couldn't help but appear in Yuyu's mind. Uchiha Obito's shocked expression when he suddenly saw his beloved Nohara Rin in the group. And whether the encounter between Uchiha Madara on different timelines will lead to a virtual war, due to differences in ideas. But he is not worried about this. After all, as the group leader, he enjoys special permissions. For example, group members cannot cause any harm to the group leader, which makes him virtually invincible. Also has management rights such as kicking people. Nice one. Group chat level LV1. Current number of people in group chat, 1. Group leader, Shinomiya Yuzuki, timeline, Konoha 60 years. Remaining number of pulls. 1. Can a group with only one person still be called a group chat? You have to quickly bring people in to make it lively? Thinking of this, Shinomiya Yuyu's eyes flashed with excitement, ready to start his recruitment plan. Chapter 2 Vegetative State, Living Water, Little Obito joins the group. Open black lens bracket Senju Hashirama joins group chat close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Uchiha Obito joins group chat close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Minato Namikaze joins the group chat close black lens bracket. Hiss. It seems I'm lucky. They are all famous ninjas. God of Ninja, Golden Flash, and Hollow Square Root. I never thought that we would invite 3 heavyweights at once. Since adding members to the group chat is entirely random, Yuyue only hopes to welcome a few strong people. At this moment, it seems that the effect is good. As the leader of the group, Shinomiya Yuyue naturally wanted to welcome them first. Shinomiya Yuyue, welcome to join this group chat. You may have many questions, so you can ask me and I will answer them one by one. At the same time, Konoha 2 years Konoha village is newly established, and everything is waiting for revival. As the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama has to deal with many things every day. At this time, he was immersed in a mountain of documents, scratching his head and thinking hard. How long will it take for Tobirama to arrive? At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Welcome to join the Ninja World group chat, Senju Hashirama looked around in confusion, then something dawned on him. Laughing loudly. Madara, it's you, what kind of new genjutsu is this? However, Madara did not appear. Instead, 2 text messages appeared in front of her eyes. Shinomiya Yuyue, welcome to join this group chat. You may have many questions, so you can ask me and I will answer them one by one. This made Senju Hashirama confused. A similar situation happened to the other 2 new members. They all thought they had suffered some kind of genjutsu attack. Everyone was even more confused until Yuzuki made it clear in the group that this was not genjutsu, but actually existed. Uchiha Obito. What is this? Group chat? A new invention? Senju Hashirama. I don't know, I haven't heard of it either. I thought it was your clan leader joking with me using genjutsu. By the way, Uchiha's child, have you seen Madara? Uchiha Obito. Senju Hashirama. In the timeline of Konoha calendar 47 years? Uchiha Obito looked surprised when he saw the name of the speaker. The legendary ninja god? But hasn't he been dead for decades? Uchiha Obito. Are you the founder of Konoha village, first Hokage? Advertisement Senju Hashirama. What do you think? Senju Hashirama was quite helpless. What happened to Uchiha's child? Konoha has only been established for 2 years, has he forgotten me? Uchiha Obito. But aren't you already dead? It's been decades. Senju Hashirama. Then I leave. Just at this moment, Tobirama pushed the door open and walked in. Brother, I'm here. What are you doing? Tobirama's face was covered with black lines, and Senju Hashirama was lying on the table with a depressed look on his face. Tobirama, I have been dead for decades, he said weakly. Tobirama held his forehead. Brother, what are you talking nonsense about? Senju Hashirama pointed to the group chat interface that only he could see. You see, this Uchiha kid says I've been dead for decades. As expected, Tobirama just rolled his eyes. You have nothing here. Brother, you are not hallucinating because you have been too tired recently. Go and rest quickly, I'll take care of it here. Tobirama, you really can't see? Ignoring Senju Hashirama's questioning, Tobirama pushed him out of the door and asked him to go home and have a good rest. Senju Hashirama had no choice but to go home and stay in bed. In group chat, seeing the topic rising, Yuyue decided to come forward to clarify. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Everyone, at Uchiha Obito at Senju Hashirama. Do you find it very strange? Uchiha Obito. Of course it's strange. Is it haunted? Shodai has been gone for decades, how can he speak here? By the way, who are you? Senju Hashirama, he is the leader of the group. Uchiha Obito. Hey, first generation Ghost-sama, how did you know? Senju Hashirama. Isn't there the word, group leader, next to his name? Uchiha Obito. Ah, haha, I didn't notice. Senju Hashirama. Also, when did I become a ghost? Without paying attention, the two started talking nonsense again. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama is obviously much smarter than Obito. He asked. Senju Hashirama, as the leader of the group, I should be the master here. Can you explain what exactly is going on? Shinomiya Yuyue. I was about to say this, but you interrupted me. Senju Hashirama. Oh, sorry. Shinomiya Yuyue. This is a group chat. As the name suggests, it is designed for chatting. The members participating in the chat come from various time and space in the ninja world. The most important point is that you all come from different timelines. Advertisement, although we are both in the ninja world, your first generation is Konoha 2. And Obito's time and space is Konoha 47, so your conversation seems weird. Because in his time and space, first generation, you have indeed been dead for decades. And I come from a later era. Senju Hashirama. So that's it, it's really magical. It seems that the descendants are very powerful. They are actually able to communicate across time. Uchiha Obito. So, Shodai is not a ghost. Phew, that scared me. Sorry Shodai. Senju Hashirama, it doesn't matter. Is this your reaction? This is a communication across time and space? Can you act more shocked? Yuyue opened her eyes wide. These two people were really funny and their ideas were very clear. At this moment, Namikaze Minato, who was diving and observing, could no longer hold back. Namikaze Minato. Connecting different timelines? Is this true? Timeline Konoha 48 years this year, Namikaze Minato succeeded the Hokage and became the 4th Hokage of Konoha. But he was not in a relaxed mood. During the war, he lost 2 disciples, Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. Originally, he was doing business in the office as usual today. But he was suddenly dragged into a group chat by a voice. Among them were people calling themselves First Hokage and Uchiha Obito talking. This made Namikaze Minato furious. Joking about the dead was so cruel. He observed secretly, trying to find loopholes and find out the mastermind behind the scenes. But as Yuyue explained, Namikaze Minato was deeply touched. Are the members of the group really from different timelines? And Obito in the group is in his 47th year in Konoha. At that time, he was indeed not killed in battle. This means that this group chat was not constructed by someone's genjutsu. But it exists without a doubt. His doubts in the group were quickly responded to by the group owner. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Of course it is true. I found that the 4th Hokage where you are is Konoha 48, which is very close to the time and space Obito lives in. At this time, Uchiha Obito also saw the information about Namikaze Minato and was full of surprise. Uchiha Obito. Minato-sensei, you are also in the group. Although he knew that the two Minato were not the same person, Obito still respected him very much. Minato-sensei, tell me quietly whether Lin will agree to my confession in the future. Namikaze Minato. Obito. Namikaze Minato looked apologetic. He didn't know how to face this disciple who was in the past time and space. Because soon, he will die on the battlefield due to his tardiness. Following the death of Obito, Nohara Lin was also designed to be captured by Kirigakure village and implanted into Three Tails. In order to prevent Three Tails from destroying Konoha, she chose to voluntarily fall into the hands of Kakashi. Chapter 3 Uploading the Future, Obito opens Mangekyo. Uchiha Obito was unaware of Namikaze Minato's inner struggle, and he was sincerely happy that the leader of the group called Minato the 4th Hokage. Uchiha Obito. Minato-sensei, you have become a Hokage. It's amazing. I will inherit your mantle and become the 5th Hokage in the future. However, Namikaze Minato's mood was far from relaxed, and he had no intention of joking with Obito at the moment. Namikaze Minato. Obito, what time is it exactly where you are now? Uchiha Obito. It's Konoha 47, didn't leader Yuzuki just mention it? Teacher, do you have any questions? Namikaze Minato. To be more specific, what day is it? Uchiha Obito. January 23rd. Hearing this date, Minato Namikaze's heart tightened. Obito was killed on February 2nd, less than 2 weeks before the disaster. Namikaze Minato. Obito, listen to me, you. Shinomiya Yuyue. Okay, you two, let me interrupt. Fourth generation, I can guess your intention. You just want to remind Obito and help him survive this war. Namikaze Minato was surprised, wondering how Yu had such insight. And Shinomiya Yu's next sentence was even more shocking. Shinomiya Yuzuki. But you need to know that Uchiha Madara is behind this series of events. Even if Obito can avoid this disaster, there may be others in the future. Obito has been selected by Madara as the executor of the Eye of the Moon project. To change this destiny, he can only rely on himself. On the other side of the screen, Obito blinked in confusion. The news that Uchiha Madara, an ancestor who has been dead for decades, is still alive and still acting as a demon in the ninja world is surprising. But after Senju Hashirama's deeds, he was not too surprised. He just wondered, when did he become the core of Madara's chosen plan? This series of information was a huge shock to Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama. Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Madara. Didn't he already die after being defeated by the first Hokage in the battle at the Valley of the End? Senju Hashirama. Madara. Impossible, Madara is definitely not that kind of person. Besides, there is no such place as the Valley of the End in our world. How could Madara die at my hands there? Senju Hashirama is taking a chance. Shinomiya Yuyue. It was your battle that changed the landscape. The place that was originally a plain was later called the Valley of the End. Senju Hashirama. This. Indeed, with their strength, it is not surprising that they fight with all their strength to change the terrain. However, will Madara really die in her own hands? Senju Hashirama's face showed mixed emotions, because this meant that their previous vision was completely shattered. The break between the two seems inevitable, and this is the reality he does not want to face. Shinomiya Yuzuki. I have a chronicle of the ninja world here. Maybe you should read it. Shinomiya Yuzuki uploaded a video. Shinomiya Yuzuki. After watching these, you will understand everything. The chat group has a special function that can transform memories into video sharing. Yuyue used this function to organize the Hokage Ninja animation content she watched in her previous life and released selected highlights. Open black lens bracket Senju Hashirama downloaded the video close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Uchiha Obito downloaded the video close black lens bracket. Minato Namikaze downloaded the video. The three of them eagerly started watching the video. Advertisement. The video starts from the Warring States period and covers the first, second, third and fourth ninja war. During this period, it is interspersed with major events such as Obito's blackening and the Nine Tails Rebellion. Time passes slowly. Uchiha Obito was the first to break the silence. Uchiha Obito. Group leader, is this true? Has Lin really passed away? No. That's false. This kind of thing, how could it happen? Shinomiya Yuyue opened her eyes wide in surprise. Isn't that right, Brother Tuzi? How can you be so engrossed in watching a video? You won't take it in, will you? Even your speaking style has changed now. Etc. Couldn't this guy have activated Mangekyo Sharingan? Out of curiosity about Obito's abnormal situation, Yuyue asked. Shinomiya Yuzuki. At Uchiha Obito, that is the future that has not happened yet, and the present has naturally not happened yet, but you won't be involved in it, right? Have you opened Mangekyo? Uchiha Obito. Picture.jpg. Is this it? Yuyue took a closer look and was stunned. F*K. What the hell is Mangekyo Sharingan? Obito sent a selfie, with a pair of bright red Mangekyo Sharingan shining in his eyes. You're invincible, kid. Yuyue had nothing to say except a thumbs up. At this time, Namikaze Minato also sent a message. Namikaze Minato. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Leader Yuyue, for informing me about the future, but I find it difficult to accept such a future. But I'm going to change it. The disciples were led step by step towards the abyss by Madara, eventually triggering the Nine Tails Rebellion. As a result, he and his beloved died at the hands of Nine Tails, leaving his young son alive alone. After that, it caused a storm in the ninja world. He was determined to change all that. After seeing Minato's message, Obito immediately said, Uchiha Obito. I'm sorry, Sensei. He was referring to Yuyu's video showing what he did during the Nine Tails Rebellion. It is simply unbelievable that something like this happened to me, killing my mentor with my own hands. Namikaze Minato. That's just a possible future. You don't need to apologize. Besides, that, Obito, is not you. As for the Obito of my timeline, I don't blame him either. The root of everything is Uchiha Madara. After a moment of silence, Minato finally chose forgiveness. As a mature adult, Minato will not lose his mind easily. He knows that the responsibility for all this lies with Madara. In his heart, Obito has always been a helpful and positive child. At this time, Yuyue interrupted the conversation. Shinomiya Yuyue. Let me tell you too, this has not happened yet. My purpose of sharing the future is not to make you sigh here. This remark was like a wake-up call. Advertisement. Uchiha Obito. The group leader is right, teacher. Now that I have the power, I will never let Madara's conspiracy succeed. I want to save Lin and end this troubled world. Namikaze Minato. Haha, then I can't lose to my apprentice. Although Obito here has gone astray, as a master, I must guide him back. Looking at the two people in the group who were full of fighting spirit, Shinomiya Yuyue felt very pleased. This was exactly the purpose of establishing this chat group. Wait, two people? Why is there another one who is silent? The second year of Konoha Bang Bang Bang. Gate of opening, I know you're inside, Madara. Hurry up, gate of opening. Hashirama knocked hard on Madara's door, which quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding Uchiha tribe. Isn't this Mr. Hashirama? What is he doing? It's rare to see him so angry. Shush, don't meddle in other people's business. This is a couple's business. What's the kind of relationship between Hokage-sama and the clan leader? A young Uchiha tribesman was surprised. Children, don't be so curious. Okay, let's go play somewhere else. Bang. The door was suddenly opened, and Madara appeared at the door with a serious face. Hashi hot mom, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation. Before he could finish his words, Hashirama's heavy punch hit him directly in the face. Bang thong. Madara's entire body was blown away and hit the wall hard. No, run. They are about to take action. Seeing that something was not going well, the onlookers fled in all directions and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Their intuition was correct. The next moment, a huge Susanoo broke through the roof and covered the sky. Susanoo in his prime. Hashi hot mom. Madara controlled Susanoo, holding a 40-meter-long tachi, falling from the sky. Not to be outdone, Hashirama clasped his hands together. A huge wooden golem, as big as Susanoo, rises from the ground. Madara. The two giants clashed brazenly, and the fierce battle was in full swing. After a while, there was a wave of fluctuation in the space. Senju Tobirama suddenly appears. There is no need for his subordinates to report, he can feel the strange movement here in the center of Konoha. What's going on? How could they fight? Tobirama was shocked. I don't know. Master Hokage suddenly came to the clan leader and knocked on the door hard. As soon as the clan leader opened the gate of opening, the two started fighting. By the way, Master Hokage seemed very angry when he knocked on the door. The simple conversation did not allow Tobirama to obtain key information. He decided not to intervene for the time being and directly ordered. Don't worry about them for now. Evacuate everyone here first. No matter how many buildings are damaged, let my brother pay for it later. Anyway, Hashirama has the ability to build the required house instantly. Soon, the people around them quickly evacuated, leaving enough fighting space for the two of them. The battle lasted until sunset. Chapter 4 Offline Reality Uchiha Madara. Finally, Madara fell to the ground. This scene also revealed that once Hashirama gets serious, Madara is indeed no match for him. Without the support of 9 tails, Madara cannot perform the terrifying beast attack. Hashirama didn't even need to summon a powerful secret technique like Senju. Brother, what happened here? Tobirama appeared on the scene as if teleporting. He first glanced at Madara who was lying on the ground, and then turned his eyes to his brother, full of suspicion. The relationship between these two has always been close. Which song is this song about today? Hashirama glanced at him lightly and said in a deep voice, you should go back first. This is a matter between him and me. Hashirama did not immediately provide further explanation. Tobirama was about to ask, but when he saw Hashirama's unquestionable eyes, he swallowed his words again. He simply said, then I will go and count the losses first. He left in a hurry. Without Tobirama's interference, Hashirama looked at Madara solemnly and said sadly, Madara, until now, I can't believe you have come this far. You have betrayed our shared ideals. Madara was filled with anger and was puzzled by Hashirama's sudden attack. However, Hashirama's words were like cold water poured on the head. Let him suddenly calm down. You know everything? How could I not know? Otherwise, why would I be here? Madara, look back now, it's still not too late. Hashirama's words were serious and thoughtful. Madara sneered. Hashirama, do you know that Sage of Six Paths' creation of the world was a failure? And I will build a truly perfect world. How you knew about my Eye of the Moon plan is not important anymore. Because there's nothing you can do to stop me. Madara's voice was fierce. Wait a minute. What is the Eye of the Moon? Hashirama was stunned for a moment. You don't know about the Eye of the Moon? Madara was also surprised. Well, I've heard of the Eye of the Moon, but that's not why I'm here. Are you talking about the infinite Tsukuyomi? Madara was speechless for a moment. Didn't you just mean that you already knew that I was going to implement the Eye of the Moon plan? No, what I'm angry about are your future actions that deviate from your original intentions. We agreed to work together to create a ninja world without war, but instead you became the source of war. What's more, he lured the innocent Obito into the dark abyss and committed all sorts of evil deeds that are too numerous to describe. Hashirama counted Madara's faults. Unexpectedly, Madara's expression became gloomier. Hashi hot mom, advertisement, you're teasing me. It was originally thought that the Eye of the Moon plan was leaked, which made Hashirama difficult to accept. He came to the door aggressively to argue, but it turned out that there was an inexplicable future. When did you gain the ability to see into the future? Isn't this just teasing me? Fire style the fire is extinguished? It's weird. Why hasn't the first generation made any move yet? Logically speaking, he cares about Madara the most, right? Shinomiya Yuyue murmured in her heart. But get out of class was over at this time, and he was going home to have dinner, so he didn't think much about it. Yuzuki didn't know yet that Hashirama was an activist and went directly to the real Uchiha Madara offline. Hey, Naruto, come to my house for dinner tonight. Yuzuki patted Naruto's shoulder lightly. Is it really okay? Yuyue. Naruto's face was full of surprise. Compared to eating instant noodles at home, eating at Yuyu's house is obviously much more tempting. Just come. Okay, by the way, do we still want to eat Ichiraku ramen? I promised you. Eat, but let's wait for another day. Forget it today. Alright. The two walked out of the classroom side by side, talking and laughing. This scene fell in Sakura's eyes, and she immediately flashed a look of disdain. As expected of two dragging them down, they actually play so well together. Hey, you have a wide forehead. It's not good to speak ill of people behind their backs. Ino on the side heard this and complained. Do you care, Ino pig? If you like them, just go with them. This way I will have one less competitor to chase Sasuke. Humph. Ino rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Sakura ignored her reaction and approached Sasuke directly. Sasuke-kun, let's go too. However, Sasuke didn't even give her a look and walked right past her, putting Sakura in an awkward situation. On the other side, Yuyue and Naruto quickly returned home, and stopped by the vegetable market to purchase ingredients for dinner. Yuyue is also alone. His parents died in the chaos of Nine Tails Night. As Jonin's father and Chunin's mother, they left him a rich inheritance and a house located near the downtown area. This makes Yuyu's life safe. You go wash the rice and cook, and I'll cook. Yuzuki assigned Naruto a simple task. Put it on me. Naruto agreed energetically. Advertisement soon. A simple but warm dinner was ready. There were no delicacies, only a steamed fish, a plate of green vegetables and a bowl of hot soup. But for Naruto, such a homely meal is a rare delicacy. It's so delicious, super delicious. Naruto ate like a storm, and more than 80% of the food went into his stomach. Naruto realized this when he put down his chopsticks. Oops. Yuyue, I'm sorry, did I eat too much? It's okay. Eat more. Are you full? Yuyue supported her chin and asked with a smile. I'm full, thank you for the treat, don't think this is a free dinner. Yuyue suddenly changed the subject. Huh? Naruto was stunned, then I'll give you money. Yuyue smiled and said, I don't need your money, just go and wash the dishes. No problem. Naruto was full of enthusiasm and energy. Time passed quietly, and night gradually enveloped the earth. It's time for Naruto to go home. Yuyue, I'm leaving. Be careful on the road, Gana. After closing the door, Yuyue took a shower and went to bed early. Ninja World doesn't have much entertainment at night. Without a smartphone, lying down seemed to be the only option. See if there are any new messages in the group. When I opened the group chat interface and took a look, it was amazing. Obito and Minato, master and disciple, were chatting animatedly. Scroll all the way up, the amount of information is amazing. Yuyue browsed through it and couldn't help but sigh. This kid Obito has already started to drift off. He relied on himself to activate Mangekyo Sharingan in advance, and even threatened to unify the ninja world in the group, so that the war would never rekindle and achieve permanent peace. His starting point is good, but he is a little unclear about his own strength. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato stopped him in time. It is undeniable that Obito with dual Kamui is extremely powerful, but he has a fatal weakness that cannot be ignored. In the original plot, Obito was able to stir up a storm in the ninja world without being destroyed, and Kamui naturally contributed a lot. But the most important thing is the cells between the pillars in his half-body, which are like an inexhaustible energy source. Without the support of Hashirama's cells, he would have gone blind long ago due to his frequent use of Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Obito in this time and space unlocked Kamui early. But without the power bank of Hashirama cells, his power cannot last long, and besides Kamui, he has almost nothing. He doesn't have wood style, he doesn't have yin-yang style, and he probably can't use Storm Ranbu either, so how can he unify the ninja world? Chapter 5 Madara knows the truth. Uchiha Obito. Hey, it's true. I don't have those Hashirama cells, so let's put this matter aside for now. How about we directly ask Shodai for something? With the living Hashirama-sama here, it shouldn't be difficult to get some cells, right? Namikaze Minato. Obito, it's not polite to speak like that to Shodai. Uchiha Obito. Sorry, by the way, speaking of it, it seems that I haven't seen Hashirama-sama for a while. After hearing this, Yuyue suddenly realized, by the way, where did Hashirama go? At the same time, Konoha 2 years. In Nanga Shrine. This is a sacred place for the Uchiha clan. Under the shrine, Uchiha Madara and Senju stand side by side between pillars, with a stone tablet in front of them. Are you saying that the records on this stone tablet have been tampered with? Madara frowned. That's right, it's the work of a guy named Heiju. The Eye of the Moon project is a scam. It can't bring about a truly perfect world. After implementing infinite Tsukuyomi, humans all over the world will be transformed into creatures called White Zetsu. Madara, do you think this is perfect? Hashirama looked at Madara solemnly. Madara is dubious about this. This is all your one-sided statement. What's the proof? Madara is not easily fooled. At the beginning, Hashirama vowed that he would become Konoha's first Hokage. The result? He turned around and sat in that position. Maybe, this was another story deliberately fabricated by Hashirama in order to keep him in Konoha. The evidence. Hashirama scratched his head. For a while, I really couldn't produce any substantial evidence. After all, the video was not a physical item. Unless Madara joins the group to watch it himself, he cannot repost it. Suddenly, an idea flashed between Zhu Jian. Madara, wait a moment, I'm going to find evidence to show you. Having said that, Hashirama made gestures in the air in front of Madara, as if he was manipulating something invisible. Madara, is this the new ninjutsu? Advertisement? In the group. Senju Hashirama. At Sigong Yuuji Tuanzu, is there any way to enable Madara to also see the video information in the group? A few hours later, Hashirama finally took the time to return to the group. Uchiha Obito. As expected of Shodai, I'm so busy with work that I don't even have time to reply to messages. Being a Hokage is really hard work. While chatting in the group, Obito thought that Hashirama might have been working hard for a long time, and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Without the hard work of his predecessors, how could he sit here and spend his days chatting? When Hashirama saw this message, he blinked. In fact, he was not too busy. After all, Tobirama is mainly responsible for the daily management of Konoha. At this time, it was late at night, and Tobirama was still directing the ninjas to clean up the mess left by the battle between Madara and Hashirama, when he suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his tired face and continued to command, "Send an Earth-style ninja over there to fill this hole." Shinomiya Yuzuki, first generation, what happened? Hashirama briefly described what happened, from watching the video, going to Madara for theory, and then trying to convince Madara. Yuyue thought for a moment and replied, "Shinomiya Yuzuki, there is a pull function in the group, and Madara can be pulled in to watch the video directly, but this requires the group level to be upgraded to level 2 before it can be used, which is not currently possible. However, I have another way. Sharingan usually has the ability to read memories. If you ask Madara to read your memory, he will know everything. But please note that group chats have a protection mechanism. Non-group members who contact things in the group without permission will be attacked by the defense mechanism. Just remember not to agree casually." Senju Hashirama. That's it, thank you group leader for your guidance. Nanga Shrine. Madara, I found a clue, Hashirama suddenly said with excitement. Madara raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of disbelief. You just make two gestures out of thin air, and evidence will fall from the sky? If you want to fool me, can you be more serious? Hey? Oh, tell me. Madara crossed her arms and put on a posture of, let's see what else you can do. Hashirama immediately spoke. My head contains memories of the next few decades. You can use your Sharingan to take a look and you will know whether it is true or false. Let me read your memory? Hashirama's suggestion surprised Madara. Reading memories means showing one's inner world in front of the other person without any cover-up. Even Madara found this kind of unreserved trust incredible. Yuzuki is well aware of the unbreakable bond between Hashirama and Madara, otherwise he would not have made such a suggestion. Come on, stop dawdling. Hashirama looked indifferent and lay down on the spot, eyes wide open, so that Madara could successfully perform genjutsu. Madara's heart was heavy. Hashirama didn't look like he was lying. Could all of this be true? Advertisement ultimately, curiosity drives Madara. Sharingan opens, and the door to Hashirama's memory slowly opens. Psychic intrusion detected. The other party tried to touch the memory related to the chat group, and the protection mechanism was activated. Do you want to completely destroy the other party's spiritual link? Close black lens bracket? No, 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 Hashirama shouted quickly. He didn't want Madara to become the second vegetative person. Konoha didn't need two vegetative people. Open black lens bracket protection release close black lens bracket, memory is accessed. Madara quickly understood everything from Hashirama's memories. From faking death in the Valley of the End to secretly spending decades cultivating the Eye of Reincarnation. Then he transplanted the freshly made Samsara Eye to Nagato, controlled the Akatsuki organization, and guided Obito towards darkness. Rebirth from the filthy soil, challenged the five shadows, reincarnation, resurrection from the dead. Until he became 10 Tails Jinchūriki, then he was attacked by Black Zetsu, sacrificed and resurrected Kaguya, and finally ended in tragedy. This scene came alive before his eyes like a movie. It turns out that his whole life has been played by a strange creature named Heiju. Bang! Madara punched out, and the amazing force directly punched a hole in Nanga Shrine. How could someone as proud as him accept such a hopeless future? Uchiha Madara's face was calm and calm, only Hashirama understands. At this moment, Madara is on the verge of extreme anger. Madara looked down at Hashirama who was still awake, found a pen and paper and hurriedly wrote something down, then put the note into Hashirama's hand. Immediately, he walked through the big hole he blasted and left without looking back. Soon, Hashirama woke up from the illusion. Looking around, Madara has long disappeared. Madara? Hashirama tried to call, but received only silence. At this time, he felt something being held tightly in his hand. When he unfolded it, it was a piece of paper. After reading it, a look of enlightenment appeared on Hashirama's face. That's your plan, Madara. Okay. After casually destroying the note, Hashirama left Nanga Shrine with a new plan in mind. Chapter 6 Mall Shopping, Wood Style and Immortal Body. There are only 3 minutes left. At this critical moment, time is so lazy. The clock hands slowly reached 23:57, and every number jumped in Yu Yu's eyes, seeming to tease his patience. Yu Yu's heart has already flown to the future. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes slipped away. The group chat prompt sounded in my ears at the right time, clear and sweet. Daily benefits have arrived. You have successfully rewritten the fate of 3 group friends and received gold coins 1500. Here it comes. Yuyue felt a burst of joy in her heart. This is the exclusive privilege of the group leader. You can earn gold coins by changing the fate of group friends. At midnight every day, gold coins are refreshed on time, which is a daily benefit. Not to mention that these gold coins are hard currency and their magical powers are very vast. For example, practice the clone technique to perfection for me. Open black lens bracket bite close black lens bracket, cultivation completed, 50 gold coins deducted, current clone skill proficiency, extraordinary and holy. In an instant, a large amount of essential knowledge about the clone technique flooded into Yu Yu's mind, as if he had been practicing this most basic ninjutsu for most of his life. Clone technique. Yu quickly formed seals with her hands. With a bang sound, a cloud of white smoke filled the air, and a clone exactly like Yu stood firmly. Awesome. Yu was full of praise for her new skills. As the most powerful person in the world, he struggled to learn even the entry-level ninja skill of cloning. What was separated before was more like a deflated plastic model than a clone. But now, in just a few seconds, his level of clone skills was far ahead of everyone else's. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of the uses of gold coins. Open the gold coin mall. With the thought, a virtual screen appeared in front of Yu out of thin air, and a dazzling array of products came into view, covering all aspects of the ninja world. Items, props, ninjutsu, pupil techniques, blood successor boundaries, blood successor snares, blood successor elimination. Everything is available. Yu glanced at it, and many familiar names jumped into her eyes. Eye technique. Sharingan, Uchiha Obito version, price, 300,000 gold coins. Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Minato Namikaze version, price, 200,000 gold coins. Ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Senju Tobarama edition, price, 100,000 gold coins. Hey, the Flying Thunder God of 4th generation is more expensive than the inventor of 2nd generation? Yu was confused, but then she suddenly realized. 2nd generation died young, and Flying Thunder God was not fully developed. And 4th generation is the one who uses the Flying Thunder God to perfection. If you buy the Watergate version, you might be able to learn a few more tricks, and the price is reasonable. According to Yu's current income of 1,500 gold coins a day, in about 100 days, she will be able to acquire such stunts as Flying Thunder God. It's still the celebrity Watergate version, but I don't buy any of these. Why waste money on buying resources that are available in the group? Only fools would do this. Spend a few days building up your good feelings, and then just open your mouth to Minato. As for Minato, as long as Yu has helped him, it's not a trivial matter to give him a Flying Thunder God. Advertisement Minato-san, you think so? As for ninjutsu, you may be able to obtain it through favors, but things like pupil skills and blood inheritance boundaries still have to be paid for. No matter how strong their friendship was, Yu still didn't believe that Obito would happily pluck out her own eyes and give them to him. Well, unless his life is in danger and the other party is Kakashi, then that's a different story. Haha, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep. Just when Yu was about to fall into the arms of sleep, a message suddenly popped up in the group, interrupting his sleep. Open black lens bracket bite. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket member Senju Hashirama greatly changed the trajectory of history. Close black lens bracket. This member will receive a gold coin reward 200,000. Group owners also receive equal rewards. Close black lens bracket. What the hell? Yu jumped up from the bed, her sleepiness disappearing instantly. Oh my god, 200,000 gold coins? What earth-shattering thing did this guy Hashirama do? This is again the magic of chat groups. In addition to Yu's intervention in the fate of the group of friends, they themselves can also take action to rewrite the unbearable future. Once successful, you will get the grand prize of the chat group. Apparently, Senju Hashirama did just that. As the founder of Konoha Village, any changes in his era may have a significant impact on future generations. Remember he said before in the group that he wanted to win back Madara who had gone astray? It seems that he did it? If Madara was no longer obsessed with the Eye of the Moon, and followed Hashirama wholeheartedly in building Konoha. With their fighting prowess, doesn't Konoha have the final say in the entire ninja world? How can there be such a thing as a great ninja war? No wonder the rewards are so generous. Yu immediately opened the gold coin mall in high spirits. I thought I had to save for a while before I could buy it, but now I don't have to wait. He accurately targeted the target product. Open black lens bracket. Do you want to buy Bloodline? Wood style, close black lens bracket. Buy. Yu hit the confirmation button without hesitation. Successful purchase, 80,000 gold coins have been deducted. The moment the transaction was completed, Shinomiya Yu felt an unprecedented strange energy surge in her body. This is the power of wood style. Originating from Senju Hashirama's unique escape technique, the perfect fusion of the two chakra attributes of water and earth can transform chakra into the source of life and drive trees to grow wildly. Wood style, she quickly formed seals with her hands, and Yu was eager to try the budding chakra in her body. Click. A green blade of grass squeezed its head out from the gap in the floor. Does this mean you have mastered wood style? Yu stared at her palm with wide eyes, excited. Advertisement. Although it is very different from Senju Hashirama, this is indeed wood style. However, this power cannot satisfy me. Yu continues to search in the gold coin mall. Soon, he found what he was looking for again. Sage Body, one of the Sage of Six Paths bloodlines, possessing amazing chakra volume and recovery power. Price. 100,000 gold coins. Buy it. Yuyue said nothing, generously donated the money and collected it. Well, immediately afterwards, Yuyue felt her body tremble suddenly. The body seems to be undergoing earth-shaking changes. The chakra surges out like a savage beast, vast and powerful. Too strong. Yuyue clenched her fists, her whole body filled with indescribable power. He bets that he can knock down this building with one punch. This is not an illusion. With the body of an immortal, you can not only obtain a huge chakra, but also possess a huge power called strange power. Just the initial fusion of the immortal body has such a terrifying amount of chakra, and it has not yet reached its peak. Hashirama's immortal body has long been fully mature, no wonder his wood style is ridiculously strong. Yuyue was deeply moved. That's right, Yuzuki is referring to Senju Hashirama's personal wood style, not the wood style blood succession limit itself. After all, wood style itself is not particularly powerful. The price in the mall is only 80,000 gold coins, which is far less expensive than the immortal body. Let's talk about Yamato in Konoha. He is also a wood style ninja. His wood style is not even as good as Hashirama's. The powerful thing is not wood style, but Senju Hashirama. Using wood style requires a large amount of chakra. The more chakra is consumed, the stronger the wood style becomes. As the reincarnation of Asura, Senju Hashirama was born with the body of a sage and his chakra is almost infinite. This created the legend of the ninja world, the god of ninja. Maximize my wood style proficiency. Yuyue issued orders with a wave of her hand, looking wealthy and powerful. Open black lens bracket bite. Close black lens bracket, complete training, 10,000 gold coins will be deducted, current wood style proficiency, extraordinary and holy. Hiss. It actually costs 10,000, Yuyu's heart ached. It is indeed the famous wood style, and it costs a lot to reach the full level. But all the money was spent, and Yuyue will never regret it. In the blink of an eye, Yuyu's eyes were in a trance, and a lot of experience in using wood style came to his mind, as if he had been immersed in this field for decades. Now, he can use wood style without any seals. He claps his hands and thinks, and the wood style appears. This money is really well spent. Yuyue gave a thumbs up in praise. At this moment, Yuyue lowered his head and looked at the fragile grass. With just a thought, he could make it grow into a wooden dragon flying in the sky. I can be considered Shao Zujian now, right? Yuyue said proudly. Wood style plus the body of a sage, now in Konoha, no one can beat him except Metkai who has opened the 8 Gates dungeon. This is a sense of security that cannot be described in words, a kind of calmness that stands at the top. Sleep. Turning off the lights, pulling up the quilt, and doing it in one go, Yuyue quickly fell asleep with a smile. Chapter 7 The Tragedy of Akatsuki Organization, Minato arrives. Yuyue fell into sleep, but some people's thoughts were lingering in the night. Konoha village, in the timeline of 48 years. In the Hokage office, even though it is late at night, the lights are still bright. Namikaze Minato sat behind his desk, frowning, carefully recalling every detail of the video in the group chat. The Nine Tails Rebellion happened on October 10th, the day Naruto was born, a few months away. Should we take the initiative, or should we take advantage of the situation and ambush in advance? At this time, Obito should have been secretly controlling Mizukage in the Kingdom of Water. In 3 years, the Blood Mist has carried out a large-scale purge of ninjas with blood inheritance limits. Should we send Anbu to the Hidden Mist Village to investigate? As his thoughts flowed, Minato's eyes fell on the photo taken with Jiraiya on the table. At that moment, as if struck by thunder, a more pressing question suddenly jumped into his mind. Jiraiya once accepted 3 disciples in the Rain Country, Yahiko, Nagato and Konan. The Akatsuki organization, which will become famous in the ninja world in the future, was created by them. But at this time, Akatsuki was just a group of passionate young people, a small group walking together for world peace. It is far from the organization that will use any means to pursue tailed beasts in the future. The key to this change is the despicable act planned by Shimura Danzo. Danzo, this old man, is not a normal person. He actually secretly sent people to sneak into the Kingdom of Rain and kidnap Konan from the Akatsuki organization. Although he did not take the opportunity to play with bondage, it directly led to the death of Yahiko, the sunny and cheerful boy in the trio, and prompted Nagato to go into darkness. As a result, Nagato transformed into a god that transcended humanity and attempted to conquer the entire ninja world by force. After all the bad things were done, Danzo patted his asterisk and left, and Hanzo, the unlucky guy, suffered the consequences. Not only did he lose most of his men, he was also killed by pain a few years later. Danzo Noiden was even at large until he was terminated by Sasuke before the 4th Ninja War began. After watching Yuzuki's video about what Danzo had done in Konoha for decades, Namikaze Minato wanted to kill him right now, but in full view of Konoha, he definitely couldn't do these things. This time, Danzo must not be allowed to hurt them again. Yu Qing, they are Jiraiya's disciples, his junior brothers. Now that they know, they can't just sit idly by. Yu Li, Nagato in the Akatsuki organization has mastered the Samsara Eye. Although it originated from Madara, it is currently used by Nagato, which means another powerful power. The video shows that this happened shortly after I became Hokage, probably recently. Thinking of this, Minato pressed a button on the table. After a while, an Anbu member appeared in front of him. Lord Hokage. Anbu saluted respectfully. Help me check the movements of Elder Danzo. I want to know if he has left the village. Namikaze Minato gave the order. As you command. Anbu took the order and left. After some time, Anbu brought back the news. Master 4th generation, Elder Danzo has secretly left the village, accompanied by more than a dozen members of the Gen. What? When did it happen? Namikaze Minato frowned. This is not a good sign. Advertisement, left this morning, this is a record. After receiving the information, Namikaze Minato discovered that Danzo had been gone for more than 10 hours. Oops. I cried secretly in my heart. Immediately afterwards, Namikaze Minato's figure turned into a golden light and disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he had arrived at the entrance of Konoha village. Fire. Hokage-sama. The guard guarding the door thought it was an illusion. How could Lord Hokage suddenly make a patrol in the middle of the night? Minato nodded slightly to him, and then used the teleportation technique, turning into an afterimage, traveling through the night, and leaving Konoha. We must catch up. Anxious flames ignited in Namikaze Minato's heart. When Obito died, he failed to arrive in time. When Lin died, he was unable to prevent it. This time, we must not let tragedy happen again. Rain country. This place seems to be shrouded in heavy haze all year round, with endless rain. The valley between the two mountains was densely covered with Hanzo's subordinates and members of Danzo's roots, forming a tight encirclement. Hanzo stood on the top of the hill, looking down at Yahiko and his party with an arrogant attitude. Leader of the Akatsuki organization, your end is today, and this place will be your burial place. Incited by Danzo's eloquent words, Hanzo felt that the rapidly rising Akatsuki organization threatened his absolute rule in the land of rain. Therefore, they seized the opportunity to capture Konan when he is alone, and use this as a restraint, with the intention of forcing Yahiko and the others to self-destruct. That red-haired one, kill Yahiko. As long as he is killed, this woman and you can leave alive. Hanzo threw a kunai casually, and its sharp edge was inserted right next to the feet of Nagato and Yahiko, like a cruel order. When Nagato heard this, his body shook involuntarily, and an unbearable struggle surged in his heart. You want me to kill Yahiko with my own hands? Don't listen to him, Nagato. Yahiko, leave me alone. Go away. Konan cried hoarsely. Seeing that Nagato had no reaction, Hanzo said with a chill. Do you really not care whether this woman lives or dies? After hearing this, Yahiko finally could no longer remain silent and said in a low voice. Nagato, go ahead and live strong with my ideals. Nagato was trembling all over, his eyes flickering back and forth between Yahiko and Konan, who was in danger, feeling tormented in his heart. Finally, he slowly raised the kunai. Just when this tragedy seemed about to take place, a sharp cracking sound suddenly sounded in the air. Bite. After a crisp sound, another kunai flew towards me like a gust of wind and penetrated deeply into the ground. Before everyone had time to react, a ray of shining golden light suddenly appeared, and in an instant, a figure was in front of them. It was the dazzling blonde hair and the god's robe that rustled in the wind. Behind it was written, 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato arrived at the scene at the last minute. It's quite timely. Namikaze Minato panted slightly and used the teleportation technique from Konoha to rush here. Although he spent a lot of chakra, he was thankful that he was not late. Minato Namikaze. Hanzo and Danzo exchanged shocked looks, wondering how the other could be here. What now? Hanzo was slightly panicked. If he had been in his prime, he might still be able to fight against the Golden Flash, who was famous in the ninja world. Advertisement, but now, time has left its mark on him, and Namikaze Minato is in his prime, and his chances of winning are slim. Why are you panicking? How could you, who is known as a demigod, be so frightened by your juniors that you lose your composure? Danzo glanced at Hanzo coldly and said lightly, with a trace of imperceptible hatred in his eyes. It's Namikaze Minato again. Why is it always him who ruins my good deeds? When the 3rd Hokage abdicated, Orochimaru chose to betray the village and flee. For the position of the 4th Hokage, he was quite competitive, but Cheng Yaojin and Namikaze Minato came out halfway. Minato's dazzling military exploits, even the daimyo nodded in recognition, thinking that he was the best successor to the Hokage. Even if Danzo obstructed him on the grounds that he was too young to take on important responsibilities, it became useless with the support of the daimyo. Minato successfully ascended the Hokage throne. In this way, his longing for the position of Hokage was completely shattered. He took a step closer, with questioning in his voice. Minato Namikaze, as a Hokage, you quietly attacked the land of rain at night. Do you want to ignite the war between the two countries? Once the war resumes, you will be the initiator of the grievances between the two countries. As soon as Danzo opened his mouth, he pointed directly at the opponent's heart like a sharp sword. No matter how many there are, just put your hat on first. However, Minato did not avoid it, but instead threw the question back. Isn't it your turn to answer this, Elder Danzo? You acted without Hokage's approval and led your team deep into the country of rain to interfere in other countries' internal affairs. What is your real purpose? Minato's meaningful look made Danzo's heart tighten. Did he notice my plan to seize the Samsara Eye? No. Even I only learned of this information recently. How could he know it? Not long ago, Danzo commanded his men to disguise themselves as ninjas of Iwagakure village and provoked a conflict with rain shinobi in the country of rain, in an attempt to trigger a war between the two countries. Unexpectedly, the targets chosen at random were the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko, Nagato and Konan. At the critical moment, Nagato inspired the power of the Rinnegan Eye to summon the Gedo statue to repel Danzo, and at the same time exposed the secret of the Rinnegan Eye. As a result, the current situation became that Danzo and Hanzo were trying to eliminate the Akatsuki organization, while he was waiting for an opportunity to seize the Rinnegan. Of course, Danzo would not confess. I saw him retort angrily. What are you talking about? I have only one purpose, and that is to uphold justice. The Akatsuki organization went against the grain. As a citizen of the Land of Rain, they attacked the ninjas of their own country with the intention of expanding the organization and subverting the political power of the Rain Hidden Village. As soon as he finished speaking, Yahiko, who was standing behind Minato, stood up angrily and pointed at Danzo. You are the one talking nonsense. We have never attacked any ninja from the Land of Rain. Lord Hokage, he is lying to you. Yahiko was worried that Namikaze Minato would be deceived by Danzo's one-sided words, so he looked very anxious. At this moment, their only hope rests on this sudden fourth Hokage. Namikaze Minato turned his head and smiled softly. Don't worry, two junior brothers, I will definitely seek justice for you. Master. Junior brother? Minato's title made Yahiko and Nagato slightly stunned. Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, is also my teacher. After hearing Minato's explanation, Yahiko suddenly realized. Ah, it turns out you are the outstanding senior brother the teacher mentioned. The teacher often mentions you. He said that any genius will be eclipsed in front of senior brother. I didn't expect that senior brother would be the fourth Hokage of Konoha Village. It's really amazing, Yahiko said while giving a thumbs up. At this moment, the boulder in his heart completely fell to the ground. People who are close to Jiraiya can never go wrong. Chapter 8 Save the Akatsuki organization and kill Danzo. After comforting Yahiko and Nagato, Minato turned his attention to Danzo on the top of the mountain. Elder Danzo, I have confirmed that this is a misunderstanding. Okay, you can take people back to the village first, I will handle it here. Minato spoke lightly, but these words made Danzo's face darken like dark clouds before a storm. Go. He is only one step away from the legendary Eye of Samsara, how could he be willing to give up just like that? Minato Namikaze, do you mean that with just a few words from you, the lives of the Rain Country ninjas will be wasted? Danzo still clings to the fictitious crime and never forgets the Akatsuki organization. Seeing that Danzo is still biting this matter with this unfounded reason, Namikaze Minato's face immediately turned cold, and he was merciless. He didn't even call him elder, but called him by his first name. Shimura Danzo, I don't want to talk nonsense. You know best how Rain Shinobi died. Now, as Hokage, I order you to take people back to Konoha immediately. This was tantamount to directly tearing apart the piece on the surface, and Danzo's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He glared angrily at Hanzo next to him. You so-called demigod, people are acting wild in front of your house, but you don't even dare to say a word? He wants to win over Hanzo and attack the Akatsuki organization together. Just as Hanzo was about to speak, Minato's voice sounded softly again. Lord Hanzo, this is an internal matter within Konoha. It's best for you not to get involved. These words are full of warnings. You can just watch, but you have to pay the price if you take action. Hanzo waited up and decided to protect himself wisely. I also think this is a misunderstanding, so I'll take my leave now and you can handle the rest on your own. Having said that, Hanzo decisively led his men away without any hesitation. Danzo couldn't believe it. Is this still the demigod who was so powerful in the ninja world? He was so scared that he was cowed by a junior. Hearing Danzo's voice, Hanzo just snorted. Just kidding, I originally thought the Akatsuki organization was a small organization with few powerful people, and could be pinched. After all, they have the support of 4th Hokage, so why fight? Just for the lives of a few so-called Rain Shinobi? It's just talk, don't take it seriously, brother. Once Hanzo left, Danzo had to face Namikaze Minato alone. But he obviously overestimated his own strength and underestimated Minato. Don't use the name of Hokage to suppress me. You are just a junior who climbed to the throne of Hokage with some merits. I am going to punish the evil today. The Akatsuki organization must be eliminated, Danzo said. Minato lowered his eyes slightly and only uttered one word, oh. Before he finished speaking, a sharp kunai was quietly pressed against Danzo's throat, ready to open a path of blood for him at any time. What? Danzo was stunned. Obviously he has been vigilant, how could it be possible? Doesn't the Flying Thunder God need to be marked in advance to teleport? He was clearly on guard against this move. Lord Danzo, the attendant exclaimed. The surrounding Root organization members were all shocked. They were completely unaware of Namikaze Minato's silent approach. After waking up, everyone drew their swords and pressed towards Minato step by step. Their eyes were full of sternness and they did not take the Hokage to heart at all. Don't move. Danzo shouted sternly to stop his men. Damn these idiots, are you trying to kill me if you come here at this time? When did you? Advertisement Danzo gritted his teeth and looked directly at Minato, his words filled with disbelief. But Namikaze Minato obviously had no intention of explaining, and his face was as cold as ice. Shimura Danzo, you are blatantly disobeying Hokage's orders. I have the right to kill you on the spot. I'll give you one last chance, leave immediately, otherwise you'll be responsible for the consequences. Feeling the cold murderous aura on his neck, Danzo couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Since Minato Namikaze became the Hokage, he always had a smile on his face, and Danzo had never seen such a terrifying murderous intention emerge from him. Despite this, Danzo still had a trace of luck in his heart, believing that Minato did not dare to attack him. I am an elder of Konoha, I don't believe you really dared to kill me. Danzo's face was ashen, but he remained stubborn to the end. Namikaze Minato chuckled and directly responded to Danzo's question with action. The sharp kunai went straight towards Danzo's throat. Danzo's pupils shrank suddenly and he dodged. You. Danzo held his bloody throat, his eyes filled with disbelief. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the kunai would have penetrated his throat. He really dares to take action. Lord Danzo. All members of the Root organization immediately gathered around Danzo and aimed their weapons at Namikaze Minato. As long as Danzo gives the order, they will attack the nominal leader without hesitation. However, Danzo stopped them. This was not a discovery out of conscience, but he knew that even if they all mobilized, they would never be a match for Namikaze Minato. This is the true power of Golden Glitter, retreat. Danzo glared at Namikaze Minato fiercely, with resentment in his eyes. Because of this, he had to give up the reincarnation eye that he was about to obtain. Danzo led the Root organization and others away. Namikaze Minato only glanced lightly and did not interfere too much. He took back his kunai and turned around to help the purple-haired girl. Are you okay? Namikaze Minato's signature smile returned to his face. No, it's okay, thank you Hokage-sama. Conan was a little flattered. The person in front of her was the shadow of the country, aloof, yet he treated her so kindly. Conan, excited Yahiko pulled Nagato over in a hurry. I originally thought that I would definitely die today, but I didn't expect Brother Hokage to unexpectedly appear. Frighteningly powerful. Just standing there scared the so-called demigod Hanzo to death. Thank you, Brother Minato. Yahiko thanked him again. Minato nodded slightly and chuckled. Compared to me, I think she may need your company more than me. Conan, Yahiko, Nagato. Akatsuki organization trio reunited. Looking at this warm scene, Minato didn't bother him, he just left silently. He took out the flying thunder god kunai and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. It's time to deal with Danzo. Advertisement. The reason why I didn't take action directly before was. First, too much chakra was used up due to the rush and it took time to recover. Second, through Yuzuki's video, Minato learned that Danzo held a trump card called the Uri 4 Elephant Seal. If he is pushed too hard, it may bring disaster to Yahiko and the others. Therefore, Minato temporarily let Danzo go, but even if it allows you to live for a few more minutes, so what? Somewhere in the land of rain, a secret trail runs through the dense jungle and connects the Leaf Village. Danzo and his team were like Tarzan, jumping quickly among the tall trees, eager to return to Konoha. Namikaze Minato. Danzo gritted his teeth, the anger in his heart almost bursting through his chest. Just wait for me. He swore secretly that he would never be a person who could endure hatred without repaying it. No matter what your purpose is, you dare to take action against the elders of Konoha. Even if you are Hokage, you can't stop me from going to the daimyo to seek justice. Danzo thought in his mind, perhaps this is the opportunity to make him fall from the Hokage throne. Orochimaru defected, and Jiraiya and Tsunade are not in the village, when the time comes. In the entire Konoha, besides me, who else can stand up and take on the responsibility of Hokage? Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. This series of changes seems to be a blessing in misfortune, not necessarily all misfortunes. Just as he was indulging in the fantasy of becoming a Hokage in the future, the subordinates in front suddenly stopped. What's going on? Danzo frowned, and when he stopped, he was shocked to find that Namikaze Minato had already stood on the top of the giant tree in front of him, staring at them expressionlessly. Danzo felt alert and looked around suddenly. As expected, flying Thunder God kunai were scattered all over the nearby trees, and they were already in the center of a circle surrounded by these deadly weapons. Cold sweat slid down Danzo's forehead, he had a terrible thought. Namikaze Minato, you. Before he could finish speaking, everything came to an abrupt end. Danzo's twisted face drew a cruel arc in the air, and death came, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't accept that Namikaze Minato was so decisive. How dare he do this? Do you really think that he can cover the sky in Konoha with one hand? Danzo closed his eyes forever with endless unwillingness. In front of the golden flash, everything seemed too fragile, and there was not even a chance to resist. Lord Danzo. The surrounding Root members' eyes were about to burst, and they immediately drew their weapons and attacked Namikaze Minato. But just for a moment, golden light flashed, and 80% of the people fell to the ground. The remaining few trembled and did not dare to move anymore. Hokage, how dare you attack Lord Danzo? Lord Third Generation will not forgive you. A Root member shouted almost crazily. Namikaze Minato glanced at him lightly and said in a calm tone, "It's very simple, if no one can get out alive here, no one will know the truth." The man's pupils suddenly dilated. Did such words come from Minato Namikaze? Is he really the legendary hero? Blame it on Danzo, the cancer. Namikaze Minato's voice sounded from behind, and then, the Root member became silent forever. After witnessing this, the remaining Root members completely lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. Minato raised a kunai, flying thunder god jutsu. Soon after, there was no sound in this forest, and all the breath of life disappeared. After Minato cleared the battlefield, Shimura Danzo, the Root of Konoha, completely disappeared from this world. Chapter 9. Your golden retriever is now online. Jingle bell. As soon as the alarm clock started ringing, a lazy hand suddenly reached out and killed its noise instantly. Then, Shinomiya Yuyue turned over and continued to be immersed in dreamland. Time passed slowly, and the sun gradually climbed to the center of the sky. Until. Dong dong dong. Gate of opening, gate of opening. Hey, are you still sleeping? It's already been 3 hours a day? Knocks on the door and shouts followed. Shinomiya Yuyue suddenly opened her hazy eyes and muttered. Well. Although she was extremely unhappy, Yuyue got up with her lazy body and completed her morning routine of washing and brushing her teeth. Just when the knocking outside the door was about to turn into a slamming, he leisurely opened the door bolt. A full 10 minutes. If you had been slower, I would have thought something happened in your room. When the door opened, a small face as delicate as jade jumped into view. Her green eyes are sparkling and her long golden hair is tied high into a ponytail. Although she is a little childish, it is undeniable that Yamanaka Ino is already a little beauty. As neighbors who grew up together, Yuyu's home is above Ino's flower shop. Naturally, they had known each other very early. Ino, don't you know it's a day off today? You're here to disturb people's dreams. Yuyue dropped these words and turned around to go back to the house. Ino followed closely, closed the door behind her, and said helplessly. The graduation exam is just around the corner. How can you graduate if you don't even know the most basic techniques of substitute, transformation, and clone? Yuyue slumped on the sofa with a leisurely look on her face. Why are you so anxious? Naruto is still at the bottom. Ino shook her head helplessly. Why are you comparing yourself to him? His father is. When the words came to her lips, Ino suddenly realized that she had made a mistake and quickly stopped. Anyway, don't lie down, get up and practice. I thought of a little trick last night that will definitely help you better understand the three-body technique. Just as she was getting excited, Ino's face fell, because she realized that Yu was not listening at all. Shinomiya Yuzuki, Ino grabbed Yu's collar. But before Ino could get angry, Yuyue grabbed her hand, with a strange light shining in her eyes. Shish, don't make trouble, I'm rich again, advertisement. What nonsense are you talking about again? Come, sit down, I'll tell you later. Yuyue pulled Ino and sat back on the sofa, while she stared intently at the empty air in front of her. It's really baffling. Yuyue turned a deaf ear to Ino's complaints. His attention was completely focused on the virtual chat screen in front of him. Just now, a message popped up in the group. Ding, you have new unread messages. Member Namikaze Minato significantly changed the course of history. Reward the member with gold coins 10,000. The group leader will receive the same amount of rewards. Wonderful. Shinomiya Yuyue was overjoyed, and her wallet that had just been empty suddenly bulged. It was all thanks to Minato. Shinomiya Yuzuki at Namikaze Minato in the chat group. 4th generation. What good things did you do last night? The group chat suddenly exploded with a lot of gold coins. Konoha 48 years. As soon as he stepped out of the boundary of a Megacure village, Namikaze Minato was followed closely by Yahiko, Konan and Nagato. Minato made a decision to take the three of them back to Konoha village. After all, Konoha not only has a superior environment and rich resources, but is also a leader in the ninja world, where their safety and growth can be best guaranteed. As a result, the Akatsuki organization was naturally disbanded. After this series of events, Yahiko's dream of achieving peace through nonviolent means was almost shattered, and he simply chose to believe in Minato's arrangements. The original members of the Akatsuki organization fell under Hanzo's command. Hanzo lost his competitors and gained this group of fighting power, so he was naturally happy to see the results. And took this as an opportunity to form an alliance with Konoha. Brother Minato, what's wrong? Yahiko asked curiously when he saw Namikaze Minato stop suddenly. It's okay, let's move on. Minato responded with a gentle smile, but his heart was slightly startled by Yu's ad. Seeing the inquiries from the group, Minato thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. After all, this prediction was all thanks to Yu. Namikaze Minato. Master Yuzuki, thanks to the future revelations in your video, I rescued Yahiko in advance and dealt with Danzo smoothly. Yuyue couldn't help but marveled when she saw the reply. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Wow, your mobility is at its maximum. No wonder the reward is so generous. It turns out it's because you saved Yahiko. Advertisement. Once Yahiko dies, it means that pain is about to enter the stage of history and affect the plot of the entire ninja world. He survived, but changed more than a little. As for that old guy Danzo, Yu just wanted to say, die well. This guy never did good things. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Minato, have you figured out how to spend those 100,000 gold coins? Namikaze Minato. Gold coins? Where did you get the gold coins? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Just check your mailbox and find out. Soon, Minato figured out the origin of the gold coins and couldn't wait to open the gold coin mall. Even as a Hokage, he was shocked by the dazzling array of products in the mall. While browsing, Minato discovered a shocking product. This. 9-tails demon fox Kurama, and the other 8-tailed beasts. Can you buy tailed beasts? Minato found it unbelievable. Obviously, he needs to re-evaluate the ability of this group leader. It was already magical enough to establish a cross-time and space chat group, but now even tailed beasts that symbolize disaster can be traded as commodities. Namikaze Minato. Master Yuzuki, if I buy a tailed beast, won't there be 2 identical tailed beasts in my world? Shinomiya Yuzuki. That's right. Namikaze Minato could only sigh. It's unbelievable, and then exited the mall. At the moment, he doesn't want anything in particular. The conversation came to an end and Yuyue returned to reality. When he raised his head, a pair of delicate feet almost touched his face. At some point, Ino also lay down on the sofa, leaning her head on the armrest at the other end. Yuyue lies in the middle, naturally becoming a human foot pad. Yuyue looked at it for a while, grinned and said, "Hey, why haven't I noticed before that your feet are quite pretty?" Tisk, Yuzu. Hearing this, Ino lowered her head and glared at him fiercely, then lightly kicked Yuyue. He said angrily, "You are so perverted." Yuyue straightened her back suddenly and suggested, "Hey, I have an idea. You have 2 feet and I happen to have a mouth. How about we?" Ino quickly pulled her legs back, with a look of disgust on her face. "Hey, I'm really disgusting with you. I'm talking about getting some sauerkraut to eat. After all, sauerkraut needs to be stepped on to be authentic. I won't let you down, there's nothing formal about it." Ino rolled her eyes. Advertisement Chapter 10 Cheating? Times, Genius? Square root. Ino sat up straight, not because she was worried that Yuyue would do something weird. She just wondered why Yuyue seemed to be a different person in just a short while. "You have changed so much, it feels like your soul has been exchanged." Ino looked at Yuyue up and down with doubts in her eyes. In the past, when the two of them stayed together, Yuyue was always very reserved. Most of the conversations are led by Ino, with Yu occasionally chiming in. Such a proactive and relaxed atmosphere as today is simply unprecedented. Shinomiya. Yuyue grinned and said half-jokingly, "Actually, I have always been like this. It's just that you were young before. I was afraid that Uncle Anbu would take you away if you said this." Ino rolled her eyes and murmured in her mind, "Only a ghost can believe it, who can pretend for more than 10 years. Only Yuyue knew in her heart that this change came from her confidence. In the days when there were no plugins, he was a real jack of all trades. And Ino is the golden branch of the Yamanaka family, a typical white and rich beauty. He knew that Ino was interested in him, but he had neither talent nor background. Why delay other people's bright future? But things are different now. With the plugin, if nothing else, it is still possible for a little ninja world to become king and dominate. So when facing Ino, I naturally no longer felt uneasy. Okay, stop talking nonsense, come on, let's practice the basic free body technique first." Ino stood up and reached out to Yuyue, who was nestled on the sofa, trying to pull him up. Yuyue smiled and stretched out a hand and placed it on Ino's palm. At this time, he suddenly said, "Ino, watch." Ino looked confused. The next second, Yuyue started to form a single hand seal with her other hand, and her movements were as fast as lightning. There was a soft, bang, sound. A perfect clone appeared beside him. Ino was completely stunned. She looked at Yuyu's calm smile, and then at the clone that was exactly the same as Yuyue. Shocked and speechless. Single hand seal? One-handed hand seal can only be achieved by being extremely familiar with a ninjutsu. Yuyue, hasn't he always been the last person? Suddenly, Ino felt a tap on her shoulder. Advertisement. She turned back instinctively. What caught his eye was Yuyu's handsome smiling face. "Huh? Why are you here?" Then, Ino turned her head and realized that the hand in her hand had turned into a piece of wood at some point. Yuyue also disappeared on the sofa. Substitute technique? When was it used? I didn't even see the bonding seal. Yuyue, you... Ino turned back to ask what was going on, but found that there was no one behind her. At this time, there was a warm feeling in her palms, and she turned her head again. The wood in her hand had disappeared, and Yuyu's hand returned to hers. Shinomiya. Yuyue was still lying there, looking at her with a sly smile on her face. Hiss. Ino jerked her hand away and rubbed her cheek in disbelief. She was so excited that she actually saw Yuyue become a genius of Grandmaster 3 body technique. You can do all the clone arts, substitute arts, and transformation arts, and you're so skilled at it. Yuyue raised her eyebrows and said proudly, "Of course. He just spent a small 100 gold coins to increase his proficiency in the transformation and substitution techniques." "You are so proud of yourself." Ino slapped Yuyue on the forehead. "Then why are you pretending to be a fool? Are you happy being laughed at in class every day?" Yuyue spread her hands. "You misunderstood. I don't care about Naruto's feelings. Naruto is very lonely to begin with. I stay with him to make him feel less lonely. As for those who make jokes, just let them go. In the future, when Naruto and I's names shock the entire ninja world, they may still be wandering in the circle of unknown people." Of course, the existence of the chat group cannot be disclosed, so Yuyue casually made up a reasonable-sounding reason. A genius who has hidden his talent since childhood is always easier to accept than a loser who suddenly strikes back. And Ino actually believed it. She knew that Yuyue and Naruto had been good friends since childhood, but she didn't expect that he could do this for Naruto. She looked at Yuyue, who was picking her nose leisurely at this moment. The image of hiding talents to avoid hurting the self-esteem of her friends gradually became clear in her mind. "I can't believe that you have such a careful side." Ino was touched. "But is it worth it? Sacrifice your reputation for your friends?" Yuyue sat upright from the sofa and said with a relaxed smile. "Advertisement, whether it's worth it or not, I know in my heart. Naruto, that boy, although he is usually careless, his dream is hotter than anyone else. I just help him resist those cynicism before he shines." Moreover, Yuyu's eyes became profound. A truly strong person will not mind temporary gains and losses. "The person I am today is no longer the last person I used to be. It's time for everyone to see my true strength." Shinomiya Yuyue made a slow fist-clenching motion, as if the world was in the palm of his hand. Ouch. Before she finished speaking, Ino's feet were already on Yuyu's butt politely. Look how beautiful you are. Come on, since you don't need to practice ninjutsu, let's go out and play. You can't stay at home all day long. Jumping out of Yuzuki's house, Shinomiya Yuzuki pulled Ino and went straight to Naruto's den. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing? Let's go out and have some fun. Yuyue stuck her head out and peeked in from the window. At this moment, Naruto was tinkering with his lunch, well, a bucket of instant noodles that was about to expire. Hearing Yuyu's call, Naruto raised his head and a big smile instantly broke out on his face. Yuyue, why are you running here? I'm having fun with you. Hey, why is it instant noodles again? Come on, don't eat that. I'll take you to make a good meal. Yuyue frowned and then said hello. Okay, long live Yuyue. Naruto immediately threw down the instant noodles and jumped out of the room happily. Shinomiya Yuyue looked at Ino and then at Naruto. You two are very familiar with each other, so I won't be the intermediary. That's right, Ino-san is the top student in our class, God tier. Naruto grinned and gave a thumbs up in approval. That's all. Ino waved her hand sheepishly, looking very humble. Yuzuki hugged Naruto's neck. While walking, I discovered a newly opened restaurant. It's very interesting. Let's go try it. Also, Naruto, you keep eating these non-nutritious things. Be careful of getting upset. Naruto rubbed his nose. Hey, it's mainly because it's cheap. 500 yen can make a lot of money. Yuyue stared at him seriously. Don't touch these things anymore. Come to my house for dinner. Before turning on the plug-in, Yuyue really didn't dare to get too close to Naruto. After all, these two old guys, Danzo and the stubborn third generation, are really capable of ruthlessness. If they misunderstood that Yu had any evil intentions in approaching Naruto, then he would have to walk away with nothing to eat. Maybe one day while walking at night, he will completely disappear from the world. Chapter 11 Reach out and beat the smiling man violently. But now, the situation is very different. He had completely ignored those two old men, and naturally he would not treat him badly. The first day to obtain wood style, I want to protect Konaha. The day after obtaining wood style, I want to protect my Konaha. You can do whatever you want, as you please. This is not appropriate. They all call me Fox Monster. While Naruto was excited, he was also a little hesitant. It's okay to go there once in a while. If you always run to his house, what if you are seen by those with ulterior motives? Will they also start to exclude Yuyue? He didn't want his only friend to end up like him and be criticized. However, Shinomiya Yuyue said disapprovingly, to me, there are two kinds of people in this world. Do you know which ones they are? Which two? Naruto asked curiously. Ino also pricked up her ears. She seemed to have never heard Yu say that. Yuyue showed a smile. One is an insignificant ant, and the other is a friend. Do you think I care what the ants think? As soon as these words came out, Ino and Naruto were stunned on the spot. Ah, Chuji is dead. You guy, who taught you this rhetoric? Ino yelled in collapse, with goosebumps all over her body. Naruto also twitched, and the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. Not a buddy. When Uchiha Madara said this, I thought he was quite handsome. Why did he become a junior high school student when he came to me? Yuyue felt helpless in her heart. However, both Ino and Naruto in front of them looked a little embarrassed. Okay, don't play deep anymore, let's go eat. Yuyue quickly changed the topic and walked ahead as if running away. Ino sighed. Yuyue has now transformed into a funny person. Naruto covered his mouth and snickered from behind. 10 minutes later, the three of them stopped in front of a popular restaurant. The store's name is B.E. Bird. What is striking is that most of the customers here come in pairs, and few people come to dine alone. There is no other reason. The specialty of this restaurant is that couples can enjoy a 20% discount on dining. This is it. Although I haven't tried the taste yet, it's already great to get a discount. Yuyue was quite satisfied with her choice and didn't notice the subtle changes in the faces of Ino and Naruto behind her. Advertisement. Ino crossed her arms and spoke in a slightly teasing tone. They said there's a discount for couples. Do you have a partner? Singles don't get this benefit. The lonely Mr. Yuzuki Shinomiya. Yuyue turned around suddenly and stared at her with an indescribable look. How do you know I didn't? That look made Ino feel uncomfortable. What are you doing? Do you want to attack me? I tell you, it's a good idea. Ino snorted and looked away. When Yuyue saw Ino's awkward appearance, she couldn't help laughing. Okay, then you stand here and continue to be arrogant. Naruto and I will go in first. Naruto was stunned. Let's go, Naruto, don't be stunned. Yuyue winked at Naruto. Let's go eat. Just follow along. Yuyue dragged Naruto, who looked embarrassed, into the restaurant together. Ino's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that these two people were serious? In the restaurant, the two of them sat down, and the waiter gently placed the menu on the table. What would you like to taste? The waiter asked with a smile. Please give us 2 copies of the 1 heart and 1 heart set meal, thank you very much. The meal Yuyue ordered was the set meal that was specially discounted for couples. You have to order this as a couple. The waiter looked at the two immature boys, Yuyue and Naruto, and gave a kind reminder. Obviously, we are. Yuyue took advantage of the situation and hugged Naruto in an intimate manner. The waiter was speechless and left silently. Soon, the store owner was invited out, and the two of them were unceremoniously invited out. Kids, don't cause trouble here. Woohoo, take off. Yuyue and Naruto crossed the sky in a perfect parabola, landing squarely in front of Ino's feet. Yuyue raised her head and forced out a slightly embarrassed but still polite smile. Hi, Ino. Hash. Symbol appeared on Ino's forehead with a look of displeasure on her face. She grabbed Yuyu's shirt. This is so embarrassing. Naruto huddled aside and snickered. Even though her body was shaking from side to side, Yuyue still did not forget to use her clever mind and become the king of ideas. I have a new idea, I guarantee it will work this time. Advertisement, Naruto, don't you know some kind of transformation technique? Just change, this time there will be no problem. Naruto was a little shy after hearing this. Well, let's forget it. As soon as Ino heard Yuyu's new suggestion, her eyes suddenly darkened. What bad idea are you thinking of again? How can you say this is a bad idea? Naruto's transformation technique is recognized even by the third generation. Get out of here, Ino helplessly held up her forehead. I really can't do anything to you, so I'll go in with you, that's it. In order to prevent Shinomiya Yuyue from having another embarrassing idea that would cause her to have 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Ino had no choice but to bite the bullet. Hearing this, Yuyu's eyes lit up. It would have been over already. Ino said nothing, just gritted her teeth and kicked him. Yuyue patted her butt, stood up, dusted herself off, and walked in the opposite direction to the restaurant. Yuyue, you're going the wrong way, Naruto reminded. No, there's nothing wrong. I've done it here. Now it's time to solve your problem. Yuyue smiled slightly and strode forward. And at the end of the road he was walking straight forward, was the residence of the famous blood succession limited family in Konoha village. The Hyuga clan who were good at Ijutsu and White Eye. Naruto is a very slow boy when it comes to things like love and love. Hinata had already made it very obvious, but he still couldn't react. It wasn't until the 4th Ninja War was over that he knew how to express his feelings. But now that Shinomiya Yuyue is here, of course he has to add fuel to the flames, just as a favor to his good brother. Ino and Naruto were confused and didn't know why, but they could only follow closely. The 3 of them arrived at the gate of the Hyuga clan. In front of the grand door, a Hyuga ninja on duty was sitting bored. Yuyue greeted politely, with a smile on her face. Hello, we're here to see Hinata. Looking for Hinata? Ino was confused for a moment. Naruto seemed to have remembered something and was a little at a loss. This guy Yuyue. Are you looking for Hinata to come and pretend to be a couple with me for dinner? Although he and Hinata met several times when he was a child and helped each other several times, he felt that Hinata and he didn't have such a good relationship, right? Just when Naruto was considering whether to give up Yu's idea. Suddenly, a disdainful voice sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Go, 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 you little brat, is Miss Hinata something you can see whenever you want? Go back where you came from. After saying that, the Hyuga ninja kept waving his hands to signal them to get out. Shinomiya Yuyu's smile froze. Didn't I promise not to hit the smiling person? Why is it that when you come here, you reach out and hit the smiling person violently? Chapter 12 First Shot. What the hell, did I go to the wrong set? Could it be that this place has become the territory of the Uchiha clan? Why are you so crazy when you speak? Your ancestor also gave birth to the powerful Uchiha Madara in the ninja world. Hey, what a coincidence, I just learned the wood style, can I bear this anger? Yuyue smiled without smiling, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to show this Hyuga ninja what the god of ninja, young man, is. At this time, Ino grabbed him suddenly and persuaded him in a low voice, calm down, I'll ask. With that said, Ino took a step forward. I am Yamanaka Ino. We are Hinata's classmates. We came to play with her. Can we let her come out to meet us? However, the Hyuga ninja looked impatient. How many more times do I need to say this? What about the Yamanaka clan? Miss Hinata has so many classmates, does everyone who comes to visit require her to come forward? If nothing happens, get out of the way and don't block the way. Ino's face darkened. They were both from a famous family in Konoha, but the Hyuga clan could be so arrogant and rude? Yuyue narrowed her eyes slightly. Hyuga and Uchiha are known as the 2 major pupil families in Konoha, but for a long time, Uchiha has always dominated Hyuga. Now that the Uchiha clan has been destroyed, the pressure on Hyuga's head has been relieved, and the arrogance that have been accumulated for a long time have begun to be revealed. I'm here to talk to him. Yuyue pulled Ino behind her, rolled up her sleeves, and stared at the Hyuga guard maliciously. When the guard saw this unknown kid coming forward again, his disgust was palpable. I told you, hurry up, the word, go, didn't come out of my mouth. In his white pupils, the pattern on the sole of one shoe suddenly enlarged. Bang! With a scream, the guard was kicked away by Yuyu and penetrated directly through the door, leaving a human-shaped hole. Ino and Naruto's eyes widened. They didn't expect that Yuyue would actually take action. Moreover, the person was knocked away as soon as he took action. The speed was so fast that they could hardly see Yuyu's movements clearly. This guy is so powerful. Yuyue, you've stirred a hornet's nest now. Get away from me quickly and hide in my house first. Ino came back to her senses, hurriedly picked up Yu, and prepared to retreat to the Yamanaka clan's territory to take shelter. The Hyuga family is now the largest family in Konoha village. Yu's quarrel is like a slap in the face to the Hyuga family in public. The Hyuga family will never let it go. Yu gently pressed Ino's anxious hands with a calm smile on her face. Advertisement, don't worry, nothing will happen, trust me. But before Ino could say anything, he was interrupted by a sudden roar. Who dares to hurt us, the Hyuga clan? In the blink of an eye, the afterimage flickered. Several ninjas from the Hyuga clan seemed to appear out of thin air and surrounded Yu and his party. Hyuga Jinchūriki glanced at the destroyed door, anger welling up. The gate was destroyed, which was a disgrace to the Hyuga family. Even if they can get compensation afterwards, their branch house will inevitably have to be reprimanded by the Zong family. Who did it? Hyuga Jinchūriki shouted angrily. I did it. Yu took a step forward calmly and replied. You? Hyuga Jinchūriki cast a confused look. What the hell, kid, go and cool down. Hyuga Jinchūriki obviously didn't believe what Yu said. Hyuga Shi, as the guard of the Hyuga family, even at the lowest level, has Chunin level strength. With Yu's appearance, she probably hasn't even graduated from the ninja academy, let alone the ability to her to guard. Unless he is a genius like Kakashi or Uchiha Itachi, but how is that possible? Hey, are you looking down on me? Yu never expected to get such a reaction. At this moment, the injured Hyuga was helped out by someone, with a very obvious red shoe mark on his face. Hyuga Jinchūriki hurriedly greeted him. Ozzy, who did it? What does the other party look like? He thought that the attacker had fled after injuring Hyuga, and did not regard Yu and others as suspects at all. Hyuga's fingers trembled and he pointed at Yu with an angry look. That's him. The kick just now almost knocked him into the palace of hell. He never dreamed that this half-grown boy could be so powerful. Hyuga Jinchūriki's face was full of astonishment, and then he became angry. What a rare genius. But no matter what your reason is, I must take you down today, otherwise where is the majesty of the Hyuga family? Do it. Hyuga Jinchūriki gave the order, and the people behind him immediately took the gentle fist stance and surrounded Yu from all directions. Yu, be careful, Ino warned loudly. Naruto even rushed forward, wanting to help. Boom. Boom. However, in the blink of an eye, those Hyuga clan ninjas flew backwards like meteors, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. There are several more big holes in the door of Hyuga's house. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Yu in shock. What exactly is this strength? Defeat 4 Chunin in the blink of an eye. Ino's eyes sparkled with admiration. This guy is too strong. Naruto opened his mouth wide. Is this still the one who has been competing with me for several years? You arrest people without asking any questions? This is the way big families like you behave, isn't it too overbearing? Yu brushed off the dust on her shoulders, raised her head and looked directly at Hyuga's clear pond. Hyuga Jinchūriki raised his eyebrows. He had a hunch that today's matter might not be solved easily. He took a deep breath and softened his tone. Who can tell me what exactly happened? As soon as this sentence came out, it showed that his attitude had softened. Geniuses get preferential treatment. Hey, uncle, we just wanted to play with Hinata. That guy was rude and insulted us. Yu couldn't stand it, so she taught him a lesson. Naruto stood up and told the truth. Yeah? Hyuga Jinchūriki cast his gaze and confirmed the truth with Hyuga Shi. Facing the attention of everyone, Hyuga blushed and said harshly. Fart, when did I say such a thing? Really? Then it seems necessary for me to help you recall memories? Shinomiya Yu is gearing up and has a bad look. Wait. Seeing this posture, Hyuga was immediately frightened and took a few steps back in fear. I admit that I said a little bit, but you can't do it directly. Well, seeing Hyuga Shi like this, Hyuga Jinchūriki knew what was going on. Originally, if the other party was a commoner with little strength or background, they could explain this matter in a black and white light, and they would naturally handle it casually. But now that the other party has both a member of the Yamanaka clan and a young genius like Shinomiya Yuzuki, this matter can only be the fault of their Hyuga clan. Hyuga Jinchūriki suppressed the anger in his heart and asked Hyuga to admit his mistake. I'm sorry, this is my fault. It's not enough, that guy has to apologize too. Shinomiya Yuzuki points to Hyuga Jinchūriki. You. Hyuga Jinchūriki's eyes widened with anger. Isn't this a bit too much? Hurry up, you come up and take action without asking why. If I didn't have some strength, would you have taken me down? Shinomiya Yu urged. Sorry. Finally, Hyuga Jinchūriki gritted his teeth and said reluctantly. That's pretty much it. Okay, then I will forgive you this time. Shinomiya Yu smiled generously. Chapter 13. The sun is not dead. 7 wolves. At the moment when things were about to end, what's going on here? A powerful voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the tranquility of the scene. Everyone turned their heads and focused their attention on the dilapidated door. They saw a dignified and steady middle-aged man walking out, followed by 3 small figures. He is none other than Hyuga Hiyashi, the leader of the Hyuga clan. Along with his 2 daughters, the gentle Hinata and the lively Hanabi, as well as the branch house genius boy Hyuga Neji. Clan leader, Hyuga Jinchūriki and others quickly saluted respectfully, and then described the incident in detail. At this time, Hinata's eyes quietly fell on Naruto behind Yu, and from that moment on, her eyes never left. Naruto seemed to have a tacit understanding, and happened to turn his head to look, and their eyes met. Naruto grinned, as bright as the sun, which made Hinata's cheeks suddenly dyed with 2 red clouds. Naruto-kun. At the same time, Hyuga Hiyashi has also heard the whole story. His eyes turned to Shinomiya Yuyue, who was similar in age to his daughter, with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. The power of one person can instantly defeat 4 Chunin with outstanding physical skills. This strength should not be underestimated. I secretly thought that maybe an elite Jonin who could rival Hitaki Kakashi would be born in the future. I am the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hiyashi. Can you tell me your name? Hyuga Hiyashi walked forward slowly, forcing an unnatural smile on his face. It was obvious that he was not used to smiling. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Yuyue answered succinctly. He didn't know that the Hyuga clan leader actually rated his potential as 1 card. Hyuga-kun, I already know what happened. We're in the wrong. I apologize to you. Hyuga Hiyashi looked sincere. Clan leader Hyuga is too polite. You don't need to apologize personally. It's those 2 guys' problem. Sigong Yuyue smiled and said, he has always been a soft-spoken person. I heard that you were here to invite Hinata to go out to play? Of course there's no problem. At your age, you should go out more and enjoy the joy of youth. After saying that, Hyuga Hiyashi pulled Hinata and asked her to stand in front of everyone. Come on, Hinata, this is your classmate, right? Since we are in the same class, we need to communicate more in the future. Hyuga Hiyashi nudged Hinata, who stepped forward shyly. Yuyue, on the other hand, made a quick move and made Naruto appear in everyone's sight. Advertisement, Hinata, long time no see. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment, looking very naive. Hinata walked up to Naruto, too shy to raise her head, so she lowered her head and whispered Naruto's name. Haha, everyone is here. Let's go. Let's go eat. Yuyue waved her hand and walked towards the restaurant first. Ino followed closely. It finally ended successfully. Today is really exciting and tense. Naruto and Hinata followed. Hinata was quiet most of the time, only occasionally nodding in response to Naruto's words. As the 4 people gradually moved away, Hyuga Hiyashi suddenly waved to Hyuga Chinchi on one side. Chief, what are your orders? Go check out that Shinomiya Yuyue. How come I haven't heard of such a genius before? Find out more about him. Hyuga Chinchi's eyes lit up. Chief, are you planning to find an opportunity to take revenge? Hyuga Hiyashi's face darkened, and he slapped Hyuga Chinchi away with his backhand. Idiot. I naturally want to make friends with such a genius. Maybe I will have the opportunity to invite him to join the Hyuga clan in the future. Don't screw it up for me. After the explanation, Hyuga Hiyashi turned around to leave, but stopped again when he passed the gate. Find someone to repair the door immediately. The cost will be paid by your branch house. The responsibility this time lies in your own improper handling of the problem. Looking at Hyuga Hiyashi's leaving figure, Hyuga Chinchi fell to the ground, wanting to cry without tears. Not only was he slapped innocently, he had to pay for it out of his own pocket. Anger welled up in his heart, and he walked towards the instigator, Hyuga Shi, with a livid face. Brother Chinchi. Hyuga didn't understand why, but still smiled brightly. Elbow, come into the house with me. I have something to say. Hyuga Chinchi unbuckled the belt around his waist as he walked. Today, the famous ninja technique in the ninja world, the art of the 7 wolves, is about to reappear. Yuyue and his party, escorted by the restaurant owners, don't cause trouble for me. Look, found a place to sit down. Coincidentally, it was still the same waiter who served them. 4 pieces of the 1 heart and 1 mind set meal, thank you. This should be no problem. Shinomiya Yuzuki smiled and handed back the menu. The waiter rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Soon, the table was filled with sumptuous dishes. The hungry Yuyue immediately showed off her foodie nature and started devouring the food. Advertisement during the break, Yuyue finally had the opportunity to browse the news in the group. As expected, Minato and Obito, the master and apprentice pair, were busy scrolling through the group, and the screen was full of their messages. Yuyue flipped through the messages one by one and finally discovered that Obito was causing trouble again. Seeing that Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato have both taken action to change the future, Obito is also ready to take a hand. Unfortunately, his strength does not allow him to be willful. Both Hashirama and Minato are Hokage. Not only are they powerful, but their personal strength is also leveraged, so things go smoothly. And Obito is just an inconspicuous little genin now. Even if he activates the Mangekyo Sharingan, his combat power is far from sweeping the ninja world. The Third Ninja World War was still in full swing, and he was unable to even end the war early. At this time, he caught a glimpse of his Mangekyo Sharingan being sold in the gold coin mall. With a flash of inspiration, he planned to buy a pair and upgrade his Mangekyo to an Eternal Mangekyo. This can not only avoid blindness caused by excessive consumption of pupil power, but also allow unlimited use of Kamui for blurring. Not to mention, Eternal Mangekyo can also unlock Susanoo's complete body, so his combat power soars. This idea does sound reasonable. After all, to obtain Eternal Mangekyo, 2 relatives of the same bloodline and both of whom have opened Mangekyo are required to fuse their eyes. However, Obito is an only child, and his parents died in the war at an early age. Logically speaking, he has no chance of Eternal Mangekyo. The emergence of the gold coin mall seemed to open a window for him. What's more, these are my own original eyes, and the fusion level must be many times higher than others. But here comes the problem, this guy has no money. Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo was priced at 300,000 gold coins, but he was short of money and didn't have any coins. So, he started his journey of borrowing money in the group. Minato was so interested that he directly lent out all his wealth, 100,000 gold coins, but there was still a shortfall of 200,000 gold coins. At this juncture, a man who had been diving for a long time spoke. Senju Hashirama. Do you need to borrow money? I just have 200,000 here, you can use it first. Uchiha Obito. Ah, really, Shodai, I'm so grateful. Senju Hashirama. Haha, you're welcome. After learning about Obito's needs, Hashirama transferred the gold coins to him without saying a word. Yuyue silently commented in her heart, the boss is so arrogant. Chapter 14 Roots. While Hashirama was online, Shinomiya Yuyue couldn't help but ask curiously. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Hashirama, how are you doing recently? Senju Hashirama. Not bad. Madara and I made a plan together to find Black Zetsu and seal it to prevent future troubles. Konoha 2 years, brother, what's wrong? What's the matter with calling me over? Tobarama, please pass this document on. Senju Hashirama, who had just replied to the message in the group, handed a document to Senju Tobarama, who had just walked in. What's this? Tobarama opened it and took a look, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Good guy, this is actually a document that identifies Uchiha Madara as a traitor. From now on, Madara is officially on the wanted list, and all Konoha ninjas who see him must capture him. Brother, where does this song come from? Tobarama threw the document back on the table with an expressionless expression. Capture Uchiha Madara. Who can handle him except you, my eldest brother? Doesn't sending this document mean to publicly declare that we are powerless? If this file is really executed, the Konoha ninjas will be in luck, and the enjoyment will be over. Also, what's going on between you and Madara? Why did you say we broke up? Weren't you two close buddies before? Although Tobarama doesn't like Madara, his desire for peace is sincere. Madara's existence is like a sea-fixing needle, making the entire ninja world afraid to act rashly. Senju Hashirama sighed softly. Hey, I can't explain this for a while. You just do it first, and I will explain it in detail later. Seeing that his eldest brother didn't want to talk more, Tobarama shook his head slightly, took the betrayal document, and left in an instant. Hashirama didn't mean to hide it, but before the matter was completely resolved, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. That black is by no means a trivial matter. It can possess people and escape from the ground, but its whereabouts are still difficult to detect. If you are not careful, secrets may be leaked. Now Madara has secretly gone to the Kingdom of Whirlpool to learn sealing techniques. Only sealing techniques can work on special beings like Black Zetsu. During this time, Konoha must keep a distance from Madara and even pretend to be in opposition. In this way, Black Zetsu might encourage Madara and Hashirama to go to war for the sake of awakening the Samsara Eye. And once Black Zetsu gets close to Madara, what awaits it is the fate of being sealed. Advertisement open black lens bracket chat group dynamics close black lens bracket Senju Hashirama. Next, I can only wait for good news and see if it will take the bait. Shinomiya Yuyue, this move is really brilliant. Hashirama, after defeating Black Zetsu, have you ever thought about pursuing the victory and killing Kaguya? Senju Hashirama. I'm afraid Madara and I are no match for her. Even the wooden golem's technique cannot resist that level of power. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Stupid, can't you or Madara become 10 Tails Jinchūriki? You two find a way to bring out the Samsara Eye and summon the Ghetto statue. Anyway, catching a tailed beast is as easy for you as clamping a doll in a claw machine. Although Kaguya is strong, she lacks actual combat experience. With your strength, under the same conditions, you have a great chance of winning. Besides, Kaguya is a great beauty. Uchiha Obito. Why does it feel like something insignificant has been inserted? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Oh, don't worry about these details. She is actually quite naive. She launched Infinite Tsukuyomi just to resist future Ōtsutsuki invasions. If you can convince her, she will be a powerful ally. When Ōtsutsuki comes again in the future, the three of you will fight side by side. Even Ōtsutsuki will be confused. Senju Hashirama. It sounds like a good plan, but we'll talk about it later. Even Black Zetsu hasn't been sold yet. Shinomiya Yuyue smiled and exited the group chat and continued eating. The four of them ate this meal from the high sun at noon to the willow branches above the moon. There were countless dishes on the table. No one expected that Hinata's seemingly petite body actually hit a bottomless pit, and that one person monopolized half of the dining table. Everyone, did you enjoy your meal? Shinomiya Yuzuki returned from the checkout and saw that Naruto and Minato were getting closer and closer. She felt relieved. It seemed that her busy work today was not in vain. Everyone in the chat group is rewriting the chapter of destiny in their own way, in big or small ways. As the leader of the group, Yuyue is naturally unwilling to be left behind. It's time for him to take action and add a few strokes to his script. Although compared to Hokage big names like Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato, Shinomiya Yuyue is just an inconspicuous little character, unable to change the world. He could only proceed step by step and advance slowly. Today's turmoil in Hyuga's family is just the prologue and is far from over. You're full, Yuyue, thank you for your hospitality. Naruto's face was full of joy. He had eaten delicious food, and he had gained a new friend who did not reject him. It was a double happiness. And, I'm also very grateful, Yuzuki-kun, Hinata whispered, shyly thanking you. Advertisement, hey, you want to show your attitude? Yuyue lowered her head and looked at Ino who was picking her teeth leisurely. I'm so grateful. Ino rolled her eyes and said perfunctorily. This is too insincere. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back to our homes. After saying that, the four of them walked out of the restaurant. But as soon as they went out, a black shadow stopped in front of everyone like a phantom. Shinomiya Yuyue, come with me. The visitor was dressed in standard Anbu attire, with a mask covering his face. People who don't know the truth may mistakenly think that this is Anbu from the Hokage order. But Shinomiya Yuyue could tell at a glance that he was a member of the Root organization. Anbu and Root masks are slightly different. In other words, he has been targeted by Danzo. Yuyue, why is Hokage looking for you? Ino's head was full of questions. Oops, today's incident must have been revealed to the Hokage by the Hyuga family. You will suffer a lot now. With Yuyu's potential, Ino is not worried that he will be punished, but a scolding is inevitable. However, Shinomiya Yuyue led everyone and walked past the Root members calmly, as if they didn't hear anything. Ignore him, let's go. Yuyu's actions confused his friends, but no one asked questions and they all followed his pace. Only the Root member was left, staring at their backs with deep eyes and drifting away. After Yuyue sent everyone home one by one, she slowly walked towards the forbidden place, the forest of death alone. In this deserted place, even if there is any trouble, no one will know about it. The moon shines like a ray of light, and the forest of death is covered with a layer of silver frost. Shinigami Yuyue suddenly stopped, with a hint of sarcasm on her lips. Yo, are you going to have such a big battle against a little guy like me? Are you determined to capture me? As the words fell, 12 figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding tree trunks and the grass beneath their feet. Shinomiya Yuyue, this is your last chance, follow us obediently. A Root member said coldly. If you don't want me to accompany you, it's already late at night and I'm going back to get some beauty sleep. How dare you disobey the Hokage? Hokage, ha ha ha. Yuyue laughed when he heard this, and he almost turned over with laughter. Chapter 15 Wood-Style Wooden Dragon. First kill the Root members present looked at each other. Is it that funny? You guys, what are you laughing at? Is it funny? A member of the Root organization shouted harshly. Shinomiya Yuyue laughed so hard that she almost shed tears. After finally stopping her laughter, Shinomiya Yuyue raised her head with a playful smile on her lips. You just said it was Master Hokage's order? Oh, when did that one-eyed old reptile who hides in the dark all day long and covets the light become a Hokage? He canonized it himself. Haha, isn't it funny that a coward who wants to be the Hokage is crazy enough to issue orders in the name of the Hokage, everyone? Oh, why don't you laugh? Shinomiya Yuyu looked at everyone with interest, while the members of the Root organization were already filled with murderous intent when they heard the first sentence. A pair of eyes seemed to be able to penetrate Sigong Yuyu and look directly at death. A member of the Root organization slowly drew out his knife. You know the existence of Root, so you shouldn't insult Lord Danzo. Originally, as long as you reveal how you learned about the Root, and how much you know, you still have a way to survive. But now, we have no interest in interrogating a dead man. Base. Before the words were finished, several people drew their swords and rushed towards Sigong Yuyu like thunder. Wind escape wind blade, lightning style ground walk. Almost at the same time, two members of the Root organization activated ninjutsu, and the sky and the ground were covered with ninjutsu, blocking all escape routes for Shinomiya Yuzuki. Faced with a desperate situation, Shinomiya Yuyu remained calm and composed, and calmly said two words, wooden dragon. The next moment, a giant dragon whose whole body was made of trees suddenly burst out of the ground. The deafening roar of the dragon echoed through the sky. The dragon head raised Shinomiya Yuyu high, and the hovering dragon body blocked all attacks for him. What's this? Didn't the intelligence show that he only knows physical skills? Shinomiya Yuyu stood on top of the dragon's head, overlooking the stunned members of the Root organization. In just a thought, wooden dragon's huge body rolled up and strangled all the enemies who drew their swords at him. Ah, the continuous screams quickly dissipated. At this moment, only the two members of the Root organization who had no close attacks were left alive in the field. Wood style. The two were horrified. They could never imagine that Shinomiya Yuzuki would use wood style. And it's such a powerful scale. So this is what it feels like to kill. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Shinomiya Yuyu whispered, this was the first time in his 2 lives that he ended his life with his own hands. It seems that he is adapting well. Okay, you two should go down and accompany your teammates. Don't let the team disperse. Sigong Yuyu waved her hand, and countless sharp wooden spears suddenly shot out from the ground. Penetrate the two people through the body and hang them high. Until the last moment of their lives, their faces were still full of disbelief. I didn't expect that I would one day be a piercing man. Yuzuki Shinomiya landed on the ground while driving the wooden dragon. The moment it touched the ground, the traces left by the wooden dragon and all the wood style disappeared without a trace. Leave no trace behind. Advertisement. Except for people who also have wood style, ordinary ninjas can't tell what killed them. Then, Shinomiya Yuyu walked leisurely towards her hut with her hands behind her back, humming a little tune. However, this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. After experiencing the incident with the Hyuga clan, Shinomiya Yuzuki's files were quickly placed on the desks of major forces. The mansion of the Hyuga clan. Are you sure this is his file? Hyuga Hiyashi frowned. The information in his hand was completely different from the Shinomiya Yuzuki he saw today. Hyuga Qingqi lowered his head and answered affirmatively. It was obtained directly from the Ninja Academy. That would be so weird. Hyuga Hiyashi is puzzled. 6 years of crane tail. Either I made a mistake today, or there is a special reason. But I think it should be the latter. Hyuga Hiyashi put the file aside. In any case, we will not intervene in this matter and wait and see what happens. If necessary, we can give Shinomiya Yuyu some help at the appropriate time. Yes. Hyuga Qingqi nodded and responded. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen also received a document from Anbu on his desk. In this peaceful era, it was quite a disturbance for the Hyuga clan to be broken into. Not to mention that it also involves Shinomiya Yuzuki, a suspected genius, which Hokage has to pay attention to. Defeat 4 Hyuga Chunin instantly with taijutsu. Are you sure it's him? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his old pipe and looked surprised. He was also filled with doubts, but he knew Shinomiya Yuyu and knew his identity. What shocked him now was that Shinomiya Yuyu had hidden such strength. The Hyuga clan specializes in gentle fist, and is even better at physical skills, but Shinomiya Yuzuki defeated them in their areas of advantage. Judging from his age, which has not yet graduated, it is really an exaggeration. This is the record we got from Hyuga, there shouldn't be much discrepancy. Anbu replied. This is strange. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was immersed in his thoughts, the door to the office suddenly opened, and Shimura Danzo stepped inside with a solemn expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen winked at the Anbu member and signaled him to exit the room. After the man left, he turned to Danzo and asked, Duanzo, what do you do for me? Shimura Danzo walked to his desk and threw down a pile of documents. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked it up and saw that it was information about Shinomiya Yuzuki. Show me what's the point of this. I just happen to have this on hand. Don't you think there's something fishy about this Shinomiya Yuzuki? Danzo said. It's true, but, before Hiruzen Sarutobi finished speaking, he was interrupted sternly by Danzo. This person has a close relationship with Tails Jinchūriki. He seems to be hiding a secret at the moment. I think he should be brought back for interrogation. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. This move is unnecessary. I will talk to him tomorrow. Shimura Danzo disagreed. Hiruzen, you are always so indecisive. This is related to the safety of Tails Jinchūriki. Could it be that you want the Nine Tails rebellion to happen again? Danzo's righteous and awe-inspiring words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression cloudy, and he took a deep breath from his pipe. Finally, he said in a deep voice, we might as well slow down this matter. After all, he is Naruto's friend. We don't need to get into a tense situation. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, a hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes. I knew you would say that. But you don't have to wait. I have sent someone to invite him. The truth will come out soon. After saying this, Danzo turned around to leave. Bang. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became furious and slammed the table. Danzo, do you still see the existence of me, the Hokage, in your eyes? Shimura Danzo paused, but did not reply. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at his back and made a decision in his heart. From now on, you will be relieved of your status as Hokage's assistant, and your root organization will be dissolved with immediate effect. Duanzo, you are not too young, so you should not interfere too much in affairs. The future of Konoha should be left to those outstanding young people. I will send someone to take over root tomorrow. Please prepare to hand over. Also, release the person immediately after returning. Don't let me come to beg for help in person. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed rare toughness. Shimura Danzo turned around suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief. Hiruzen, just for a person of unknown origin, you want to treat me like this? He is different. He is Naruto's only friend. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look up at the bright moon in the night sky. I promised Minato that I would take good care of Naruto, but I broke my promise. Shinomiya Yuzuki is Naruto's friend and has been by his side for many years. She is almost his half-brother. How can I face Naruto if something unexpected happens to him? How will I face Minato and the others after I go down? Shimura Danzo's face was livid with anger. It was originally just a random arrest operation. But I didn't expect it would cause such a strong backlash. He understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen had been looking for opportunities to restrain himself, but he never expected that it would happen so quickly. In the end, Shimura Danzo sneered and left angrily. Returning to the gloomy root organization base. Without waiting for Danzo to take a breather, one of his men brought another good news. Sir Danzo, the 12-man team sent to arrest Shinomiya Yuzuki has been out of contact for half an hour. Danzo's eyes darkened when he heard this, and he almost fainted from anger. How could 2 Jonin and 10 Chunin make mistakes against a kid who hadn't even graduated from ninja school? A bunch of trash. Recall those losers. Mission cancelled. Shimura Danzo ordered. At the moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly wants to protect Shinomiya Yuzuki, and he cannot directly conflict with him yet. This matter had to be dropped for the time being. As you command. The men took the order and left. Within 10 minutes, the root member returned in panic. Something bad happened, Danzo-sama. They are all dead. Danzo had just poured himself a cup of hot tea, and when he heard the bad news, the teacup shattered in his hands. He glared at the subordinate. What did you say? The 12 people who went to arrest Shinomiya Yuyu, none of them survived. The place where they last appeared was not Shinomiya Yuyu's residence, but the Death Forest. It seems that someone deliberately introduced them and killed them. Take me there. Now. Shimura Danzo stood up suddenly. Soon, Shimura Danzo led many members of the Root organization to the Death Forest. What came into view were the 12 horrific corpses lying on the ground. However, for Danzo, this is just a small scene. His face was as heavy as water, and he stepped forward to examine the body carefully. After some inspection, his pupils suddenly shrank. Wood Style. Chapter 16 Inches Rebirth. I am Uchiha Sasuke. In the early morning, as soon as dawn broke, Sigong Yuyu was awakened by a rapid knocking on the door. Outside the door, Yamanaka Ino was carrying a steaming bun. After knocking on the door to no avail, he quickly took out the spare key and pushed the door open. Stepping into the bedroom, the curtains were tightly closed, barely letting in any light. Shinomiya Yuyu was immersed in a sweet dream with no sign of waking up. Still not up yet. Ino's voice contained a hint of disbelief. Are you going to school today or not? As she spoke, she took gentle measures and forcefully invited Yuyu out of bed. After some tugging, the two finally stepped out of the house and officially started a new day's journey. During the march, Yuyu was chewing steamed buns while casually thinking about whether she should do something sensational today. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them like a ghost. Your Excellency Shinomiya Yuzuki, Master Hokage has summoned you. Please come with me. The visitor wears the iconic Anbu mask, and his words reveal unique politeness and rigor, making his identity self-evident. Yuzuki looked at it for a moment and confirmed that this was not Danzo's secret root, but a real Anbu member. However, he refused the call. I'm sorry, I'm rushing to school. Why don't you come find me after school in the afternoon? That's it. I'll convey it to the third Hokage, excuse me. After saying that, the Anbu members disappeared into the air instantly, leaving behind a series of faint afterimages. That's it again. Why don't you take the time to go to the Hokage office? It's not good to have people knocking on your door every day. Ino looked towards the direction Anbu left and suggested to Yuyu. Having someone come to my door 2 days in a row is really a headache. Yuyu smiled and waved her hand. It doesn't matter, just let it go for a while. Okay, now that you've decided. Ino had no objection to Yuyu's decision, and the two continued towards the Ninja Academy. At this moment, a strange slogan came from behind, breaking the morning tranquility. Yuyu stopped and asked, what's going on? Soon, two figures in green tights flashed past in a strange posture of running upside down. They are none other than the dynamic Metki and apprentice Rock Lee. Woohoo! This is youth, Xiao Li. Run 5 more laps, hold on, let our youth burn. Yes, Teacher Kai. Advertisement. Metkai's passionate shouts inspired Rock Lee, making his already tired body seem full of strength. Hey, it's you, Kai, Xiao Li, good morning. Yuyu said hello in a friendly manner. He had longed for the 8 Gates Dunjia, and believed that even if he did not have the talent to become a ninja, specializing in taijutsu would be a good way. Therefore, he once took the initiative to find Metkai and asked to train together. Metkai readily agreed, accepting all comers, and soon, Yuyu joined their high-intensity training. Pity. The intensity of the training was extraordinary, and Yuyu only lasted 3 days before surrendering. Despite this, the relationship between them became quite harmonious. It's you, the struggling young man. Yuyu, do you want to join us in our exciting special youth training? Metkai raised his thick eyebrows and extended the invitation enthusiastically. Yuyu smiled bitterly. Well, I'd better forget it, I have to rush to school. It's a shame, but going to school is also important. Come on, boy. Xiao Li, let's move on. Leaving words of encouragement, Metkai took Rock Lee and continued their journey of burning youth. Looking at the back of the current strongest man in the ninja world fading away, Yuyu touched her chin thoughtfully. I was thinking about whether I could make a trick for Metkai, such as giving him the 6 paths yang power. It was an unparalleled life energy. Naruto once opened the gate of death in Metkai when his life force was about to be exhausted. Just a little bit of this energy can save it, and even reduce the cost of life to only losing 1 leg. If Metkai possesses the power of 6 paths yang, can he use the 8 gates armor without restriction? It's a good idea, and it's worth a try if conditions permit in the future. If successful, it means gaining constant 6 paths level strength, a power that even 6 paths Madara will find difficult to match. Let's go. Yuyu greeted Ino, and the two set off again. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Ninja Academy, and Uzumaki Naruto was already waiting at the school gate, with Hyuga Hinata standing beside him shyly. Yuyu, Naruto shouted excitedly waving his hands. Yuyu-kun. Advertisement. With a smile on her lips, Yuyu said softly, go in. The 4-person team slowly stepped into the academy gate. For Yuyu's current strength, the courses at the Ninja Academy have long lost their appeal. His eyes wandered, looking around the classroom curiously. Graduation is imminent, Shaoqiang 12 is about to be divided into classes, and a keynote in the Hokage story is about to begin. But this time, the addition of Shinomiya Yuzuki is destined to make this ninja world deviate from the original script. At this moment, Yuyu's eyes stayed on the cool Uchiha Sasuke. The young man who has experienced the night when his family was wiped out is more precocious and calm than his peers. As one of the protagonists of the story, if I can do something with Sasuke, maybe gold coin rewards will come rolling in. Yuyu thought in her mind. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through my mind. Why not have a rebirth drama that travels through time and space? He remembered seeing a product called Memory Crystal in the Gold Coin Mall. I quickly opened the mall and searched, and sure enough, the product was listed. Open black lens bracket Memory Crystal Uchiha Sasuke version close black lens bracket. Contains copies of all memories of Uchiha Sasuke from birth to adulthood. After use, Uchiha Sasuke's memories can be completely inherited. Price: 30,000 gold coins. That's it. Yu said nothing and bought it directly. He still has a deposit of 110,000 gold coins, which is not a problem for him. Hey, Sasuke, get ready to meet your new destiny. Yu couldn't help but smile like an ant. Sasuke, who has returned from the era of the legend of Boruto, will make waves when he appears in this era. He is full of expectations. You will definitely be able to blast the gold coins of the chat group by then. Finally, after class was over, Yu went straight to Sasuke. What's the matter? Sasuke asked coldly. I have news about Uchiha Itachi here, don't you want to know? Yuzuki directly threw out a bait that Sasuke could not ignore. Sure enough, when Sasuke heard Uchiha Itachi's name, he clenched his fists instantly. Don't mention him in front of me. Sasuke yelled uncontrollably, and this sudden change immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the class. Chapter 17 The cold wind blows in the valley of the end, and the cicadas chirp and the young boy returns. Are Yu and Sasuke arguing? Naruto was chatting animatedly with Hinata, but he quickly turned his head when he heard the movement here. Oh, it's so annoying. Shikamaru wanted to take a nap during the break, but was frightened by this sound and lost all sleep. Choji was happily chewing potato chips on the side, while Ino continued to carefully trim her nails as if it was nothing to do. She knows Yu's abilities very well. He must be up to something weird again. Do you want to know everything? If so, follow me to the back mountain. Yu's words seemed to have magic power, completely arousing Sasuke's curiosity. Seeing Yu leaving the classroom, Sasuke followed closely without thinking. He must know how the class leader learned that name, and how much he knew. Sasuke, don't go, class is about to begin. Sakura tried to stop her, but Sasuke pushed her away. Leave me alone. On the back mountain. When Sasuke arrived, Yu was standing on the edge of the cliff, her hands behind her back, her robes fluttering and rustling in the wind, looking so handsome. However, Sasuke is obviously not a person who can appreciate this artistic conception. He gritted his teeth. Shinomiya Yu, no matter where you heard this name, if you dare to tease me, I will make you regret living in this world. Tell me what you know. Sasuke said eagerly. Yu shook her head slightly and muttered in her heart. At this time, Sasuke is really flammable and explosive, and his words are not pleasant to listen to. He turned around and gently threw the memory crystal in his hand towards Sasuke. Catch it. What is this? Sasuke frowned. Crush it, the answer you want is inside. Yu pretended to be mysterious. Sasuke looked at him deeply, seeming to weigh the possibilities. How could a mere unknown person have information about that S-class traitorous ninja? He was dubious. Don't look at me like that. What can I do to you, someone who is always in trouble? Don't play tricks on me. Sasuke warned. Finally, he made up his mind and no longer hesitated. Sasuke grabbed the memory crystal and refined it instantly. Suddenly, memories flooded into his mind like a torrent. You shameless cicada, take me through the long river of time again. Well, decades of memories flooded into my mind, and the unbearable pain surged over me. Advertisement. In order to protect himself, Sasuke immediately passed out. The cold wind blows in the valley of the end, and the cicadas chirp and the young boy returns home. In the morning light, the sun gradually climbed up, and its blazing light was dazzling. 2 hours passed slowly, and Uchiha Sasuke finally began to wake up. His eyelids trembled slightly and he slowly opened them. The dazzling sunlight made him instinctively block it with his hands. Sakura, where is the roof of our house? Sasuke remembers that he was lying down at home. After the fierce battle with Ōtsutsuki Ashiki, Boruto, who was possessed by Momoshiki, blinded his Rinnegan. During this period of time, he had been recovering in Konoha. Of course I should sleep at home. It's not a wilderness, so how could I be exposed to direct sunlight? At this time, an enlarged version of his face came over from above, looking at him curiously. It seems that the fusion was quite good. I even blurted out Sakura's name, which you couldn't avoid before. Uchiha Sasuke! Exclamation mark! Who are you? Sasuke sat up suddenly, his body instantly entering combat mode. Hey, is this how you treat your benefactor? I spent a lot of effort to bring you back from the future, and you're going to do it as soon as you wake up. Yu said displeased. Before Sasuke could say anything, Yu's words seemed to trigger some kind of mechanism. A memory suddenly appeared in his mind, which was the memory fragment of young Sasuke. Soon after, all the memories merged perfectly, and a new Sasuke was born. Not only did he retain memories from the future, but he also understood the current situation, and was not simply fed a bunch of replicas of memories. It can even be said that he was reborn and returned to the past. The shady cicada plan is complete. Sasuke's eyes darkened. Did the crystal you gave me just now allow me to return to the future? That's right. Shinomiya Yu nodded to confirm. What kind of technique is this? In addition, Shinomiya Yu. In my memory, this name does not exist. You seem to have appeared out of nowhere, and you have mastered the art of controlling time. You shouldn't be an unknown person. In Sasuke's memory, there was no such person as Shinomiya Yuzuki since the ninja school. But in the current time and space, he is extremely active and even became friends with Naruto. The incongruity in this is difficult to ignore. Advertisement. Uchiha Sasuke slowly stood up, his dark eyes gradually filled with red halos. A Magatama, 2 Magatama, 3 Magatama. In just a few seconds, Sasuke's single Magatama Sharingan quickly evolved into a triple Magatama. This is due to his decades of experience in using Sharingan. Except that Mangekyo cannot be directly advanced, ordinary Sharingan can quickly open to the 3 Magatama state under his control. Aren't you going to explain? Faced with Sasuke's guarded posture, Shinomiya Yuzuki felt helpless. Are you so nervous? Are you from the Ōtsutsuki clan? Sasuke asked. Aliens like Ōtsutsuki Arashiki can open a passage back into the past. He and Boruto have indeed experienced it, but it was a physical time travel, and history cannot be overly interfered with, otherwise it will lead to unexpected consequences. But Yuyu's technique is obviously more advanced. Not only can he intervene in history, but he can also create an effect comparable to rebirth. Quote. Do you think I look like it? No way. Sasuke shook his head. Ōtsutsuki's appearance is too distinctive. Shinomiya Yuzuki indeed looks like a pure human being. That's right, my existence goes far beyond the scope of the Ōtsutsuki clan. For now, the ninja world is a lot of fun for me. I really like it and the people here. You don't have to be wary of me all the time. I'm sure I can bring you back. Instead of thinking about attacking me all day long, it's better to think about how to get rid of Danzo and bring Itachi home. Sasuke looked at him deeply for a moment, seeming to weigh something. After a moment, Sasuke nodded and stopped his confrontational attitude. What Shinomiya Yuyu said makes sense. In any case, he has not yet fully returned to his peak state, and even if Shinomiya Yuyu has an agenda, he is unable to stop it. After countless ups and downs, Sasuke is no longer the young boy who just hits the wall. He has learned to think and consider a more far-reaching plan. Isn't this solved? Let's go, Sasuke, we've already missed 2 classes, and Mr. Iruka is probably furious. Shinomiya Yuzuki put her arm around Sasuke's shoulder in a familiar manner. Sasuke seemed a little uncomfortable. They didn't seem that close, right? Chapter 18 Sakura becomes the biggest beneficiary. Open black lens bracket bite, close black lens bracket. Confirmation of current world line changes. Congratulations on winning 100,000 gold coins. Hiss. 100,000 gold coins. Shinomiya Yuyu glanced at Sasuke next to her. This guy is worthy of being a member of the protagonist group. He is a walking gold coin making machine. Since Sasuke is so valuable, Naruto must be no different, and he has much more money now. We have to find a suitable time to give Naruto a gorgeous turn. As for what cheat to prescribe to Naruto, he still had to think about it. The two of them slipped back to the classroom from the back hill. It was time for class, and the two of them walked across the podium and returned to their seats under Iruka's resentful eyes. Iruka looked at Yuzuki and Sasuke and sighed softly. One is a genius from the Uchiha clan, who is too busy to say anything. The other is the end of a 10,000-year crane, which is useless to say. Forget it, I'm tired. So, Iruka continued his lecture. Sasuke, this is the content of the first 2 sections. Do you need me to supplement it for you? Sakura quietly came over with her notes and asked Sasuke in a low voice. Although she knew she might be rejected, who made her like this handsome guy from Uchiha? Unexpectedly, Sasuke's answer made Sakura feel as if she was in a dream. He said gently, "Thank you, but I don't need it." Sakura was extremely surprised. Is this really Sasuke? It feels like his whole being is different. Although she still refused, her tone was so gentle that she couldn't believe it. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Sakura, who was blushing, and sighed helplessly. He himself knew very well that this change in attitude towards Sakura was indeed surprising. But what can be done? After all, she will become his wife in the future, so she can't still look cold now. Stop staring at me and pay attention. Sasuke said in a low voice. Yeah, Sakura nodded repeatedly as if she had been given a shot of blood. But in fact, her mind had already wandered away, and she would peek at Sasuke from time to time. Sasuke took this opportunity to carefully observe the students in the class. Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, familiar faces are all there. Everything is business as usual. Advertisement. But in the blink of an eye, Sasuke discovered that Naruto was no longer at his original position. Wait, why did Naruto go and sit next to Hinata? Shouldn't he be next to me with Sakura? Seeing that the two of them were chatting secretly during class, it was obvious that they had become familiar with each other. The future is already changing. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes turned to the sleeping boy in the corner of the classroom, Shinomiya Yuzuki. All the changes happened because of him, this mysterious and weird guy. Sasuke shook his head slightly and decided to ignore these trivial matters for now. Instead, he began to plan how to get rid of Danzo's cancer. At the same time, Shinomiya Yuyu was actively communicating with her friends in the group. Shinomiya Yuzuki. I'm on the right track here. The only thing missing from the group is that you haven't done anything, at Uchiha Obito. Obito, don't just sit around. Only by taking action can you gain something and become stronger. Uchiha Obito. Wait a minute. Eternal Mangekyo is almost finished merging. After sending the message, Obito went diving, probably to work on his Mangekyo evolution. But the busy man Hashirama was not around, so Yuzuki had no choice but to chat with Minato Namikaze. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Minato, do you want to see how Naruto is doing? Konoha 48 years. Senior brother Minato, we are here. Yahiko led Konan and Nagato into the Hokage office. Minato smiled. Here are your ninja files and forehead protectors. From today on, you are part of the Konoha family. Namikaze Minato took out 3 documents and a forehead protector and placed them neatly on the table. Really? That's great. Thank you so much, senior brother Minato. Yahiko could not hide his excitement. The procedures were completed surprisingly quickly, and he knew clearly that there must be Namikaze Minato's help behind this. Otherwise, how could these 3 outsiders obtain Konoha household registration so easily? You're welcome, enjoy your time in Konoha, Minato said with a smile. After bidding farewell, Yahiko and the other 3 embarked on their return journey. Not long after they left, the office door opened again. Namikaze Minato looked up, and the person who came was actually the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3rd generation, what's going on? Minato quickly stood up and stepped forward to greet him. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip from his pipe and frowned. There has been no news from Danzo for many days. Minato, have you seen him during this time? Advertisement. Namikaze Minato pretended to be surprised. Elder Danzo disappeared. When did this happen? Just a few days ago, I heard that he took a group of people to the country of rain and has not returned yet. Minato, do you have any clues? The old 3rd generation looked directly at him with deep eyes. The old 3rd generation has been in power for many years and naturally has his own eyes and ears in Anbu. Minato's leaving the village that night was soon known to him. In addition, Minato brought back 3 people from the land of rain the next day, so it was obvious that he had also visited there. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not doubt that Minato would deal with Danzo. After all, there was no enmity between the two, and Minato was not that kind of person. Even if he was told that Danzo was hit by a meteor, he would never believe that Minato would take action. He was just worried that Danzo would be caught by Minato when he was doing evil, which would cause a gap between the two. In this way, when Danzo was in danger, Minato might not have come to his aid. After all, they were in the Kingdom of Rain at the same time, so the possibility of meeting them was not small. Namikaze Minato shook his head, without revealing any trace on his face. That day I received an urgent message from Mr. Jiraiya, saying that Yahiko and the others were in danger and needed my help. I came back after rescuing people, and I haven't seen Elder Danzo. That's it. Hiruzen Sarutobi took another puff of his pipe, nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. Looking at the departing figure of the old 3rd generation, the smile on Minato's face gradually faded and became calm. He once respected this old man very much and devoted his whole life to Konoha. But some of the other party's actions really made him disagree. In the original world line, he turned a blind eye to Danzo's private activities, and many of Konoha's talents fell as a result. For the sake of the Samsara Eye, Danzo did not hesitate to frame Yahiko and the others. In the past, the White Fang of Konoha had a great reputation and was expected to become the Hokage, but due to Danzo's behind-the-scenes calculations, he fell under the blade of public opinion. Uchiha Shisui, and even the entire Uchiha clan, are victims of Danzo's desire for Sharingan. These are just the tip of the iceberg. What he did is too numerous to describe. Not to mention, his death during the Nine Tails Rebellion and Danzo's absence on that fateful night. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly entrusted him to take good care of Naruto, but in the end he only agreed verbally. He has made many enemies in the ninja world, and it is understandable that he concealed his identity as the son of the Hokage in order to protect Naruto. But why is the label, Nine Tails Jinchūriki, so well known to the world? But Naruto has barely enjoyed the legacy he left behind as a Hokage. What the old 3rd generation did made Namikaze Minato extremely disappointed. Minato returned to his desk, ready to continue working. At this moment, he received a message from Shinomiya Yuyu in the group. After clicking on the group chat and reading Yuyu's message, Minato was slightly startled. Go and see Naruto. Chapter 19 The first team building plan of the chat group. Namikaze Minato thought for a while and replied, okay, I also want to know Naruto's current situation. However, we are in different timelines, is this really possible? Minato found it incredible to be able to communicate through time, so why did he jump from one timeline to another? This sounds absolutely ridiculous. Shinomiya Yuyu. Don't underestimate the power of plugins. Such small things are easy for me. Whenever it's convenient for you, I'll just pull you over. Namikaze Minato. The leader of the group is really powerful. Then tomorrow, I need to take care of some work, and I have to tell Kushina, otherwise she will be worried. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Wouldn't it be better to bring Kushina with us and reunite the family of 3? Namikaze Minato. Is that possible? That would be great. Shinomiya Yuyu. Then it's settled. I'll see you in the group tomorrow and I'll drag you over. Namikaze Minato. Okay, I'm going to prepare some things first. I'm a little nervous talking about it. Uchiha Obito. What happened? You didn't take me with you for such a good thing. It's too much. If I hadn't come up to take a look, could it be that, Minato-sensei, you were going to leave me alone? Ad Namikaze Minato. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Aren't you busy working on the Eternal Mangekyo? You finished it so quickly. Besides, you and Naruto are not familiar with each other, so why are you running over to join in the fun? Uchiha Obito. Small Eternity Mangekyo is not simple to me. Picture.jpg. He sent a selfie in which the patterns of Mangekyo Sharingan were subtly changing in his eyes. Apparently, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan evolution is complete. Also, who said I don't know Naruto? When he was born, neither Kakashi nor Lin were there, only me was there, and I even blasted him. Namikaze Minato. Shinomiya Yuzuki. 6. I made one hell of a joke. Senju Hashirama. Hey, everyone is still chatting so late, aren't you sleeping? Shinomiya Yuyu's eyes lit up when she saw this big boss. If Namikaze Minato and Obito can come, why not bring the first generation as well? Advertisement. Imagine what kind of sensation it would cause if the god of the ninja world came to Konoha alive. Shinomiya Yuzuki. We are discussing tomorrow's team building activities and are planning to come to my place to play together. First generation, do you want to come and join in the fun? By the way, is it nighttime there? It's noon here. Uchiha Obito. Noon. Evening. It's just getting dark here. Namikaze Minato. It's 10 o'clock in the morning here. Shinomiya Yuyu. What's going on? The time doesn't match up. Only then did he realize this special setting in the group. He thought for a moment and quickly asked a key question. Everyone, how long has it been since you joined the group? Senju Hashirama. About a month or so. Uchiha Obito. More than a week. Namikaze Minato. It's the 12th day. I'll go, the time difference is too big. Time is really amazing, I have only been here for a few days. But it seems that chatting in a group is not affected by the time difference. Otherwise, if Yuyu sends a message, Hashirama will have to wait several days to see it, but Hashirama always replies in seconds. Yuyu discussed the conclusion she reached in the group. The three of them suddenly felt strange. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Strange knowledge has increased. At Senju Hashirama, are you coming to join our team building? Stop by and see the prosperity of Konoha in the future. At first, Yuzuki just wanted Minato to come and see Naruto, maybe he could change something, and earn some gold coins by the way. Now Obito is coming too, and there is only one person left in the group, Hashirama, so we simply invite them together to have a happy reunion. Senju Hashirama. Okay, I can go. Shinomiya Yuyu. Then it's settled. According to my time, I will formally invite everyone in the group tomorrow. Don't forget to check the group messages. After receiving confirmation from the three people, Yuyu exited the chat interface. Back to the real world. Yuyu looked at Naruto, who was chatting animatedly with Hinata, and smiled inwardly. Little brother, are you ready? The surprise is about to be delivered. Naruto suddenly shuddered and scratched his head, feeling like he was being stared at by something. Finally, when the school bell rang, the students poured out of the classroom one after another like little beasts that had been unsealed. Advertisement. Several familiar faces gathered around Yuyu, planning to go home together as usual. You guys retreat first, I have to report to Hokage. Yuyu waved to them and said with a relaxed look. Naruto and his companions nodded knowingly, said a brief farewell, and then dispersed. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, the mysterious Anbu member was already waiting there quietly, as if time had stopped specially for this moment. It was the one in the morning. He didn't say anything when they met, and approached Yuyu directly. Shinomiya-san, is it convenient now? Yuyu gave a simple and powerful look with her eyes. Let's go. Anbu personnel took the order and were about to move forward, but unexpectedly, Yuyu's voice came from behind. Just walk over slowly like this. Huh. Anbu was startled, and was about to turn around to ask, when his eyes flashed, and Yuyu's figure had moved in front of him like a ghost. Too fast. Anbu was stunned and didn't even see how Yuyu moved. Yuyu left a sly smile. I'm in a hurry, you can follow me slowly. As he spoke, his figure turned into an afterimage and gradually disappeared at the end of his field of vision. This speed. Anbu was shocked, unable to believe that such an ability came from a student who had not yet graduated from the ninja academy. He quickly regained his composure, formed a seal and used the technique of instantaneous body, and followed closely behind. She secretly murmured in her heart. Just now, Yuyu didn't seem to have any seals at all. Was it purely due to her physical speed? Inside the Hokage building, knocking on the door was clearly audible. Dong dong dong. Shinomiya Yuyu stood outside the door, and Anbu moved to his side almost instantly. The speed is pretty good. Yuyu raised her eyebrows, slightly teasingly. Anbu was slightly out of breath and didn't know how to respond, so he had to remain silent. A calm invitation came from the door at the right time. Please come in. Anbu obeyed the order and pushed the gate of opening, respectfully reporting, Sir Hokage, Shinomiya Yuzuki brings you. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and signaled Anbu to step back. Facing this master of the ninja world, Yuyu was neither humble nor overbearing. Master Hokage, what do you want from me? Sarutobi Hiruzen's kind smile was reassuring. Don't be nervous, I just want to witness with my own eyes the star of hope for Konoha's future. Sit down first. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and looked gently. Yuyu, what do you think of Naruto? Can you share your views? Yuyu was a little surprised, but still told her frankly, he is my best friend. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed very satisfied with the answer, and then took out a file and placed it in front of Yuyu. Advertisement Chapter 20 I love telling the truth. Yuyu, this is your record at the ninja school, but I found that it doesn't seem to match your actual performance. Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately showed a confused expression. The corner of Yu Yu's mouth twitched, knowing that this was an insinuation of what happened to the Hyuga clan yesterday. But he was undaunted and reiterated what he had said to Ino before. A good reason can be used all the time, and it won't be exposed anyway. After hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked surprised. So that's it. What a sensible child. It is precisely because of outstanding talents like you that Konoha can pass on the flames and continue to prosper. It seems that yesterday was just a misunderstanding. I will communicate with the Hyuga family and explain clearly. He didn't ask why Yu Yu had been hiding for so many years or if she had any other purpose. Instead, he praised Yu Yu fiercely. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction was hard to fathom. How could the old fox's thoughts be easily guessed? But Yu Yu doesn't care. Regardless of trust or not, as long as you have strength, you can survive any storm. He responded. Then please leave it to Hokage-sama. Hey, if nothing happens, I'll leave first, right? The family is still waiting for me to cook. Then, Shinomiya Yu Yu said with a smile and a relaxed look on her face. Let's go. Where do you think you can go? If you don't explain your whole story today, you won't be able to go anywhere. Suddenly, a gust of cold words blew past like a cold wind. Shimura Danzo pushed the gate of opening hard and strode in. Before Shinomiya Yuzuki could speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Danzo, what do you mean? Shimura Danzo sneered. Hiruzen, don't be fooled by this boy's innocent appearance. Last night, he brutally killed 12 people in my root circle, and his methods were extremely ruthless. I seriously suspect that he is a spy sent from other villages. He must be arrested and interrogated immediately. Shimura Danzo knocked him down and slapped him with a big hat. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little helpless. This was Danzo's usual frame-up trick. But Yu Yu grew up in Konoha, so how could she be a spy from another village? He said. Okay Danzo, I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding. Although Danzo is not a good person, the selection of the root is extremely strict. Each of them is a leader among ninjas, similar to Anbu. He looked at Shinomiya Yuzuki, who was only 12 years old. Even if he was a genius, he could not believe that Yuzuki could kill 12 of Danzo's subordinates. After all, age is there. Advertisement. Kakashi back then couldn't do this either. He instinctively felt that this was Danzo's casual frame-up. Hiruzen, you guy. Shimura Danzo was so angry that he almost exploded. Why do you always assume that this kind of thing can't happen? Can you open your eyes and see the world? If he hadn't wanted to monopolize the secret of wood style, he would have made the news that Shinomiya Yuzuki suspected of mastering wood style to the public long ago. But at this moment, to the surprise of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shinomiya Yuzuki himself recognized it. That one-eyed strap-on weirdo, are you talking about the 12 people who called themselves Anbu who tried to take me away last night? Well, I did kill him. Danzo Shimura was ecstatic, and he was worried that he couldn't find any flaw in Shinomiya Yuzuki, but he didn't expect him to come to his door. Hiruzen, did you hear that? He admitted it himself, and you still haven't ordered his arrest. Danzo Shimura suppressed his laughter and asked in a deep voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuzuki in shock. He could actually kill 12 root members. This talent is even more outstanding than Kakashi's back then. But doubts followed. He did not attack directly, but patiently asked. Yu Yu, you must be responsible for what you say. Have you really done such a thing? Yes, that's right. Why are you doing this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled. Shinomiya Yu Yu put on an innocent posture of, I didn't know about it at the time, and said slowly. They said they came under the orders of Lord Hokage, but those people are obviously not members of Anbu. You can see it in their masks. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and glanced at Danzo with displeasure. He didn't expect that Danzo would be so bold as to act in private under the guise of Hokage. Isn't this tarnishing the honor of the title Hokage? The ninja who bears the name of Kage is the most respected being in the village. If Danzo is allowed to act like this, the Hokage's reputation will be ruined by him sooner or later. Danzo's face darkened. Weren't he asking Shinomiya Yuzuki now? Why does it feel like he is the one who was hurt? Seeing that her words had an effect, Shinomiya Yu Yu continued. At that time, I thought there were spies from the enemy country sneaking in, so I killed them easily. Advertisement. Yu Yu turned her head and looked directly at Shimura Danzo. It turns out that these are all your subordinates. In other words, the so-called Hokage order was actually given by you. Hey, this strapping weirdo, which generation of Hokage are you? Why haven't I seen your statue on Hokage Rock? When can I see the Hokage Rock carved with your face? Shinomiya Yu Yu pretended to be confused on her face, as if she really didn't know anything about it. Of course, he was by no means sarcastic about Danzo. Shimura Danzo's breathing gradually became faster, and a surge of anger rose in his chest. You sound like a weirdo with a strap on, and you still talk in that tone. Do you really think I can't hear that you're being weird? Danzo leaned on his cane and yelled angrily. Boy, show me some respect. I am the Hokage assistant of Konoha, how do you think it is inappropriate for you to call me that? You don't count yesterday, Sarutobi Hiruzen said leisurely from the side. Oh, it turns out that he is the assistant of the previous Hokage, but he is still not the Hokage. Can he still do things under the banner of the Hokage? Shinomiya Yu Yu deliberately emphasized the volume of the word, front, which is meaningful. Kid, seeing that Danzo was almost red hot, the atmosphere was on the verge of breaking out. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen came out in time to smooth things over. Okay, that's it for today, Danzo. It's best not to let me hear similar things in the future. He said with a warning. Danzo snorted and didn't respond. Clearly, his desire for the Hokage position will not be easily extinguished. Yu, can you tell me how you got those 12 root members? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. According to his understanding, Shinomiya Yuzuki has never learned any particularly powerful ninjutsu since he was a child. How did he manage to defeat 12 root elites by himself? Danzo on the side became nervous after hearing this. Could it be that the secret of wood style can no longer be hidden? Then wouldn't I have missed the opportunity to seize the opportunity? Judging from the traces left at the scene, Shinomiya Yuzuki should have used a large-scale and surprisingly powerful wood-style ninjutsu, which eliminated all root members in an instant. This is something that even Yamato can't accomplish. Does it mean that the wood style mastered by Shinomiya Yuzuki is stronger than Yamato? He had to figure out how Shinomiya Yuzuki obtained the blood inheritance limit of wood style. He shouldn't be stupid enough to expose himself. Danzo thought to himself. However, the facts did not go as expected, and Shinomiya Yuyu frankly told the truth. It's wood style. I used the wood style wooden dragon technique. Those trash fish under the bandage monster were all gone in the blink of an eye. Shimura Danzo. Chapter 21. Give Naruto a little break. A big question mark appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, with a look of disbelief. Is there something wrong with his ears, or did Shinomiya Yuzuki let something slip? Wood style. In Konoha village, how could anyone besides Yamato master this secret technique? On the face covered with traces of time, his brows furrowed slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag on his pipe and asked slowly, Yuyu, are you sure it's wood style? How about seeing is believing? It is useless to talk more. It is better to demonstrate directly. Shinomiya Yuyu clasped her hands together and whispered, wood style tree binding technique. Immediately afterwards, the Hokage building began to tremble subtly. In the blink of an eye, a large number of trees grew wildly around Shimura Danzo, penetrating the floor, and tightly restraining his entire body in the blink of an eye. This, Shimura Danzo exclaimed. There is no suitable candidate here, so I have to ask Mr. Bandage to be a model. Mr. Bandage won't be angry, right? Shinomiya Yuzuki cast a playful look at Danzo with a teasing tone. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth. Put me down quickly. However, Shinomiya Yuzuki pretended not to hear anything and turned directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, you saw it, this is wood style. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely stunned. It's actually a real wood style. After a while, he returned to his normal state, with eyes filled with wonder. I'm afraid that the blood of the Senju clan once flowed in your family and has awakened in your generation. Shinomiya Yuzuki's parents obviously do not belong to the Senju clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very sure of this. But going back a few generations, the situation becomes unclear. The ninja world during the Warring States period was in chaos. He might really be a lost descendant of the Senju clan. After all, in the previous experiment of implanting Hashirama cells, Shinomiya Yuzuki's name was not included, which means that his wood-style ability was self-awakening. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath from his pipe, with excitement in his tone. Great, wood style has reappeared in Konoha. This is great news for us. With young people like you here, Konoha's future can be entrusted with confidence, and I can rest assured to relieve myself of the burden. First Hokage relied on wood style to conquer the ninja world and laid a solid foundation for Konoha. Now that wood style has reappeared, it heralds that Konoha will usher in a more glorious era. Apart from us, does anyone else know about your ability to use wood style? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. No, it's just us. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, pondered for a moment and then suggested. It's best to keep this matter secret for now. Advertisement. When your strength becomes stronger and your wings become more mature. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, and after a brief deliberation, he said firmly, by then, you will become Konoha's 5th Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen also realized that his decision was a bit abrupt. But this is the naturally awakening wood style. Unlike Yamato's incomplete form that was implanted later in life, Shinomiya Yuzuki's potential is limitless. In order to ensure that talents do not drain out, sufficient temptation must be given first, which is commonly known as painting the pie. Tie Shinomiya Yuzuki firmly to Konoha's warship. What? Shimura Danzo on the side had his eyes widened. Is the position of 5th Hokage already decided? And he is the holder of wood style, so isn't it completely hopeless for him? Hiruzen, are you doing this too much? Shimura Danzo reluctantly wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to change his mind. But he was interrupted by Hiruzen Sarutobi sternly scolding, shut up. That's how it's decided. Then, he put on a kind face. Didn't you just say you wanted to go home and cook? Then I won't keep you any longer. Remember today's conversation. Shinomiya Yuyu forced out a smile. Then I'll take my leave first. After that, he turned and left. After Shinomiya Yuzuki left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile gradually faded. He turned to Danzo. Did you already know this? Know what? Shimura Danzo understood that he was referring to wood style, but he could not admit it, so he denied it. Looking at Danzo's pretended puzzled expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, sighed, and took another puff on his pipe. Forget it. After saying that, he shook his head and left the Hokage office. At this moment, he has more important matters to deal with. With Hiruzen Sarutobi leaving, Danzo Shimura was the only one left in the office, who was restrained by wood style and unable to move. Wait, Hiruzen, call that boy back to unlock this technique. On the other side, Shinomiya Yuyu, who was rushing home in a hurry, suddenly felt as if she had missed something. I can't remember, forget it, it's probably not that important. Advertisement. Back home, Shinomiya Yuyu carried 2 large bags of ingredients and planned to prepare a sumptuous dinner. However, at the gate of opening, it was discovered that Naruto was not in the house. Huh, didn't you agree to come to my house for dinner? Did you go back early? After putting the dishes in the refrigerator and walking into the living room, Yuyu discovered a note on the table. This is a note left by Naruto, saying that Sasuke came to see him for something. Sasuke looking for Naruto. Hey, this is quite new. A smile appeared at the corner of Shinomiya Yuyu's mouth, thinking secretly in her heart. Did Sasuke, a man of action, start stirring up the future so quickly? I wonder what kind of medicine he was looking for to be sold in Naruto's gourd. Was he to reveal the secret in advance, or to turn on the mentor mode early? Yuyu didn't want to think too much. Anyway, whatever Sasuke did was a good thing. After all, the blame would be placed on him in the end. At that time, no matter what Sasuke rewrites, the golden avenue of profit will always point to himself. Wood-style clone technique. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 wood clones came out to take charge of the dinner, while she herself enjoyed the bath time leisurely. Time goes by and the night gets darker. I'm here to see you off, little Naruto. Looking at the full moon outside the window, Yuyu jumped lightly and disappeared into the curtain of the night. On the other side, in Naruto's den. Ouch, my A. Naruto had just put on his pajamas and lay down, but he accidentally touched the scars left by the training. That was the trophy from the special training at Sasuke's house. Sasuke, this guy looks like a completely different person. When school was over, Sasuke took him to a secret training camp without saying a word. He said that for the sake of Konoha and his own future, he couldn't continue to be a salty fish. He also said a bunch of confusing words, and the result was that he and Sakura practiced intensely with Sasuke for several hours. From basic physical skills to advanced ninjutsu, to chakra control, everything is covered. When Sakura heard that she could train with Sasuke, she was so excited that she almost fell down from exhaustion. Speaking of which, Sasuke knows a lot. I wonder if he can compare to Yuzuki. Naruto waved his fists a few times, feeling like he was indeed a little stronger. But tiredness came over him immediately, and after a big yawn, he turned off the light and fell asleep. Shinomiya Yuyu, on the other hand, sat quietly on the roof, patiently waiting for Naruto to fall asleep. After making sure that Naruto was asleep, he quietly sneaked into the house. Chapter 22 Kurama, I'm also reborn. Sasuke has one, I have to arrange one for you too. Let's have something special. There is no need for Naruto to be reborn, Sasuke is already the key to change. However, it would be a good choice to add some ingredients to the Kurama in Naruto. Kurama has been with Naruto all his life. As his plug-in, he is not overly powerful but also extremely practical. Enjoy it, Naruto. Yuyu chuckled and took out a piece of memory crystal. Open black lens bracket Kurama's memory crystal close black lens bracket. He gently placed the crystal on Naruto's abdomen, and after a while, the crystal blended in quietly. It's done. Withdraw. Shinomiya Yuyu disappeared instantly without a trace. Is this the power of Ōtsutsuki? Sasuke said weakly. He fell to the ground. Boruto's arm was broken, his spine was damaged, and his life was hanging on by a thread. And Naruto was also suppressed by the huge power of Ōtsutsuki's style and was in danger. Naruto, I have a way for you to defeat him, but at the cost of your life, are you willing? On the edge of confusion, Kurama appeared in Naruto's spiritual world. Kurama seemed to have made some kind of decision and told Naruto that there was another ultimate secret skill. Naruto smiled calmly. Kurama, from the moment I determined to become a Hokage, my life already belongs to this village. Hearing this, Kurama laughed heartily. So, Naruto, get ready to meet this power. Kurama put his hands together and fused chakra with Naruto, creating an unprecedented new energy. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto's whole body was wrapped in red chakra light, and his momentum suddenly increased. The giant cube that suppressed him was instantly overturned. Heavy particle mode activated. Even the defense of Ōtsutsuki first style became futile in this mode, and he could only let Naruto attack like a storm. After a arduous battle, Ōtsutsuki Ashiki was finally eliminated. Kurama, it's great to have you on this journey. From now on, the village will be protected by you. After Naruto said this, he collapsed from exhaustion, thinking that he who had used the heavy particle mode was about to die. Why say such depressing words? You still have a long way to go. This little bump in the road can't do anything to you. But you clearly said that turning on that mode will deplete your life force. Kurama's figure gradually blurred. Who told you that it would cost you your life? Seeing this scene, Naruto suddenly understood even though he was still ignorant. Kurama, don't cry, you are Hokage, Naruto. After saying these words, Kurama completely disappeared. Just when Kurama's consciousness was about to drift away, it suddenly came back together. Advertisement. The surrounding environment seemed to have changed accordingly. Why do you feel so wet? A look of human curiosity appeared on Kurama's furry face. When he opened his eyes and took a look, the scene in front of him gave him a strong sense of déjà vu. It was dark, wet, and there were countless thick chains wrapped around his body, making it impossible for him to move. There was a huge iron fence in front of him, which surrounded him tightly, as if he was in a dungeon. Here it is. Kurama's pupils shrank suddenly. Isn't this Naruto's sealed space? How could Kurama forget this place? But why does he appear here again? Shouldn't it be the road to hell after death? Could it be that something unexpected happened to Naruto too? No. Kurama looked at the chain behind him. He and Naruto had already connected with each other and got rid of the constraints of the past. Not only do you not have to be limited by chains and fences, you can also stretch your chakra at any time and sense everything in the outside world. But the layout here, no matter how you look at it, it feels like you have gone back to the time when Naruto had not yet connected with his soul more than 10 years ago. Wait, more than 10 years ago. Kurama woke up from a dream. He quickly mobilized the remaining chakra to check the person who sealed him. Although the chakra is limited when sealed, it is still possible to identify one's own Jinchūriki. At this glance, he saw little Naruto sleeping on the bed. This moment was like thunder in the clear sky. What the hell is going on? Kurama was shocked. Did Naruto really turn back into a child? No, that's not right, he should have traveled back in time. From Konoha 83 to Konoha 60. Naruto was exactly this age at this time. What the hell? Kurama was confused for a moment. At this moment, Naruto suddenly frowned and touched his stomach with a painful expression. Upon seeing this, Kurama immediately put away the leaked chakra. Because of the existence of 8-sign seal, too much chakra will make Naruto miserable. Naruto, this guy. Kurama sighed helplessly. Advertisement. Forget it, let it be as it comes. Kurama slowly lay down. In a sense, this is also a good thing, right? He who was supposed to die was not only alive, but also returned to the past. But this place was really oppressive, and he was used to a free life. It was really uncomfortable to suddenly return to this kind of restraint. We have to find a way to get him to break this seal as soon as possible. Kurama thought about it in his mind. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned white. Naruto's door was knocked hastily. Naruto, get up and train. Uchiha Sasuke's call came from outside the door. Well. Naruto rubbed his sleepy eyes. I looked at the alarm clock and saw that it was only 5 in the morning. Sasuke, this guy is crazy. Naruto was extremely eager to continue meeting Duke Joe, but the door seemed to be about to collapse due to Sasuke's knocks. Sighing, Naruto got up and washed up. Coming. Pulling up the gate of opening, Uchiha Sasuke stood outside the door ready to go. Let's go, hurry up and practice a little longer before class. After saying that, Sasuke took Naruto and went straight to the training ground. What happened to Sasuke? I remember their relationship was very tense at this time, wasn't it? Kurama looked at the outside world and felt a little strange. But he knew that it was because of his poor memory. At that time, he was imprisoned in the sealed space all day long and did not peek into Naruto's daily life. Maybe that's how their relationship is. Arriving at the training ground, Haruno Sakura was waiting there in advance. She prepared breakfast for 3 people, and after finishing the meal, they began their morning exercises. There was nothing special about it at first. Until Sasuke and Naruto kept discussing Shinomiya Yuzuki. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Kurama scratched his head. Are there such figures in Naruto and Sasuke's circle of friends? How unimpressive it is. But judging from the conversation between Naru and Sasuke, they seemed to be very familiar with Shinomiya Yuzuki. Naruto was full of praise for him, while Sasuke was both fearful and respectful. It's so strange, so strange. Chapter 23 Chunin Examination. Konoha 47 years. Uchiha Obito yawned widely. Lin, why did you drag me up so early in the morning? The door creaked open, and Obito squinted his eyes, rubbing his hazy sleepy eyes with his hand. Nohara Rin grabbed Obito's hand and smiled as brightly as the sun. Hurry up, Minato-sensei is calling us to gather. As soon as he saw Lin's healing smile, Obito's sleepiness was immediately driven away without a trace. 100 times more energetic. Let's go. After a while, the two came to a small bridge over a gurgling stream. Kakashi has been waiting there for a long time. Hey, it's strange that I'm not late today. I think this must be Lin's contribution, otherwise someone would have slept until midnight. When the two brothers met, they couldn't help but tease each other. Kakashi, do you want to practice with me? Obito was so angry that his teeth itched with hatred. The someone in Kakashi's mouth is obviously Obito. I didn't name anyone, so don't be sentimental. Kakashi spread his hands pretending to be innocent. Whoa. If Lin hadn't held him tightly, Obito would have rushed over to give Kakashi some color. Okay, you two are really serious. Lin looked helpless and stood in the middle to act as a peacemaker. HMPH, for Lin's sake, forget it this time. I won't be so lucky next time. Obito has a habit of saying harsh words. Kakashi chuckled. I don't think there's any need to wait for next time, why not do it now? Obito is really eager to try and compete with Kakashi. Before, he was indeed no match for Kakashi, but now he has opened Mangekyo Sharingan. And evolved smoothly into eternity. With the skill of infinite virtualization alone, he is sure to win, not to mention that he can suck Kakashi into the Kamui space with just one touch. The outcome was uncertain, but in the end they didn't really fight. With Lin mediating in the middle, they could just have fun. At this moment, Namikaze Minato finally appeared. With a teleport, Minato appeared in front of the three of them. Minato-sensei. The three of them greeted. Minato smiled and nodded, taking out 3 documents from his arms. I have good news for everyone. Namikaze Minato prepared Chunin exam application forms for them. As long as they are willing, they can challenge the Chunin exam at any time. Once they pass, they can become Chunin. The 3 of them chose to participate without hesitation. The first level of the Chunin exam is the written test. For Kakashi, it's a piece of cake. Advertisement. He was the first to hand in his papers and leave the examination room. In contrast, Obito was so anxious that he couldn't answer the questions at all. In the end, I managed to pass the test by relying on the answers secretly passed on by Lin. After the written test, the practical test a few days later will be the second level of the Chunin exam. Time flies. On the day of the practical test, outside the examination room, Kakashi and Lin are still waiting. Because Obito hasn't arrived yet. Only 5 minutes left. If it exceeds the time limit, it will be considered as automatically giving up the qualification. The teacher in charge of the exam explained the rules to the two. Wait a little longer. I believe Obito will come. Although Nohara Lin was a little nervous, she still trusted Obito. Kakashi said with some regret, we are afraid that he will drag us down. No, Obito will definitely arrive in time. Lin's tone was firm. As soon as he finished speaking, a black vortex suddenly opened in the void in front of him. Uchiha Obito turned his eyes white and came out. Hey, Kakashi, I heard you talking bad about me behind my back. Kakashi was stunned by Obito's appearance. You have learned the same space-time ninjutsu as sensei. Kakashi almost thought he hadn't woken up. Although time and space ninjutsu is powerful, it is also twice as difficult to learn. He tried to learn Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God, but he couldn't get into it at all. He simply couldn't imagine that Obito had secretly learned a space-time ninjutsu. Obito proudly raised his thumb and pointed at himself. You have seen the power of Uchiha, you have already said that I am a genius. This is nothing. I guarantee it will be an eye-opener for you when you take the exam later. Although Nohara Lin was frightened, every second counts now. She quickly pushed Obito and Kakashi and said anxiously, okay, don't be poor now, the exam is about to start. Within the examination room, in the blink of an eye, each candidate's opponent was determined. Obito ran into the blue beast of future Konoha village. Met Kai. This guy Kai, you really can't underestimate a person. His potential is so terrifying. Uchiha Obito squinted his eyes and looked at the dumb-looking boy in tights across from him. The forbidden art of 8 Gates Dungeon was used to such perfection in Kai's hands that even Uchiha Madara was full of praise for it. The competition begins. Following the examiner's order. The battle suddenly opened. Advertisement. Aha. Met Kai shouted loudly, and then a whip like a sudden storm came. He was about to kick Obito, but he seemed to be stunned and stood still. He looked caught off guard. Obito. On the sidelines, Nohara Lin was worried. Hey, Minato Namikaze, who was watching the battle with 3rd Hokage in the monitoring room, couldn't help but hold his forehead. Obito is going to lose. However, the scene that followed left both Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned. What's going on? The two looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. At this time, Obito has won the game. The decisive moment is only a moment. Guy's attack didn't touch Obito at all, it seemed to penetrate his body. The two of them passed each other, and where Obito stood was like a phantom. Nani? Kai, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, was shocked. Met Kai, who revealed a huge flaw, was naturally defeated by Obito in one blow. This magical scene naturally opened the eyes of the audience. Minato, it seems like your disciple has never seen this ability before. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. Namikaze Minato shook his head in confusion. I don't know, I've never seen Obito use this ability before. Is it possible that you just mastered it recently? 3rd generation guessed. Maybe so. Minato's eyes flashed with relief. Obito had finally grown up. Hey, I'm not that good. After the game, Obito ran to Nohara Lin with a proud look on his face. Super awesome, Obito. Nohara Rin clasped her hands behind her back, tilted her head slightly, and responded to Obito with a bright smile. Lin. Looking at Nohara Rin's adoring eyes, Obito felt like he was in a state of ecstasy. You are simply my angel. But at this moment, Kakashi's voice sounded from behind. Hey, what was that move you just made? Kakashi's opponent was Ebisu, who was easily defeated by him. He also returned to the audience and asked Obito curiously. Annoying Kakashi, I finally got a chance to be alone with Lin for a while. Although Obito felt unwilling, he still turned around and replied. That's the eye technique, a natural ability of the Uchiha clan. Tongjutsu. Have you opened Sharingan? Kakashi suddenly realized. But didn't Obito open his eyes before? Why did he open them suddenly? Moreover, I have never heard that turning on Sharingan will have such a powerful ability. Chapter 24 Complete Susanoo. Of course, with my talent, opening your eyes won't be a piece of cake. I'll show you Uchiha's power later. Obito and Kakashi each defeated their opponents and successfully advanced to the next round. In fact, he has been promoted to Chunin so far. But continuing to compete can lead to a higher ranking. Although it has some meaning, it is not too big. Obviously, Both Obito and Kakashi are eyeing the number 1 spot. Soon, Obito and Kakashi went through all the obstacles and defeated the opponents in front of them. In the end, on the stage of the actual combat assessment, only the two of them stood facing each other. Hey, Kakashi, why don't you just admit defeat, so as not to be embarrassed if you lose later? Hehe. Regarding Obito's provocation, Kakashi just smiled indifferently and didn't take it to heart. The game begins. With the examiner's order, the battle officially began. Kakashi took the lead, and the 3 sharp shurikens were like thunder, heading straight for Obito. However, Obito, who has the ability to blur, is indifferent to such temptations and can easily let the attack pass through him, as illusory as a reflection passing through the water. He, Kakashi, is this all you have? Obito smiled triumphantly. Tisk. Kakashi glanced at him disdainfully, then tensed up his whole body and entered a state of full strength. He began to carefully consider Obito's abilities. You can see it, but you can't touch it. Could it be Genjutsu's trick? Kakashi secretly forms a seal and uses the gesture to understand Genjutsu, which can break the general Genjutsu trap. Then, he threw the shuriken again as a second test. However, these attacks were still easily avoided by Obito using his virtual blur. It's not Genjutsu. Looking at the shuriken scattered on the ground, Kakashi made a judgment in his mind. It seems to have no entity. What kind of ability is this? Kakashi fell into thought. At this moment, Obito has launched an offensive. No more fighting. Then it's my turn to attack. Obito dashed forward, coming straight at him with a swift flying kick. Escape or fight back. Kakashi quickly formulated 2 strategies. Considering Obito's elusive status, could this attack just be a decoy? The real attack may be lurking, waiting for the opportunity. Thinking as fast as lightning, Kakashi's eyes narrowed and he decided to put defense first. At the same time, he secretly prepared the substitute technique. Once it was confirmed that it was a fake move, he could immediately change positions. With a snap, Obito's attack was easily neutralized by Kakashi. It's the real body. Immediately afterwards, the two started a fierce physical contest. Kakashi gradually fell into passivity, because Obito seemed to be able to predict his every move, making it impossible for him to gain the upper hand. But Kakashi was not frustrated by this, but his eyes became sharper. There is an entity, he thought to himself. Too slow, Kakashi. Obito's Sharingan turned slightly, and Kakashi's movements seemed to be slowed down several times in his eyes. Every punch and kick was easily neutralized by Obito, without any threat at all. Kakashi remained silent, concentrating on looking for the other party's flaws. After 30 rounds, Obito seemed a little tired and his movements stopped for a moment. Advertisement. Kakashi took advantage of this opportunity and struck out with a whip kick, pointing directly at Obito's chest. However, the hit that he was determined to win actually passed through his body again. How come? Kakashi looked stunned. What on earth is going on? During the fight, it was clear that the power was really being transmitted, and the Obito in front of me could not be a phantom. Just when he was stunned, Obito caught his carelessness and knocked him away with a punch. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, your cleverness cannot fool me. Want to catch the gap after my attack? I am a zero-delay blur. Kakashi dusted himself off and stood up again. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Obito carefully. In this case, could he be able to freely switch between entity and virtuality? Suddenly, Kakashi had a flash of inspiration and a new idea. According to the previous confrontation, Obito can be contacted when attacking. But as long as he stops attacking, he can escape into a virtual state at any time, making all attacks in vain. I see. Try again. Kakashi suddenly threw a smoke bomb and hit the ground hard. Bang. Thick smoke spread instantly, covering half of the venue. Hey, Kakashi, these little tricks don't work on me. Although he said so, Obito did not relax at all. After all, the person standing opposite him was Kakashi. Obito's eyes were as sharp as a hawk, and he accurately captured that figure even in the swirling smoke. Although his eyes are not as capable of seeing through everything as the Byakugan, as a pair of precious and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, how can a mere smoke stop them? Kakashi did not respond verbally, and the tension in the air suddenly increased. Then, a swift figure suddenly jumped out of the smoke with a fierce attack. Obito reacted quickly, flexed his body, and deflected the blow with superb physical skills. Immediately, the two were fighting together again, and the situation was tense. During the fierce exchange, Obito raised his lips slightly and said with a somewhat relaxed smile. Aren't you going to admit defeat? Continuing this stalemate is just a waste of time. I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve that are useless. Hearing this, Kakashi proposed, half jokingly and half seriously. How about this, you admit defeat, and then I treat you to a big barbecue. Hearing this, Obito raised his eyebrows and responded with feigned dissatisfaction. You want to get rid of me after just one barbecue? You underestimate me, at least 3. Come on, just one meal, no more. Kakashi responded helplessly. Before he finished speaking, he seemed to be delayed due to distraction, unable to defend Obito's sudden attack in time. Hey, Kakashi, try this. Obito's eyes lit up, and he took advantage of the situation, carrying wind and electricity with his fist, and went straight to Kakashi's door. However, just when the punch seemed to be about to hit, another figure suddenly emerged from the ground. Kicked Obito with lightning speed, interrupting his attack. Ouch! With a cry of pain, Obito flew out like a kite with its string cut off, and rolled on the ground several times before stopping. He climbed up in embarrassment, and there was a bright red footprint on his face, which was full of disbelief. My, Kamui, was actually discovered. Obito turned his eyes to his opponent and saw that the one he had knocked away was just one of Kakashi's lightning clones. The real Kakashi had already sneaked underground under the cover of smoke bombs, waiting for the best opportunity. The Thunder clone deliberately exposed its flaws, but it was actually to create an opportunity for the underground body to fight back. Obito, it seems that your ability is not impeccable, Kakashi said with a bit of joking tone. Damn Kakashi. Uchiha Obito's face turned red, secretly surprised by Kakashi's insight. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, in such a short encounter, the opponent discovered the weakness of Kamui. Do you want to continue? Kakashi asked with a smile, a challenging light shining in his eyes. Damn it, don't get too complacent. If you hadn't been unable to use those overly powerful moves, you would have lost by now. Obito gritted his teeth angrily. So far, he has only shown the skills of virtualization, and the real power of Kamui has not yet been revealed, such as the Kamui that can distort space. Once used, I'm afraid Kakashi will become stuck, because he may only be half of his body. Kakashi, please keep an eye on me. Obito's Sharingan spun sharply, and a terrifying power surged within him. Susanoo. Of course he has to be careful about his special moves, after all, it was not his intention to let Kakashi get into trouble. So, without any hesitation, he directly used Sharingan's third power. In an instant, the world seemed to be shaking. Susanoo. This is the ultimate secret of the Uchiha family. The light blue chakra skeleton quickly wrapped Obito's body like a shield. But this is just the beginning. With the continuous release of pupil power, flesh, blood, muscles and bones gradually merge into this huge skeleton, followed closely by skin and even indestructible armor. Susanoo stood up slowly, his figure reaching a height of 100 meters, as if a god had descended into the world. The top of the stadium instantly cracked, and gravel fell down, provoking a scream from the audience. In a moment, a Tengu warrior with two wings on his back in an imposing manner, like a god of war, stood in the center of the arena. This is the complete Susanoo. What is this? Oh my god, what is this ninjutsu? In the audience, everyone's jaws almost dropped in shock. They were stunned, staring straight at the tall Susanoo, their mouths wide open. Uchiha Fugaku was sitting in the audience, staring at Obito in the field, and squeezed out a few words from his throat. Complete Susanoo. There was unconcealable shock in his words, and the calmness of the past was gone. Among the people present, perhaps he was the only one who could deeply understand the terrifying power of this technique. But the key point is, how could Uchiha Obito have the ability to perform such stunts? According to the records of the Uchiha family, no one else can control this power except Uchiha Madara back then. Kakashi stared blankly at the behemoth in front of him. After a long time, he sighed and his eyes became vacant and lifeless. What a scumbag. The virtualization was already difficult enough before. Although it was tricky, at least there were ways to deal with it. But what is the situation now? Even if Kakashi tried his best, the best result would be a 40 to 60 result. Obito just punched him and he got a 4 feet, and then he lay on the ground and made a 6. Kakashi, how's it going? Obito tried his best to force a smile on his swollen, pig-headed face. I surrender. Kakashi simply raised his hands in surrender. The winner is Uchiha Obito. The examiner announced the result with a trembling voice. The referee's stand was not far from Susanoo's feet, and Obito's transformation almost crushed it. This is. In the monitoring room, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up in shock, not even realizing that the pipe in his mouth fell. Chapter 25. The first group building begins. Look, it's Uchiha Obito. A young man shouted excitedly. Is it really him? Should we go up and ask for an autograph? The other's eyes were shining with admiration, and he was eager to give it a try, but in the end he still didn't have the courage to step forward. The Chunin exam came to an end, and Obito and his team were able to leave. On the way back, countless pairs of eyes recognized this influential figure and cast different glances at him. There is fear, shock, and even more endless admiration. Obito's Susanoo, who is like a god descending, is nothing short of a storm across the ages in this era that relies on ninjutsu and resourceful struggles. Obito responded happily to the attention from all around him. Being in the spotlight for the first time, his heart was filled with freshness and enjoyment. What was originally a 10-minute journey home turned into a half-hour journey due to the communications along the way. Finally returning home, Obito threw himself into the sofa comfortably. I finally defeated Kakashi once, although the method is a bit cunning. I wonder if doing this counts as changing my destiny. With doubts, Obito opened the mailbox according to the guidance of the seniors in the group. There's really a reward. But then he frowned. Why are there only 20,000 gold coins? This is too little. He thought to himself, Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato could easily earn 5 figures, so how could he have shrunk so much? Is it because my influence is not far-reaching enough? He touched his chin and pondered. Just as he was planning his next big move, a message from the group interrupted his thoughts. It's the leader of the Yu group. Is it time for group activities? Obito was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly opened the group chat. The screen lit up, and Shinomiya Yu's message came into view. Everyone, I'm ready and can come over at any time. Immediately afterwards, a prompt popped up in the group. Open black lens bracket. Shinomiya Yuzuki invites you to visit his timeline. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Accept, reject. Close black lens bracket. It seems that the group activities have really begun. Obito was about to accept it happily, but suddenly he had an idea. Yu group leader seems to have mentioned before that he can bring people with him. Let Lin go and have fun too. Thinking of Nohara Rin, as for that stinky Kakashi. It would be best if he didn't come. In this way, no one could disturb his and Lin's time. With a flash of thought, Obito activated Kamui, his figure instantly twisted and disappeared, and the next second he appeared in front of Nohara Lin's house. Knocking lightly on the door slowly opened, and Lin's curious face poked out. Obito. Advertisement. Recognizing Obito, Lin immediately opened the gate of opening with a smile on her face. But Obito did not enter directly. He scratched his head and said with an embarrassed smile. Lin, some of my friends have invited me to go to a super magical place. I want to take you with me, okay? As he spoke, Obito's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin tilted her head and smiled, her eyes full of tenderness, okay. Obito cheered, took Lin's hand, and quickly confirmed his acceptance in the group. In the blink of an eye, the two people turned into a ray of clear light, penetrated the barrier of time, and flew towards the era where Shinomiya Yu lived. Konoha 2 years. Brother, are you really not sick? Senju Tobarama asked with a worried look on his face. During this period, Hashirama behaved strangely, often talking to himself and pointing in the air. And now, what's even more outrageous is that he said that someone invited him to go to the future to see Konoha, and he even wanted to take himself with him. Go to the future to see Konoha. Tobarama muttered to himself, this seemed like crazy talk. Are you still insisting that you're fine? Senju Hashirama said helplessly, how should I explain to you? Hey, no matter how you say it, something is wrong. Come on, come with me and you will understand. Come on, put your hand on my shoulder, and we'll set off. You'll understand everything when you see it with your own eyes. Senju Tobarama sighed lightly, he himself is an expert in time and space ninjutsu. How could he still not understand how complicated time is? But the eldest brother is as if he has been hit by an ecstasy soup, and he has to figure it out whether he lives or lives. There was no other way. Tobarama had no choice but to nod, put his hand on his elder brother's shoulder, and embark on this seemingly crazy journey together. It's up to you, but brother, I hope that after this time, you will listen to me, take a good rest, and take good care of yourself. Haha, let's go. Senju Hashirama's hearty laughter revealed unquestionable determination. Konoha Village 48 years. Kushina, let's go. Namikaze Minato smiled softly and took Uzumaki Kushina's hand. Minato, does the different world you mentioned really exist? Kushina's beautiful face was full of curiosity. Yes, we have talked many times. Then Obito and Rin. Kushina's eyes were full of expectation. They are all safe and sound over there. You will be surprised when the time comes. Minato smiled, tapped his finger lightly, and also chose to set off. Advertisement. Konoha Village 60 years. At Shinomiya Yuzuki's home. Today, he simply skipped school and stayed at home waiting for the arrival of senior ninjas from different time and space. I saw a light ray of light coming from nowhere, and after landing, 2 figures appeared. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama arrived first. The two were stunned for a moment, then woke up. They looked around at their new surroundings with astonishment on their faces. Shodai, Nadaime, welcome to Konoha Village for 60 years. Shinomiya Yuzuki greeted them with a smile on her face. Yuyu's voice sounded, and the two of them looked for it. Huh, are you the leader of the Yuyu group? So you. So young. Senju Hashirama blinked, unable to believe that such an amazing power was hidden in this young body. Not only can they communicate across time and space, but they can also be brought here directly from different eras. This was a feat that not even Sage of 6 Paths could accomplish, but he, Shinomiya Yuzuki, did it. It's true that heroes have emerged from youth since ancient times. You are the first to arrive, sit down for a while, the others will be here soon. Shinomiya Yuyu stood up and walked to the refrigerator and asked, by the way, would you like something to drink? As soon as the refrigerator door is opened, there is a dazzling array of drinks. It's up to me, Hashirama replied. Tobarama, what about you? Tobarama. Senju Hashirama yelled several times before Tobarama came back to his senses. It's actually true, Senju Tobarama whispered. Someone actually can take them into the future. The surrounding furnishings and furniture were of novel styles that he had never seen before. Looking out from the window, the bustling scene of Konoha can be seen in full view. Further away, Hokage Rock comes into view. The 4 faces on it silently tell that Konoha has experienced the changes of the 4th Hokage. One is Hashirama, the second is himself, and the third is Sarutobi. Although I don't know the 4th one, he must be a pillar of Konoha if he can become Hokage. All of this told him without a doubt that they had arrived in the future. Chapter 26. Let me show you Konoha. Tobarama, what are you thinking about? Hashirama walked to his brother's side and patted his shoulder gently. I just thought it was so unusual. Tobarama smiled bitterly and thought to himself. Before, he was wondering if his elder brother had a fever and was confused. But now it seems that his vision is obviously not broad enough. You too, come and try this drink that traveled through time and space. I guarantee your satisfaction. Shinomiya Yuyu proposed with a smile while carrying 2 bottles of Coke. You are the one that Big Brother often mentioned. It seems to be called the leader of the group. Senju took the coke from the door and stared at Yu with curiosity in his eyes. That's right. Is there anything you want to discuss, Nadime? Shinomiya Yu smiled gently. Discuss. Haha, your attainments in time and space far exceed mine. I would like to ask you a few questions. Senju Tobarama said sincerely. Tobarama, it's rare for you to be so humble. The two people immediately sat down on the sofa, and just as their conversation began, a clear light flashed, and four figures appeared instantly. Minato Namikaze and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, appeared together with Uchiha Obito and Rin Nohara. Everyone is welcome. As the host, Yu stood up to greet him enthusiastically. Lord of the Yu group. Yu-kun. Minato and Obito responded with smiles on their faces. Obito. Lin. Before he finished speaking, a red figure suddenly jumped out from beside Minato and hugged Obito and Nohara Rin tightly. It's great that you guys are alive. Kushina burst into tears, but couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Oh, Master Kushina, you are going to strangle me. Obito stuck out his tongue and gasped exaggeratedly. Kushina was amused and let go of her hand. In fact, she didn't use any force. Master Kushina, Nohara Lin was confused for a moment. Obito said he would take her to a wonderful place, so he meant Minato-sensei's home. Kushina took her hand and sat on the sofa next to her. Xiao Lin, it's so nice to see you. Facing Nohara Rin's confused eyes, Kushina slowly revealed the truth that they came from different time and space. Ah, will Obito and I die fighting? Nohara Lin's face instantly turned pale and suddenly turned red. Although she is much more mature than her peers, she is still a little girl after all. Facing the ultimate proposition of life and death, she will inevitably feel fear. Kushina hugged her and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, Minato and I will protect you. We will not let the tragedy happen again this time. And that boy Obito, I heard that he has become particularly powerful at your place. Speaking of Obito, Nohara Rin thought of the Susanoo shown by Obito during the Chunin exam. That kind of power that seemed to be able to shake the world brought her an incomparable sense of security. Well, Obito is really strong now. The girls chatted animatedly on the sidelines, while the men gathered together and each took their place. Advertisement. Shinomiya Yuzuki handed everyone a can of Coke. Several people drank heavily. This feeling, a bit subtle. The Hokage generation, second generation, and fourth generation gathered together, but what they were served was Coke. Okay, it's quite unconventional, but they seemed to enjoy it. Namikaze Minato ruffled Obito's hair. After you left, Kushina was the saddest. She has always treated you as her biological brothers and sisters. Uchiha Obito grinned. Don't worry, teacher, I will never let tragedy happen again this time. I want to end this troubled world and bring eternal peace to Konoha. Obito's powerful oath made Senju Tobarama couldn't help but pay attention. He lowered his voice and said softly, Brother, I like this Uchiha boy. Hey, Tobarama, it's rare for you to express your stance like this. Hashirama put down the coke can in his hand, looking a little surprised. Humph, brother, don't look at me with that look. Aren't we all trying our best for the peace of Konoha? The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan put aside their old grudges and joined hands to create Konoha, not just to pursue this moment of peace and harmony. At this time, Shinomiya Yuzuki suddenly interjected. Then, please take a personal look at the second generation to see if this future Konoha meets your expectations. Okay, everyone, let's go for a walk. After saying this, Shinomiya Yu stood up first, with a leisurely posture. Everyone looked at each other and smiled, stood up one after another, and stepped out of the door. Walking into the streets of Konoha, people were coming and going, and it was very lively. Let's split up so we can observe more comprehensively. Shinomiya Yu suggested. Immediately, everyone divided into two teams, one with Yuzuki and the Hashirama brothers, and one with Minato, Kushina, Obito and Lin, and set out to explore from two directions. The bustling scenery came into view, and they walked on the street, attracting the side glances of passers-by from time to time. But no one seems to be able to recognize their true identities. At most, they only feel a little familiar, but they do not think of those deceased Hokages of all generations. There are many shops on both sides of the street, offering food, clothing, ninja tools, and bookstores. Pedestrians of all ages are passing through, most of them smiling, obviously far away from the haze of war. Senju Tobarama's face was filled with a satisfied smile, and he was sincerely pleased with the future prospects of Konoha. Isn't this the ideal that their generation pursues throughout their lives? Children no longer have to go to war, and the elderly can enjoy their old age in peace. Brother, our dream has really come true. Tobarama stared at Senju Hashirama. Hashirama was silent for a moment. As a person who understands the history of the ninja world, he is well aware of the crisis hidden behind the short-term peace. What is coming is not only the fourth ninja war, but also the Konoha collapse plan that is just around the corner, which will be another bloody storm. As long as desire exists, the shadow of war will be difficult to eliminate. Speaking of which, why don't we see any Uchiha people? Tobarama muttered. As a big family in Konoha, Uchiha should have a lot of talented people on the street, but he didn't see any of them. Uchiha people are easy to identify. They usually wear clothes with family logos like table tennis rackets, and most of them are handsome, with dark eyes and hair. I can't see it anymore because the Uchiha clan has been exterminated. Shinomiya Yu said lightly, holding the fried tofu she just bought from the stall in her hand, tasting it with satisfaction as she walked. Genocide. Tobirama looked shocked. Advertisement. Is it because of the war? The price is too heavy. Tobirama frowned. With Uchiha's power, what kind of battle can bring them to the point of annihilation? Is the entire ninja world against Konoha? Yu took a bite of tofu and said slowly, "No, it was Danzo who did it. He planned to strengthen Danzo's image." Danzo. This name is no stranger to Tobirama. Among the new generation of outstanding young people in Konoha, Danzo is indeed one of the best. He has already begun training these young people, hoping that they will become the mainstay of Konoha in the future. Would Danzo do such a thing? Is he so capable? Tobirama could not imagine that that boy who once had good qualifications would be so powerful that he could destroy the Uchiha clan in the future. That's not the case. He himself is not powerful, he just relies on external forces. That night, Obito wiped out the entire security force alone. All Uchiha members who resisted were killed at his hands. Let me tell you, Hashirama said. Then, he described in detail the content of the video that Yuzuki played before, and relayed it to Tobirama unchanged. After hearing about Danzo's bad deeds, Tobirama couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Danzo. Senju Tobirama closed his eyes. I didn't educate him well. I can't blame you entirely. People's hearts are complicated and unpredictable. Some people, no matter how hard they teach, are hardwired to change their nature, while some people, without needing to say anything, become recognized talents by everyone. Keep walking and look at another place. Yu suggested. The three of them set off again. At the same time, in Hokage's office. One person was completely stunned by the sudden appearance of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. On this day, he learned that Shinomiya Yuzuki was absent from class, and his heart suddenly tightened, fearing that Danzo was doing something behind his back again. After all, this child Yu has always followed the rules and is never absent without any reason. Fortunately, he was smart and secretly memorized Yu's chakra characteristics earlier. Thinking of this, he quickly used his signature ninjutsu, telescope technique. Anxiously, he checked Yu's condition through this mysterious vision. Fortunately, this was just a false alarm, and Yu was seen wandering leisurely on the street. Oh, I was really scared. It turned out that I was shopping with first generation and second generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his chest gently, closed the crystal ball that looked into the future, and felt a little at ease. But in an instant, an unusual breath made him stop suddenly. Wait a moment. First generation. Second generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were so wide that he could hardly believe his own eyes. Could it be that I saw it wrong? Without thinking too much, he once again activated the art of clairvoyance, and this time, the two familiar faces were indeed in the picture. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, those two figures were deeply imprinted in his memory. Yes, it's the two of them. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed without a doubt, his heart was in turmoil. Chapter 27 Danzo, you are going to be in trouble soon. Although this trip to Konoha had a few hiccups, overall, Tobirama was quite satisfied. As the three of them strolled, they unknowingly left the bustling streets of Konoha and entered a relatively private area. This is the former territory of the Senju clan in Tobirama's memory. Logically speaking, as the founders of Konoha, the Senju clan should occupy the core area. However, Hashirama declined this honor. He explained that the Senju clan had a large population. If they were to live in the center, they would inevitably occupy too much space, which would be detrimental to the balanced development of the village. Although Tobirama felt regretful about his brother's selflessness, he could not argue with it. In the end, the Senju clan settled in a corner of Konoha. Tobirama's face was filled with anticipation, and he was eager to get a glimpse of the current appearance of the Senju family. But as they went deeper, the sight before them was shocking. It was a deserted place, with abandoned houses covered with spider webs and weeds growing wildly. It had obviously been neglected for many years. They stopped at the broken door. Tobirama stared at the half-collapsed door with confusion on his face. He turned to Yu and asked, Master of the Fourth Palace, have the Senju clan moved away? Yu took a bite of tofu leisurely, and her understatement answer was like a bolt from the blue. No, they have become the dust of history just like the Uchiha clan. The clan has been exterminated. That's right. Tobirama was silent for a long time, feeling heavy. Is it Danzo's work again? He asked. Most likely, but Hiruzen Sarutobi may not be able to escape the involvement. After all, he is the Hokage. Without his acquiescence, this would not be possible. Yuzuki's words only made Danzo more guilty. It seems that Tobirama's anger towards Danzo is about to reach its peak. Hashirama looked at his brooding brother without disturbing him. He knew that Tobirama needed to be quiet at this moment. He already knew the truth in the video, but he never expected that the seemingly loyal Sarutobi would behave like this. Fortunately, this is not the era he belongs to, and he has the opportunity to correct all misfortunes. As for the Senju clan in this time and space, there is only silence. Well, let's go and look somewhere else. After a while, Tobirama spoke, his face expressionless, no one knew what he was thinking. But it is certain that Danzo is probably going to be in big trouble. How about meeting the current Hokage? Yu deliberately fanned the flames. Zhu Jian cast a silent glance, his eyes full of helplessness. The leader of the Yu group is really good at causing trouble. If he goes to find Sarutobi now, the other party will definitely not be able to take advantage of him. Go, I just want to ask him what he has done with the protection of Konoha entrusted to me and my eldest brother. Tobirama said with a chill. Just as the three were about to leave, a hobbling old man slowly walked out of the ruins of the Senju clan. The sound of subtle footsteps made the three of them startled. Then, the old voice came from behind. Hey, it's rare for someone to visit. Are you here to burn incense and remember the first generation and the second Hokage? Advertisement. Maruboshi Kosuke asked with a smile on his face while holding the basket, hunched back. He comes here regularly to burn incense for first generation and second Hokage and clean the cemetery. This habit has continued for decades. In the past, he was always alone, but today he was lucky enough to meet a visitor. In his understanding, these people should have the same mood as him, otherwise who would set foot on this long-abandoned old land? I still have some incense here, so I'll give it to you. Kosuke Maruhoshi approached slowly. At this time, the three people in front turned around. When Kosuke Maruhoshi saw the faces of the two of them clearly, the smile on his face suddenly solidified. Snap. The basket in his hand fell to the ground silently, but he ignored it and stepped forward tremblingly, his voice filled with disbelief. Shodai. Nadaime. Maruboshi Kosuke's eyes covered with traces of time suddenly widened, as if in disbelief. The two long-dead Hokage stood before him as alive as if they had traveled through time and space. The Senju brothers exchanged glances. Could it be that the old man recognized them? However, they had no impression of the old man, at least no knowledge of his youth. As a result, the two people's eyes coincidentally fell on Shinomiya Yuyu. His name is Maruboshi Kosuke, Tobirama, one of your disciples, and the most filial among all your students. Yuzuki introduced simply. Maruboshi Kosuke. Senju Tobirama whispered the name. After a moment, his face suddenly became enlightened. Remember, in addition to several outstanding disciples such as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, he also paid attention to a child with mediocre qualifications. Although he was not officially accepted as a disciple, he also taught ninjutsu to him privately. That child was none other than Maruhoshi Kosuke. You, Uchiha. Are you already that old? Senju Tobirama's tone was full of emotion. Just half a day ago, he still remembered the lively and active Maruhoshi Kosuke who looked like a little leopard in the forest. In the blink of an eye, time flew by and he was already in his twilight years before his eyes. Nadaime, it's really you. Maruhoshi Kosuke's face was filled with excitement. When Senju Tobirama called his name, he seemed to have returned from a dream, and the mentor in his memory overlapped with the person in front of him. He was convinced that the person standing in front of him was Senju Tobirama himself, not an illusion or someone else's disguise. Nadaime, didn't you and Shodai? Kosuke Maruhoshi approached them, looked at Tobirama, and then at Hashirama. The two of them were indeed alive. After getting closer, he could even feel the suffocating pressure emanating from Hashirama's body. That is the unique shock of the ninja god. Well, it's a long story. Maruhoshi Kosuke nodded silently and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he lowered his head with a bit of guilt. Nadaime, I'm sorry for your teaching, I didn't protect the Senju clan. The desolate scenery around him seemed to reflect his heavy mood at the moment. Uchiha, this is not your fault, there is no need to worry about it. Advertisement. You have tried your best. As for those who are behind this, my eldest brother and I will deal with it ourselves. Senju Tobirama's eyes flashed, and a trace of chakra escaped inadvertently. The ground beneath your feet cracked. At this moment, a dry laugh came from behind. Shodai, Nadaime. Everyone looked back and found that Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived quietly at some point. Behind him were a large number of Anbu, who were surrounding the scene in a subtle gesture. Are you two really? First generation and Nadaime. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stepped forward, wearing a Hokage robe, and his face looked a little embarrassed under the hat. Senju Tobirama glanced around calmly and snorted, Monkey, what do you want to do with so many people here? As he spoke, Senju Tobirama's fingertips rose slightly, which was a sign of launching the Flying Thunder God technique. Once something changes, he can erase all lives present in just an instant. At this time, Senju Hashirama also cast a glance. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Senju Hashirama's gaze frightened him even more than Tobirama. This is definitely the real Senju Hashirama without a doubt. Teacher, there's a misunderstanding. I'm just worried that someone will use evil forbidden techniques like Earth Reincarnation to desecrate the souls of our ancestors. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly explained. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and the Anbu behind him quickly dispersed and disappeared without a trace. But those left a lingering doubt in Anbu's mind. Those two people just now were really first Hokage, second Hokage, reincarnated in dirty soil. As the inventor of this technique, Tobirama is naturally familiar with it. He nodded, accepting Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, they are indeed dead long ago, and it is reasonable to have doubts. Come here, monkey. Senju Tobirama waved with a straight face. Tobirama rubbed his hands. Although the reason was barely justified, he did not forgive Sarutobi Hiruzen for it. What has happened is irreversible. Then for the sake of the Senju clan in this world, let's give the manipulators behind the scenes some color. Tobirama casually broke off a stick, and with a grasp, a perfect wooden stick came into being. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked, the teacher was going to Memories from my childhood suddenly came to mind. They made mistakes at that time, and Tobirama did the same. Oh, there's a good show to watch. Shinomiya Yu hurriedly swallowed the last bite of tofu and quickly took out a camera to record the next scene carefully. Chapter 28. I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Other side. Minato and his team were walking through Konoha village, and when they inadvertently turned a corner, they discovered an unusual place. Is this a cemetery? Obito stared at the sign in front of him, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He pretended to be mysterious and said to Minato, "Teacher, there may be our tombstone here, right?" Minato touched his nose and replied with a slight embarrassment. In this time and space, I guess such a thing really happens. Obito, could you possibly want to? Right, let's go take a look and burn incense for ourselves over there. Obito looked excited and made this unique suggestion. Minato chuckled upon hearing this, feeling a little amused by Obito's whimsical thoughts. Kushina and Nohara Rin looked dumbfounded. What a strange idea. Before anyone could react, Obito had already grabbed Nohara Rin and rushed into the cemetery excitedly. Obito, slow down. Despite her helplessness, Nohara Rin was infected by Obito's enthusiasm and entered together. In front of the tombstones of Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, Hitaki Kakashi stood quietly, staring at the stone monument, with many thoughts in his heart. After a long time, he sighed softly, put down 2 bouquets of flowers, and sat down in front of the tomb. Obito, 12 years have passed in the blink of an eye. If you are still here, you may have become a Hokage. I failed to protect Lin, you must be very disappointed with me. I know, you must be secretly talking about me down there. Kakashi said mockingly. At this time, a figure was quietly hiding in the dark, his whole body covered by a hoodie, only revealing a face with a tiger-striped mask. Naturally, he also heard Kakashi's whisper. His fists were clenched in anger. Kakashi, what's the point of talking about this now? I will never forgive you. Wait and see, I will create a perfect world soon. You can explain it to Lin yourself then. The masked man was about to leave, but suddenly stopped, his exposed eye staring closely at the entrance to the cemetery. What's this? The masked man's body trembled slightly, full of disbelief. What did he see? He saw himself. And the girl I miss day and night. He saw himself holding her hand and running happily in the sunshine. The girl's face was filled with a smile, and her eyes were full of love and happiness. Am I hallucinating? Advertisement. The masked man staggered a few steps and whispered. He believes that as a mouse hiding in the shadows to escape reality, such a warm picture is too shocking for him. When she was alive, he didn't dare to pull her to run in the sun openly. Not to mention that she has passed away and died at the hands of Kakashi. He could only blame it on hallucination, and yes, it was just his hallucination. However, when his younger self ran past him with Nohara Rin, the masked man had to admit that he felt a little envious of this illusion. But for some reason, my young self glanced at his hiding place, and there seemed to be something strange in his eyes. It must be an illusion. After all, he is in Kamui space and no one can detect it. Forget it, forget it. Once the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, I will also be relieved. The masked man sighed and was about to use Kamui to leave, but was stunned again. This time it was because he saw 2 figures that made him tremble inside. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. They are running too fast. Minato, let's catch up quickly. Okay. Seeing the Minato couple happily passing by, Mosk's heart was filled with despair. Is this my imagination too? He can no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Namikaze Minato and Kushina finally caught up with Obito and the others, but Minato inexplicably turned his head to look at a nearby big tree, his eyes full of confusion. Is it my imagination? I can vaguely feel the presence of the Flying Thunder God's mark. Minato was wondering, since he came to this timeline, he had not used the Flying Thunder God technique yet, where did the mark come from? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? The mark of the Flying Thunder God, once left, will never fade away. Could it be left by another self in this time and space? Uchiha Obito walked closer and asked in a low voice, Minato-sensei, did you notice anything was wrong? Well, you feel this way too. Kamui space should be unique. When approaching here, I can feel that Kamui's power is being used, and someone is using the virtualization ability. But this person is not me. Obito smiled. Minato also smiled. What are you going to do? Intervene. But do you want to ask the Yu group leader for his opinion first? Obito waved his hand. Forget it, after all, this is the group leader's territory. We are just guests and it is not appropriate to act randomly. The group leader didn't do anything to him, so there must be a reason. Minato nodded in agreement. A big shot like Shinomiya Yuzuki naturally has his own considerations when doing things. Forget it, leave him alone, let's go tease Kakashi. Obito suddenly felt naughty. Advertisement. Looking from where they were, they could just see Kakashi sitting alone in front of the tombstone, whispering to the 2 cold stone tablets, and occasionally giggling alone. Hey, Mr. Minato, Mrs. Kushina, please wait here for a moment. Lin and I will go over and give him a little surprise. Obito, this is not good. Nohara Lin seemed hesitant. Minato smiled bitterly. You and Kakashi are really. I hope Kakashi won't be too scared. Kushina covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of tenderness. Let me see how powerful that arrogant Kakashi becomes when he grows up. Lin, let's go. After that, Obito dragged Nohara Rin and quietly moved behind Kakashi with the help of Kamui's power. At this moment, Kakashi was unaware and was still talking to himself in front of the tombstone. Well, it's getting late. I'll go back first and come to visit you next time. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Kakashi's butt was slapped twice when a voice came from behind. You idiot Kakashi, you didn't bring anything I like when you came to offer sacrifices, just a bouquet of flowers. Do you want me to live by chewing the petals? Kakashi's figure jerked. This voice, so familiar. He turned around slowly, eager to confirm the long-lost figure, but he was afraid that his auditory hallucinations were causing trouble. Finally, he turned around completely, and his face, always filled with optimism and vitality, came into view. Next to the boy, a girl was leaning on him tightly. Seeing Kakashi looking over, the girl smiled sweetly and called out. Kakashi, long time no see. Obito, Lin. Kakashi can't tell whether all this is an illusion caused by excessive longing or a manifestation of the two souls. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Obito approached the stunned Kakashi and waved his hand dissatisfiedly. What's wrong, Obito? Kakashi came back to his senses and called out the name that had been forgotten for many years. In any case, since it is rare to see each other, even if it is in a dream, we must have a few words first. I said, where is my offering? Just these 2 bouquets of broken flowers, do you think they are enough to fill the gap between your teeth? Obito pointed to the flowers on the grave. You heartless guy, you haven't brought us any delicious food for more than 10 years, leaving me down there drinking water from the yellow spring every day to fill my stomach. Look, Lin has almost lost weight due to hunger. Obito pinched Nohara Rin's arm distressingly, making her embarrassed for a while. The atmosphere was so awkward. What should we do if we are exposed later? Chapter 29 I'm going to be misunderstood. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Kakashi scratched his hair, with a somewhat embarrassed smile on his face. What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you right now. Sushi, ramen, takoyaki, grilled meat. Obito listed a list of delicious food in one breath, and each item was different. Obito was so focused on naming the dishes that he didn't notice that Kakashi was secretly making some small moves. He secretly pushed up the forehead protector that covered his eyes, revealing the Sharingan Obito gave him. In the scarlet eyes, 3 Magatama gradually appeared, eventually forming a unique pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. Okay. Go back quickly, I'll be waiting here. Obito finally finished announcing the menu and waved his hand towards Kakashi, signaling him to leave quickly. But Kakashi remained motionless. The Sharingan slowly rotated and locked onto Obito and Nohara Rin. Hey, Kakashi, don't stand there, let's move quickly. Seeing that Kakashi didn't move for a long time, Obito urged. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly got angry. His hand goes straight to Uchiha Obito. The incident happened suddenly, and Obito did not expect Kakashi to do this. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, he was discovered so quickly. As soon as his heart moved, Kamui automatically turned on, and the virtual state followed. Kakashi's hand passed through Obito's body. Huh. Kakashi reacted quickly, and immediately distanced himself without hesitation when his attack failed. His eyes were locked on Obito, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. No matter how slow he is, he should understand. With his current mental state, it is impossible to hallucinate. Then Obito and Nohara Rin are real existences in front of you. But, they are no longer in this world. That means someone is impersonating them. He dared to pretend that the dead person was still his best friend, and the long-lost anger in Kakashi's heart arose. Who exactly are you? Kakashi asked coldly, slowly pulled out a kunai, and put his whole body into battle alert. I didn't expect that the secret would be revealed so soon. Alas, this guy is still so clever. Obito sighed secretly in his heart. Then he waved his hand to Kakashi. Okay, let's stop making trouble, look at how angry you are. We finally came to see you once. It's really sad that you are like this. Obito's words made Kakashi even more confused. What are you talking about? At this time, the fake Obito said something unexpected to Kakashi. Minato-sensei, come here, we were discovered by Kakashi. Minato-sensei. This name is like a key, opening the door of memory deep in Kakashi. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures appeared instantly. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, it was them. Hi, Kakashi. Namikaze Minato smiled and was about to say hello to Kakashi. However, what was unexpected was that what greeted him was a slash mixed with lightning. Reikiri. Kakashi was so angry that he directly used his trump card and rushed towards the Namikaze gate. He was completely angry. Advertisement. Just pretend to be Obito and just make a joke. He actually dared to pretend to be Konoha's hero, his mentor, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. This is absolutely unforgivable, although several people present were disguised extremely realistically, and their appearance, voice and even some habits were exactly the same as themselves, but after all, they are people who have passed away, how could they be standing here alive? Therefore, no matter how similar they are, in Kakashi's perception, they must all be fakes. A look of helplessness flashed across Namikaze Minato's face. Obito, you see, it's too big. Kakashi no longer trusts us. The next second, Namikaze Minato counterattacked instantly. The last strike came first. The golden flash disappeared, Kakashi's arm was suddenly clamped by Namikaze Minato, and Reikiri, who was ready to go, stopped abruptly. Then, there was a sudden blow to the chest, but surprisingly it didn't hurt very much. The next moment, Kakashi flew out like a kite with its string cut off. The moment he landed, he supported the ground with his hands like a conditioned reflex and stabilized his body. But just as he was about to stand up, a sharp sound of wind suddenly sounded in his ears, and a piece of blue light suddenly surged in front of his eyes. Kakashi's eyes narrowed suddenly. At some point, a Rasengan was close to the tip of his nose. With just a thin line between them, his head was almost separated from his body. Cold sweat slid down Kakashi's forehead quietly. Rasengan. Looking at the familiar moves, and then thinking of Namikaze Minato's fighting style just now. Could it be? A ridiculous idea grew in his mind. Have you calmed down a bit, Kakashi? Namikaze Minato's gentle voice rang in his ears, and the Rasengan disappeared without a trace. He extended a hand and gestured to Kakashi. Kakashi hesitated for a while, and finally caught Minato's palm, and was easily pulled up by the other party. Are you okay? Minato asked with a smile. No. It's okay. Facing this extremely familiar face, Kakashi actually felt a little awkward. At this time, Uchiha Obito came over with a joking smile on his lips. Arrogant Kakashi, even if you bully me, you actually dare to challenge Minato-sensei. How do you feel? Have you recognized the gap? Speaking of which, your progress seems not obvious. What have you been busy with these years? Kakashi's eyes moved back and forth between Obito, Nohara Rin, and the approaching Uzumaki Kushina. Obito, Rin, Minato-sensei, Kushina-sensei. Kakashi looked around, his voice slightly trembling. Really, is it you? Nonsense, please give me my eyes back. It's a waste to give them to you. Obito said dissatisfied. Obito, don't speak so rudely, Kakashi didn't mean it. Nohara Rin stood between the two of them and smiled helplessly. This familiar scene was like a bolt from the blue, shocking Kakashi. Yes, these are Obito and Lin. Hey, Kakashi, forget it this time, next time. Obito was talking with his hands on his hips, but the next second, Kakashi suddenly hugged him into his arms and his words were interrupted. Obito. Kakashi's longing call came to my ears. Obito was stunned for a moment. If he read it correctly, Kakashi, the boy, was crying. Oh, it's really strange. His tone softened. Okay, seeing how you look, I'll let you hug me for a while. After a while, the two separated. Kakashi gave Minato another tight hug. Teacher, I miss you so much. Advertisement. Minato patted his back gently, just like he did when he was little. After a long time, they let go of each other. Then, Kakashi turned his attention to Nohara Rin. But Obito suddenly took a step forward, stood in front of Lin, and looked at Kakashi maliciously. You kid, you can't hug this one casually. You have to find one by yourself. Kakashi smiled suddenly with relief. Minato and Kushina were also amused. Obito. Nohara Lin's cheeks turned red and she patted Obito's back. The laughter died down. Kakashi finally plucked up the courage and asked his doubts. Teacher, what exactly is this? They were clearly people who had been lost a long time ago, so how could they appear here? Behind the joy of reunion, Kakashi is even more worried that this is some kind of terrible forbidden technique that will eventually harm others and himself. Well, it's a long story. Come on, let's find a place to sit down and talk slowly. The group of people left the cemetery and once again passed by the big tree where the masked man had been hiding. There was no one there now. Under the leadership of Kakashi, everyone came to a barbecue restaurant, booked a private room, and chatted while eating. Namikaze Minato slowly narrated, revealing the truth that they came from another time and space. The moment he learned the answer, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? Minato asked curiously when he saw this. It's not a big deal. Compared to coming back from the dead, I think it's easier for you to come from another time and space. Kakashi responded with a smile, a flash of relief in his eyes. Minato and Kakashi exchanged glances, as if they had reached some kind of consensus silently. Minato suddenly laughed out loud. That's right, after all, you have met people from the future at the Dragon Bane in Lulin with me before. Kakashi nodded slightly, and his thoughts drifted back to his childhood, when he and Minato went on a mission together, and met Naruto and Sakura from the future in the Dragon Bane land of the ancient Lulin kingdom. With such an adventure, the current level of acceptance is naturally not a problem. That's right, although they did not travel through Dragon Banes, they still feel somewhat similar, right? During the banquet, everyone chatted while eating, the atmosphere gradually became warm, and the strangeness between each other quickly disappeared. Kakashi, you guy, don't you have one in front of me? You have to steal my food. Also, Lin baked it specially for me. How could you eat it without permission? Well, is it stipulated that whoever's barbecue can only eat it? Besides, Lin didn't tell me not to eat it, right, Lin? Hey, it's true, you people don't even bother to eat. At the dinner table, a battle over the barbecue was quietly taking place. In his quarrel with Obito, Kakashi seemed to have regained the familiarity and fun of his childhood. On the side, Namikaze Minato and Kushina watched this scene with smiles, their eyes full of warmth. This barbecue meal was enjoyable and took a long time. Finally, everyone was full of food and wine and satisfied. After resting for a while, Kakashi suddenly said, "At this time, it's almost time for the ninja school to end. Teacher, mistress, do you want to see Naruto?" Although we learned from the previous chat that Minato-sensei and Kushina have not yet had Naruto, in a sense, they are undoubtedly the most suitable parent candidates, even if it is verified from a medical perspective. Go and see Naruto. Kushina, what do you think? Minato looked at his wife beside him, his eyes full of expectation. Okay, I also want to see our future son as soon as possible. He must be a very outstanding child. Kushina couldn't hide her excitement. Then let's set off. Hey, Kakashi, go and settle the bill. Why me? You kid, where did I get the money? Then you can stay and wash the dishes. Chapter 30 Kurama. What a surprise, 4th generation. Ha, Naruto yawned so hard that his eyelids were almost glued together. He barely opened his eyes and looked at Mr. Iruka, who was talking endlessly on the podium. This morning, Sasuke forcefully pulled him out of bed, and the two practiced taijutsu all morning. Then, dragging himself exhausted, Naruto had to rush to the classroom for class. In the afternoon, sleepiness came over him like a tide, and he felt like he could fall asleep immediately as soon as he closed his eyes. No, Naruto didn't dare to lie down on the table to sleep. After all, that would definitely attract Teacher Iruka's chalk attack. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Hinata next to him, and an idea flashed in his mind. Yes, Naruto came closer to Hinata, lowered his voice and said in her ear, "Hinata, can I lean on your shoulder?" Hinata's face turned red all the way to her ears. Lean on my shoulder. Okay. Faced with this sudden request, Hinata, who had always been shy, somehow agreed. By the time Hinata came to her senses, Naruto had fallen into a deep sleep with his pillow on her shoulder. Naruto-kun. Hinata looked at Naruto's peaceful sleeping face, her cheeks flushed. On the podium, Iruka was concentrating on teaching, and for a while he didn't even notice that there was one missing person in the class. On the other side, within sealed space. Hey, where is this? It was dark and damp all around, and there were drops of water seeping out from the ground. Naruto scratched his head, wondering why he was here suddenly. Naruto, come here. Suddenly, a call as loud as thunder came into Naruto's ears, making him jump with fear. He was startled, and then he mustered up his courage and raised his voice a bit, as if this would embolden him. Who's calling me? Go forward, the voice came again. Go forward. Although Naruto was afraid, the thought of leaving here drove him to action. However, after searching all around, I couldn't find the exit. It seems that we can only go and see where the sound comes from. Naruto gritted his teeth and took steps. After taking only a dozen steps, the darkness in front of me seemed to be pushed away. A huge iron fence suddenly appeared in front of you, like a cage. What a big fence. Naruto was surprised. By the way, who is talking? Hey, I'm here, show up quickly. In order to find a way out, Naruto had no choice but to communicate with the mysterious voice. The words just fell. Inside the dark iron fence, a pair of eyes as big as lanterns lit up with red light. Naruto subconsciously took 2 steps back and said in surprise, something. You guys, Naruto, are finally here. A deep voice sounded, and the creature inside the iron fence revealed its true form. A huge fox. The nine-tails demon fox pointed to the seal on the iron fence. Naruto, unlock this seal and let me go out for some air. People always feel fear when facing the unknown, but when Naruto saw clearly that Nine-Tails was just a talking fox and not some terrifying unknown monster. Advertisement. His fear was significantly lessened. He looked at Nine-Tails with curiosity in his eyes. Who are you? Why are you here? Nine-Tails looked at the young Naruto, with a bit of human helplessness on his face. It seems that the bond between them needs to be re-established. Really, we are obviously the strongest team in the world. My name is Kurama, remember it for me. Kurama, what a weird name. Naruto whispered, but soon smiled again. Hello Kurama, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I know. So, can you unlock the seal? Nine-Tails reminded again. Seal. Naruto looked in the direction Nine-Tails pointed and indeed found a charm in the center of the iron fence. Are you being held here? Naruto took a few steps forward. That's right. That's too much. Who did it? How could it be so bad? Naruto was filled with indignation. Ahem. It's better not to say such things. Kurama coughed a few times, and Naruto's words were a sign of filial piety. Anyway, let's untie it quickly. Oh, okay, I'll come to rescue you right away. With that said, Naruto stretched out his hand to reveal the talisman. Looking at this scene, Kurama's heart was filled with emotion. This was too easy. In his previous life, he couldn't achieve this moment despite all his efforts. But here, a few simple words can solve the problem. It seems that as long as the communication is proper, Naruto is still very reasonable. Just when the sealing talisman was about to be unveiled, an illusory arm suddenly held Naruto down. Why? Naruto was stunned and turned around to look for the uninvited guest who had disturbed him. Naruto, this sealing talisman cannot be opened yet. A gentle smiling face came into view, with infinite tenderness in his eyes. It is the chakra remnants of Namikaze Minato, in this space and time. A trace of his chakra is hidden in the sealed space. Once the seal is loosened in the slightest, it will appear to reinforce it, ensuring that Nine Tails cannot escape. Facing this man who looked like an elder brother with a smile on his face, Naruto blinked and felt an indescribable feeling of intimacy. Brother, who are you? Why are you here? My name is Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. He chuckled. Also your father. Hey, my father. Naruto was surprised. Namikaze Minato frowned slightly when he saw this. Didn't third Hokage tell you? Grandpa third generation. Tell me what? Naruto looked confused. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath. Things seemed more complicated than imagined. If so, Naruto must have suffered a lot. He gently touched Naruto's head and sighed. Naruto, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? And, are you really my father? Naruto asked questions like a barrage. Having lost his parents since childhood, this was the first time he came into contact with information about his father. Naruto, your mother will tell you these things in person. I don't have much time. There is a lot of Kushina's chakra hidden in the sealed space, enough to last for a long time and enough to explain everything to Naruto. But for him, the chakra left behind was just to prevent Nine Tails from escaping, and time was running out. Namikaze Minato turned around to face Kurama, expecting to be greeted with angry abuse and accusations. However, all Kurama can see is advertisement. 3 parts helpless, 3 parts speechless, 3 parts confused. Plus 91 points of eye roll. Hey, have you had enough of the annoying 4th generation show? Kurama said calmly. Namikaze Minato, what's going on? He frowned slightly. Nine Tails, you seem a little. After thinking for a long time, Minato couldn't find the right words to describe it. In the end, Kurama himself gave the answer. Return from evil to righteousness. Well, that's quite a vivid description. Minato laughed awkwardly. The former Nine Tails were violent, evil, and hated humans all the time. When I see someone, I want to get rid of him quickly. But now, it sat there like a harmless stuffed toy. He even rolls his eyes. What's going on? Namikaze Minato was completely confused. If Nine Tails had been like this back then, he might not have had to sacrifice himself. That, father. Naruto wasn't quite used to this title, and wasn't even sure if the other person was really his father. Kurama is not a bad guy. He defended Kurama. Did you hear that? In the 4th generation, Naruto has recognized me. Letting me out will be good for you, Naruto, and me. I will help him become the perfect tailed beast Jinchūriki. Then who else in the entire ninja world can be our enemy? After saying that, Kurama winked at Naruto. Naruto understood and gave a thumbs up. Between you and my brothers, how can there be a general who can join forces? My brother is right. This. Minato hesitated for a moment. He couldn't tell whether Nine Tails was deliberately pretending or sincere. However, his time is running out. Finally, he decided to leave the choice to Naruto. Naruto, this choice is left to you, it's up to you to decide. After all, this is your future and it should be controlled by you. Namikaze Minato still had that gentle smile on his face. Hey, why is your body getting lighter and lighter? Naruto looked at Minato, and at this time his body became almost transparent. I'm leaving, Naruto. You have to walk the road ahead by yourself. Why are you leaving? And, are you, really, my father? Naruto subconsciously reached out his hand. Minato stroked Naruto's head for the last time, and before he could say anything more, the figure gradually disappeared, and his chakra was exhausted. Looking at the place where Minato disappeared, Naruto couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Father. What a strange and distant title. He hasn't had time to say more words to him yet, and he hasn't yet poured out his feelings of longing for him for more than 10 years. Don't be stunned, Naruto, cheer up, I will always be with you. Kurama's voice came from behind, full of encouragement. Yeah, Naruto nodded sharply, putting aside his frustration. He turned around, grabbed the sealing talisman, and tore it off with all his strength. 1 gram away. Kurama. Chapter 31 Namikaze Minato. What a surprise Kurama. In the classroom, the students were immersed in the teacher's explanation. Suddenly, a breath of heart-beating breath flashed through the air, making everyone feel nervous. But this feeling was fleeting, as fast as an illusion. Most people did not think much and returned to their steady state. Only Sasuke frowned and his eyes were serious. This breath is from Nine Tails. He turned his head suddenly and looked at Naruto who was sleeping soundly, but Naruto seemed to be unaware of this and continued to be immersed in sleep. Sasuke knew it well. Having fought with Naruto countless times, he was very familiar with the taste of Nine Tails chakra and would never admit it. What's going on? Why did Nine Tails' power suddenly fluctuate? This question was swirling in Sasuke's mind, but he couldn't find the answer for a while. Based on visual observation alone, there was no abnormality in Naruto's appearance, and the tailed beast clothes did not appear. It was obvious that the Nine Tails chakra was not out of control. It's really weird. Sasuke murmured to himself and looked away, but still paid attention to the movement around him. At this moment, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Naruto-kun, you're awake. When Hinata saw Naruto waking up, a gentle smile broke out on her face. Hey, thank you Hinata, I had a great sleep this time. I'm full of energy now. Naruto grinned, his whole body full of energy. The seal was lifted, the Nine Tails chakra blended with him, and his whole person took on a new look. At this moment, the keen perception given by Nine Tails made Naruto feel a burning gaze behind him. He turned around in confusion and met Sasuke's meaningful eyes. Naruto returned his blazing gaze, as if to say, I've become stronger, don't leave in a hurry after school, I'll see you on the training ground. Sasuke selectively ignored Naruto's challenge, his eyes wandering again. Strange, something seems different about Naruto. With his keen intuition, Sasuke felt that Naruto was like a lion ready to attack, dangerous and full of unknowns. Thinking of the fleeting Nine Tails aura just now, Sasuke couldn't help but wonder, could Naruto already control the Nine Tails chakra? But then he shook his head. This conjecture was unrealistic. Naruto had not returned from rebirth, and it seemed too early to control Nine Tails with willpower alone. However, everything is possible. Since he can be reborn, there is no guarantee that a similar miracle will not happen to Naruto. Sasuke's eyes unconsciously drifted to the window seat in the last row of the classroom, but it was empty. Shinomiya Yuzuki was actually absent today. Time never stops for anyone. The bell rang on time, sweeping away the dull classroom. The students were instantly refreshed, as if they had been on stimulants. Advertisement. Get out of class is over. Cheers came and went. But in the midst of this excitement, Iruka tapped the blackboard lightly, drawing everyone's attention back. Students, the graduation exam is the day after tomorrow. You don't have to go to class for the next 2 days. You can go home and review ninjutsu. Okay, Iruka-sensei. With the announcement of the disbandment, the students couldn't hold back and rushed out of the classroom and rushed to the world of freedom. Let's go too. Sasuke and Sakura walked to Naruto and Hinata, and the four of them left the classroom leisurely side by side. At the school gate, as soon as they went out, someone greeted them. It was Hinata's father, Hyuga Hiyashi, who came to pick her up. At the same time, Sakura's parents were waving to her. Sasuke, Naruto, let's go first. After the two girls said goodbye, they walked towards their families. Sasuke looked around. Other children were picked up and dropped off by their parents, but he was the only exception. He pursed his lips slightly, secretly feeling cruel. Danzo, you old guy, just wait for me. The seeds of revenge are quietly planted, waiting for the time to mature. Let's go. Let's not train today and go back and have a good rest. Sasuke suggested. No, I just got new power and I want to fight with you. Naruto looked eager to try. New power. Sasuke was stunned. If it's broken, he won't be allowed to play Nine Tails, right? The development of things seems to be sliding in an unexpected direction. But before Naruto could nod to Sasuke, a voice suddenly sounded from behind, interrupting the tranquility. Naruto. Naruto said in surprise. Huh. He turned his head in confusion. Who would come to the door at this time? When he turned around, the familiar face he saw not long ago came into view again. The person who came was none other than Namikaze Minato. Naruto subconsciously exclaimed. Dad. Dad. Naruto's shout made Minato and the others stunned. Minato turned his head and looked at Obito and Kakashi next to him, his eyes full of doubts. Naruto knows me. Obito's eyes were also confused. According to the current timeline, Naruto should not know Minato's identity. Advertisement. As for Kakashi, he was even more confused. In the end, it was Obito who speculated. Maybe the Yu group leader revealed it to him in advance. Minato nodded. This guess made sense. While several men were still speculating, Kushina quickly stepped forward and walked up to Naruto, looking at him with some curiosity. Blonde hair and blue eyes, it's up to you, Minato. Kushina suddenly smiled. Big sister, what are you talking about? Naruto was confused. Before he could react, Kushina pulled him into her arms and fell into a warm and soft embrace. It's so cute, Naruto. Kushina said with a look of love on her face. Being hugged by Kushina, Naruto blushed. What on earth is going on? I met a strange big sister. At this time, not only Naruto was confused, but Uchiha Sasuke and Nine Tails on the side also looked confused. In the sealed space, Kurama's eyes widened in disbelief. Fourth generation Meiwa Uzumaki Kushina. Still alive, Kurama's voice changed. He quietly observed the figures of Naruto and Sasuke again. Yes, this was the situation of Konoha for 60 years. Finally, it couldn't help but lower its head and examine its paws. The feeling that penetrated both of their bodies was still vivid in my mind. Didn't they die back then? But this doesn't make sense. During the Fourth Ninja War, the fourth generation's eyes were clearly reincarnated by the dirty earth. What's even more horrifying is that it senses another Nine Tails from Kushina's body in front of it. Nine Tails in its heyday. Unlike himself, Yin Nine Tails was sealed, leaving only Yang Nine Tails half-assed. Nine Tails found that he couldn't keep up with the rhythm. At the same time, Sasuke also looked stunned. Minato Namikaze. His eyes fell on Obito involuntarily, and he could feel the familiar power of eye skills. How come this guy has the same eye power as Uchiha Obito? Who is he? As if sensing Sasuke's gaze, Obito suddenly turned around and grinned at him. Sasuke was slightly startled. Does he know me? What a mess. Chapter 32 on how courageous Danzo is. The appearance of Namikaze Minato and his team instantly turned the atmosphere into chaos. Minato noticed all this and smiled sheepishly. It looks like it's causing trouble for everyone. Just as he was about to explain to Sasuke and Naruto, the ground suddenly shook violently. The magnitude of the earthquake was so great that even everyone present could not stand still. Immediately afterwards, there was a roaring explosion and black smoke curled up. What's going on? Kakashi immediately sensed the location of the incident, jumped up on the roof of Jonin Academy, and looked into the distance. What's wrong, Kakashi? Minato asked from below. Kakashi looked through the black smoke with a solemn expression. There seems to be a battle in the village. After saying that, he lowered his head and looked at Minato. Sorry, Teacher Minato, I have to go check on the situation. Well, the village is the most important. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the place where the black smoke was rising. Obito, please protect them, I'll go see if they need support. Namikaze Minato turned to Uchiha Obito and solemnly confessed. Don't worry, teacher, leave it to me. Obito nodded firmly. Minato responded and disappeared instantly. With Minato and Kakashi leaving, only Kushina and 4 younger children were left on the field. Sasuke couldn't help but look at Obito again. The person who just looked like Minato Namikaze called him Obito. Finally, Sasuke asked, Are you Uchiha Obito? Obito was slightly startled. Why did this guy ask my name? But he still replied. It's me, what's wrong? Sasuke was speechless for a moment. Is this guy really Uchiha Obito? It didn't look like him no matter how he looked. He couldn't imagine that Uchiha Obito, who was unruly and single-handedly challenged the entire ninja world, looked like this when he was a child. While I was thinking about it, an even stronger vibration suddenly hit me, as if the world was being overturned. Rumble. Everyone quickly stood firm to avoid being jolted by the sudden shock. Soon, the earthquake-like turmoil finally subsided. What's going on over there? Several people looked surprised and looked into the distance. Is it possible that Pain is attacking? Obito couldn't hold back and blurted out. Do you know Pain? Sasuke raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of doubts. Hey, you guy, don't look at me like that. I'm your senior after all. Obito complained unhappily. Sasuke secretly murmured in his heart that this Obito seemed to be hiding many secrets and knew many things well. But the anomalies in this world are obviously beyond common sense. There is no need to guess too much. The man behind the scenes must be Yoyuki Shinomiya. Hey, forget it, I'd better go see if I can help. Sasuke dropped these words and rushed out like an arrow. Seeing that Sasuke had already taken action, Naruto was not willing to fall behind. He looked up at Kushina, his eyes full of expectation. Sister, I'm going too, please let go. Advertisement. No, Naruto, it's too dangerous over there. Kushina shook her head and refused, her eyes full of worry. In that formation just now, the battle must have been fierce. I will go even if it is dangerous. I will never let Sasuke be stronger than me. Naruto's eyes were extremely firm. Although he enjoyed the feeling of being hugged by his gentle big sister, he resolutely broke away from the embrace and chased after Sasuke's back. Sasuke, wait for me. Although Kushina felt helpless, she was more pleased. Naruto is such a motivated and tenacious child. Let's go too, I know you must be curious. Obito held Lin's hand and said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Obito activated his Kamui, and the 3 of them disappeared without a trace in an instant. And at the other end, boom boom boom, deafening explosions occurred one after another, resounding through the sky, as if they would never end. Faintly, one can see magical ninjutsu spells emerging out of thin air, and then bursting one by one. This is one of the forbidden techniques that Senju Tobirama is good at, tandem paper bombs. It can summon the detonating talisman prepared in advance to achieve the effect of continuous fixed-point explosions. Brother, how do you feel? Senju Tobirama carefully supported the slightly pale Senju Hashirama, his brows furrowed and worried. It's okay. Hashirama waved his hand weakly, looking a little weak. Today's experience was a small lesson for Hashirama. They had previously taught Hiruzen Sarutobi a lesson in the Senju tribe, and then went directly to Danzo to hear his motives for destroying Uchiha. Danzo, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, was initially extremely shocked by Hashirama and Tobirama's resurrection. However, when he realized that the Hashirama in front of him was real, he did not hesitate to use the power of the eyes he had taken from Uchiha Shisui. Distinguished heavenly gods. This is a kind of pupil technique that can forcibly tamper with the consciousness of others, which is extremely terrifying. Once successful, Shimura Danzo may really have to heaven-defying change his life, because he will have a ninja god who is absolutely obedient. The entire ninja world will be invincible. Unfortunately, he failed. If the target were someone else, even Senju Tobirama, he might be able to succeed. But he was greedy and chose Senju Hashirama, the reincarnation of Asura. Sharingan's power comes from the ultimate display of yin power, which is contrary to yang power. Asura inherited the yang power of the 6 paths passed down by the sage of 6 paths, and yin and yang are in conflict with each other. How can a mere yin power shake the yang power of 6 paths? Distinguished heavenly gods was naturally ineffective, but Senju Hashirama also suffered a lot of mental trauma. After the situation got out of hand, Senju Tobirama became furious, and in an instant, Shimura Danzo fell under his hands. However, an incredible scene happened. Danzo Shimura, who had been hanging on by a thread just now, stood up alive in an instant. No, to be precise, he never really died. He used the forbidden technique of the Uchiha family, Izanagi, to turn all injuries into illusory dreams. Years of experience against Uchiha allowed Tobirama to see through Danzo's dangerous move at a glance. Having obtained this information, Senju Tobirama decided without hesitation to use tandem paper bombs to completely finish off his opponent. The offensive of tandem paper bombs is continuous. Once the first detonating charm hits the target, it will continue to explode like a shadow until the target is wiped out. Even Izanagi was helpless in the face of such an offensive. Advertisement. The vibrations and explosions that shook the entire Konoha just now were exactly the storm caused by this duel. Don't worry, brother, I will get this debt back for you. Senju Tobirama said firmly. After properly placing Hashirama, Tobirama turned to look at the core area of the explosion. Along with the continuous roar, the murderous aura in his eyes became increasingly intense. At first, he just wanted to teach Danzo a lesson. After all, he did not come from the same time and space, but was still his student. He did not want to kill them all. But now that things have come to this, he doesn't have to be merciful anymore. Dead. Tobirama's eyes were slightly closed. The duration of Izanagi's effect varies from person to person, but generally lasts between 3 and 5 minutes. Moreover, Danzo, as a non-Uchiha, transplanted the Sharingan, but this would only shorten the duration of Izanagi. To make sure nothing went wrong, Tobirama's tandem paper bombs bombarded for a full 5 minutes. Even pure-blood Uchiha can't escape being shattered to pieces. Hey, what's going on? Shinomiya Yuyu landed from the sky, with a face full of surprise. He just left for a moment and went to Ino's house. Why was it such a mess when he came back? The Lord of the Fourth Palace. Senju Tobirama answered, and then explained the ins and outs of the incident in detail. What? Used distinguished heavenly gods on Hashirama? Shinomiya Yuyu was dumbfounded. This guy Danzo is really a coward. It can be said that you dare to think and do it. It does seem like something he would do, ambitious but foolish. Shinomiya Yuzuki nodded, remembering that the feat of piercing Susanoo with kunai was also done by this man. In the end, the 4 elephants sealed a bridge. Oh no, half of the bridge. Extremely stupid. So what's the situation now? Yuyu turned her eyes to the center of the explosion and asked. I wanted to kill him with one blow, but he seemed to use Izanagi to turn the damage into illusion. So I changed my strategy and used tandem paper bombs. Izanagi can't last long, I should have taken care of him by now. Senju Tobirama said coldly. However, Yuyu shook her head. No, that old guy transplanted an entire arm of Sharingan, a total of 10, plus the Shisui eye in his right eye, a total of 11. Izanagi has been able to drive for a long time. What? Tobirama frowned. Danzo was so crazy that he transplanted so many Sharingans. How did he resist the rejection reaction? Tobirama couldn't help but ask. 1 transplant is the limit for non-Uchiha people, but you have done 11 transplants. Is this a human being? I used your brother's cells. Someone used Hashirama's cells to build an arm for him, which helped him withstand the rejection. Which B*********** D is doing these studies? It's really unforgivable. Senju Tobirama was furious. Behind such research results, Senju Hashirama was probably the source. He couldn't imagine what kind of desecration and torture the big brother of this time and space had suffered. It seems the battle there is over. Shinomiya Yuzuki's voice interrupted Tobirama's anger. He followed Yuyu's guidance and saw that the offensive of tandem paper bombs gradually stopped and the detonating charms had been used up. Chapter 33 Professional Gongwo. The smoke caused by the explosion slowly dispersed, revealing Shimura Danzo's unharmed figure. His face was livid, and there was an unwilling twist on the corner of his mouth. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Why does distinguished heavenly gods not work? Damn it. Now instead of being able to control Senju Hashirama, he has put himself in a dilemma. Just 1 tandem paper bomb's technique cost him 5 Sharingans to deflect damage, and his Sharingan reserves were suddenly reduced by half. Even if the remaining Sharingan can still hold on, Danzo is not even sure about defeating Senju Tobirama. It's him. At this time, Shimura Danzo noticed Shinomiya Yuzuki who appeared next to Tobirama at some point. He rolled his eyes and suddenly had a plan in his mind. Danzo's face suddenly changed and he shouted anxiously, Nadaime, please be careful about the person around you. He is a spy from another country. He was the one who threatened me to do this, and since he can use wood style, he must have been transplanted with Shodai's cells, which is a heinous crime. He has also been close to the 9 Tails Jinchūriki in the village for a long time. For the safety of 9 Tails, I just wanted to ask him to assist in the investigation, but he brutally murdered 12 of my subordinates. Those are all the elites of Konoha. This is an immeasurable loss. Nadaime, please take him down. Danzo's expression changed extremely quickly, and his face was full of anxiety and worry. The acting is almost perfect, the role of the victim is vividly played, and the words are so mixed that it is difficult to tell whether they are true or false. And Shinomiya Yuzuki, who was originally watching the battle leisurely, was instantly portrayed by him as a Konoha rebel with ulterior motives and unscrupulous means for his goals. My sin is extremely evil. Yuyu pointed at herself. After this brief moment of confusion, he finally couldn't bear it any longer. Ha ha ha. Shinomiya Yuyu laughed so hard that she burst into tears. You want to dump the blame on me? Isn't this obviously asking for trouble? The 2 Senju brothers couldn't help but find it funny. Oops. Danzo Shimura's heart tightened, and when he met Shinomiya Yuzuki's teasing gaze, he realized that he might have made a bad idea. How many of them are acquaintances? How could this happen? They clearly don't belong to the same era, so how could these 2 Senju Hashirama and Tobirama, who suddenly appeared, have any intersection with him? The original plan was to label Shinomiya Yuzuki as an enemy of Konoha and then work with the Senju brothers to get rid of him. Advertisement. Then he used his master-disciple relationship with Tobirama to mediate and gradually downplay the matter. Who would have expected? Shimura Danzo's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. This can't go on like this. Looking at Senju Tobirama's increasingly murderous aura, Danzo knew that he had to take action, otherwise his life would be in danger. So he refused to give up and said, Shodai, Nadaime, there is a misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? Then tell me, what is the misunderstanding? Shinigami Yuyu crossed her arms and asked with interest. Unexpectedly, Shimura Danzo suddenly became angry. Where did you come from, kid? Go away. I am talking to second generation, you have no business to interrupt. Duanzo, watch your words, his words are what I mean. Senju Tobirama's faint warning was like cold water that extinguished Danzo's anger. Exclamation mark. He looked at the two of them in disbelief. Their relationship was so close. Tell me, one-eyed weirdo, I have nothing to explain, so I'll send you on your way. Shinomiya Yuzuki's provocative voice sounded again. Danzo clenched his fists and finally endured it. Danzo took a deep breath. I didn't mean to use the eye technique on Shodai. It was Sharingan's rejection reaction that was too strong, and you were too excited to see the teacher, so I couldn't suppress the power of this eye. I almost made a big mistake. I beg you, teacher, to forgive me for this oversight. Shimura Danzo called Tobirama, teacher, directly in an attempt to use this relationship to impress him. But Senju Tobirama was indifferent, but Shinomiya Yuzuki chuckled. Then, he turned his eyes to the Senju brothers and spread out his hands. See how good this guy is at making up stories. You just open your mouth and say everything without using your brain, and you're so stupid. Just think of us as air. If you dare to say this, don't you think we are fools? That's true. Senju nodded in agreement, feeling deeply. Senju Tobirama's face was filled with murderous intent, and several kunai were ready in his palms. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Shimura Danzo was furious, this damn brat did something bad again. And he keeps fanning the flames. Anger filled his chest, and he secretly vowed that as long as he could survive this time, he would eradicate Shinomiya Yuyu at all costs. But as soon as his anger arose, a sharp sound broke through the air, interrupting Danzo's thoughts. Advertisement. Looking up, several kunais rushed towards him like lightning. Danzo hurriedly dodged left and right to avoid the sharp edge of kunai. With a few tinkling sounds, kunai stuck into the ground around him. While dodging, Danzo glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed strange symbols engraved on the kunai. That's Senju Tobirama's flying thunder god mark. Danzo was shocked and was about to use the teleportation technique to escape. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a kunai accurately slashed across his throat, and Tobirama stood quietly behind him. Danzo's eyes widened, he trembled and covered his neck, but the blood flowed out like a fountain and could not be contained. Bang! Then there was another loud noise, Tobirama kicked him hard, and Danzo's body flew out and hit the wall hard. Suffering heavy blows one after another, Shimura Danzo's life breath quickly disappeared and turned into a corpse. However, in just a few seconds, Danzo's figure disappeared into nothing, and then reappeared intact on the same spot. At this time, Senju Tobirama had used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the location of Shinomiya Yuzuki and Hashirama, looking at him from a distance. Well, I guess there are 4 left. Once Danzo's Izanagi is activated, he will be immortal for 1 minute. Obviously, this forbidden technique has been activated. Tobirama no longer attacks at this time, but just observes quietly, waiting for Izanagi's effect to end. All you have to do is wait until the 1 minute period has passed, give another fatal blow, draw out Izanagi, and then distance yourself. Repeat this 4 times, and Danzo will be completely finished. Danzo naturally understood his situation. He had not been so close to death for a long time, and his comfortable life gave him inexplicable fear. Seeing Tobirama keeping his distance, he even lost the courage to resist and subconsciously turned around to escape. The seal of the instant body technique had just been completed, and the figure of Senju Tobirama was already lying in front of him. Stare at him calmly. Shimura Danzo was hairy all over. This is the fastest speed in the ninja world. You can't win, and you can't escape. Teacher. Danzo gritted his teeth. I was wrong, I was really wrong. After all, I am your disciple. Please forgive me this time. Senju Tobirama remained indifferent, unwilling to even respond. Chapter 34 It's almost time. At this moment, Izanagi's 1 minute time limit is up. Tobirama's body swayed, and Danzo's head suddenly flew up, unable to resist, with unwillingness written on his face. In the blink of an eye, Danzo died again. As expected, he activated Izanagi again, and at this time, Senju Tobirama had used Flying Thunder God to create a safe distance. The old trick is repeated. Advertisement. Danzo was left with nothing but boundless despair. Sharingan has 3 left. The dog walking tactic is quite interesting. Shinomiya Yuyu said with a smile. When Danzo heard this voice, his eyes were full of hatred. It was this little brat who was causing trouble. Otherwise, he still has a chance to survive. Yes, I just like to see you like this. You want to kill me but you are helpless. Tobirama couldn't help but glance at Yuyu, the personality of this group leader. Well, it's quite distinctive. The minute's wait is almost over. At this time, 2 figures accidentally broke into the place. It was Hitaki Kakashi and Namikaze Minato, the 2 people who came to support. What's going on here? Kakashi looked around in confusion. He thought an enemy was coming, but it turned out to be Konoha Hokage's right-hand man, Shimura Danzo, fighting here. What's even more outrageous is, first generation and second Hokage. Aren't those two old seniors gone long ago? But when he turned around and looked at his teacher Minato Namikaze, Kakashi had an idea. Maybe they also traveled through time and space. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem to be surprising. Yu group leader, what are you? Minato couldn't hold it in anymore and asked. Oh, here's the thing. Shinomiya Yuyue clarified the cause and effect in just a few words. Anyway, we're busy cleaning up the house now. Do you two want to come together? Don't feel bad about it. This is justice execution. After finishing this group chat, there will be a big reward. Besides, it's good to stretch your muscles with a few punches. Yuyue said with a smile, so that's what happened. Kakashi and Namikaze Minato exchanged glances, and when he looked at Shimura Danzo, a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. When Danzo saw Kakashi appear, it was as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Kakashi, help me take down that brat. He confused Nadaime and incited us to fight within Konoha. He turned his attention to Namikaze Minato who suddenly appeared, wondering why this strange thing of dead people resurrecting happened so frequently. Advertisement. But now is not the time to worry about this. With so many people, they can't all be Yuyu's friends, right? Fourth generation. As a Hokage, why don't you come and take down this gangster? No, we should get rid of it directly. This kind of person is a threat to Konoha as long as he is alive. Danzo spoke righteously without noticing the subtle expressions on Kakashi and Minato's faces. You want me to deal with Yuyu? He is my beloved relative, friend, and brother. We need more money. No, even more money won't work. I think you Danzo are the trouble, so I'll deal with you first today. After saying this, Danzo felt a chill in his heart when he saw that Kakashi and Namikaze Minato didn't react at all. Do you know all these people? Shinomiya Yuzuki. You guys are such a scammer. Danzo gritted his teeth. It's almost time. Azanagi's minute was about to end, Yuzuki reminded him, friendly. Before going out, Ino told me that I must be home before 9 o'clock. Now, each of us will give you 9 blows. If you can survive it, we will leave you alone. Otherwise, God will ask you to pay the price for causing harm to the world. How about it? You probably don't want to waste your time like this, right? Yuyu looked like she was thinking about you and made a small suggestion. Several people around him all gave him strange looks. 9 strokes per person. With just 1 blow, Danzo would physically disappear from this world. Not even a scum is left. You can tell by looking at Danzo's face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Seeing Danzo pretending to be deaf and mute, Yuyu frowned and said, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your consent. Then I'll go first. Wood style. Putting his hands together, raging chakra burst out from his body, and everyone around him looked sideways. I'm lucky enough to see the leader of the group take action today. Is it wood style? It's the same technique as the big brother. Several people are looking forward to it. But just when Yuyu was about to use the wooden dragon technique, 2 more people broke into the battlefield. It's Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, the enemy brothers. Yuyu quickly stopped performing the technique to avoid accidentally hurting them. Huh, why are they here? Yuyu wondered. Look at you all here, it's surprising that they can sit still. Obito's voice sounded behind her, and Yuyu turned her head to look. The space-time vortex opened behind him, and the whirlpool Kushina, Obito and Nohara Rin also came over. Hey, everyone's here. Advertisement. Look at this, Danzo is lucky today and can enjoy a few more punches and kicks. The 3 newcomers looked confused and failed to follow Yuyu's train of thought. Minato smiled helplessly and explained to them Yuyu's proposal just now. When Obito heard this, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Forget it, with his small body, he may not be able to withstand even one of my Susanoo's punches. Yes, that makes sense. Hey, but it looks like we don't have to do it ourselves. Shinomiya Yuyu suddenly interrupted. Everyone's attention turned to the battlefield, and the situation there changed. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's face was covered with frost and filled with murderous intent. The Sharingan rotated sharply, and the 3 Magatama bit Danzo's figure tightly. The Chidori in his left hand buzzed and the electric light flashed. With the intention of killing him, he rushed towards Danzo like lightning. Although I don't know what's going on here, it's rare for Danzo to appear here alone without his roots, so he should strike first. This blow is for those Uchiha people who died innocently. Chidori. Shimura Danzo's eyes were sharp and solemn. The black shadow in front of him was like a bolt of lightning in the roaring waves. He was holding a thunderbolt and his speed was astonishingly fast. Chilling. Of course he recognized Uchiha Sasuke, but how could that guy who only opened Shan Magatama after his family was destroyed have such power? Not wanting to think too much, Danzo hurriedly fought. Wind release vacuum wave. Danzo took a deep breath, gathered the majestic wind force, and suddenly exhaled. An extremely compressed hurricane struck Sasuke like an arrow from a string. Boo hoo hoo. Sasuke had no intention of evading and just used Chidori to attack him head on. Just listen to a crisp sound. The vacuum wave was actually split by Chidori, but Chidori's light also dimmed obviously. How is that possible? Danzo frowned as he looked at Sasuke, whose offensive continued unabated. He had quick hands and eyes. Before Sasuke could kill him, he quickly grabbed a kunai and attached a sharp wind blade to it. Later, Chidori greets Sasuke. In an instant, lightning flew everywhere and the wind howled. The collision between the two was extremely intense. Boom boom boom. But soon, Sasuke was knocked away. He rolled several times in the air before barely regaining his balance. Tisk. Wiping away the blood on his lips, Sasuke stood up expressionlessly. Being restrained by attributes, Feng Clay, using Chidori to deal with him is indeed a bit thankless. But, he is from the Uchiha clan, so fire style ninjutsu is so abundant, and fire just restrains wind. Chapter 35 Nazuo, come on, beat him up. Come again. Sasuke kicked his legs suddenly, the ground shattered, and his figure rushed towards Danzo again like an arrow from a string. Danzo looked at him coldly. If he couldn't deal with those monsters, couldn't he deal with this kid in front of him? It just so happened that you threw yourself into a trap and took you hostage. Maybe I still have a glimmer of hope today. Danzo snorted coldly and raised his hands to fight. Danzo stopped still and accurately caught Sasuke's fist, diffusing the surging force. Immediately afterwards, a hand like a knife stabbed Sasuke's throat. Sasuke reacted quickly and took advantage of his short stature. He leaned slightly to one side and easily dodged the blow. At the same time, he kicked Danzo's lower body like lightning. Danzo had to defend. Bang bang bang. The physical competition between the two intensified. Even though he is still young and cannot exert much power, with the 3 Magatama Sharingan and profound fighting skills, Sasuke can fight with ease. As the fight deepened, Danzo couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. This Sasuke. How could his physical skills be as good as mine? Shimura Danzo, who entered the battlefield at the age of 16 and experienced countless life and death battles, could not suppress a child who was only 12 years old today. After about 30 rounds of fighting, a sly look flashed in Sasuke's eyes. He took advantage of Danzo's attack and suddenly flew backwards. Danzo felt an ominous premonition in his heart. As expected, Sasuke, who was hanging high in the air, smiled coldly and then used the secret fire-style skill. Fire-style dragon flame technique. Sasuke suddenly spit out a slender tongue of fire, and the flames flew along invisible threads at high speed, heading straight towards Shimura Danzo with great precision. Then, it was suddenly divided into 3 lines of fire in the air, and they attacked from the upper, middle and lower directions. When Danzo saw this, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind, and he hurriedly checked himself. I could see that invisible threads were quietly entangled on his arms, legs and back where he had been in contact with Sasuke, making it almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. Danzo reacted extremely quickly and instantly cut the thread and distanced himself from Sasuke. Without the silk thread to guide it, the flame quickly dissipated at the break. The old bones are dying, but the reflexes are quite sensitive. Sasuke landed smoothly with a light somersault, a trace of sarcasm hanging on his lips. Advertisement. Danzo's face was gloomy, Sasuke's strength obviously exceeded expectations, and even he almost got hurt. I'm going to get serious next time. I hope you can make the game more interesting. Sasuke said calmly. He subconsciously reached out to fumble around his waist, but found to his embarrassment that the Kusanagi sword was not in its original position. All I felt was emptiness. Although he felt embarrassed, Sasuke was good at concealing his emotions and did not show it on his face. He put his hands back on his waist, looking natural and calm. Sasuke. A call suddenly sounded from behind, and the familiar voice made Sasuke shudder slightly. He didn't dare to look back, for fear that Danzo would take the opportunity to sneak attack, so he had no choice but to respond. Naruto, go quickly, it's too dangerous here, don't get close. However, the footsteps behind him got closer and closer. Sasuke sighed, this guy is always so stubborn. Sasuke, let's teach this weird uncle a lesson together. Naruto appeared on the right side of Sasuke, with a eager smile on his face, fists and palms hitting each other, and a crisp sound sounded. This scene made Sasuke slightly stunned. He remembered that day when he fought side by side with Naruto, the only time. Together they fight against the Six Paths Madara, who has the power to destroy heaven and earth. The memory was fleeting, and Sasuke nodded. There's really nothing I can do about you, but you have to obey my instructions and don't be impulsive. Sasuke warned softly. Naruto grinned and nodded repeatedly. He was overjoyed to get Sasuke's permission. Just as the two were preparing to join forces to attack, an interested voice came from behind. I suddenly had a new idea, Danzo. If you can defeat them both, today's events will be wiped out. We will no longer pursue past crimes. But, if you really fall into their hands, you will have to consider yourself unlucky, but no one can help you avenge your revenge. Shinomiya Yuzuki once again transformed into the king of ideas, adding a lot of interesting spice to this battle. As soon as he said these words, Shimura Danzo's expression suddenly changed from gloomy to clear, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He quickly shouted, Kid, you have to keep your word. He could sense that Shinomiya Yuyu had a high reputation among that group of people, and everyone valued him highly. In this case, Tobirama should buy what he said. Although I don't understand how this damn kid could suddenly be so kind and let him go, but once the words have been spoken, there is no reason to take them back. Advertisement. Relax, I will do what I say, not like you. Shinomiya Yuyu said with a smile. But Namikaze Minato on the side looked a little worried. Yuyu, is this really good? Naruto's fighting ability at this time is not very good. Sasuke alone. According to the original script, Naruto at this time is simply an ordinary person, not to mention his fighting ability. The only advantage is probably that he has 9 tails in his body, which makes him more resistant to fighting. And Shinomiya Yuyu showed a mysterious smile. Don't worry, I will definitely surprise you later. Shinomiya Yuyu leaned back, and almost in the blink of an eye, several trees suddenly grew on the ground and intertwined with each other. After a while, a wooden sofa appeared like magic. The show is about to begin, how can we stand and enjoy it? Don't worry, 4th generation, if there is a problem, we will come to the rescue immediately. Senju Tobarama also expressed relief. Minato was relieved after receiving Shinomiya Yuyu's assurance. Kamui's fluctuation. Leader Yuyu, that person is here and is nearby. Obito, who had been staying quietly with Nohara Rin, suddenly said in surprise. What? Who? Yuyu was slightly startled. After a brief moment of shock, Yuyu came to her senses after seeing Obito's reaction. Oh, it's him. He is talking about none other than Uchiha Obito, who lives in the same timeline as Shinomiya Yuzuki. This guy is also a god. He always talks about hating this and that, but ends up running to Konoha all day long. Yuyu muttered in a low voice. The show is about to begin. I'm too lazy to move. Obito, do me a favor and lure him away. Yuyu collapsed on the sofa, extremely lazy, and turned to look at Obito. You are too lazy. Obito was helpless. Help me, Obito-chan. Okay. In the end, he couldn't resist Yuyu, so Obito nodded. It just so happens that I also want to see how powerful I am, having learned a lot of secret techniques from Madara. Kakashi on the side tilted his head slightly after hearing this, as if he was thinking about something. Master wife, help me take care of Lin. I'll be back soon. After saying hello to Kushina, Obito's body began to twist, preparing to use Kamui to leave. I'll go too. At this time, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed his shoulder, and then the two of them were teleported away by Kamui. That person is none other than Kakashi. Why is Kakashi also there? Forget it, it will definitely be lively when the three of them get together. Shinomiya Yuyu withdrew her gaze and turned to focus on the upcoming duel. 2th Chapter 36 Danzo. Shall I fight the skeleton and Kizaru? On the other side, Shimura Danzo slowly formed seals, preparing to summon the psychic beast. Although his opponents were just 2 brats, this battle was related to his life and death, and he had to go all out. Psychicism Dream Taper. Danzo bit the tip of his tongue, a splash of blood splashed out, and then he slapped the ground hard. In an instant, thick white mist billowed up, and a huge creature responded to the call. This creature is huge, with a trunk like an elephant's trunk. Its shape is similar to an elephant but completely different. It is Danzo's psychic beast, the Dream Taper. Become the food of the Dream Taper, little devil. Danzo's face was ferocious, and he formed seals with his hands, driving the Dream Taper to perform ninjutsu. I saw the Dream Taper's huge mouth opening, as if a whirlwind was rolling back, and the terrifying suction force immediately surged out, making Sasuke and Naruto instantly unstable. Careful. With quick eyes and quick hands, Sasuke grabbed Naruto, who was about to be sucked over, and at the same time quickly poured chakra into his feet to stabilize his body. Despite this, the two bodies still involuntarily moved closer to the Dream Taper. Innately evil boy Uchiha, you can't change anything, just like your incompetent brother. Facing the two people who seemed unable to resist, Shimura Danzo sneered, seemingly intending to regain his lost face with them. However, shut up! Sasuke raised his head suddenly, an indescribable chill appearing on his young face. Damn old guy, you have no right to mention him. Uchiha Sasuke's words were like a knife, and his voice was as cold as a haunting evil ghost, piercing Danzo's heart. As the words fell, the overwhelming hatred for Danzo triggered strong mental fluctuations. The 3 Magatama in his eyes rotated slowly and finally connected to form a mysterious 6-pointed star pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. This is. Feeling the familiar powerful power awakening, even Sasuke was slightly stunned, but then a burst of ecstasy surged in his heart. The strength seems to be gradually coming back, not much, but enough. Although it is not the eternal Mangekyo or the 6 Magatama Samsara Eye, just a pair of Mangekyo is more than enough to kill Danzo. Susanoo. The pupil power in Sasuke's eyes surged, and a huge skeletal giant appeared behind him, but this was just the beginning. As the pupil power exploded further, the skeleton was quickly covered with a layer of muscle until it was fully formed. Semi-complete Susanoo. What? Seeing this scene, Danzo's eyes widened, and he was horrified. What the hell kind of monster is this? A kid who is only 12 years old, turns on Mangekyo and uses Susanoo. Just because of a mocking remark. Uchiha Madara has to call you ancestor when he comes. Damn, that's not fair. That's not fair. I demand a rematch. He is cheating. But Sasuke, who is already murderous, doesn't care what Danzo thinks. Nisunai. Inferno-style flame control. Immediately afterwards, he fully drew the bowstring, pointed the ancient TNG Ma bow at the Dream Taper who was casting a spell, and shot out a fierce arrow. An arrow burning with pitch-black flames roared out like thunder. Danzo caught a glimpse of the arrow heading straight for him, and without thinking too much, he hid behind the Mang Taper. Dream Taper caught all this from the corner of his eye and was horrified. But it was at the critical moment of casting the spell and couldn't move. He could only cast an angry but helpless glance. Advertisement. Danzo, I am so confused. The sound of arrows tearing through the air exploded in an instant. The arrow not only hit the strange-looking Dream Taper, but also nailed it firmly to the ground. Woo! The dream taper let out a mournful cry and instantly turned into a white mist and dissipated. As the dream taper disappeared, Sasuke's Susanoo was also lifted. He covered his bleeding eyes and squatted on the ground, gasping for air. At this age, his body is not fully developed, so using Susanoo is a huge load for him. Without the influence of the dream taper, Naruto was able to stand firmly. He found that Sasuke was a little weak and quickly went over to help him. "Sasuke, are you okay? That blow just now was so cool?" Sasuke gently waved his hand and used a special secret technique to quickly restore chakra. With that annoying psychic beast gone, the next step is to get rid of that damn Danzo. "Look at me next." Naruto stepped forward and stood in front of Sasuke, pointing his finger at Danzo, full of confidence. "Naruto, are you sure?" Sasuke looked at Naruto's slightly unfamiliar movements and couldn't help but feel doubtful. These words made Naruto furious. "Damn it, are you looking down on me?" After saying this, Naruto rushed towards Danzo with all his strength. He wanted to show his strength. "Hey, don't force it, just help me hold him down." Sasuke's words came from behind, which in turn inspired Naruto to speed up his pace and head straight for Danzo. "Punch me." Naruto jumped into the air and struck Huanglong with a heavy punch. Danzo was fully focused, his eyes locked on Naruto. Sasuke's surprise attack just now left him frightened and almost killed him. Using Izanagi again was no joke. The Uzumaki Naruto who fought alongside Sasuke was certainly no ordinary person. Are those obvious flaws revealed deliberately? Danzo stared at Naruto's moves that seemed to be full of loopholes and secretly speculated in his heart. Could it be that when luring him to attack, he suddenly changed his tactics and captured him in one fell swoop? HMPH, I won't be fooled. Danzo's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. He responded quickly, using defense as offense and testing first. Danzo carefully punched out, his whole body tense, ready to counterattack at any time. However, at the moment of contact, Naruto was blown away like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground after drawing an arc. Danzo. Grass. Got fooled. This is a complete idiot. If I had known earlier, I would have taken it down with one strike. The annoyance in Danzo's heart. On the other side, Minato Namikaze looked helplessly at Shinomiya Yuzuki, who was leisurely and contented on the sofa. Sasuke's progress was undoubtedly helped by Yuzuki, otherwise it would not have been possible to open Mangekyo so quickly. As for Naruto, it's hard to say. Judging from the current performance, it seems a bit inferior. Don't worry, the show will start soon, you have to set the stage, Yue said with a smile. Minato nodded and continued to watch patiently. Advertisement. Hey, how's the situation? Looking at Naruto who fell to the side, Sasuke was speechless. I told you not to be impulsive, but you just didn't listen. Naruto kicked his legs randomly, and then stood up reluctantly, looking a little embarrassed. No, it's okay. I'll do it. Sasuke sighed and stood up, his condition almost restored. Unexpectedly, Naruto stood firmly beside him again. Although his face was red, he was determined not to let Sasuke face the enemy alone. Naruto, listen. Kurama's voice rang in Naruto's mind. Huh? Kurama, what's wrong? Naruto responded in his heart. I'm ready. Now you can use my power. Naruto was pleasantly surprised. You have fully recovered? After being sealed for a long time, Kurama also needed some time to regain his strength, and at this moment, he has completely entered a semi-peak state. 1 gram away. Kurama. Humans and foxes become one, and their powers merge. Suddenly, Naruto's body began to undergo amazing changes. The huge chakra surged out like a torrent, shaking the earth. His body was wrapped in bright golden light, and patterns showing the power of 6 paths appeared on his chest. His clothes stretched and transformed into a shining golden robe, like a flying cloak. Open black lens bracket Kurama link close black lens bracket Uzumaki Naruto. What a powerful force. Naruto looked at his new outfit curiously, full of freshness. What? Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood again. Perfect Jinchūriki. What the hell is this guy? He had the illusion that he was being targeted by an invisible force. A Mangekyo, a perfect Jinchūriki, what does he have to contend with? Thinking of this, Danzo glared at Shinomiya Yuzuki. This brat must have known about it, otherwise he wouldn't have set up this trap so confidently. Damn it, he had no intention of making himself feel better. Facing Danzo's resentful gaze, Yu just smiled indifferently and made an elegant, please, gesture. That clearly means, come on, please start your show. Sasuke, let's go. Coming. Sasuke walked up to Naruto with a faint smile and took a look at his perfect Jinchūriki form. Not bad, I can't lag behind. The power of Mangekyo Sharingan inspires. A layer of skeleton is attached to Sasuke's body. Using Susanoo in this way can greatly reduce the consumption, and the power is not weak. The two looked at each other without saying a word. But the next moment, the two of them launched a charge in tacit understanding. Head straight for Danzo. Chapter 37. It's up, it's gone in seconds, what's there to say? The two people just stood there, but Shimura Danzo could feel a cold air rushing to the top of his head, making his heart tremble. There's no chance of singing, there's no chance of winning at all. But he would never give up. With a ferocious look on his face, he took a deep breath and then spewed it out like a volcano erupting. An extremely compressed wind blade is like a sword dancing wildly in the wind. It is extremely sharp and seems to be able to cut everything in the world. Wind escape vacuum continuous waves. But this was not enough. Danzo quickly formed seals and spat out countless wind bombs like a barrage, approaching Naruto and Sasuke. Wind release vacuum sphere. Wind blades and wind bullets roared towards us, and they were already there in an instant. Sasuke still looked leisurely and contented, because Naruto had already taken action first. I saw Naruto wave his robe gently. The golden robe soaked in Nine Tails chakra suddenly turned into a giant tail condensed with chakra. With a heavy sweep, Danzo's carefully prepared ninjutsu was smashed to pieces like pieces of paper. The wind blade and wind bullet disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Shimura Danzo's eyelids twitched suddenly. Was this too much fun? Am I playing chicken? So strong. Naruto couldn't hide his excitement as he truly felt the shock of this power. You're still early, Naruto. Kurama's faint voice came. I'll work hard. Naruto was full of fighting spirit. Then, he looked at Shimura Danzo opposite, with a malicious smile on his lips. Hey, weird uncle, it's my turn to attack now. Seeing Naruto in an attacking stance, Danzo's nerves were tense. The power of Nine Tails was too strong. Fortunately, Naruto lacks actual combat experience, so he may be able to withstand a few attacks with his sophisticated skills. However, Danzo's thoughts were about to be shattered by the cruel reality. In an instant, Naruto moved. Shimura Danzo only caught a golden afterimage flashing past. Here it comes. Danzo's heart trembled. Shimura Danzo quickly got into position. Shimura Danzo locked eyes with Naruto. Shimura Danzo waved his hand to block. Shimura Danzo flew out. Danzo. Naruto's punch hit Danzo's chest, and the latter's body instantly bent into a shrimp shape. His eyes bulged, and he felt that his internal organs were churning, and he wanted to vomit everything he had eaten in his life. Bang! Danzo flew upside down like a cannonball and hit a wall hard, leaving a huge hole. Puff! Advertisement. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Danzo collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in pain. His eyes were full of disbelief. What's going on? I still want to block, but where should I block? That punch was like a tank running over me. Whatever skills and combat experience, go to hell. Pure aesthetics of violence, defeat 10 with one force. Izanagi. Feeling the number of broken ribs and severely injured internal organs, Danzo had no choice but to consume a Sharingan and activate Izanagi to reverse the injury. On the arm, another Sharingan was closed forever. Damn it. Damn it. Danzo's face turned livid, and his trump cards were running out. Outside, Naruto looked at the big hole and poked his head in with curiosity on his face. Where did that weird uncle go? Sasuke slowly stepped forward and looked at Naruto with a hint of envy in his eyes. Probably dead. With your speed and strength, it's impossible for him to withstand this punch. Hey, he's dead? Then I'm in trouble? Naruto looked a little at a loss. He originally just wanted to show the other party a little bit of color. Don't worry, that person was not a good person in the first place, and he deserves his own fault for his death. Besides, haven't you always dreamed of becoming a Hokage? You eliminated those bad guys to protect the village. This is not a bad thing at all, but a responsibility you must bear as you grow up. Sasuke comforted softly. Really? Really? Naruto looked confused and scratched his head. Sasuke had a clear view of Naruto's reaction. It seemed that this guy did not have the same experience of rebirth as himself. So, how did he master the power of Nine Tails in advance? This question reminded Sasuke of someone. Yes, it seems that Naruto also got help from Shinomiya Yuzuki and reconciled with Nine Tails so many years in advance. What is the origin of this Shinomiya Yuyue? Sasuke only glanced at Yuyue sitting on the sofa with his peripheral vision. His faint smile was like a spring breeze, and then he looked away. Because that guy Danzo showed up again without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Sasuke, that weird uncle is alive again, Naruto said in surprise. He used Izanagi, a forbidden technique that can deflect damage. Sasuke's Sharingan glanced at Danzo's arm. Huh? Is there only one Sharingan left? That'll be easy. I thought that Danzo could use that technique countless times, but it seems that he had already died many times before we came here. I don't know how this guy offended a big boss like Shinomiya Yuyue. Naruto, if you kill him one more time, he won't be able to be resurrected. Advertisement, Sasuke said firmly. Up. Naruto thought he had mastered Danzo's secret. He smiled confidently, dropped 2 words, and moved behind Danzo in a flash. Bang. A heavy punch hit his back, and Danzo didn't even have a chance to react. There was only a pop sound. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his body turned into a shadow, and then reappeared unscathed. Uncle Wei, according to Sasuke, you only have one last resurrection left, right? As soon as Danzo was revived, he heard Naruto's voice behind him and felt a chill go down his spine. Immediately afterwards, he was shot flying by Naruto's robe like a badminton. It landed with a crash, dust flying. Sasuke, it's done, am I good enough? Naruto's figure flashed and golden light flashed, and he returned to Sasuke's side, with an expression of anticipation and praise on his face. Sasuke held his forehead helplessly. You rushed out before I finished speaking. Within 1 minute after Izanagi is activated, he can transfer damage infinitely. You have to wait until the technique wears off before you can attack him. Naruto was stunned. What? In other words, Naruto looked towards where Danzo had fallen. Sure enough, Danzo stood up again, turned around and ran away without saying a word. That's right, the attacks just now were ineffective. Sasuke spread his hands. Hateful. Naruto gritted his teeth and stared at Danzo, who was escaping. He dodged and chased away in an instant. Damn weird uncle, you embarrassed me in front of Sasuke. With a flash of golden light, Naruto blocked Danzo's escape path. Damn boy, you're going too far, Danzo roared. It's all about death anyway, so it's better to fight to the death. He pulled out his kunai and blew out sharp wind blades to wrap around it. Suffer death. Danzo suddenly rushed forward, holding a kunai and stabbed viciously. Naruto remained motionless, an illusory fox head appeared on his body. Bite. With a crisp sound, the kunai blessed by the wind attribute chakra broke into two pieces without leaving even a trace. Before Danzo could be shocked, Naruto kicked him in the chest. Catch it, Sasuke. In an instant, Danzo flew out upside down under the influence of terrifying power. Sasuke had already quietly walked around not far behind Danzo. Hearing Naruto's call and seeing Danzo flying at high speed, he raised the corners of his mouth and showed a faint smile. Chapter 38 Exploding the gold coins in the group, pretty. Inferno-style flame control. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Sasuke's eyes, and surging black flames suddenly appeared all over his body. With the power of flame control, he gathered the black flames into a fiery stick, and with a swipe, Danzo was knocked away. Catch it! Naruto's eyes lit up, and the chakra gathered behind him, transforming into a huge arm. He grabbed Danzo, followed by another sharp throw. On the other side, Sasuke also praised Danzo and patted Danzo back. As you come and go, Danzo Shimura actually becomes the tennis ball in the hands of the two of them, and they have a great time playing. However, as the protagonist of this game, Danzo was not so happy. Being tossed around like a toy, if he hadn't activated the last Sharingan to cast Izanagi at the critical moment, he would have been killed long ago. But now this humiliation is simply worse than death for him who has a great face. Damn you little devils. Shimura Danzo's eyes widened with anger. The 10 Sharingan exhausted their strength, but they ended up in such an end. Faced with such an ending, his face was full of unwillingness. Then let's go to hell together. When Naruto caught the ball again, Shimura Danzo suddenly activated the 4 elephant seals. A large amount of ink spurted out from the talisman on his chest and spread all over the ground, drawing strange talisman totems. Sasuke's eyes tightened when he saw this. He had heard of this move for a long time and had been wary of it. Naruto, retreat, he is going to blow himself up. In fact, Sasuke didn't need to remind him. The malicious perception system in Naruto's body was constantly urging him to evacuate. He threw Danzo away, ran towards Sasuke at full speed, picked him up and prepared to leave. But Sasuke said, "Wait a minute, Shisui's eyes can't just disappear. Naruto, take me to Danzo's place." Naruto didn't have time to think about it and teleported to Danzo, who was about to explode. Sasuke acted quickly and expertly removed the eye of Shisui from Danzo's eye socket. Ignoring Danzo's wailing, Sasuke urged Naruto to leave quickly. A golden trajectory cut across the sky, Naruto accelerated, and the moment before the 4 elephant seal erupted, the two of them escaped in a thrilling manner close to the edge of the seal. Phew. It's safe. Advertisement. The two stopped 100 meters away from the center of the seal explosion. He always likes to bring some weird, burial gifts, with him. Sasuke's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Last time, half of the bridge was sealed, and this time several houses were taken away. But this is the base of Root, and there are no residents in those houses. Danzo's self-destruction once again only took away some useless bricks and tiles. We won. Naruto cheered. They defeated the evil uncle. Well done, Naruto. Although there are some minor flaws, it is already very good for your first battle. There was a voice behind him, and Naruto turned around to take a look. Yuyue and others are walking slowly. Yuyue, Naruto waved excitedly. When did you arrive? I've been there the whole time and it's been really great. Shinomiya Yuzuki praised again. This was his sincere affirmation. After all, when Naruto solved Danzo, he dropped an unexpected gain of 20,000 gold coins. The investment in Naruto was instantly repaid, not to mention that when he was reborn for 9 tails, Naruto had 100,000 gold coins. This time, 120,000 gold coins were directly recorded in the account. Naruto. Namikaze Minato greeted with a smile. Dad, Naruto shouted excitedly. Oh, big sister is here too. Naruto then noticed Kushina and greeted him warmly, and these two uncles I haven't met before, hello. Naruto greeted Kushina, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama one by one, and all three of them responded with smiles. What an energetic little guy. He feels just like you when you were a kid, big brother, Tobirama said with a smile. Really? Hashirama laughed a little awkwardly. It turns out that this is the image I have in Tobirama's mind. I'm really a little embarrassed. But having said that, he was right. Naruto and himself as the reincarnation of Asura did have many similarities in personality. Naruto quickly ran to Namikaze Minato, with excitement on his face. Dad, the departure you mentioned turned out to be the place where Kurama was sealed. I thought you were going somewhere else. Advertisement. Looking at the eldest brother with blonde hair and blue eyes who looked so much like himself, Naruto got the exact information from Nine Tails that he was his father. In a sudden surge of emotions, Naruto threw himself into Minato's arms. His eyes were red and his nose was sore. Where have you been all these years? Why haven't you been home for so long? I thought I had no parents anymore. Namikaze Minato sighed softly and hugged Naruto tightly. I'm sorry that I couldn't be with you to watch you grow up. Your mother and I went to complete a very important task. For the sake of the village, we had to do that. Minato wanted to tell Naruto the truth that they came from another time and space, but seeing Naruto's appearance, he swallowed the words. Forget it, let him misunderstand like this. After all, it is not a lie. They're indeed father and son. At this moment, Nine Tails in Naruto's body coughed slightly, as if to avoid it, and silently closed the door to the heart. But then I thought about it, I can't blame myself entirely for this. It is also involuntarily controlled by fate. At this time, it's time to tell a story about Kamui who couldn't hide his tears. It doesn't matter. This is what we should do for the sake of the village. Naruto wiped away his tears and smiled brightly again. So now that you're back, you won't leave again, right? Naruto's eyes were full of expectation. Namikaze Minato's heart sank. He was usually talkative, but now he was silent. He and Kushina do not belong to this world's timeline and cannot stay here for long. Dad? Seeing Minato didn't answer for a long time, Naruto had an ominous premonition in his heart. At this moment, Shinomiya Yuyue stepped forward and came to the rescue with a smile. The mission has been completed, of course he will not leave again. Minato and Naruto turned to Yuzuki together, one's eyes flashed with surprise, the other was a little helpless, but more of them were looking forward to whether this omnipotent leader could come up with a way to get the best of both worlds. Yuyue said under the gaze of the two people, as a ninja, you always have to accept tasks, right, Naruto? Naruto nodded, this was a very understandable truth. That important mission has been successfully completed, but as a ninja, your dad still has to go out to perform some missions occasionally. This is normal. So he can leave for a few months every once in a while and then come back to be with you. At the same time, Yu privately sent a message to Minato. The flow of time in our world is different. Just come here when you have time. Anyway, it only takes a few days for you to be there for a few months, so you have plenty of time here. When you are away, just say that you will go out and perform the task. Close black lens bracket. Minato suddenly realized that this was indeed a good plan. Although it may be difficult to come often, it is still possible to come and see Naruto every few months. Minato nodded, approving the plan. Chapter 39 The King of Ideas. Really? Naruto raised his head with a bright smile on his face. Of course it's true. Namikaze Minato accepted Shinomiya Yuzuki's suggestion. That's great. I finally have a mom and dad. Naruto jumped with excitement. Hey, by the way, Dad, you said my mother is back too. Where is she? Only then did Naruto suddenly realize what he was asking, and he looked around, his eyes full of curiosity. What kind of person would his mother be? She will be sad when you say that. You just met not long ago, and she even hugged you. Did you just hug me? Naruto was startled. Wait, could it be? Naruto slowly turned his head and looked at Kushina, who looked slightly disappointed. Namikaze Minato smiled and said nothing. Huh? That weird sister, it turns out you are my mother, Naruto said in surprise. Kushina frowned, walked to Naruto, stroked his head, and said with a smile, weird sister? The immortal caressed my head, and an inch of strength opened up the heavenly spirit. Facing Kushina's loving smile, Naruto quickly corrected her. Mom. Kushina's expression suddenly changed from gloomy to clear, and she gently rubbed Naruto's hair. This is right. Naruto giggled. At this time, Sasuke sighed lightly, looking at the scene of Naruto's family being reunited. He couldn't help but have mixed feelings in his heart. He thought that such happiness might be out of reach for him. Suddenly, someone came forward and put his arm on his shoulder. Sasuke turned around and saw an enlarged version of Shinomiya Yuzuki's face in front of him. Why? Are you so close? Sasuke turned away his head in disgust. I have a big plan. Do you want to hear it? Shinomiya Yuzuki pretended to be mysterious and tried to arouse Sasuke's curiosity. Seeing Naruto's happy smile, Yuyue felt that everything was wonderful. He just likes scenes like this, don't always deal with the parting of life and death, the flash of swords, how boring, he doesn't like to see people die the most. Danzo, whose bones are still cold? Not Buddy, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Of course, for people like Danzo, if they die, they will die, who cares? Danzo. 6. Therefore, in order to witness more such tender scenes, Shinomiya Yuzuki plans to bring some important characters in the plot back to life. Advertisement both satisfy one's own wishes, at the same time, there is another purpose. That is to earn coins. Changing the trajectory of fate, resurrecting the dead, and chatting in the group will definitely be rewarded. More or less, it's all a harvest. Mosquito legs are also meat, so little adds up to a lot. And he doesn't have to spend any money for this, it's a free benefit. Just get Nagato's Rinnegan. Then he controls a few unlucky people who like to do evil, consumes their life force and uses the art of reincarnation, and everything will be fine. Perfect plan. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, always feeling that Shinomiya Yuyue seemed to have bad intentions. He shook his head without hesitation, not interested. Yuyue was a little surprised that she refused so simply. Rejected without listening to the content. However, Sasuke still shook his head. What if I said, I can bring your parents back to life? Now that Danzo is dead, no one will target the Uchiha clan anymore. If you go find Itachi later, won't your family be reunited? Hey, I still have a way to bring Uchiha and Susanoo over so that you and your daughter can meet. When the time comes, wouldn't it be wonderful for 3 generations to live under one roof? Sigong Yuyue raised her eyebrows. After the words fell, Shinomiya Yuyue felt Sasuke's body tremble slightly. Obviously, his inner turmoil was far less calm than he appeared on the surface. But Sasuke's choice surprised Yuyue, and he still shook his head. Shall I go? Is this reborn Sasuke so determined? You are stronger than Obito, who is determined. Sasuke's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. The dead have their own world, and besides, I'm used to being alone. Although she said this, Yuyue clearly saw a hazy look in the corner of Sasuke's eyes. And subtle expectations. Damn it, I knew how could I refuse such a good thing as resurrecting my parents. It turned out to be the unique arrogance of the Uchiha family. She said she didn't want it, but in her heart she wanted it more than anyone else. Shinomiya Yuyue nodded clearly. I see, I understand. Yuyue patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Just wait for my good news. Then he turned around and left without taking a single cloud with him. Leaving Sasuke with a confused look on his face. Do you understand? Advertisement. What on earth did you understand? At least speak clearly before leaving. Looking at Shinomiya Yuzuki's retreating figure, the corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched faintly. Could this kid really be pulling some strings? What if I wake up one day and find that I have an extra daughter who is 2 or 3 years older than me for no reason? Uchiha Sarana. Oh, my dad was so cute when he was a kid. Thinking of this funny and terrifying scene, Sasuke couldn't help but shudder. He was so embarrassed that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes on the ground. He shook his head violently, throwing these random thoughts behind him. No, this is too embarrassing. So, he hurriedly stepped forward and sped up to chase Shinomiya Yuyue. Sigong, wait for me, I have something to say. At this moment, the two bosses, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, were discussing the future plans of Konoha village enthusiastically, speaking passionately. On the other side, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were chatting gently with Naruto. Shinomiya Yuzuki was in front, and Sasuke was chasing after him with a nervous look on his face. Only Nohara Lin, this little girl, seemed to be left out in the cold. She waited anxiously for Obito's return. As time passed by, the worry in her heart became more and more intense. Everyone, it seems like Obito has been gone for a long time. Nohara Lin's voice sounded somewhat worried among the crowd. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but pause. The conversation stopped abruptly, and they all came back to their senses. Obito has been gone for a long time. How about I go over and check on the situation? That boy from Uchiha. I feel that his eye power is no less than Madara's, so there shouldn't be any safety issues. Shinomiya Yuyue, who was walking around, happened to catch this conversation and stopped involuntarily. At this stop, Sasuke, who was following closely behind, suffered a disaster. He couldn't stop in time and hit Shinomiya Yuyue's back like a copper wall with a bang. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes flashed with stars and he lost consciousness. Yuyue glanced sideways at Sasuke, who had fainted, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The immortal's body is not easy to mess with. I'm afraid this kid will faint for a while, so just let him be. Then, he turned to look at Nohara Lin and comforted. Don't worry, I'll send a message to ask. After speaking, Yuyue tapped her fingers in the air a few times. How's it going over there? Did you win or lose? Your little fangirl is already worried about you. Close black lens bracket. Obito's reply came back almost instantly. Done it, a big win. We could have come back alive, but we were delayed by Kakashi's delay. We'll be back soon. Close black lens bracket. Obito said they would be back soon, Yuzuki relayed. Nohara Lin let out a breath, and the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Thank you. Her smile was as sweet as honey. Chapter 40. You are Obito, then who am I? You're welcome. Shinomiya Yuzuki responded, then bent down and picked up Sasuke from the ground, intending to pick him up and take him away. At this moment, the space suddenly distorted, and a vortex of time and space spit out Uchiha Obito and Kakashi. Obito grabbed the unconscious Kakashi and dragged him forward like a chicken. Kakashi is unconscious with blood stains on his body. Madara. Yuyu, do me a favor and save this idiot. Abandoning Kakashi, Obito immediately turned to Nohara Lin with a smile on his face. Lin, I'm back. Shinomiya Yuzuki raised her eyebrows, put Sasuke aside casually, walked towards Kakashi, and knelt down to check his injuries. After the inspection, Yuyu frowned slightly. How did it happen? Kakashi was seriously injured, even losing an eye, and it was still the same Mangekyo Sharingan. Was it taken away by the masked man? This is great, the masked man has gathered Kamui with both eyes, and his strength cannot be underestimated. Obito spread his hands helplessly. It's a long story. It's better to save people first. I'm afraid this guy won't be able to hold on and will die. Naruto, come here. Shinomiya Yuzuki waved gently to Naruto. What's wrong, Yuyu? Give him some 9 Tails chakra to help heal his injuries. Yuyu pointed at Kakashi lying on the ground. The power of 9 Tails contains extraordinary recovery ability, which is unique among all tailed beasts. Naruto did as he was told, and with the flow of orange light, Kakashi's pale complexion gradually turned red. The effect is immediate. My life is saved. I have to rush to hospital. I'll be fine soon. I'll be responsible. Minato Namikaze volunteered. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato picked up Kakashi and in an instant, there was no trace of the two of them. Okay, Obito, now let's talk about what's going on. Shinomiya Yuzuki turned around and asked. It's like this. Obito begins to tell the story of their battle with the masked man. Go back 10 minutes. In this timeline, Uchiha Obito, the man wearing a mysterious mask, is sneaking into Konoha with his virtualization ability and quietly heading towards the cemetery. Looking back, I always feel something is wrong. Is it an illusion or is it real? The masked man asked himself in a low voice. With just a quick glance, the haunting figure was deeply imprinted on his heart. After leaving Konoha, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. How could there be such a realistic illusion? It was as if Nohara Lin had really come back to life. But the reality told him that Nohara Lin had passed away long ago. It was impossible to stand in front of him alive, and he had to accept this cruel fact. However, under the mask, there was still a trace of luck on that vicissitudes of face. Just in case. What if it really is her? No matter how Lin was reborn or why she kept her past appearance and age, he just wanted to see her again. Just one side. Hey, what is that sneaky guy over there doing? This sound sounded, and the masked man's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Advertisement. This sound. He turned around slowly, and when he saw the face of the visitor clearly, the eyes under the mask suddenly tightened. It's him. I'm asking you a question, so don't be pretentious. The visitors were none other than Uchiha Obito and Kakashi. He deliberately pretended not to know the other party's identity when asking questions. Obito naturally knows the other party's true face, but he plans not to reveal it yet, so that the game will be interesting. So, next he had to pretend that he didn't know the other person at all. The masked man stared at Obito's familiar face. So similar. No, it was exactly the same, and even he himself couldn't tell the truth from the false. The fists hidden under the black robe were clenched, and bloodshot eyes flashed. Damn it, you actually asked me in front of my face who this person is. This fake product, Na Lin must also be fake, he should have expected it. There shouldn't be any illusions, what's fake is what's fake. Erase them all, how dare they blaspheme Lin like this? No matter who is behind the scenes, he will find that person today and cut him into pieces. Even if the entire Konoha is razed to the ground, he won't hesitate. The masked man suddenly became angry. He raised his hand and threw a branch, heading straight for Obito. However, Obito made no move, as if he had not yet reacted. Humph, he is a fake after all. The masked man watched with cold eyes, as if he had foreseen the outcome of the other party being penetrated by branches. But unexpectedly, the branch penetrated Obito's body like a reflection in the water. Obito narrowed his eyes and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, I'm just asking who you are. As for taking action directly. However, the masked man could no longer hear Obito's words at this moment. His eyes were round and bloodshot. How do you know this trick? The voice of the masked man was low and profound, but it could not conceal the extremely shocking fear in his heart. Blur. Yes, the opponent also used blur. However, why? This is my unique skill, Mangekyo Eye technique, how can he be the same grandmaster? Is it possible that this counterfeit can even copy the pupil technique so perfectly? But, if the effect is exactly the same, is this still considered imitation? Is it weird that I can do this? This is exactly what I, Mangekyo Sharingan, am capable of. Obito pretended to be confused and gently tapped the blood-red eyes with his finger. The masked man's eyes were immediately attracted, followed by an unconcealable shock. It's really Mangekyo Sharingan. The pattern on it is exactly the same as his, and the other party actually owns a complete pair. No, there are subtle differences. The masked man noticed that Obito's eyes were different from his own. HMPH, imitation is imitation after all, and what is fake cannot become true. No matter where your eye skills come from, a fake can never be authentic. How long can you use those eyes? Advertisement. The masked man thought he had caught the opponent's flaw and said sarcastically. What? This is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so it can be used indefinitely. Besides, why do you keep calling me an imposter? I'm Uchiha Obito. It's you, please name me. Oh, you are Uchiha Obito. Then who am I, Uchiha Runtu? Etc. Eternal Mangekyo. As soon as Obito said this, the masked man was suddenly startled. He looked again and found that the opponent's eye power was indeed far superior to his, reaching a whole new level. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The masked man whispered in disbelief, and there was no doubt about it. The fake Sharingan was actually a higher level than the real person. The masked man slowly lowered his head, his heart was filled with ups and downs, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Then, he suddenly looked up. The eyes under the one-eyed mask are full of murderous intent. No matter what your identity is, everything will become clear after we catch you. The masked man waved his arm, and a chain was pulled out from the void. With a whoosh, the chain was as fast as a lion majesty and struck Obito in an instant. Let's forget about such little tricks. Obito said calmly, his eyes flashed slightly, and Kamui started quietly. The entire chain was suddenly torn apart by the distortion of time and space, and was broken into two parts in an instant. The masked man narrows his eyes slightly and activates Kamui remotely, the ability of his left eye. If you have some ability, then. So what about this trick? The masked man quickly formed seals with his hands, filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Obito chuckled, and the Mangekyo in his eyes was working at full speed. In his eyes, the opponent's seal seemed to be slowed down and clearly visible. Then, Obito began to imitate the opponent's handprints, and completed it at a faster rate. This is. The masked man's pupils shrank suddenly, the other party was copying his technique. Before he could be shocked, the hot flame breath rushed towards him. It turns out that Obito completed the seal first. Fire-style storm dance. Obito suddenly burst out a burst of flames. But this was just the beginning. When the flames appeared, Kamui started again. The distortion of time and space intersects with the blazing flames, forming a whirlpool of fire lines, layer after layer, approaching the masked man. This fire style combines the power of time and space, and its power far exceeds the conventional fire style. Accompanied by space distortion, even virtualization cannot escape this fatal blow. How is it possible? How could he do this? The masked man was at a loss for words. Today's events were beyond imagination, and the shock to him was far greater than the sum of his previous experiences. At this time, the masked man also completed the same ninjutsu. The same storm is coming. The ninjutsu from both sides collided instantly, and a terrifying distortion of time and space enveloped the surrounding area. Amidst the roar, a billowing heat wave hit, and the temperature soared to the extreme. Kakashi quickly used water style to cool down and build defenses. Water style water barrier. Rumble. Chapter 41 Seeing Through. The two top fire style ninjutsu collided with each other, and in an instant, the surrounding temperature soared to a chilling level. Fortunately, Kakashi was prepared and quickly opened the water barrier. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous and he might be seriously injured on the spot. The water evaporated rapidly under the high temperature, and for a while, thick steam filled the air in all directions, obscuring the view. This sudden change immediately aroused the curiosity and attention of the surrounding Konoha villagers. What's going on with this fog? Is there a fire in someone's house? Why is it so hot? Idiot, you can tell it's a ninja fighting just by looking at it. Huh, which ninja dares to fight in the village without fear of being captured by Anbu? After a while, a dozen villagers driven by curiosity gathered over and approached cautiously, wanting to find out what was going on. Don't come here. It's too dangerous here. Kakashi had just issued a warning, but the masked man had already taken action first. He suddenly rushed towards a villager, who was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he was caught before he could react. Holy shit, everyone watching the fight is going to fight, run away. When other villagers who were joining in the fun witnessed this scene, they were so frightened that they scattered in all directions like frightened birds. If you don't want him to die, then the masked man is going to use this as a hostage to threaten Kakashi and Obito. However, before the masked man finished speaking, his body suddenly twisted strangely, as if being swallowed by an invisible vortex. What? The masked man was shocked, and he hurriedly let go of the villagers, and hurriedly used virtualization to transfer himself to the Kamui space, avoiding the sudden crisis. The masked man turned sharply to Uchiha Obito and saw Obito's Sharingan slowly turning. It was obvious that the surprise attack just now was by his hand. If the masked man hadn't reacted quickly, if he had been even half a beat slower, he would have been completely torn apart by the distortion of time and space. HMPH, are the ninjas of Konoha so virtuous? Do they even care about the people in their own village? Looking at the villagers fleeing in panic, the masked man sneered and mocked Obito. What are you talking about? This is called attack and you will be saved. I tell you to read more books, but you have to go herd cattle. Obito put on a helpless expression, seeming to be deeply worried about the masked man's IQ. He's very good at talking. The masked man scoffed. Obito ignored him and activated Kamui directly, teleporting himself and Kakashi into the Kamui space. Advertisement. In Kamui space. There is no light here, it is extremely dark, and there are huge cubic structures floating around. Sharingan is the eye that reflects the soul. Obito longed to escape reality in despair, so his Mangekyo gave him the power of Kamui. A different space independent of the world. It seems that Kamui spaces are indeed connected. Obito looked at his surroundings. Here, they saw the masked man's true form that disappeared into Kamui's space. Let's solve it here. It won't be a problem no matter how we fight, it won't affect the village, and don't even think about using virtuality here anymore. Come on, Kakashi. Let's have a real duel. Obito pointed at the masked man opposite and gave the order with a heroic gesture. Kakashi pulled the mask helplessly, then took out a kunai from his ninja bag and approached the masked man in a flash. The kunai in his hand went straight to the masked man's throat. The masked man snorted, took out a long black stick in his hand, and faced Kakashi. This black rod is the product of yin-yang style. It has sealing and damage capabilities, and its texture is extremely hard. Bang, bang, bang. The speed of the confrontation between the two reached an afterimage that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Fierce battle. The black rod collided with the kunai, and sparks flew everywhere, shining with dazzling light. Kakashi's attack was fierce, with lightning flashing in his palms. He almost hit the masked man several times, but he was always dodged by the opponent at the critical moment. It's not virtualization, it's just speed. Kakashi realized that it seemed that his opponent could no longer use the magical virtualization ability. He recalled Obito's previous words. Here, blur has no effect. This is a huge advantage for Kakashi. The principle of virtualization is to move the entity into the Kamui space, leaving only a virtual shadow in the outside world. But now that we are in Kamui space, we naturally cannot perform virtual transfer again. However, it is possible to do the opposite, transfer yourself to reality, thereby achieving a virtual effect in Kamui space. However, Obito will never allow the masked man to succeed easily, especially when he confronts Kakashi here. Once the masked man attempts to escape from reality, Obito will immediately appear in reality and attack his true body. Obviously, the masked man knew this very well and had to give up the idea of virtualization for the time being. In the electric light and flint room, the two had fought fiercely for dozens of rounds, and they were indistinguishable. Advertisement. The weapons of both sides clashed again. Kakashi suppressed his breathing in a deep voice, stared at the masked man and asked, "Are you, Obito?" Even he himself didn't understand why he was so confused about the other party's identity. Obviously Obito had been killed in the Battle of Canopy Bridge in Konoha 48. Perhaps it was the words of the young Obito behind him that were causing trouble, or perhaps it was because the masked man dismissed little Obito as a fake. In any case, Kakashi has great doubts about the true identity of this masked man, especially the eye technique he uses, which is exactly the same as that of young Obito. However, Kakashi's question seemed to have touched the masked man's taboo. His power burst out suddenly, defeating Kakashi in one fell swoop. The terrifying force knocked Kakashi away, and then, a long black stick pierced Kakashi's chest like lightning, pinning him firmly to the ground. Kakashi's eyes widened and he instinctively grabbed the black stick on his chest. "You're still a good for nothing, Kakashi." The cold voice of the masked man sounded in his ears. "You, really Obito?" Kakashi weakly but stubbornly called the other person's name. "You don't deserve to say my name." Although this was a rebuke, it actually indirectly confirmed his identity. The masked man approached Kakashi, grasped the black rod on Kakashi's chest, and slowly pressed it down, intending to end everything. At this moment, a strong current suddenly burst out. The Kakashi in front of him instantly disappeared and was replaced by a ball of surging electricity. Along the masked man's arm, it swept through the whole body in an instant. Lightning-style clone. When I woke up, it was too late. The high-frequency current had spread throughout his body, and the masked man was paralyzed and unable to move. At this moment, a kunai was quietly pressed against his throat, and Kakashi's figure appeared strangely behind him. "You lost, Obito. How does it feel to lose to a loser?" Wrapped in electricity, the masked man's body couldn't help but tremble. But his eyes were still stubborn and locked on Kakashi. "Oh, come back with me and don't make any mistakes again." Kakashi persuaded earnestly. The masked man was unwilling to surrender, with a sarcastic light flashing in his eyes. In desperation, Kakashi could only knock him unconscious with a knife and planned to take him away by force. Chapter 42 Defeat the Masked Man. "Good job, Kakashi." Obito gave a thumbs up. It was not in vain. He switched back and forth between reality and illusion, staring at the virtual appearance of the masked man. Without the ability to blur, the masked man's combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. If he fights against Kakashi with only combat experience, he will definitely suffer. "Okay, let's go back." Kakashi was about to respond, but he was suddenly hit hard, and his head felt like a heavy hammer. The masked man regained consciousness at some point, not only got rid of his paralysis, but also took the opportunity to attack the unsuspecting Kakashi. With one blow, Kakashi fell to the ground, unconscious. In a blur, a heartbreaking pain came from his eye sockets. His Sharingan was taken away by the masked boy. Kakashi covered his empty eyes and groaned in pain. But the masked man didn't stop, and hit Kakashi in the chest with a heavy punch. The amazing force even caused spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ground. Boom. There was a loud bang, followed by a dull thud. Blood splashed everywhere, and Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood, then his vision went black and he fainted. Before he could fall to the ground, the masked man gave him a cold kick and kicked him dozens of meters away. Like a kite with a broken string, he rolled several times on the ground before stopping. Under the continuous heavy blows, Kakashi's vitality was rapidly draining away. Obito's eyes passed over Kakashi's body, and when he saw that he was still breathing, he immediately turned to the mysterious masked man. Izanagi. Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. It was obvious that the masked man could not naturally recover so quickly. The only explanation was that he used that forbidden technique to pass on the damage. It's quite knowledgeable, but... The masked man raised a sneer on his lips, and nimbly opened a corner of the mask with his fingers. With lightning speed, he removed the Sharingan from his left eye that had lost its brightness and replaced it with the Mangekyo Sharingan that he had taken from Kakashi. The abandoned Sharingan was thrown away by him, then stepped on it hard, turning it into dust. "Dead people, it doesn't matter whether they know it or not." Obito gently picked up the kunai on the ground and caught it firmly. "You seem very confident to keep me." The masked man didn't answer, but slowly approached. Silence was the greatest contempt. Uchiha Obito stared at him. His eyes were calm, only the pair of Sharingan turned slowly, as if there were thousands of words hidden. "Time and space disappear," Obito whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange wave surged out of Obito, and the space seemed to have been pressed on the pause button. Everything stopped, including the approaching masked man. Time and space annihilation allows users to control the edges of time, space and reality, and travel through the long river of time. To speak human words is to stop time. This is the pupil technique Obito learned after opening the Eternal Mangekyo, and its power is jaw-dropping. Advertisement. After activation, all movements around him will be forced to stop except himself. Although strictly speaking it is not a true stop of time, but more like an advanced version of the body-holding technique, it is already a force that is difficult to contend with for the opponent in front of him. At this moment, only Obito can move freely in the entire space. He slowly walked towards the masked man and gently took off the mask that concealed the truth. A face that was quite similar to his own, but covered with scars, was revealed. Tisk, it's hard to imagine that I will look like this in the future, even worse than Kakashi. Obito said mockingly, and then put the mask back on the masked man. The masked man's eyes were full of panic. He was completely awake, but couldn't control his body at all. Even if he wanted to use Izanagi to escape this predicament by consuming Mangekyo at all costs, he found that even this ability was sealed. Everything is at the mercy of Obito. It's almost time, it's time to end this. Obito clenched the kunai in his hand and prepared to take the opponent's uniform away. However, at this moment, a weak but unwavering voice came from behind. Wait, don't kill him. Obito turned around in surprise and saw that Kakashi had woken up with difficulty at some point. His seriously injured body was moving towards this side step by step with long blood marks on it. Facing Obito's gaze, Kakashi reluctantly raised his hands and begged, don't kill him. Obito raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he was so important in Kakashi's heart. This made him feel inexplicably moved. Don't worry, I didn't intend to kill him in the first place. Obito reassured. Hearing this, Kakashi seemed to be relieved, but his tense body finally couldn't support it and fell straight to the ground, the fire of life flickering. Kakashi. Obito's heart suddenly tightened and he rushed over to check the injury. He placed his fingers gently on his pulse, and the weak but still remaining signs of life gave him a little peace of mind. But this moment's mood swing caused slight cracks in Obito's newly constructed static field. The masked man's attainments in time and space ninjutsu are equally profound, but this momentary oversight was enough for him to capture. He suddenly activated Kamui, and time and space seemed to be twisted and twisted by him, and he escaped from the scene in the blink of an eye. In the one-eyed state, Sharingan's power will be reduced to a quarter, and the masked man can still quickly use Kamui even under such limitations. Now that both eyes are complete, his speed of performing spells has increased several times. When Obito saw this, it was too late to stop him, so he could only sigh helplessly, watching the cooked duck fly away. But the most important thing at the moment is to rescue Kakashi. As for the escape of the masked man, let's not mention it for now. He picked up Kakashi and was about to leave when Shinomiya Yuzuki's message happened to come. After a quick glance, he simply replied, and then used teleportation to leave. That's it, the whole story. Uchiha Obito stated. Advertisement. It's really twists and turns. Shinomiya Yuyu chuckled, but it doesn't matter, just run away. Just don't let him cause trouble, otherwise I will take action. He waved his hand easily, as if he didn't care about the masked man with double Kamui. This indifference is not because of arrogance, but because he does have the confidence. With more than 200,000 gold coins in hand, just waiting to strengthen himself tonight, his strength may be close to the Six Paths level. Unless the Sage of Six Paths reappears, there will be no one better in the ninja world. It's getting late, everyone, what are your plans? Yuyu smiled slightly and talked about tonight's arrangements. Naruto was the first to bear the brunt and responded excitedly, of course I'm taking my parents home. He took Kushina's hand and said with excitement, Mom, I will take you to see our home. That simple hut that has been lonely for more than 10 years will finally be filled with the warmth and laughter of home from today on. He pulled Kushina and walked eagerly towards a street in Konoha. Go quickly, go quickly. Kushina covered her mouth and chuckled, saying goodbye to everyone. See you tomorrow, everyone. As Naruto left, Senju Hashirama also slowly stood up. The long rest allowed him to almost recover. He looked at Senju Tobirama, and then said to Shinomiya Yuzuki, Yuyuki, Tobirama and I are going to live with the monkey for a while. Although his management of Konoha has some minor flaws, it is overall very good. I want to learn some experience and see how to make the village stronger. As the founder of Konoha, Hashirama has only been the Hokage for 2 years, while Hiruzen Sarutobi has been the Hokage for decades. In terms of management and village development, Sarutobi's accumulation far exceeds Hashirama. To a certain extent, Hashirama's humble request for advice is not an exaggeration. By the way, if the monkey asks about our origins, can you reveal it? Of course, it's not a secret. Yuyu replied readily. Then it'll be fine. The two Hashirama brothers nodded in understanding. Next is Obito's line. Obviously, Obito had already made a plan. Of course we stay at Kakashi's house, but this guy is hospitalized, so we have to take care of him tonight. Oh, what a fool. He took Nohara Lin's hand and said with a smile, Lin, you don't mind, do you? Nohara Lin smiled playfully. Of course I don't mind. Tisk, the sour smell of love. Shinomiya Yuzuki pretended to be disgusted and fanned the air around her. Okay, now that everyone has made arrangements, I feel relieved. Everyone, let me take the first step. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yuyu jumped up and with a few deft jumps, her figure disappeared into the night. However, within a few seconds, Yuyu jumped back in embarrassment, with a bit of embarrassment on her face. Picked up the forgotten Sasuke from the ground and put it on his shoulders. I forgot about someone. Then, he slipped away as if running away, leaving everyone laughing. Chapter 43 Strengthening, Yuyu's Mangekyo. At night, the stars are like pearls scattered on the black velvet cloth, shining alluringly. Sigong Yuyu kicked open the door of her house and stepped into the house leisurely. Stepping into the spacious hall, he casually threw Sasuke onto the soft sofa, and walked toward the bedroom with a leisurely pace. About half an hour later, Yuyu took a shower and changed clothes with a comfortable look on her face. The new clothes seemed to have doubled his comfort level. Aren't you awake yet? Returning to the hall, seeing that Sasuke was still asleep, Yu smacked her lips indifferently and decided to let him go and let him continue dreaming about Duke Joe. Immediately, Yu sat cross-legged next to Sasuke, rubbed her hands, and couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. He opened the interface of the gold coin mall. Although he was currently short of money, he had actually accumulated 230,000 gold coins, 100,000 of which came from Sasuke's generosity. Naruto also sponsored 100,000. As for Danzo, although he only contributed 20,000, it was better than nothing. Coupled with the remaining 10,000 gold coins after the previous enhancement, this wealth is enough for him to improve again and reach a new height. The mall interface suddenly opened up. Yu had a goal in mind and headed straight to the target area. He already knew in his mind which direction to strengthen. After a while, only the items he carefully selected were left on the screen. Eye Technique. Sharingan Uchiha Itachi Model. Price. 100,000 gold coins. Eye Technique. Sharingan Uchiha Sasuke Model. Price. 100,000 gold coins. Eye Technique. Sharingan Uchiha Madara Model. Price. 100,000 gold coins. Eye Technique. Sharingan Uchiha Shisui Model. Price. 150,000 gold coins. What a bargain. Shinomiya Yu couldn't help but sigh. Of course, this is only a relative term. After all, 100,000 gold coins is not a small amount. But compared to Obito's Sharingan, which sells for 300,000 yuan, these are indeed cheap. There is a reason why Obito's Sharingan is expensive. With the control of the power of space, just one eye can turn the ninja world upside down, and two eyes are invincible. It is simply a heaven-defying existence. Which one is better to choose? That's right, the target of Shinomiya Yu's strengthening this time is exactly Sharingan. In terms of ninjutsu, he has wood style by his side, and his physical skills are blessed by the immortal body. He is invincible in these two aspects, but he has become a weak point on the mental level and is easily invaded by genjutsu. Now, he urgently needs to fill this gap. When it comes to fighting genjutsu, what could be better than Sharingan? With such a pair of eyes, most genjutsu can be easily dealt with. Even powerful genjutsu such as Tsukiyomi or Jiraiya's Toad Sing are not impossible to prevent as long as you are more vigilant. Faced with a dazzling array of Sharingan options, Yu was hard to make a choice. Amaterasu and Flame Control are both very offensive, and it feels like they have some overlapping functions. Tsukuyomi is pretty good, and it can make up for my gaps in genjutsu attacks. But it doesn't seem necessary. I'll just crush him with my hard strength, so why bother using genjutsu? During hesitation, Yu scratched her head. Maybe we should consider distinguished heavenly gods. We can also try the taste of hypnosis. Having said that, since he got wood style, the number of times he actually took shots can be counted on one hand. It is also used to deal with those root members who don't know the heights of the sky. Hyuga didn't count that time, he didn't show any real skills at all. Later, there was no need for him to do it himself. At this stage, the god of ninja, the golden flash and the master of forbidden techniques are in charge, and if anything happens, they can be solved easily. Just pretend to be a master in a low voice. Advertisement. Even if they leave, there are still Sasuke and Naruto, who are almost unsolvable at this stage. Hey, thinking about it this way, it seems that Yu can retire early and enjoy her small life. Anyway, there will be other people taking care of everything. Well, having said that, I still need to get a Sharingan just in case. It wouldn't be fun if I were controlled by genjutsu one day. We still have to make up for our shortcomings. While thinking, Yu's fingers kept moving down, looking forward to more choices. At this moment, a special product caught his eye. Why? Shinomiya Yu's eyes were involuntarily caught by a product. A Magatama Sharingan is priced at 10,000 gold coins. There is no mention of the power of Mangekyo, which seems unremarkable at first glance, but this is the real attraction. Does it mean that this pair of Sharingan can evolve with the purchaser's own growth? Yu gave a detailed explanation without hesitation. A pair of original Sharingan has the potential to continue to evolve. Until Mangekyo is turned on, the pupil technique will be tailored according to the uniqueness of the holder's mind. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. Yu was shocked. Sure enough, this thing allows Shinomiya Yuzuki to acquire the unique Mangekyo eye technique. Not a copy of known skills like Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi or Flame Control. Sharingan, known as the Eye of Soul Mapping. Uchiha Itachi is good at genjutsu and fire style, so he mastered Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Sasuke is good at chakra form transformation, and Amaterasu and Flame Control follow, and Shisui, as Uchiha's strongest genjutsu ninja, has unique distinguished heavenly gods, and so on. Yu felt itchy in her heart, wondering what kind of flowers her Mangekyo would bloom. Having said that, he doesn't seem to be particularly good at anything, and his abilities are almost foolproof. Under this background, what kind of changes will Mangekyo bring to his destiny? Extremely curious. Bought it. With a wave of his hand, the transaction of 10,000 gold coins was completed instantly, and the pair of initial eyes belonged to him. Immediately afterwards, a subtle tingling sensation came to her eyes, and Yu resisted rubbing it for a minute. The strange feeling gradually dissipated. Yu stretched out her hand, and a slender branch extended from her palm, and she easily took out the mirror in the bedroom. Reflected in the mirror, Yu's eyes are no longer what they were yesterday, with the original black pupils covered by a touch of bright red. A Magatama slowly rotates under the eyes, symmetrical and mysterious. One Magatama Sharingan, with extraordinary insight, can see through ordinary genjutsu and capture high-speed moving targets. Close black lens bracket. Relevant instructions automatically come to mind. Keep going. Yuzuki's target is Mangekyo. Immediately, he made additional investment without hesitation, and was promoted from 20,000 gold coins to a second Magatama, and from 30,000 gold coins to a third Magatama. At the last critical moment, 100,000 gold coins fell, and Sharingan finally jumped to the Mangekyo level. The three Magatama spin rapidly in the eyes, and finally merge and reshape, showing a brand new pattern. This pattern, why does it look so familiar? Yu held the mirror and looked at it carefully. Advertisement. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration occurred. Damn it, isn't this QQ penguin? Yu's eyes widened. Even in colorless black and white, the little penguin wearing a scarf can hardly hide its iconic figure. What the hell is going on? Before Yu could come to her senses, the notification tone of the chat group suddenly sounded in her ears. Open black lens bracket by close black lens bracket. Congratulations. Under your careful management, the chat group has been upgraded and more functions have been unlocked. You have obtained higher permissions and an opportunity to invite new members to join. As the system prompt ended, a celebratory salute sounded in time to cheer for the upgrade of the chat group. However, the surprises did not stop. Open black lens bracket by close black lens bracket. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden permissions. You have become a distinguished VIP member. You will enjoy a permanent 20% discount on all products in the Gold Coin Mall. The case has been solved. This chat group was really created by the Ma family. Heaven defying the old horse. The corner of Shinomiya Yu's mouth twitched slightly, feeling helpless in her heart. He also understood his Mangekyo ability at this time. The left eye is called Eternal Kingship. It sounds domineering, but in fact it is a VIP pass designed to unlock special offers in the chat group mall. The right eye, the Supreme Person, has a simple and direct function. The chat group level is permanently +1. These two skills are purely passive and do not substantially improve combat effectiveness. Hey, forget it, I bought everything, I can't return it. Shinomiya Yu shook her head, but she didn't look too disappointed. After all, these features are somewhat useful. The mall offers a 20% discount, which is affordable. Raising the group chat level by 1 level means unlocking more permissions, such as being able to send red envelopes, and group members can also add new people to the group with their permission. The most important thing is that he has one more opportunity to recruit people. Group chat is more lively when there are more people. It seems that this group is about to usher in a new atmosphere. I wonder if I can use Sharingan to activate Susanoo. Yu tried it cautiously, her eyes turning rapidly and her pupil power surging. In the blink of an eye, a looming Susanoo skeleton enveloped him, and then he quickly retracted it. As long as it works, it's just this color scheme, black and white, it's a bit too plain. Fortunately, it is not a random mix and match like Madara horse stripes, but the upper body is black and the lower body is white, which is barely coordinated. Shinomiya Yu smiled bitterly. Originally, he was looking forward to reaching the 6 paths level in one fell swoop. At worst, he would have to reach the super shadow level. The result is that we are standing still. Oh no, that's not right. After all, he can use Susanoo now. Moreover, he has a sage body and his eye power recovers quickly. It's easy to open a semi-complete Susanoo. Maybe he can also get a powerful wooden golem. Its combat power has soared. Moreover, his goal can be considered half achieved, at least he has solved the shortcoming of genjutsu that is easy to win. With Mangekyo, as long as you don't make eye contact with Itachi, or deliberately listen to Jiraiya's toad sing, you basically have no chance with genjutsu. Chapter 44 Just a little bit of wind and frost. Next, we have to get a sage mode. With wood style but no sage mode, he doesn't even reach half of Hashirama's strength. The power of Hashirama lies in the perfect fusion of wood style, sage body, Asura chakra and sage mode, all of which are indispensable. Looking back at himself, he currently only has wood style and immortal physique, and the gap is obvious. I took a look at the sage mode in the mall. It was expensive. Even with a 20% discount, the gold coins were still not enough. He now only has 100,000 left. Sage mode. Price, 150,000 gold coins, 120,000 gold coins after 20% discount. After purchasing Sage mode, you will be able to quickly enter the Sage state in any place containing natural energy, comprehensively improve your abilities, covering various fields such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, etc., and you can also master the powerful Sage jutsu. Close black lens bracket. That's it for today. Shinomiya Yu glanced at the introduction of Sage mode reluctantly, and then closed the page. Just then, a low humming sound came from the side, and Sasuke finally woke up. You're awake. The operation was very successful. You are a girl now. Shinomiya Yu looked at him with a smile on her face. Sasuke, who had just woken up, was still in a daze. When he heard this, his whole body felt as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly woke up and subconsciously touched his body and breathed a sigh of relief. You guy. Sasuke was furious. How could this guy be so naughty and make such a joke? Haha. Don't mind, Sasuke, do you know that you are the only remaining son of the Uchiha family, and the future of the entire family rests on your shoulders? Oh, by the way, there's also Itachi, you two have a tough task ahead. Sasuke moved his body expressionlessly, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. This is your home. Do you live here? Sasuke looked around with a hint of doubt in his eyes. In fact, this place is not bad, but for a strong person like Shinomiya Yuyu, it does seem a bit shabby, which is not suitable for his status. Don't compare me to you, the eldest son of the Uchiha family, I am extremely poor. Are you also short of money? Not really, but I just like the freedom here and I'm too lazy to move. Just as they were talking, the sound of pushing the door interrupted their conversation, and Yamanaka Ino walked elegantly into the room with a food box in hand. Seeing two people in the room, she was slightly surprised, and then nodded to Sasuke as a greeting. Hey, why are you here? Advertisement. Ino put the food box on the table. Seeing that the light in your kitchen is always dark, I know you must have forgotten to eat again, so I brought some for you. Eat it while it's hot. Yuyu smiled brightly. So considerate. If I can marry him back home, I'm afraid I will enjoy endless blessings in the rest of my life. I think my hope is quite high. Screw you. The leftovers at home are going to be thrown away anyway, so I might as well give you an advantage. Ino rolled her eyes at him and started taking out dishes one by one from the food box. The color is attractive, and it is steaming hot. It is clearly freshly baked, and you can still hold it in your mouth. Okay, I'm more respectful than obeying your orders. Sasuke, would you like some too? Shinomiya Yuzuki picked up the bowls and chopsticks and invited. Sasuke's eyes wandered between the two of them, and finally couldn't help but ask, what kind of relationship are you? No, yes. Yuyu and Ino said the same thing, but their answers were completely different. Sasuke, okay, I really can't understand the development of this plot. Forget it, whatever, I'm too lazy to think about it. Sasuke rubbed his eyebrows, stood up and walked to the window. Sasuke, don't you really want to eat something? Sasuke shook his head, made a handsome jump, and disappeared into the night. After Sasuke left, Ino sat next to Yuyu and secretly pinched Yuyu's waist while he was devouring the food. Her cheeks were slightly red. Why did you say that? Shinomiya Yuyu blinked. This twist was nothing to his immortal body, but he still showed an exaggerated expression of pain. How do you say that? Just. Sasuke asked as if we were in that kind of relationship. Why did you nod? I am an honest person, so of course I seek truth from facts. Speaking of which, why are you so red in the face? Did someone touch your head? At this moment, Ino was like a bomb about to explode. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. What nonsense are you talking about? You. Before Ino could ask a barrage of questions, Yuyu quickly picked up a piece of chicken leg and blocked her mouth. Her eyes suddenly widened. Advertisement. It seems that only delicious food can make you quiet for a while. In the vast land of the country of rain, the towering water towers stand out particularly eye-catchingly. Each of them is an excellent location to climb up and take in the distant views and enjoy the scenery of the country. At this moment, the masked man was standing alone on the top of a water tower, silent. He had been standing here quietly for 2 hours. Soon, a clumsy Baiju slowly climbed up the cold steel support. When he finally reached the top of the tower, he was panting from exhaustion. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow quietly invaded Baizetsu's body. The black color spread quickly, swallowing up Baizetsu into a mixture of black and white. It was obvious that Black Zetsu had taken over. What's the matter with you? Heiju couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart and finally asked. Ever since the masked man returned from an outing, he had looked like this. He was alone on the top of the tower, letting the cold wind blow, and his whole person was immersed in an indescribable emotion. Speaking in human language as emo. Black Ju watched him below for 2 hours, almost dazed by the wind. He wanted to get close, but due to the skill of Mayfly, he could only sneak in the ground. He had no way to deal with the steel water tower, so he had to rely on Baiju's body to get closer. Possession to find out. However, Heiju's inquiry received no response, and the masked man remained silent, which made Heiju extremely anxious. He knew nothing about the masked man's condition, but his plan to save his mother was completely pinned on this man. Without his help, his ambition to collect tailed beasts was nothing more than a dream. Madara, cheer up and think about our blueprint. Is there any obstacle in this world that we can't overcome? Once the Eye of the Moon plan is realized, the world will become perfect and your worries will disappear. The name in Heiju's mouth seemed to have touched something. The masked man was slightly startled, and the name, Madara, rippled in his heart. Yes, he is playing the legendary character Uchiha Madara now, not the late Uchiha Obito. In his thoughts, Nohara Rin's gentle smile, Kakashi's decisive back, and Obito's childhood, everything flashed like a revolving lantern, but in the end they were replaced by the ideal world of Eye of the Moon described by Uchiha Madara. That peaceful and beautiful future world. In a flash, all the confusion and past disappeared, and the masked man's determination became stronger than ever. You're right. There was a hint of relief in his voice. It's good if you can think like this. Stop thinking wildly. Our actions are about to start a new chapter. Seeing the masked man regaining his confidence, Heiju's well-defined face forced a smile, even though it was distorted and ugly. Driven by curiosity, Heiju couldn't help but want to find out what kind of severe trauma the masked man suffered, which caused him to have such a big mood swing. Where did you go during the day? With your power, who else could frustrate you so much? The masked man raised his head slightly, and a drizzle started to fall from the sky. But in this country of rain, such weather has long been accustomed to it. The raindrops gradually intensified, hitting the mask with crackling sounds, and sliding down the sides of his cheeks, making it difficult to tell whether they were tears or just rain. I'm fine. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. Chapter 45 A New Day and Pulling People in Again. The night slipped away quietly, ushering in another vibrant morning in Konoha village. Jingle bell. The alarm clock sang the morning song on time, and this time, Shinomiya Yuyu did not lazily press the stop button as usual, but for the first time, she woke up directly from her dreamland. His eyes flashed with excitement, and he stood up from the bed suddenly. What kind of surprise will it bring me if I bring new people into the chat group today? He specially kept this expectation until today, hoping that when the morning light begins to shine and everything starts again, he can have good luck. As soon as his thoughts fell, a virtual screen slowly unfolded in front of Yuyu's eyes, and he said without hesitation. Start. Open black lens bracket by close black lens bracket. The chat group is inviting new members to join. It turns out, it's them. The quality is outstanding. Shinomiya Yuyu felt happy. On the other side, at Naruto's house. Naruto, wake up. A gentle call sounded in his ears, and with a gentle shaking, Uzumaki Naruto slowly woke up from his dream. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful and kind face, with a smile in his eyes, looking at him with love. Mother. Naruto responded with a bright smile. Hurry up and wash up. Dad has prepared breakfast. Kushina gently touched Naruto's head and exited the room with a smile. Not long after, Naruto had tidied himself up, and when he walked into the living room, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were already sitting at the dining table, with a steaming breakfast on the table. Seeing Naruto appear, their eyes became extremely soft. Facing such a heartwarming scene, Naruto couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He had fantasized about this scene countless times in his dreams, but it always came to nothing when he woke up every morning. Now, all this has become a reality. Naruto, I'm waiting for you. Minato's voice pulled Naruto out of his thoughts. Here it comes. Naruto nodded vigorously and trotted over excitedly. Advertisement. The breakfast time was filled with joy and warmth, but soon, this harmony was broken by Minato's sudden daze. The subtle change in Minato's expression caught the attention of Kushina and Naruto. Minato, what's wrong? Dad, what happened? The two asked with concern. Minato came back to his senses, smiled and said, it's okay, keep eating. Naruto and Kushina exchanged glances. In that case, let's continue to enjoy this rare warm breakfast. Although Minato was eating without stopping, his mind had already drifted to that mysterious chat group, his eyes fixed on the information scrolling rapidly on the screen. Are there any new members joining? At the same time, the same look appeared on everyone's faces in the Sarutobi family's residence and Konoha Hospital. In the Sarutobi family, the two brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama talked with Hiruzen Sarutobi all night long until dawn. They talked about people's livelihood, village construction, and finally discussed the strategy of governing the country. As a Hokage for decades, Hiruzen's rich experience has benefited the Senju brothers a lot. It wasn't until the chirping of birds outside the window woke them up that the three of them realized that the sky was turning white. Ah, it's already morning. We actually chatted all night. Hashirama looked out the window and sighed. It's almost time, monkey, we should go back. Tobarama stood up slowly. Teacher, first generation, are you leaving? Can you stay? Konoha may need you right now. Hiruzen already knew that they came from different time and space, and these two were not the Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama here. But he still regards Hashirama and Tobarama as his most respected seniors, and subconsciously retains them. Haha, monkey, we don't belong here. Besides, if we stay here, the timeline over there will be messed up. Konoha is indeed pretty good now, and you, the Hokage, are doing a very competent job. The younger generation is growing vigorously, especially with the leader of the group Yuyu in charge. It is only a matter of time before Konoha reaches its peak. Don't worry about us all the time. Senju Hashirama gently patted Hiruzen Sarutobi on the shoulder. His hearty laughter seemed to have a kind of magic power, which lifted Hiruzen's mood. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be greatly inspired and nodded vigorously. In this case, I will protect Konoha to the death. It's just, how should I deal with that person's matter? Should I tell other high-level officials in Konoha about his true identity? Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed a little undecided. Advertisement. He was naturally referring to the leader of the group mentioned by Senju Hashirama, Shinomiya Yuzuki. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had already admired Yuzuki, it turned out that he still underestimated Shinomiya Yuzuki's strength and influence. I originally thought that mastering wood style was incredible, but I didn't expect that he could also summon characters from different time and space. This was really shocking. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unsure about how to get along with Shinomiya Yuzuki. Should he worship him like a god? Or should we simply give way to him and let him become the real helmsman of Konoha? Zhu Jian thought for a moment, combined with Yu Yu's words and deeds, and said. No need for the moment. You don't need to reveal his identity to anyone. Just treat him as an ordinary person. I think the leader of the group Yu doesn't seem to have much desire for power. He enjoys an ordinary life more. The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched slightly. Are you treating him like an ordinary person? What if he just hugged me? This is completely impossible. Who has ever seen an ordinary person with such powerful power? He took a deep breath and responded, I will try my best. Okay, if nothing happens, we will take the first step, but we will stay here for a few days. If anything happens, just go to Yu and he will contact us. The Senju brothers were preparing to leave after saying goodbye to Hiruzen Sarutobi. But after taking a few steps, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called to them, with hesitation in his tone, Teacher, Danzo. He won't come back. Senju Tobirama responded calmly. Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Everything that happened to Danzo was ultimately his own fault. At this time, Hashirama suddenly exclaimed, Madara has also joined the group. And it's not just one person, but two people. On the other side, in Konoha Hospital. Looks like he's recovering pretty well. Obito looked Kakashi up and down. His injury was recovering quickly and he should be able to be discharged from the hospital intact in a few days. In addition to the efforts of the medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital, the Nine Tails chakra that was previously injected into Kakashi also played an important role. At this time, Nohara Lin pushed the gate of opening and walked into the ward, holding 2 bags of breakfast in her hands. Obito, I'm back, the mission was successfully completed. Lin shook the bag in her hand and said with a smile on her face. That store is still open. It's so durable. Chapter 46 Six Paths Madara, White Mask, Uchiha Itachi joins the group. The breakfast shop Obito mentioned has been in business since Konoha was founded 48 years ago, and he used to be a regular customer there. Unexpectedly, it is still open in this time and space, which shows that it is indeed deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The breakfast in that store is super delicious, and there's always an endless stream of people, but I still managed to grab your favorite 3-color meatballs and Odin fried eggs. Lin smiled as she took out her breakfast. Obito immediately started to enjoy it. It's still that familiar smell. While the two were enjoying the delicious meatballs and fried eggs, new news came from the chat group, which made Obito hesitate. It's no wonder that the people who entered the group really surprised him. He saw another self. Open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara, 10 Tails Jinchūriki, joins the chat group close black lens bracket. Uchiha Itachi joins the chat group. Uchiha Madara, White Mask, joins the chat group. Shinomiya Yu. Everyone, wake up early in the morning. We have a new group member joining, please give us a warm round of applause. Senju Hashirama. Madara, you guy came in too, ha ha ha. Uchiha Obito. Yo, another me, or should I call you Madara? Well, whatever. Namikaze Minato. Good morning, everyone new here too. No matter you are in the morning, noon or night, please accept this greeting. Konoha 67 years. This year, there are many stories and constant turmoil. The mysterious masked man declared war on the entire ninja world, kicking off the 4th Ninja War. He first defeated Konan and took the reincarnation eye left by Nagato from her, and then used the body of the 6-tailed beasts Jinchūriki to resurrect the new Pain 6 Paths. These Pain 6 Paths are so incredibly powerful that they can even transform into tailed beasts, and are completely controlled by the masked man. At this time, he has taken off the disguise of a fae from the Akatsuki organization period. She put on a brand new robe, carried a huge Uchiha fan on her back, and put on a uniquely designed mask with a pure white background and 3 Magatama eyes painted on it. The Rinnegan embedded in the left eye is shining with a faint light, and the right eye is still his Mangekyo Sharingan. Advertisement. With his strength soaring, he used the name Uchiha Madara to make waves in the ninja world. He even teamed up with Kabuto Yakushi to use the reincarnation of the dirty soil to summon the souls of the dead, and combined with the 100,000 White Zetsu army to build a powerful force that could compete with the ninja coalition. In the lush green forest, White Mask leads the Jinchūriki turned pen, and confronts Uzumaki Naruto and Killer Bee who have been following him here. The 6 Jinchūriki Pain took turns to fight, and Lao Zi took the lead in attacking, using the unique lava-style scorching river rock technique, ejecting rolling lava balls from his mouth, directly attacking Naruto and Killer Bee. But the two reacted quickly, tiptoeing, and dodged like elves in the forest. But the opponents were 6 Jinchūriki. As soon as Lao Zi's attack failed, Yagura's water mirror technique followed closely, and 2 identical Naruto and Killer Bee flew out of the mirror. Not only do they look the same, but their abilities are also the same. Not to be outdone, Yugao and Kaide created a series of explosions with water bubbles and sprinkled blinding phosphorus powder. The scene was chaotic like a battlefield. Wooden Golem and Hanzi took the opportunity to use physical skills to attack. Under the precise command of White Mask, 6 Pain's attacks were linked together, forcing Naruto and Killer Bee to struggle to deal with them. Suddenly, Bai Mask's movements froze, and his eyes were filled with confusion. This subtle emotional fluctuation directly affected Jinchūriki Pain's offensive. Naruto and Killer Bee took the opportunity to retreat and stood on a big tree, staring at each other warily. Attention, he seems to have a problem. Naruto's deep voice sounded. With the help of his mother Kushina, he suppressed 9 Tails and was able to borrow 9 Tails chakra to transform into 9 Tails chakra mode, greatly improving his perception. He could clearly feel that the man who called himself Madara was going through a lot of emotions at the moment, and even vaguely revealed an unprecedented fear. At this moment, in the chat group,
Shinomiya Yuyu. It's strange, why is there no one talking here? Hey, is anyone there? At Uchiha Madara, 10 Tails Jinchūriki, at Uchiha Madara, White Mask, at Uchiha Itachi, are you diving? Namikaze Minato. I guess, they may be just like when we first came in. They thought they had been hit by some genjutsu and were sweating profusely trying to find a solution. Uchiha Obito. It's quite possible. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Wait a minute, something is wrong. At the time of Six Paths Madara and White Mask, it must have been Konoha 67, the fourth ninja war, right? As the instigator of the war, he should still be fighting on the front lines at this time, right? Advertisement. I don't know much about White Mask's side, but Six Paths Madara's side must be fighting fiercely. I don't know if he has eaten Metkai's Yekai. As for Itachi, let me see, where is he in Konoha 54? Damn it, it just happened to be the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated. He couldn't kill a kid with one knife, right? Uchiha Obito. Should we stop it? No, I was also killing him one by one in that timeline. Shinomiya Yuzuki. 12 Nanasong, don't look back, I am Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Itachi. No, I was just watching the video in the group. Shinomiya Yuyu. Uchiha Obito. Haha, I was laughing so hard. The night of Konoha 54. In the dim room, Uchiha Itachi stood leaning against the door. His eyes passed through the quiet courtyard and fell on the microwave of the pool, his expression as calm as water. However, the anger that could not be concealed in his eyes revealed his inner storm. Am I wrong? Uchiha Itachi slowly clenched his hands until his nails dug into his flesh. The pain seemed to be forgotten by him, but his face remained stern. The future in the group video undoubtedly frames his actions as a sad clown character. If this magical group chat hadn't suddenly come to him, maybe he would have followed the known trajectory and ruthlessly carried out Uchiha's order to exterminate the clan for the sake of the village and his younger brother. Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Itachi said the name word by word, gritting his teeth. Blood-red light surged in his eyes, Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. Under the violent emotional fluctuations, his eyes silently completed the transformation. He originally only owned 3 Magatama, but he opened Mangekyo after the death of his best friend Shisui. At this moment, Shisui has not yet faced Danzo alone and his life is safe, so Itachi's Mangekyo has not yet been activated. But after witnessing the twisted future, Itachi miraculously activated Mangekyo in advance. After a brief moment of self-reproach, Uchiha Itachi straightened his spine, and the moonlight poured in, reflecting his resolute face. This rotten Konoha needs a complete change. I want to be the Hokage. He stared at the screen, staring at the names of Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato for a long time, his eyes shining with determination. Chapter 47. It's so boring, I want to watch the river of blood flow. Uchiha Itachi. At Senju Hashirama, at Namikaze Minato, 2 seniors, I want to become Hokage. I no longer want to be a pawn manipulated by Konoha's top brass, and I can't bear to personally cut off the family's bloodline, leaving Sasuke alone to face that bleak future. I want to lead the Uchiha clan out of the gloom and integrate into Konoha wholeheartedly. I hope the 2 seniors can give me some advice. Itachi's eyes were unwavering. He no longer trusted those shadows from above, and was determined to tear apart the corruption with his own hands and restore Konoha to life. He knows that violence alone cannot secure the throne of Hokage. This is the truth he realized after seeing through the future. As he later said, it's not that only those who become Hokage can be recognized by people, but only those who are recognized by people can become Hokage. At this moment, he longed for the recognition of the 2 Hokages in the group. Although they did not belong to this timeline, Itachi still looked forward to their insights. Especially Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage who was a brother-in-law with his father Uchiha Fugaku, his reputation is like thunder in Itachi's heart. On the other side, inside the Ichiraku ramen restaurant in Konoha village. The brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama are enjoying the legendary Ichiraku ramen that is used throughout the plot. Hashirama gently bumped into Tobarama, who was concentrating on sucking noodles, and whispered, Tobarama, there is an Uchiha kid who wants to do Hokage. I want to hear what you think. Tobarama didn't raise his eyelids and continued to enjoy the delicious food. Who? Madara. Then let him do it, it just so happens that I can relax a little bit. This ramen is indeed unique. Hashirama smiled and shook his head. It's not Madara, it's a little guy named Itachi. He comes from another time and space. He has extraordinary strength and is as talented as Madara. Itachi. Tobarama looked a little surprised. Let him go. We can't control how other people live in their world. Brother, you always worry too much. You can't say that. Since people are asking me, it means they still respect our Hokage. Senju Hashirama pondered for a moment and responded in the group. Senju Hashirama. Young man Uchiha, I suggest you pursue it bravely, let alone Hokage. Even if you want to dominate the ninja world, there is nothing wrong with it. But you have to be careful, the times you live in are extremely delicate. The 4th generation sacrificed, the 9 Tails rebellion has just ended, high-end combat power is in short supply, morale is low, and foreign enemies are around. If you want to reach the top of the Hokage, the road is full of dangers. If you make one mistake, Konoha may be in jeopardy. Haha, of course, we will help you at the critical moment and will never let Konoha be destroyed. After reading Hashirama's reply, Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with deep thought. Is this so? Advertisement. Indeed, Hashirama's words hit the nail on the head. Now the Uchiha clan is watching with eager eyes, ready to take advantage of Konoha's slight weakness. If he revealed that he wanted to become a Hokage, maybe the elites of the next clan would be eager to put on the Hokage cloak. Young patriarch, the weather is getting colder, so please put on some clothes. Then, these overzealous tribesmen will directly provoke a war with Konoha, giving foreign enemies an opportunity. In the end, everyone can only go to destruction together, or ask for help from the group to clean up the mess. Itachi sighed lightly, he still needed to think about this matter in the long run. Namikaze Minato. I support you, Itachi, but first generation and I do not belong to this era. The one who really has to make the decision is you yourself. Uchiha Itachi. I understand, fourth generation. At this time, a piece of information popped up in front of him, which made Itachi feel refreshed. It was the reply from the group leader. Anyone who can create such a cross-time and space communication platform must have extraordinary wisdom, right? If Yu knew what Itachi thought about herself, she would probably say directly, super wisdom tells me that it is time to use superpower. Shinomiya Yu. 1 dozen Kazang, I have 2 suggestions. Do you want to hear them? Uchiha Itachi. I would like to hear the details, my lord. The first suggestion is to stay put for the time being. This requires you to have strong control over the Uchiha clan and be able to stabilize everyone. First, buy Konoha some breathing time, and wait for the new generation to grow up enough to resist external aggression, and then try again. Change. If a foreign enemy invades, you can lead the crowd to repel it, thereby increasing your prestige and gradually moving towards the throne of Hokage. Uchiha Itachi thought for a moment, and although he felt that this plan was acceptable, it was actually very difficult to implement. At present, the Uchiha clan is like a barrel full of explosives. His newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan alone may be able to temporarily suppress it, but this is far from enough. There is little hope of maintaining it until the next generation rises. Group leader, I'm afraid this road won't work. I'm not strong enough to suppress Uchiha for a long time. Shinomiya Yuzuki. It doesn't matter, I have a second plan. You join forces with Uchiha Shisui and kill Shimura Danzo directly. Uchiha Itachi. This, Shinomiya Yuyu's idea was so bold that Itachi was stunned on the spot. Is this strategy feasible? Once Danzo is killed, Konoha may immediately fall into chaos, and then the Uchiha clan will go berserk, and neighboring countries will take advantage of it. No matter how I thought about it, I felt that this plan was not very reliable. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Don't worry, I haven't finished my plan yet. After you solve Danzo, you will get a lot of gold coins. Go to the mall immediately to spend money to increase your strength and support the war with war. While dealing with the resistance in the village, while fighting against the outside ninja village, the entire ninja world will be in turmoil. Gold coins will naturally roll in, and then used to continue to strengthen, forming a virtuous cycle. When you are strong enough, you can determine the world in one fell swoop and conquer the 5 major countries. Don't talk about Hokage, even if you want to become the master of the ninja world, it's no problem. How? Is my proposal cool enough? Uchiha Obito. Why do I feel like I've seen this plot before in a novel? Advertisement. Shinomiya Yuyu. Don't change the subject, just say whether it's okay or not. Uchiha Obito. It seems feasible. It sounds interesting. Teacher. First generation, what do you think? Namikaze Minato. Senju Hashirama. Today's young people are too crazy. Just listening to such a crazy plan makes their hearts feel heavy. Senju Hashirama. Isn't this too radical? Once the war starts, countless people will die. Senju Hashirama's face showed a look of compassion. Konoha was fighting in a melee, and other countries took the opportunity to invade. Just thinking about that situation, I knew that many people would die. Shinomiya Yuyu. First generation, you are too soft-hearted and unwilling to face war, but this is the way the world is. As long as the greed in people's hearts is still boiling, conflict will be inevitable. Unless there is someone powerful enough to scare everyone. People, like you and Madara, can make them obey unconditionally, but Uchiha Itachi lacks such a number one person. So we must manually cultivate a strong man who can lead the ninja world. Furthermore, if the Uchiha clan does not resist, thousands of innocent lives will have to be slaughtered. If they do not protect themselves, they will be harmed. As for those ninja villages who took advantage of the situation and robbed them, they don't deserve any sympathy. They attacked Konoha when they saw it was weak. What do you think their purpose was? They didn't want to tear off a piece of meat from this sick lion. Regardless of land or resources, every intruder has a hidden agenda. For such people, what else can entertain them besides a sharp sword? In the final analysis, their demise was also caused by greed, and they cannot blame others. Senju Hashirama was silent for a long time, and finally typed a few words. Senju Hashirama. What you said makes sense. Uchiha Itachi. In the end, we still have to rely on force to solve the problem. Uchiha Itachi sighed lightly, his original intention was not to use force as a means, but the development of the situation seemed to leave him only this way. Is there really no other solution? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Itachi, you don't want to rely on understanding and communication between people to eliminate hatred, do you? Uchiha Itachi. This idea did come up, and Naruto also proved it. After the Fourth War, the 5 major countries coexisted in harmony and prospered together. But behind the scenes. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Actually, that is the merit of Naruto and Sasuke. In the Fourth Ninja War, the power they displayed has already surpassed the scope of ordinary ninjas, and both of them came from Konoha. Let me ask, apart from making amends with Konoha, what else can the other four countries do? Coupled with Naruto's extraordinary personal charm, every country has his friends. This dual effect has created a period of peace that has not been seen in the ninja world for thousands of years. Itachi fell silent, savoring these words carefully, and gradually realized that this might actually be the case. Uchiha Itachi, group leader, I will seriously consider your opinion. Shinomiya Yuzuki. That's right, today's struggle is for tomorrow's peace. Under your leadership, the ninja world will enter a stage of forced peace. There may not be much change in the short term, but in hundreds of years or even after 1,000 years, hatred will naturally be diluted by time. As for the lifespan issue, you don't have to worry. With gold coins, achieving 6 paths and pursuing immortality is not a problem at all. Chapter 48 The truth lies only on the edge of the sword. After typing this sentence and sending it out, Shinomiya Yuyu also fell into deep thought. Deep down in his heart, he recognized the efficiency of force. Yahiko's desire to eliminate barriers through understanding is too idealistic and too difficult to achieve in reality. First of all, both parties need to have a high degree of cultivation in order to rationally let go of hatred, but in reality not everyone is like this. When encountering die-hards like Danzo, peaceful methods will only make you suffer. Therefore, in comparison, direct force is sometimes more direct and effective, making people sit down and talk, whether they are educated or barbaric people. Of course, it is not advisable to rely purely on force. You must have 9 points of force and 1 point of reason to be convincing. The suggestion to Uchiha Itachi was his attempt at a different strategy. Each timeline is independent, and changes in one line will not interfere with the others. Even if Weasel makes trouble there, it won't have any impact elsewhere. The path Yuzuki proposed was, firstly, to allow Itachi to no longer have to endure the hypocrisy of Konoha's high-level officials and to take action directly, in order to be happy. Secondly, it was the gold coins that Yuzuki was most interested in. According to Itachi's method, he is almost teasing the goddess of fate. The original trajectory of fate is completely disrupted. It is conceivable that the harvest of gold coins will continue. Konoha 54 years. Uchiha Itachi slowly closed his eyes, pondered for a moment and then opened them again. At this moment, his eyes were shining with unprecedented determination. Just adopt the strategy of the 4 palace group leaders, but make some slight improvements. Immediately, he clicked to open the mall interface that Yuyu mentioned many times, which was a key tool for him to take the overlord route. Only with the help of the power of the mall, he can achieve multiple transformations in a short period of time, soar in strength, and finally achieve the goal in his heart. It's so dazzling. Itachi's heart was slightly disturbed, but he quickly calmed down. He quickly scanned for products that suited him, and added them to the shopping cart first. Once he had enough gold coins, he took them in one fell swoop. A few minutes later, Uchiha Itachi closed the mall interface with satisfaction. He had locked in his favorite product. The first item is the body of an immortal. His physique is not outstanding, and he will suffer from blood inheritance boundary diseases in the future. He rarely takes action personally. Even if he has to fight, he relies mostly on ninjutsu and genjutsu. His physique is actually a major shortcoming. Therefore, the body of an immortal has become a necessity. A healthy body will undoubtedly greatly improve his combat effectiveness. The second piece is his own Mangekyo Sharingan, which is used to promote the existing Mangekyo to the eternal state. This not only allows him to use the pupil technique unlimitedly, but also unlocks Susanoo's ultimate form. The complete Susanoo, standing 100 meters tall, holding 3 sacred weapons, is invincible on the battlefield. One man can defeat 10,000 troops. Advertisement. Do we need a total of 200,000 gold coins? Itachi thought silently. The immortal's body is worth 100,000 gold coins, and Mangekyo is another 100,000. This is by no means a small amount of money. Let's take it one step at a time. It's still unknown how many gold coins we can get after defeating Danzo. At this time, subtle footsteps came from behind, and Itachi immediately sensed the person coming. He knew who it was, so he didn't look back, with a gentle smile on his lips. Soon, the man quietly approached, suddenly jumped onto Itachi's back. Ha, were you shocked by me? Sasuke deliberately made an exaggerated expression. I knew it was you the moment you walked in the door. Brother is awesome. Sasuke lay on Itachi's shoulder with a happy smile on his face. For him, the time spent with Itachi was enough to make him extremely happy. Itachi gently rubbed his head and smiled fondly. Do you have a problem with me? Sasuke was always well behaved and would not disturb Itachi for no reason at this time. Since he was here, something must have happened, so Itachi asked. Dad asked you to come over and sent me to call you. Sasuke answered honestly, his smiling eyes turning into 2 thin lines. I see, let's go. Itachi held Sasuke on his back, turned around and left the room, heading towards Nanga Shrine. Sasuke, you should go back to sleep. When he arrived at the entrance of Nanga Shrine, Itachi put down Sasuke and had no intention of taking him in because the upcoming conversation was not suitable for Sasuke to hear. Brother, see you tomorrow. Sasuke nodded obediently, smiled and ran away without asking why. Itachi watched with a faint smile until Sasuke's figure completely disappeared around the corner, and his smile gradually faded. Then, he pushed the gate of opening and entered the quiet space of Nanga Shrine. Squeak. The long opening sound of the ancient wooden door instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the shrine. Present here, in addition to Uchiha Fugaku, there are several gray-haired elders. They are the elders of the Uchiha clan, with respected status and high moral character. They are responsible for assisting the clan leader in managing Uchiha affairs on a daily basis. Father, elders, I'm here. The young patriarch is here, come and sit here. Advertisement. A smiling elder patted the seat next to him affectionately, signaling Uchiha Itachi to join them. Uchiha Itachi is known to almost everyone in Konoha for his extraordinary talents. The clan members are full of expectations for this young clan leader. Especially after he joins Anbu, he can often bring back precious information. This is also brewing for the Uchiha clan. Change creates confidence. Itachi nodded slightly and sat down casually. His opposite, Uchiha Shisui, gave a warm smile, and Itachi nodded in response. When everyone arrived, the meeting officially kicked off. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to ask a question. The voice of opposition in the clan is growing day by day. What are your opinions? As the clan leader, Fugaku has a far-reaching vision, but in fact he does not support such drastic changes in his heart. After all, once force is used, although the Uchiha clan is very powerful, Konoha will suffer heavy losses, and external ninja villages will take advantage of it. Even if they win in the end, the sacrifices will be heavy. At that time, what's the point of a devastated Konoha in the position of Hokage? However, as the leader of the clan, he cannot completely influence the thoughts of the entire clan. At present, the situation is gradually getting out of control, and a storm is inevitable. Suppression. Why suppress? I think this is what the people want and morale is strong, said an elder with a stern expression, who obviously belonged to the radical faction. Hokage, but it has always been an irony that Uchiha, who is not good at fire style, has ever been in charge. No, regardless of victory or defeat, even if the change is successful, how many lives will we have to pay? Someone frowned, representing the opinion of the conservatives. It is better to sacrifice than live in humiliation. When Konoha was first founded, Uchiha was promised to be the first Hokage, but he ended up breaking his promise. Now that time has passed, Uchiha still misses the Hokage. How is this fair? Well, there is no need to mention the past. We should still discuss how to solve the problem with minimal sacrifice. Several old men who were several rounds older than Weasel started a heated debate on this matter. Some were so excited that their faces turned red, others were silenced by refutation, and some opinions won some approval. However, no matter how much discussion there is, no consensus can be reached. Seeing the argument intensifying, Fugaku lightly knocked on the table. The noise quickly subsided until silence fell. All eyes are focused on him, looking forward to his next move. This is the majesty of the patriarch. At this time, Fugaku turned to Itachi and asked, Itachi, what do you think? Uchiha Itachi stood up slowly, and everyone's attention focused on him. Maybe it's just an illusion, but Uchiha Itachi seems different today than in the past. As if, it's less heavy and more indescribable. Chapter 49 The Thimble's Bizarre Adventure. Uchiha Itachi's eyes swept around, and as his eyes moved, his pupils changed rapidly, and each Magatama quietly emerged, eventually forming a strange pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. Another pair of Mangekyo appears. The elders of the clan exclaimed, and then a joyful smile broke out on their faces. Great. The young clan leader has also awakened Mangekyo. With Shisui, our Uchiha clan now has 2 pairs of Mangekyo. The balance of victory has tilted towards us. At this moment, both the radical and conservative elders couldn't help but look happy. Even Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with shock. Itachi, when did Mangekyo turn on? Fugaku made some calculations in his mind, but he couldn't think of anything that could cause Itachi such a big mood swing in the near future. However, these are not important anymore. There is a satisfied smile on his lips. Itachi is a member of the family, and his strength means the glory and strength of the Uchiha family. Everyone, I have a plan that requires your support and cooperation. Seeing that the atmosphere had warmed up enough, Uchiha Itachi slowly revealed his strategy. One night flies by. Except for a few people at Nanga Shrine last night, no one knew what kind of plan Itachi came up with. However, changes came quietly. Among them, Uchiha has deep feelings about this. Uchiha Thimble, a member of the Konoha Guard Force, led his animal friends that morning. Uchiha Snowstorm and Uchiha Pearl patrolled the streets of Konoha as usual. Not long after walking, Shueibao noticed something was wrong with the captain. Why did the captain keep his head down and meditate today? Could it be that he didn't get any rest? So, he cautiously stepped forward and asked, Brother Thimble, did you sleep well last night? How about you go back and rest first, and we will be responsible for patrolling. Shueibao's words interrupted Thimble's contemplation. He took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. It's okay. Let's continue patrolling. Yes, Shueibao agreed and returned to the team. A group of people walked on the lively streets of Konoha. The early morning market was still bustling with people, and the villagers were full of enthusiasm for life. But whenever Thimble and the other 3 passed by, pedestrians would give way as if they could not avoid them. Snowstorm and Pearl held their heads high, seeming to enjoy the awe from the villagers. Only the Thimble watched all this silently, with sadness surging in his heart. At the same time, he was also shocked. Advertisement. No wonder the young patriarch would give such an order. We, the Uchiha clan, have been like this for a long time and have already lost the hearts of the people in the village. No wonder we can never reach the Hokage's position. If this continues, even if we seize the Hokage position, no one will really agree with it. It seems that the young patriarch is also aware of this problem, so he asked us to make changes, right? Thimble thought secretly in his heart. Last night, Uchiha elites like Thimble received a secret order from the young patriarch, requiring the entire family to make adjustments in their appearance and behavior. This order is conveyed down through the elite ninjas, and eventually needs to be spread to the entire clan. And it was accompanied by stern warnings from several elders. Anyone who disobeys will ask for trouble. After all, this is about the future ambitions of the Uchiha clan. In the past, Thimble never cared about the way those civilians looked at them. Whether it was fear, awe, contempt, he didn't care. But the situation was different now. He could read some clues from these eyes and vaguely sense the layout of the young patriarch. Brother Thimble, I'm going to buy breakfast. Are you still the same as before? Shui Bao came over and asked with a smile. Yeah, Thimble responded simply, and Shui Baoli left the team and walked in another direction. Thimble was planning to patrol along the planned route, but suddenly something happened in his heart, his eyes flashed, and he quietly followed Shui Bao's back. Pearl's face was full of confusion. Brother Thimble, we should go this way, that is not our scope of responsibility. Just keep up, Thimble said coldly, speeding up and chasing after him. On the other side, Shui Ban came to a busy bun shop, with several customers waiting to buy in front of the door. However, the appearance of a snowstorm caused people in line and diners to rush out of the way. The owner of the bun shop was a middle-aged man with a sad face. Seeing this, he could only smile bitterly in his heart, and then he put on a smile and stepped forward. Sir Snowstorm, you are here. What would you like to eat today? Old rules, hurry up. Shui Bao urged. Okay. The boss quickly packed up and handed a bag of buns to Shui Bao. Shui Bao took it, waved his hand and turned around to leave. Just record it in the account and settle it when you have money. The boss's face darkened. These Uchiha people had been on credit for more than half a year and had never paid off. This was undoubtedly worse for his small business. Advertisement. But he didn't dare to say anything. He had warned him once before and almost suffered a disaster. Just as the snowstorm was fading away, an angry girl rushed out of the bun shop. Hey, you haven't paid me yet. The boss was shocked and quickly grabbed the girl. Don't shout. But Snowstorm had heard it. He turned around, his face as cold as ice. Why didn't you pay me? I said I would pay the bill, are you deaf? The snowstorm is approaching step by step, like a wild beast about to go crazy. But the girl didn't flinch. You've been owed for half a year. Is this any different from not paying me? Shui Bao suddenly laughed. Then let me tell you the difference. As soon as he said it, he flashed in front of the girl, raising his giant hand and preparing to drop it. The girl cried in fear and huddled up in a ball. As an ordinary person, she was unable to avoid the ninja's attack. She saw that the slap was about to fall. At this critical moment, Shui Bao's hand stopped in the air. A strong hand clasped his wrist tightly. Shui Bao was stunned. Who dared to stop him? When I turned around, I saw it was a Thimble with an expressionless face. He immediately put on a flattering smile. Brother Thimble, why are you here too? What are you doing? Thimble looked at him sternly. I'm just going to teach this ignorant civilian a lesson. Thimble stared at him, but Snowstorm still looked unconcerned, obviously not taking this matter seriously. Thimble sighed secretly in his heart. I am afraid that the young patriarch's plan will still have to go through some twists and turns. He let go of Shui Bao's hand, and Shui Bao quickly rubbed his wrist. The hold just now made his wrist hurt. Is this the difference between Uchiha elites and ordinary ninjas? The Thimble's majesty in his heart only increased. At this time, Thimble stared at him with a serious face and said seriously, I hope I won't see such a thing again in the future. Do you understand what I mean? He didn't let Shui Biao apologize to the other party, because he knew that such a hypocritical approach would have no meaning other than increasing the other party's resentment. Only by truly restraining the situation from the source and preventing the recurrence of similar incidents can we truly have strong support for the young patriarch's plan. Chapter 50 The Bizarre Adventure of Thimble 2. And you, remember to tell the rest of our team this rule when you go back. He also didn't forget the pearl beside him. Understood. The two of them looked at the serious look on Uchiha's Thimble, and couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Could it be that the captain has changed his gender? Although Thimble didn't usually bully civilians like them, he always stood by and watched, which was considered an accomplice to a certain extent. But now how could he? But they didn't dare to disobey and could only nod in agreement. Let's go. Thimble turned around and left neatly. Snowstorm and Pearl followed, but at this moment, a faint complaint came from behind. It's really bad that I won't give you any money. Thimble's footsteps paused and he turned back with doubts. Shui Baolian mistakenly thought that the captain was angry, and immediately turned to the source of the voice and angrily shouted, You ungrateful thing, do you think I really can't hear you? Snowstorm, shut up. Thimble suddenly shouted to stop. Yes, Captain. Shui Bao was yelled by Thimble, and his whole body trembled, and he stood there in confusion. The Thimble slowly walked toward the owner of the voice. His strong body seemed to carry an invisible pressure. The girl was so frightened that she didn't dare to look directly at him. What did you mean by not paying me? Thimble felt that it was the first time in his life that he had spoken so softly to a commoner. The girl was also shocked by this gentle Uchiha. In the past, no Uchiha could talk to them so gently without shouting at them. She glanced furtively at her father and then at the thimble. Gritting her teeth, she mustered up the courage to tell Shui Bao about the bills she had owed for half a year. She fantasized that maybe if she met a different Uchiha today, she would have a chance to get her money back. After saying that, Thimble's expression didn't change much. He just glanced sideways at Shui Bao. Those eyes as deep as an ancient well made Shui Bao's heart tightened. Is she telling the truth? Asked Thimble. Yes, yes. Thimble didn't say much and turned to the girl. How much is the total? A flash of surprise flashed through the eyes of the girl and her father at the same time. Could it be? The girl hurriedly reported a number. Thimble nodded, then reached into his pocket, took out his wallet, carefully counted out enough money and handed it to her. The account is settled. Advertisement. Thanks. The girl took the money with both hands and was very happy. It was so good that the money was finally coming back. But the joy didn't last long, as her peripheral vision suddenly caught a figure in the crowd. It was a man with a scar on his face. Seeing this eye-catching feature, the girl stood up suddenly, grabbed her father and pointed at the man. Dad. He was the one who robbed my money that day. What? Where is it? The boss was also surprised, and then he picked up the broom beside him, looked in the direction his daughter pointed, and saw the scarred man. The boss pointed at him angrily and said, "Give me your money back." The scarred man was slightly startled at first, but when he saw the appearance of the girl and the boss, he felt relieved. It turned out to be just two soft persimmons. He raised the corner of his mouth and pretended to be innocent, stealing money. You are unjustly accusing me of this. Where is this? The adults of the Konoha guard are watching, be careful not to talk nonsense and walk around in circles. When he smiled, the scar on his face seemed to come to life, twisting and squirming, so ferocious that it made people's hearts tremble. Young girl, it's not good to talk nonsense. Be careful if you step on ghosts when you walk at night. The girl was frightened by his fierce eyes, and her heart was pounding. He was really going to take action, right? At this moment, her eyes inadvertently passed over the thimble that was quietly observing on the side, and a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in her heart. This man of the guard looks different from the others. She took courage and shouted to the thimble. My lord, he robbed my money before, can you give me an explanation? Hearing this, Thimble glanced sharply at the scarred man. The man with the scar noticed Thimble's gaze, but he didn't panic. He knew that these Uchiha guys had never been interested in such trivial matters. What's more, since there is no evidence now, they are even more lazy to take care of it. He was feeling very proud and was about to open his mouth to defend himself, but Thimble asked him first. Do you have evidence that he did this? Thimble's tone was calm, but it carried a power that could not be ignored. The girl's expression darkened. Yes, she had no evidence in her hand. However, Thimble's next words rekindled her hope. If you are willing to report with a real name, I can take him back for investigation. But if it is found that you are making a false accusation, you will also be severely punished. I do. I really do. The girl nodded without hesitation. That's it. Advertisement. Go and take the person back to the security department. Thimble orders Snowstorm and Pearl. Yes, Captain. The two of them took the order and stepped forward. When the scarred man saw this, he couldn't help but panic. Take him back to the security department. Once he is interrogated, how can he keep the secret? He must not let them succeed. Without thinking, he turned and ran. This scene made Snowstorm almost laugh out loud, racing with a ninja. The two of them jumped lightly, and stopped in front of the scarred man without even using the teleportation technique. You like running, right? Shui Bao delivered a straight punch, clean and crisp. The man with the scar wailed and fell to the ground. Thimble frowned slightly. It seemed that his warning just now was in vain. Shui Bao noticed the captain's expression and quickly explained. Captain, I didn't beat up the civilians. This guy is a criminal, so it doesn't count. This will not be repeated. No one can jump to conclusions before the matter is clarified. Take away. Shui Bao held the scarred man and followed Thimble back to the security department. As soon as he was tied up, the scarred man used all his moves like a bamboo tube to pour beans, even the torture was saved. And the girl at the bun shop spread the news. She felt like she was in a dream. The usually aloof Uchiha clan had become so upright and friendly to the people. This kind of change is happening one after another in Konoha village. People were surprised to find that the Uchiha clan seemed to have been completely transformed. Not only did they no longer bully civilians, they also stepped up efforts to combat evil in the village. Those who commit petty theft will be taken away as soon as they hit them, even if there is no conclusive evidence, as long as someone is willing to report it with their real name and come forward to testify, the Ministry of Security will intervene in the investigation. Of course, those who maliciously accuse will also be severely punished, so there are few people dare to mess around. In just a few days, the security situation in Konoha village has improved significantly. On this day, Uchiha Thimble once again patrolled the streets with Uchiha Snow Leopard and Uchiha Pearl. He suddenly noticed that the villagers who usually avoided him gradually no longer feared them, and occasionally some people even greeted him with a smile. Thimble could feel that the villagers looked at them with less fear and more respect and intimacy. Is this what the young patriarch wants to achieve? Although it's just the beginning, the atmosphere is indeed much better than before. Chapter 51. Ape, you regret it, and you join me in the shadow. Konoha 58 years. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was enjoying a moment of tranquility, occasionally taking a puff from his old pipe with a satisfied look on his face. But this rare leisure was quickly broken by a sudden noise. A figure didn't even bother to make a report. He just pushed the gate of opening and broke in. He came in and out at will as if the core of Konoha had become a bustling city. Hiruzen's brows immediately knitted together, and even though he saw clearly that the person coming was Danzo, his expression did not improve. Danzo, where did your rules go? Hiruzen asked lightly, his tone full of displeasure. Danzo seemed to turn a deaf ear to Hiruzen's dissatisfaction, striding up to him and looking directly at him. Hiruzen, have you noticed the recent movements in the Uchiha family? A look of helplessness flashed across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, but thinking of their long friendship, he did not get angry. Of course I know. As a Hokage, how could he not know about the almost radical changes in the Uchiha family? Shouldn't all this be a positive sign? Danzo said with a gloomy tone. With Uchiha's usual style, how could he do this for no reason? There must be some ulterior secret behind them. Hiruzen, we must take action. Danzo looked impatient. He accidentally discovered that the combination of Senju and Uchiha's power can open the door to all things in the world, the legendary Samsara Eye. He missed the Samsara Eye in the Land of Rain, but he witnessed the shocking scene of Nagato using its power. Sancho Hanzo, the famous demigod in the ninja world, was no match. Let him covet it even more from now on. Today, Hashirama's cell research is progressing under his secret collaboration with Orochimaru, but he lacks a large number of Sharingan for experiments. During peacetime, no one in Uchiha was sacrificed, so Sharingan was naturally impossible to obtain, and there seemed to be cracks within Uchiha, which made Danzo feel that his plan was about to come true. However, the Uchiha family's sudden change gradually improved their reputation in the village and the internal turmoil subsided, which greatly shocked Danzo. What caused such a huge change in the Uchiha family? Was it the guidance of an expert, or was there another mystery? Regardless, Uchiha's transformation doesn't change his plans, no matter how good they become. But Hiruzen Sarutobi is someone who is easy to fool. He stared at Danzo. Danzo, what do you want? Konoha cannot afford any conflict now. Uchiha was unstable, and you had objections. Now that they are getting better, you still have objections. Konoha can no longer bear any more turmoil. Advertisement. Danzo's only exposed eye narrowed. I understand your concerns, but I have hired an organization called Akatsuki, whose members are all top trader ninjas in various countries, and only a small amount of compensation can be used to drive them for our use. They will shield us from prying eyes and allow us to focus on Uchiha's problems. Ironically, the Akatsuki organization lost Yahiko precisely because of Danzo's intervention, and now, under Danzo's employment, it is indirectly helping him. Fortunately, Danzo did not show up, and the Akatsuki organization did not know that the employer behind it was from Konoha. Otherwise, Nagato might have directly ordered Tendo Pain to attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly without speaking. Hiruzen, don't forget the Nine Tails Rebellion 6 years ago. The Uchiha family was behind it. Haven't you seen through their intentions? Shimura Danzo added fuel to the fire and urged Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, without the support of Lord Hokage, it will not be easy to deal with the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, holding the old pipe in one hand and taking a long puff, but hesitation quietly crept up between his brows. When Danzo saw this, an intriguing smile appeared on his lips. Are you excited? But at this moment, Hiruzen's eyes inadvertently glanced at a photo on the table. It was a photo of him and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. In the photo, Minato is taking the Hokage hat from his hand, preparing to inherit the position of leader of Konoha. Only, the Nine Tails Rebellion 6 years ago had taken away Minato's life forever. Namikaze Minato had a close relationship with the Uchiha clan during his lifetime, and the Uchiha clan leader was his close friend. With his thoughts at this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently covered the photo, shook his head, and had an idea in his mind. Let's wait and see. Don't act rashly against Uchiha unless absolutely necessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words caused Shimura Danzo's smile to stop suddenly and freeze on his face, which seemed a bit abrupt. Hiruzen, what do you mean by this? Danzo asked in disbelief. This time, take it easy for a while and see if Uchiha repented. If they still have evil intentions, it will not be too late to take action. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm but extremely determined look, Danzo knew that nothing this old friend could say could persuade him. You'll regret it, Hiruzen. After Danzo gritted his teeth, he suddenly turned around and left, leaving behind a cold word. I'll handle it my own way. Advertisement. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, his anger suddenly rose, and he slammed his palm on the table. Bang. Danzo, don't forget, I am the Hokage. Danzo repeatedly ignored his authority, which pushed his patience to its limit. Danzo didn't respond, just glared at him fiercely and left angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, sat back down, and looked at the covered photo again. Well, Minato, this is the last time I will help Uchiha. That's all, don't think about this for now, let's go see Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer interested in dealing with official duties, and Danzo's visit completely ruined his mood. He put on his casual clothes and quietly went to look for Naruto. Dot 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 dot. Chat group. Uchiha Itachi. That's about it. I plan to gradually improve the reputation of our Uchiha clan. There is no need to completely change the whole village's view of us, as long as they are no longer hostile to us. In this way, my next plan can be carried out smoothly. He shared his plan in the group, which seemed to be a combination of Shinomiya Yuzuki's previous suggestions and improvements, forming a perfect plan that could greatly reduce Konoha's casualties. Shinomiya Yuzuki. What a good idea. As expected of a man who relies on his wisdom to fight, he has a solution so quickly. If Obito were to do it, he would probably be confused for a while. Uchiha Obito. Hey, why are you talking about me? Besides, I'm also very witty, okay. By the way, why are those two Madaras not online? What do you think they are busy with? Shinomiya Yuyu. I guess they are busy fighting. After all, time flows at different speeds. They may not be over yet. Uchiha Obito. I thought they were hit by genjutsu and were trying to figure out how to break it. Shinomiya Yuyu. Maybe he's not that stupid. White Mask. What on earth is this genjutsu? Kabuto, when did you do anything to me? Shinomiya Yuzuki. 6. Uchiha Obito. Yuyu, this is a slap in the face. Look, Genjutsu ni is here. Chapter 52 Strong-willed White Mask. Konoha Village 67 years. White Mask recalled Six Paths' pain to protect himself from Uzumaki Naruto's sneak attack with Killer Bee, while staring at the virtual screen in front of him in shock. The characters on the screen flowed, and he had never seen anything like this. What is this? Could it be Genjutsu? White Mask's heart sank. He remembered that Naruto had mentioned before the battle that Madara also appeared on another battlefield and expressed doubts about his identity. No need to guess, it must have been Kabuto Yakushi's fault, and he reincarnated Uchiha Madara without permission. The inexplicable thing in front of me must be the work of Kabuto Yakushi. This guy, he decided to seize Nine Tails and immediately go to the pharmacist to settle the score. He raised his head suddenly, his Rinnegan and Sharingan flashed coldly, and then he took out the fan from behind and waved it hard at Naruto and Killer Bee. Fire-style flame fan fire. The White Mask spit out a huge flame, then waved its fan, and a strong wind suddenly rose. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the wind assisted the fire. The flames turned into a fire tornado, devouring the earth crazily and heading straight for Naruto and Killer Bee. Uncle Bai, be careful. Naruto's pupils narrowed and he shouted a warning. Wind release Rasengan Shuriken. In Naruto's palm, accompanied by the sharp sound of wind, a blue Rasengan instantly took shape. Idiot, B*****************, D, let me give you a taste of my power. At the same time, Killer Bee also gathered a small-tailed beast Jade. Coming. The two threw simultaneously, and the Rasengan Shuriken and the tailed beast slammed into the fire tornado. In an instant, dazzling white light filled the sky, and a deafening roar echoed through the sky. Boom. When the dust settled, a huge crater suddenly appeared between White Mask, Naruto and the others, and the surrounding green trees and land were torn apart beyond recognition by the explosion. After everything settled, Uzumaki Naruto's unharmed figure was revealed. Bai Mask was not surprised by this result. If Nine Tails could be captured easily, he would have accomplished it long ago. Just as he was about to wave his hand and order Pain Six Paths to attack, his body suddenly froze, and a piece of information quietly came into his mind. What? This was a simple explanation of the chat group, which made Bai Mask understand that the things in front of him were real. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket group chat close black lens bracket. Shinomiya Yuzuki. It's done. I set up a group announcement. Newcomers will receive instructions. No one will be called Genjutsu brother anymore in the future. Uchiha Itachi. Well, it's a very practical setting. White Mask. So, this isn't Genjutsu. Uchiha Obito. Hey, isn't this Genjutsu ni? You don't even know if it is Genjutsu. What kind of Genjutsu can confuse the Rinnegan? Bai Mask's heart trembled. Yes, he subconsciously touched his left eye socket, where there was a reincarnation eye emitting a faint purple light. Sharingan is already extremely resistant to Genjutsu, not to mention its ultimate evolved form, the Rinnegan. That is the existence that Genjutsu is immune to. I was just confused by Kabuto Yakushi's unauthorized reincarnation of Madara, so I didn't expect this. Now that he was sure that this was not Genjutsu, he was immediately interested in this chat group. Able to cross timelines and allow people from different time and space to talk. The Uchiha Obito in the group is probably myself in another time and space. Thinking of this, the corner of Bai Mask's mouth raised a playful smile. Interesting. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto and Killer Bee looked at each other. Why did the fight stop so quickly? It's so baffling. What's even more puzzling is that the man was pointing in the air. Was he performing some kind of performance art? Or is it some kind of secret technique that they have never seen before? White Mask was completely unaware of Naruto and Killer Bee's doubts. He told Six Paths Pain to stay vigilant while he was immersed in the novel experience of group chat. White Mask. Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Itachi, myself, and that old guy Madara, all are familiar names. But this is the first time I have heard of who the group leader is. Is he a master from outside the ninja world? He can build such a magical communication platform and manipulate us. His strength cannot be underestimated. Seeing Bai Mosk's speech, Shinomiya Yuyu was secretly shocked. What the hell? It's been discovered that I'm an outsider so quickly. He didn't expect that his identity as a time traveler would be discovered one day. Forget it, he was right. But what the hell is playing in the palm of your hand? He was just about to send a message to defend himself, but someone was already one step ahead of him. Uchiha Obito. Hey, what do you mean by playing around? The group leader is not that kind of person. If it weren't for him, my future would be as miserable as yours. White Mask. Oh, it seems you trust him very much. Uchiha Obito. I'm afraid you don't know, so I can tell you that this is Konoha 47, and I haven't been plotted by Madara yet. Envy me, brother, Lin is right next to me. Ah, her hands are so soft and smell so good. Brother, have you touched Lin's little hand a few times in your life? Advertisement. Shinomiya Yuyu. Namikaze Minato. Obito, what are you doing? Uchiha Itachi. I'll go see Sasuke and you two can talk. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha, young people nowadays are really open-minded. In reality, Bai Mask took a deep breath and admitted that his defense was a bit broken. Did you have such a bad personality when you were little? White Mask. Use your brain and think about it carefully. There is no free lunch in the world. The group leader must have a motive for doing this, but he just didn't say it clearly. Shinomiya Yuyu deeply agreed with Bai Mask's words. After all, he himself had benefited a lot and was almost bubbling with happiness. Uchiha Obito. There are conspiracy theories out there. You'd better watch the videos in the group. You yourself are a huge conspiracy. Video. This piqued White Mask's interest. Following the announcement guidelines, Bai Mask quickly found the video, then immersed himself in it and watched it carefully. Soon, the video came to an end, but the White Mask's face did not show much fluctuation. Bai Mask. I've finished watching it, it's quite interesting. Uchiha Obito. How is it? Now that you know how wrong you are you still thinking about the Eye of the Moon? You have been living in deception your whole life. Now you finally know the truth. Thank you very much Yuyu. Quickly say thank you, brother Yuyu. White Mask. Thank you. I haven't said this for a long time, and this time is no exception. I will still carry out Eye of the Moon, and I will carry out my will to the end. Shinomiya Yuyu. Did you watch the fake video? Even if you know the truth, you still want to perform Eye of the Moon. Uchiha Obito. Well, the Eye of the Moon will turn people into white Zetsu, which is not a good thing. There is a Ōtsutsuki Kaguya locked on the moon. You don't know that, but you still have to execute the Eye of the Moon. Lin won't be happy if you find out about your way to the end. White Mask. I'm not as stupid as you think. I know that Rin rushed to Kakashi's Reikiri on her own, and she committed suicide. In order to prevent Three Tails from being taken back to Konoha and going on a rampage, she voluntarily sacrificed herself. What really makes me despair is this hypocritical world, the ninja system, the village and the ninjas, so I want to activate the Eye of the Moon. What's bad about the world of Genjutsu? Everyone can realize their dreams, and there will be no more wars between people. My strong-willed White Mask. Shinomiya Yuyu's eyes widened. This was the first time that he was still firm on his path after seeing the truth. Chapter 53 I can't persuade you anymore. Shinomiya Yuzuki. So your plan is to extract the 9 tails from Naruto's body, gather all the tailed beasts to summon the Gedo statue, and then activate infinite Tsukuyomi. White Mask. It's self-explanatory. Uchiha Obito. But if this happens, Naruto will not be able to survive. Unless Minato-sensei returns the 9 tails to Naruto like the original plot, he will be dead. White Mask. In order to realize my blueprint, this is a small sacrifice. Besides, Naruto's physical fitness is extraordinary and he will not die immediately. Once the Eye of the Moon project is successful, everyone will have a perfect world, and Naruto will find happiness there. Shinomiya Yuyu. Okay, I won't force you to change your mind. After all, everyone has different pursuits. But have you considered another thing? White Mask. Want to hear the details. Shinomiya Yuzuki. If you activate infinite Tsukuyomi, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya may return to the world. Are you sure you can defeat her? If you fail, the so-called Eye of the Moon will be in vain. You will most likely be wiped out by Kaguya, and you will not even be qualified to experience the illusion. I am afraid that you will directly become White Zetsu. White Mask. The key to Kaguya's reappearance lies in Black Zetsu. Do you think I, who know the truth, will be easily plotted by Black Zetsu? Lack of a suitable container, god, that has been banned for thousands of years is actually nothing more than a weak creature. With my 6 paths level power, it's no problem to destroy or reseal her. What do I have to fear? The fearlessness and confidence revealed in Bai Mosk's words made Shinomiya Yuyu feel the same even across time and space. With the unwavering White Mask, Shinomiya Yuzuki knew that she could not convince him, and the people in that timeline had no hope of being saved. In this case, I can only let him go. I just pity all the lives on that timeline. After infinite Tsukuyomi, they were swallowed by the sacred tree. If they cannot be rescued in time, they will eventually turn into White Zetsu, which is a pity. Shinomiya Yuzuki shook her head slightly, and when she was about to end the conversation, an idea flashed in her mind, and she remembered a character who did not appear in the main plot of Hokage, but was active in Boruto. Ōtsutsuki 1 style. Kaguya is not the only outsider in the ninja world. Ichiki came to the ninja world with Ōtsutsuki to rule Yoruichi thousands of years ago. However, after being attacked by Kaguya, half of his body was swallowed by 10 tails and parasitized in the body of a man named Jishion. At this moment, he may be secretly peering into every corner of the ninja world. Assuming that White Mask fuses with 10 tails, gets rid of Kaguya, and finally dominates the world, will Ishiki intervene? The answer is self-evident. Absolutely. Once Toru Yoruichi disappears, there will be no one to fight for the fruit of the sacred tree. At that time, only White Mask will be left in the world. Ichiki will not allow the power of Ōtsutsuki to be stolen and will definitely intervene. Advertisement. A mysterious smile appeared on Shinomiya Yuyu's lips. It seemed that White Mask's plan would not go so smoothly. He dug up those ancient clips deep in his memory and prepared to make a new video, trying to make the obsessed White Mask change his mind and let go of the innocent creatures on that timeline. Brother, look, I have a surprise for you. Although he likes gold coins, he doesn't want to see so many people die. Konoha Year 67, White Mask Timeline. The White Mask raised his head, his eyes shining with unprecedented determination. Even if he foresees the future, it cannot shake his established path at all. 9 tails, 8 tails. He lowered his gaze and stared at Naruto and Killer Bee opposite. With only these 2-tailed beasts left, you can collect all the 9 tails beasts, then resurrect the 10 tails, realize the union of the tailed beasts, and activate infinite Tsukuyomi. However, as the strongest tailed beasts, 8 tails and 9 tails are far more difficult than other tailed beasts. According to the original script, he failed to conquer it until the end, and could only use the incomplete power the two brothers, the golden horn and the silver horn, plus a tentacle from 8 tails, to barely resurrect 10 tails. But now, he thought he had a chance to make a comeback. After all, he had a glimpse of the future and had too many ways to target Naruto. Naruto felt the gaze projected by the White Mask. In an instant, an unprecedented malice hit him like a cold current, making the hairs on his body stand up. Uncle Bai, be careful, this guy is probably going to take action. Naruto's face was solemn. Even if he borrowed the power of 9 tails, the heavy pressure still made him breathless. Don't worry, Naruto, Hachi and I won't lose to a guy wearing a mask so easily. Killer Bee danced and rapped while talking, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Unfortunately, the effect is not ideal, because the White Mask has driven 6 Jinchūriki pain to surge forward. Experience the power of the tailed beast. During the charge, 6 Jinchūriki suddenly transformed into tailed beasts. In just a moment, their bodies changed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the 6 Jinchūriki disappeared, replaced by 6 behemoths. The roars of the tailed beasts resounded through the sky. 2 tails Matabi, 3 tails Isobu, 4 tails Son Goku, 5 tails Kokuo, 6 tails Seiken, 7 tails Chome. Advertisement. These 6 giant beasts that covered the sky made Naruto and Killer Bee feel unbearable pressure. The White Mask formed a seal with both hands. Even though a black rod was implanted in Jinchūriki's body to assist with controlling 6-tailed beasts at the same time still caused serious losses in his chakra and eye power. And this state cannot last long, otherwise the tailed beasts are likely to wake up and resist. But in order to win a quick victory, he had to take a risk. Although Naruto has borrowed the power of 9 tails at this moment, he has not yet connected with their souls, so he is not a real threat. Once delayed, according to the original development of the plot, Naruto will soon reach reconciliation with 9 tails, and it will be very difficult to defeat him at that time. Naruto, hide behind me. Facing 6-tailed beasts, even Killer Bee didn't dare to take it lightly. Hachi, completely transform into a tailed beast. Killer Bee talks to 8 tails in his mind. Bye, accept my power. 8 tails Gyuki's voice was calm and firm, knowing the urgency of this moment. The power of 8 tails merged with Killer Bee. In an instant, octopus-like tentacles sprouted from Killer Bee's body. Then his body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a huge tailed beast. Uncle Bai, be careful. Naruto shouted a warning, because the 6-tailed beasts were rushing towards him like a torrent. Boom. 5 tails Kokuo was the first to bear the brunt. The huge body that looked like a horse but not a horse rushed forward at an astonishing speed. Before the other tailed beasts could arrive, they launched an offensive. A powerful shock wave accompanied by a deafening roar knocked 8 tails away like a cannonball. Killer Bee controlled its huge body, using countless tentacles to touch the ground to slow down the impact, and finally stopped after flying 100 meters. Uncle Bai, are you okay? Uzumaki Naruto was also affected by the majestic power. He shook his still dizzy head and asked anxiously. Good, Naruto, we may be in big trouble. Killer Bee's voice is calm and serious. Chapter 54 Psychic starts. Before he finished speaking, other tailed beasts came one after another. 3 tails looks like a huge turtle. At this moment, it curls up its limbs into its hard shell and turns into a speeding wheel, roaring and crushing it. 8 tails immediately extended its tentacles to block it, and countless tentacles extended to block the roller transformed by 3 tails. However, the number of enemies was too great. As soon as 3 tails was stopped, 7 tails Chome fluttered its wings and flew towards them. It spit out a large amount of phosphorus powder, and the sky was covered with clouds and fog. Not good, Killer Bee exclaimed, quickly shook off the clinging 3 tails, and then wrapped himself tightly with tentacles for strict protection. In the blink of an eye, phosphorus powder exploded in the sky. Boom. Even 8 tails was not spared from the horrific explosion, and its body was covered with numerous scars. Naruto was safe and sound for the time being under the protection of 8 Tails, but seeing this scene, his heart was cut by a knife, and he knew that action must be taken. His mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of ways to crack it. Suddenly, his eyes were locked on the unmoving white mask. Uncle Bai, I have an idea. Naruto had an idea. If he wants to control the tailed beast, he will definitely consume a lot of chakra, and he must be distracted now. Throw me over, and capture the thief first. Naruto loudly informed Killer Bee of his plan. At this time, the explosion of phosphorus powder gradually dissipated, Killer Bee stretched out his body, and upon hearing Naruto's plan, he immediately agreed. Okay, leave this to me, Naruto, feel free to go. A thick tentacle picked up Naruto, and then threw it hard. Naruto shuttled through the tailed beasts like a meteor and went straight to the white mask. Are you here for me? White Mask naturally noticed this change. He changed his seals and summoned Matabi and 3 Tails to defend. However, Killer Bee could not make him achieve his wish. 8 Tails attacked with all his strength and took the initiative to charge. The outstretched tentacles tightly locked the 2 Tails and 3 Tails. At the same time, they fought fiercely with other tailed beasts and started hand-to-hand battles. There was no way he was going to let these tailed beasts get in Naruto's way. Rasengan. Advertisement. Naruto descended from the sky, filled with rage, and compressed a huge Rasengan. Sharp airflow cut through the air, and the white mask remained unmoved when facing the oncoming Rasengan. It wasn't until Naruto was almost in front of him that white mask stopped forming seals, grabbed the Uchiha fan behind him, and held it across his chest. Uchiha bounces back. The huge Rasengan collided with Uon fan suddenly. But there was no joy at all on Naruto's face, instead there was a look of shock. Because the fan actually absorbed all his attacks, the carefully prepared Rasengan shrank in an instant until it disappeared. Let you taste your own attack. The white mask snorted softly, and blazing flames suddenly erupted from the fan. It swallowed Naruto instantly, and the terrifying power immediately knocked him away. Naruto fell to the ground, in unbearable pain, and was covered in wounds, but these wounds healed at an astonishing speed, and when he stood up again, he was revived at full strength. 9 Tails Chakra. White Mask narrowed his eyes. This is the power of 9 Tails. If he delays it any longer, the situation will be unfavorable to him. His peripheral vision swept across the battlefield of the tailed beasts. The out-of-control tailed beasts had slowly begun to lose control. Although they were still attacking Killer Bee, their movements were obviously sluggish, and they would probably stop completely soon. Looks like we need to move faster. With a flash of thought, White Mask suddenly picked up the fan and sprinted towards Naruto like an arrow. The tenacity in Naruto's bones should not be underestimated. Even if he suffered repeated setbacks, his eyes remained firm and fearless. The two sides instantly engaged in hand-to-hand combat, each displaying powerful physical skills. Every move carries the power to shake mountains and rivers. The White Mask waved the round fan, with the power to split Washan Mountain, and swung it down hard. However, Naruto locked his arms tightly, and he took the opportunity to fight back, vowing to take this opportunity to reverse the situation. Although Naruto's arms were forced to remain locked in order to restrain the White Mask, this did not mean that he was helpless. Suddenly, a huge arm formed by chakra flew out from behind Naruto, with a dazzling blue Rasengan spinning in its palm, and went straight towards the White Mask. With the blessing of the 9 Tails Chakra, Naruto's body can extend the 9 Tails Chakra, and can generate chakra arms from his back for both offense and defense. Even the Rasengan can be controlled freely. Rasengan. Advertisement. Naruto tried to hold the fan tightly, intending to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. However, in the blink of an eye, the fan strangely penetrated his palm. Likewise, his Rasengan seemed to hit the void, and the white masked figure disappeared like a phantom. No trace. It's that annoying virtualization ability again. Naruto frowned, his displeasure evident in his words. By virtue of the White Mask's virtualization, even Naruto with 9 Tails Chakra mode turned on is difficult to reach, always avoiding fatal blows at critical moments. Just as the White Mask was approaching again using the hollow, intending to end the battle, they were surprised to find that Naruto was motionless, like a statue waiting for the judgment of fate. This abnormal behavior was puzzling. Bait. White Mask smiled contemptuously. Obviously, such an obvious trap can only explain the intervention of Kakashi and Metkai. Are using Naruto as bait to launch a surprise attack when you regain your physical form. Just in time, everyone was here, and he was about to use that move. White Mask changed his mind and gave up the attack. As the space twisted, the figure teleported and disappeared. Almost at the moment he escaped, a flash of green lightning passed by, and Metkai's heavy fist landed with a crash, causing the earth to tremble, but unfortunately, only a piece of nothingness was left. Run away. Metkai's face was filled with astonishment. Later, Kakashi also appeared. It seems that our plan has been discovered. The two conspired to use Naruto as bait, hoping to catch White Mask off guard. Unexpectedly, the opponent's response speed was so frightening that he immediately escaped at the slightest mistake. At this time, the White Mask stood on the high ground, condescending, looking at them with a disdainful attitude towards all things. Everything is here, just what I want. His calm tone revealed the confidence of capturing prey. Naruto couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Teacher Kakashi, Teacher Nongmei, what should we do now? Kakashi's eyes swept across the tailed beast battlefield. The 6 controlled tailed beasts were temporarily calm. Although 8 Tails was covered with bruises, they still maintained good combat effectiveness. Kai, Naruto, let's meet up with Mr. High first. The two followed Kakashi's instructions. After all, Killer Bee was the most powerful combat force on their side. The white mask watched its changes quietly, slowly forming seals. Spiritualism Ghetto statue. As Bai Mosk's hands touched the ground, a huge creature suddenly rose behind him. The huge figure made the tailed beast look small in comparison. With the shock of the world-changing color, the Ghetto statue came to the world. Chapter 55 Ōtsutsuki 1 Style, White Mask Stops. The white mask stood on the head of the demon statue and formed the seal again. Ho ho ho. The next second, the manipulated demon statue looked up to the sky and roared, followed by a thunderous wrath. Astonishing pillars of lightning sprouted from the back of the golem. Under the command of White Mask, these thunder and lightning blasted towards the target like a punishment from heaven. Naruto, Kakashi, Metkai, Killer Bee, and even the six-tailed beasts, no one was spared. Rumble, thunder and lightning poured down like a waterfall, and the whole world seemed to be submerged in a sea of thunder. The shocking thunder continued to echo among the lightning and flint. Faced with such a terrifying offensive, Killer Bee had no time to think too much and instinctively used his body to build a barrier for everyone, so that he could bear the terrifying impact from the golem alone. Fortunately, there were 6 other tailed beasts present to help him share some of the damage, otherwise he would have been seriously injured. The lightning gradually dissipated, revealing a piece of charred land, and the battlefield was devastated. All 6 tailed beasts were injured, and the 8 tails transformed by Killer Bee lost their ability to fight. Uncle Bai, how are you? Naruto shouted anxiously. Fortunately, I'll be fine after a while. That guy in the mask is really powerful. Killer Bee's voice responded weakly. Damn it. Naruto was filled with a sense of powerlessness. Naruto, it seems we must join forces. At this time, 9 tails inside Naruto made a sound. The situation is critical, and if it continues to be delayed, it will only be a matter of time before it is sealed. 9 tails no longer hesitates and decides to completely integrate with Naruto to fight against the powerful enemy. Kurama, you want to lend me your power? Don't hesitate, do it quickly. In the sealed space, 9 tails fist bumped with Naruto, and the cell where 9 tails had been imprisoned for decades opened the next moment. The power of 9 tails can be unleashed. However, things went against expectations. At this moment, 8 huge iron chains cut through the sky and roared towards them. The 7 iron chains instantly locked the tailed beasts tightly and dragged them towards the giant mouth of the Ghetto statue. These specially made chains had an irresistible suppressive power on the tailed beasts. Once restrained, all power would be sealed. Waiting there is only the fate of being devoured. In the blink of an eye, from tails 2 to 8 tails, they were all devoured by the Ghetto statue. Killer Bee, who had lost his tailed beast, collapsed on the ground, his breath weak. Uncle Bai, Naruto wanted to step forward to help, but an iron chain came straight towards him and wrapped tightly around him. At this moment, the chakra of 9 tails merged with Naruto, and he became the perfect tailed beast Jinchūriki. But the arrival of this power has been a little slow. He has been imprisoned by the golem chain, and even the perfect tailed beast Jinchūriki cannot escape. Seeing Naruto being slowly dragged towards the golem by the chains, Metkai took resolute action. 8 Gates Dunjia, Gate of Wonder. Open. A terrifying aura surged around him. Advertisement. Blue steam surrounded the surroundings, forming a strong sense of oppression. This is the last hurdle before the door to death, and it contains enough power to kill the enemy with one punch. Hit aura. Metkai continuously threw heavy punches, condensing and compressing the air in front of him, and then suddenly released it. Roar. A lifelike blue tiger takes shape and pounces majestically towards the Ghetto statue. All obstacles along the way, whether rocks or trees, are reduced to pieces in an instant. Metkai. Bai Mosk's eyes became serious. This guy is the biggest uncertainty. If he is forced to open the gate of death, Ghetto statue may even be damaged. No, the greater possibility is to be beaten to death. This guy is really a monster. Why is there such a powerful secret technique in the world? Driven by White Mosk's will, Ghetto statue resisted the attack while accelerating to extract the power of 9 tails from Naruto's body. Having just swallowed 7-tailed beasts, its power has expanded to a terrifying level. Boom. The day tiger roared like an angry lion and attacked, colliding hard with the Ghetto statue, causing shock waves to spread in all directions. The ground beneath Kakashi's feet was shaking, and he barely managed to stand still. Did it succeed? Kakashi stared at Ghetto statue, feeling anxious. However, when the dust settled, Kakashi's expression became extremely ugly as the golem remained unharmed. This level of attack is useless to it. At this time, Naruto was on the verge of being completely swallowed by the Ghetto statue. Metkai did not show too much frustration. He stared at the golem with unwavering eyes. It's time. The climax of Burning Youth. Kakashi, I'm going to hold this guy back, and you go rescue Naruto quickly. Metkai's voice was calm, but it revealed his determination to make a major sacrifice. Hey, Kai, no problem, I'll take care of it. Kakashi was slightly startled. He understood that Metkai wanted to use the ultimate stunt. He could not dissuade them because they were in a desperate situation and had no choice. 8 Gates Dunjia formation, etc. Just when Metkai was about to burn his life in exchange for powerful power, Kakashi suddenly shouted to stop. The guy seemed to have stopped. Metkai looked confused and looked in the direction of Kakashi's finger. Ghetto statue actually stopped, while White Mask was lost in thought. Ōtsutsuki 1 style. Advertisement. Just before this, Shinomiya Yuzuki posted a new video and at him, saying it was crucial to White Mask. In desperation, By Mask took the time to watch this video. As the group owner said, this video means a lot to him. White Mask was surprised in his heart. Ōtsutsuki Ashiki. Besides Kaguya, are there other people in this world who came from outside the world? He also controls another 10 tails. Thinking of this, By Mask couldn't help but feel scared. The other party is hidden too deeply. If it weren't for the video of the group leader, who would have expected that there is Ōtsutsuki Ashiki hiding somewhere in the corner of the world? The enemy is in the dark, I am in the light. White Mask cannot imagine what kind of counterattack he will encounter if he lets down his guard after activating Infinite Tsukuyomi. It's really troublesome. It seems like we have to get rid of him first. In desperation, White Mask took back the chains of Geto statue and released Naruto. Although he could take away 9 tails by force, he would have to face Metkai, who had opened the gate of death, an opponent he did not want to face. And Naruto Uzumaki may come in handy when fighting against Ōtsutsuki first style. Ōtsutsuki first style's BUF level taijutsu can defeat Sasuke's Susanoo with just one kick. There is also the weird pupil technique, which can freely scale the size of objects and appear and disappear, which is not easy to deal with. If nothing can be done, Naruto may have to turn on the heavy particle mode to fight, so Naruto's 9 tails must be left behind now. Let's use Gold Horn and Silver Horn instead of 9 tails chakra. At least there will be one more 8 tails than before. The power of 10 tails will be stronger. Although 8 tails was taken away, Killer Bee relied on the octopus legs left by 8 tails to survive after losing the tailed beast. That's it for now. Wait until I'm resurrected and fused with 10 tails, and then I'll think about other things. White Mask lifted the psychic summons, the huge Geto statue disappeared instantly, and he himself left through the time and space ninjutsu. Naruto and others on the battlefield stood stunned for a moment. Why? Why did he leave? Are we really saved? Naruto was still frightened. The irresistible golem lock just now almost made him think that he was going to be surrendered there. The shock was unforgettable. It's really baffling. It seems like he suddenly has more important things to do. What could be more urgent than collecting tailed beasts? There is something wrong with this, and there is most likely something wrong with it. Kakashi frowned, confused as to the true intention of the White Mask. Then what should we do now? Metkai scratched his head. He originally thought that there would be a tough battle to fight today, and he was even mentally prepared to fight, but it ended up being nothing. Go and reinforce the main battlefield. What should we do over there, Uncle Bai? Naruto could feel that there was still a faint trace of tailed beast chakra left in Killer Bee's body, protecting him from a glimmer of survival, so he felt a little more at ease. In this case, Naruto, you take Mr. Hibby back to the headquarters, and Kai and I will go to reinforce the front line. Kakashi quickly made arrangements. Okay. Naruto nodded in agreement, picked up Killer Bee and disappeared in a few jumps. Kai, let's leave too. Chapter 56 Graduation. Time flies by like a flash, and in a blink of an eye, the day of the Ninja Academy's graduation exam quietly arrives. In Yu Yu's house, Ino walked to Yu Yu's room in a familiar way, and immediately caught a glimpse of the familiar figure curled up in the bed, immersed in a sweet dream. This guy. Ino sighed helplessly and slowly approached. If you don't get up, you will be the only unlucky child in this class of graduates who will not be able to graduate because of absenteeism. Seriously, if there is a past life, I think you must have been a squirrel in your last life to be able to sleep like this. Ino put her hands on the edge of the bed and stared at the sleepy Shinomiya Yuzuki teasingly. The sound woke up Yu Yu from his deep sleep. He slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was the pink and jade carved face. He smiled. You are wrong. In fact, I was an armed helicopter in my previous life. Yu Yu rubbed her eyes and reluctantly got up from the bed. Huh. Ino froze on the spot, looking confused. Yu Yu ignored Ino's confusion and went straight to the bathroom to start washing up. After a while, an energetic Yu Yu came out. What is that armed helicopter you are talking about? Ino came over curiously to inquire. It is omnipotent from heaven to earth. It can make mountains and rivers shake with just one attack. It's very powerful. Ino opened her mouth slightly in surprise. It sounds so powerful. Is it a tailed beast level? No, but the power is about the same. Okay, let's go. Yu Yu smiled and waved, and then went out with Ino. When we arrived at the Ninja Academy, it was already a bustling scene. It was so crowded that it was almost packed. What's going on? Why are they all stuck here? Shinomiya Yu Yu was puzzled. Hey, I saw my dad, Uncle Shikaku and Uncle Dingza. Ino found a few familiar faces in the crowd. She looked over in surprise. They seemed to be talking to someone, but the crowd was too crowded and she couldn't see the details clearly. Let's go over and have a look. Yu Yu greeted. As the two of them got closer, the almost fanatical shouting gradually became clear in their ears. Advertisement. Fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage. Hearing this, Yu Yu's mouth twitched slightly, as if she realized something. It's not like Minato brought Naruto to school, but was recognized by an acquaintance, right? Unlike Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, Minato's active years have not passed for too long. His acquaintances are all still alive. If they saw him, they would not be able to recognize him. At this time, Ino suddenly exclaimed, it's really the fourth Hokage. She pulled Shinomiya Yuzuki excitedly, like a little fan who saw her idol. It's definitely Minato Namikaze. Uncle Choza has photos with him at home. I will never admit it. Yu, have you seen it? Shinomiya Yu was pulled away and looked over helplessly, only to see among the crowd. Namikaze Minato was all smiles, attracting everyone's enthusiastic following. Beside him, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Haiichi, and Akamaiki Dingza surrounded him, talking passionately. Looking at Namikaze Minato, who stood out the most among the crowd, standing out like a flock of chickens, Shinomiya Yuzuki was filled with emotions. Is this the legendary, little son? Its charm cannot be underestimated. Hey, that's not right. Wasn't the fourth generation sacrificed a long time ago? He died young in order to seal the demon fox during the Nine Tails Rebellion 12 years ago. Ino suddenly came back to her senses, full of shock. Perhaps there is some hidden meaning in this. Yu said with a smile. Hidden story. It's not impossible. Maybe he didn't die that year, but was seriously injured. He has been recuperating these years. Ino held her chin in thought. But speaking of it, Yu, why don't you look surprised at all? Ino turned to Shinomiya Yuzuki and found that she seemed extremely calm from beginning to end. That was the fourth Hokage. The name of Golden Flash was widely spread in the ninja world, and many people in Konoha worshipped him. Haha, when you reach my age, you will naturally understand. Shinomiya Yu smiled mysteriously. After saying that, Shinomiya Yu pushed aside the crowd and walked inside. Ino rolled her eyes and followed closely. She has long been accustomed to the strange words and witty remarks Yu often makes. Naruto. The noisy human voice is simply the best hypnosis song. Next to Namikaze Minato, Naruto, who had already started to feel sleepy, suddenly became excited when he heard this familiar voice, and his whole body was instantly energized. He turned around and saw that it was Shinomiya Yu waving to him. A smile spread across his face involuntarily, and he quickly ran forward. Yu. You finally arrived. I almost overslept, but luckily Ino reminded me. Where are the others? Have they all gone in? Yu looked around, and there was indeed no other classmate present except Naruto. Yes, let's go in quickly, the assessment will begin soon. Naruto nodded quickly. Advertisement. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. The three of them rushed into the school gate in a hurry. In the school, the graduation assessment is in full swing. Students line up and enter a room one by one. From time to time, you can see someone coming out with a sad face, while others are smiling. Shinomiya Yuzuki glanced over and saw that at the end of the team, Sasuke, Hinata, Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji and others were gathering together. Hey, why are you so far in the queue? Yu stepped forward with a smile and greeted them. If I hadn't waited for you, I would have finished the exam long ago. Sasuke crossed his arms, with a look of helplessness in his eyes. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Yu happily put her arm on his shoulder. Yu-kun. At this time, Sakura suddenly called out with her unique soft voice. This sudden sound gave Yu inexplicable goosebumps. Damn it, there are also traps in the ninja world. Which song is this? Why does Sakura suddenly look like a different person? He remembered that Sakura looked down on him very much in the past, but why has her attitude changed completely now? He looked back and forth between Sakura and Sasuke doubtfully, which made Sakura's temperament change drastically, and she couldn't find anyone other than Sasuke. He leaned close to Sasuke's ear and asked quietly, have you done any ideological work in private? Sasuke nodded lightly. I just said some words to ask her to get rid of some bad habits. Sasuke was deeply impressed by how annoying Sakura was back then. In the original time and space, not long after Team 7 was formed, she was able to criticize people for having no parents in front of Naruto. This incident also brought Sasuke and Kakashi along with her. He offended 3 people in the team with just one sentence, so he was really powerful with his words. But now the situation is completely different. Naruto's strength is not what it used to be. Coupled with the mysterious Shinomiya Yuzuki, in order to prevent Sakura from having trouble again one day, Sasuke did a little, to her in private. Training. Obviously, Sakura took what Sasuke said verbatim, and the change was quite big. At this time, Naruto and Ino also came over. Sakura also greeted her cheerfully. Naruto-kun, Ino, good morning. Good morning. Naruto was a little uncomfortable with Sakura's change. Hey, I feel like you've changed so much. Ino blinked and took Sakura's hand. Sakura smiled and replied, Sasuke said I'm more lovable like this. I think so too. Ino smiled. Chapter 57 Classification. The team moved forward in an orderly manner, and soon it was Shinomiya Yu's turn. I'll go in first. After entering the door, several teachers were sitting opposite, presumably today's examiners. The person sitting among them was Iruka, and the person next to him was Mizuki, who had secretly taken refuge in Orochimaru. I don't know if he will encourage Naruto to steal the sealed book this time, but it seems that the chance is slim. While Yu was observing the teachers were also looking at him. Iruka glanced at Shinomiya Yu, and an imperceptible helplessness flashed across his face. Can this famously talented person in the class successfully pass the exam and graduate today? Yu did not mention it in class when he made a big fuss about the Hyuga family. Naturally, the Hyuga family would not publicize it everywhere, so the matter was only circulated in a small circle. In the eyes of outsiders, Yu is still a worryingly low-level person. Shinomiya Yuzuki-kun, you can start. Iruka announced, silently calculating in his mind that as long as Yu's performance was not too outrageous, he planned to let her go directly. Okay. Yu began to form seals slowly. The content of the assessment is very basic, just 3 basic ninjutsu: clone technique, substitution technique and transformation technique. Not long after, Yu completed the seal, and in the blink of an eye, a clone that looked exactly like him appeared next to him. Then came the demonstration of the substitute and transformation techniques. Every movement was perfect and flawless. Pass, pass. Iruka opened his mouth in surprise and announced Yu's results. What a heck. This kid, who everyone thinks is the weakest kid, actually got a perfect score. No matter how surprised Iruka was, Shinomiya Yuzuki had already walked out of the room leisurely. It's easy to do, Shinomiya Yuzuki said with a smile. It was Sasuke's turn next. He walked into the examination room with his trouser pockets inserted in a cool look, and within a minute, he strode out again. Obviously, he passed successfully. For Sasuke, such an assessment is just like playing. Now, with his rich practical experience, I am afraid that no one in Konoha can match him. Soon, the group of people passed the exam one after another, leaving only Naruto. I'm in. Naruto walked into the room with full confidence. Did you feel the ground shaking? Not long after Naruto entered, Sasuke suddenly said something. Earthquake. Others haven't reacted yet. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Following this, waves of Naruto poured out of the room like a tide. Advertisement. Everyone hurriedly fled, and soon the entire corridor was occupied by all kinds of Narutos. Multiple shadow clone technique. Shinomiya Yuzuki's eyes widened. When did this kid learn this trick? Ah, it seems that this technique is not very easy to use. All Naruto scratched their heads in embarrassment. With a loud bang, all Naruto instantly turned into white mist and disappeared, leaving only the body with a sneer on his face, which was thrown out by Iruka by his collar. You pass. Shinomiya Yu walked over and helped Naruto up, then asked. When did you learn the multiple shadow clone technique? Facing Yuzuki's question, Naruto answered without thinking. My father taught me. In addition to this, he also taught me this ninjutsu. With that said, Naruto stretched out his hand, and chakra slowly gathered in his palm. After a while, with the harsh sound of wind, a blue Rasengan took shape. You can even master Rasengan, and it's only been a day. Your talent is really beyond question. Yu sighed involuntarily. However, Minato's contribution should be part of this. As the founder of this technique, he taught him step by step carefully, so it's hard to imagine. Okay, don't stand here stupidly. Go back to the classroom. Classes will be divided soon. Sasuke reminded from the side. Then let's go. The group returned to the classroom. Soon, the students in the class were taken away one by their respective instructors Jonin. Everything is going according to plan, the 8th team led by Yuhi Kurenai, whose members include Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino. Lao Ma's Class 10 is a mysterious trio composed of Zuludi. Soon, only Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura and Yuzuki were left in the classroom. Is he really the one who appeared out of thin air? Sasuke secretly observed Yu and thought to himself. But Shinomiya Yu was thinking, why are there 4 people left? Is he going to replace a certain position in Team 7? Or will a Jonin mentor be specially arranged for him? Just as his thoughts were racing, Kakashi appeared. Well, I didn't keep you waiting long. After 2 days of recovery, Kakashi has regained his strength and was successfully discharged from the hospital. But for him, after being discharged from the hospital, he went back to work almost seamlessly without even a day's rest, which was indeed a bit miserable. Hey, are you our teacher? Naruto blinked his big eyes and asked curiously. Yes, come with me. Kakashi smiled. For the teacher's son, he was also honored to be his teacher. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura over there. Kakashi pointed his finger at the 3 people except Yu. The composition of Class 7 also remains unchanged. Yu, I'll withdraw first. Naruto grinned, turned around and followed Kakashi's back. Advertisement. Shinomiya Yuzuki secretly thought that she was going to enjoy one-on-one guidance from Jonin. I wonder who it could be. Could it be a super beauty? Just as the idea came up, several coughs suddenly sounded at the door. Yu looked around and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely walking into the classroom with his pipe in his mouth. No, a hint of speechlessness flashed across Yu's eyes, and she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Not only is she not a beauty, she is also an old man. If other Konoha villagers heard this, they would all roll their eyes. This is the famous Professor Ninjutsu, the 3rd Hokage. Being his student is an opportunity that many people dream of. Among the Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru he trained, none of them are the top powerhouses in the ninja world. But it was here that Yu was mercilessly disliked. Under Yu's sizing gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a hint of helplessness in his tone. It seems that you are not so welcoming to me. However, Yu, with your ability, apart from me, there is really no other person in Konoha who can teach you. If you are not satisfied, I won't be able to find anyone who can replace me to guide you. It's not that I'm not dissatisfied, I'm just curious. As a Hokage, do you still have free time to teach your disciples? Of course, Yu would not say her dislike directly. It would be rude, so she asked for a different reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Well, there will always be time if you squeeze it. Moreover, your growth is much more important than those official documents. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed an old fox with a superb speaking art. But Shinomiya Yu still shook her head. Forget it, I originally wanted to have a powerful Jonin lead me, show off in front of my teammates, and go out on missions to experience the life of a genin. Now it looks like I'd better stay in the village. He stood up and said goodbye. I won't bother you anymore, Master Hokage. I'd better go back and lie down. When passing by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he waved. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and took a sip from his pipe. This was good. Facing this god tier, he himself was muttering in his heart. Now everyone is really happy. On the other side, Shinomiya Yuyu walked out of the classroom and headed straight to the rooftop. Will Kakashi and the others play a game of grabbing the bell there? You should go and have a look. Quick, send him to the hospital quickly. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yuyu arrived on the rooftop, she saw several medical ninjas passing by in a hurry carrying a stretcher. Kakashi on the stretcher had a hollow look in his eyes, a bruised nose and a swollen face, and was dying. He was still holding two bells tightly in his hands, obviously wanting to play a bell-grabbing game with Naruto and Sasuke, but unfortunately, his assessment of his disciple's strength seems to be a bit off. Yuyu looked forward and saw Naruto in perfect Jinchūriki state scratching his head in embarrassment. Sasuke covered his face at the side with a complicated look on his face and was speechless. My darling, this is only the first day, and you have sent your guide Jonin to the hospital. This is your first time in Konoha. Poor Kakashi. Chapter 58. The news leaked out and all parties moved. Kakashi, is he okay? Shinomiya Yuyu looked at the figure being carried away, with a bit of uncertainty in her tone. Ahem. It should be fine. Naruto seemed a little embarrassed, but he didn't expect to blow Kakashi away with a casual punch. The force really shocked him. But I gave him some Nine Tails chakra, he should be able to recover soon. Naruto added sheepishly, trying to appease everyone's emotions. Yuyu shook her head regretfully. Tisk, I originally wanted to watch you fight for the bell, but it was ruined now. What are your plans next? Without Jonin's guidance, you won't be able to take on the mission. He turned to Sasuke, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sasuke, do you have any ideas? In the current Class 7, Sasuke is the only one who has some ideas in his heart. As for the other two, well, the road to growth is still long. Sasuke turned his face sideways and locked eyes with Naruto. Naruto, you will train with me in the next few days. I will teach you how to perfectly control your power. Okay, it's up to you. Naruto nodded readily. Then, his eyes turned to Sakura. Seeing this, Sakura's eyes were filled with anticipation. What kind of tasks would Sasuke arrange for her? As for Sakura, I have also learned some medical ninjutsu and can teach you. This will be it for now until Kakashi-sensei recovers. Okay, Sasuke. Sakura nodded happily. In just a few seconds, Sasuke had already assigned tasks neatly and with amazing efficiency. My all-round Sasuke, he can do a little bit of everything, so the money is really well spent. Now that you have made all arrangements, I feel relieved and will withdraw first. I came here early in the morning. I haven't even eaten breakfast yet. I have to get a bowl of ramen quickly. Yuyu waved her hands, turned and left. At the mention of ramen, Naruto's stomach growled unsatisfactorily. Yuyu, I want to eat it too. Advertisement. He looked excited and wanted to follow immediately. But at this time, Sasuke grabbed him by the collar. Didn't you just finish eating? Don't go anywhere. Train for me. Yuyu couldn't help laughing. Now Indra began to discipline Asura. After leaving the school, the crowd of onlookers at the door had already dispersed. It seemed that Minato had probably gone back. As Yuzuki walked through the streets of Konoha, the buzz about Namikaze Minato kept drifting through her ears. Have you heard? Our fourth Hokage is back. What? The fourth generation wasn't more than 10 years ago. Sacrifice. Those are all illusions, used to confuse outsiders. He showed up at the Ninja Academy this morning. Many people saw it with their own eyes. He was not dead at all. Similar words are heard all the time. It seems that Minato's popularity is still as popular as it was back then. Soon, Yuyu came to Ichiraku Ramen, waved to Uncle Shota, and ordered a special ramen. At this moment, there was a stir in Union Village. What? Minato Namikaze. I saw a man with a bronze complexion and exuding extraordinary momentum suddenly stood up. His voice was loud and clear, even pedestrians on the street outside could hear it clearly. This person is none other than Reikage from Cloud Hidden Village. Fourth Reikage I. Reikage's face was filled with disbelief, and his eyes were locked on the intelligence ninja in front of him. Are you sure that Namikaze Minato appeared in Konoha alive? It's absolutely true, Lord Reikage. The intelligence ninja looked serious and spoke firmly. What's the source of the information? Are you sure it's accurate enough? Reikage stood up from behind the table and approached step by step. His burly body made his subordinates feel a heavy pressure. Advertisement. His bell-like eyes stared closely at the intelligence ninja, as if he might punch him at any time. The news has spread in Konoha. There are many people who have seen it with their own eyes. There is no way it is false. The intelligence ninja answered calmly, knowing in his heart that Reikage-sama's reaction was just an expression of surprise. Reikage values friendship and will never be rude to his subordinates. If that's true, this would be so bizarre. Did he not die back then? He just released false news to confuse the world. Reikage was puzzled by the information ninja's explanation. At that time, the Kumogakure village learned that the fourth Hokage had died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, and believed that Konoha was in an unprecedented period of vulnerability, so it took the opportunity to form an alliance and attempted to kidnap members of the Hyuga family in order to gain near invincibility on the battlefield. Weapon, eye roll. However, the operation fell short. The head of the Hyuga family saw through it, and the men he sent were killed on the spot. However, they used this as an excuse to launch an attack and demanded that the murderer be handed over. In fact, they had a solid basis for advancing and retreating. Even if they couldn't be caught, they would still make a lot of money if they could get the eyes of the head of the Hyuga family. In Konoha at that time, no one dared to say no, so they had no choice but to go with the flow. The murderer was indeed handed over, but who would have thought that the man was actually Hyuga Hiyashi's twin brother? They took him away without realizing it, only to find that the caged bird curse had been placed on the other person, and the white eyes could not be removed at all. An empty joy. And here's the weird thing about it. If Namikaze Minato was still alive, even if he was seriously injured, as long as he could show his face, Hokage could guarantee that those subordinates who came to provoke Konoha would be so scared that they wouldn't even have time to escape. Of course, he would not blame them, because he knew the weight of this old rival too well. The name of Golden Flash is well known in the ninja world. Hokage pondered for a moment. Even though he was a big-hearted person, his thoughts were very delicate. Who can become a film-level figure who is not thoughtful? After a long while, he turned around and said in a deep voice to the intelligence ninja, "Look again, there is too little information. I need more specific information. This is related to our future strategy for Konoha and is very important." The intelligence ninja felt Hokage's caution and nodded solemnly. Understood, Hokage-sama. After watching the intelligence ninja leave, Hokage no longer had any thoughts about dealing with government affairs. He jumped out of the window and went straight to Yunlei Gorge. He wanted to talk to Killer Bee about this matter. Chapter 59 News from Six Paths Madara. Old man, you have to take a look at this. Kuretsuchi walked in with all her slender legs and a look of uncontrollable excitement. Although she is young, her long legs already show charming lines, slender and white. Onoki, who was writing at his desk and immersed in official duties, raised his eyes slightly. When he saw that the person who came was Kuretsuchi, he put down his pen and smiled at the corner of his mouth. What's the good news? You caught that B************** Dara back. Kuretsuchi walked closer and happily threw down a piece of information. No, you can see for yourself.
Onoki picked up the information, but when he saw the content, the smile on his face instantly froze. Minato Namikaze is resurrected. That's right, old man, are you surprised or not? Kuretsuchi grinned, triumphantly. Surprise? I think it's more of a shock than anything else. Onoki threw the information aside expressionlessly. Is this news reliable? Absolutely reliable, and it has spread in Konoha itself, and now the entire ninja world is probably aware of it. Kuretsuchi replied.
Onoki stood up, rose slowly, and suspended in the air. His eyes were deep, and he was thinking about the changes in the future of the ninja world. The return of Namikaze Minato has undoubtedly given Konoha a hard blow. Konoha, which was originally supported by the aging Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemed to be likely to collapse at any time, but now the situation has reversed in an instant. After pondering for a moment, Onoki said, "Don't worry about it, we are far away from Konoha, there is no point in rushing, just wait and see what happens." Kuretsuchi nodded, and then smiled mischievously. "Old man, can I go to Konoha to see it? I heard that the Golden Flash is super handsome." Hearing this, Onoki froze. His child suddenly wanted to run to see a yellow-haired netizen, who was far away. I'm afraid not many parents could accept this feeling. His face immediately darkened, and he pointed at the black soil, full of anger. Are you thinking about this? Have you learned the dust style? I have no talent. Grandpa, it's useless for you to force me. You might as well ask your senior brother to teach you. HMPH, if I knew where that kid was, I would have dragged him back long ago. Dust style is the village's specialty, ninjutsu, which is known as the most powerful attack power in the ninja world, but no one can master it. Onoki is worried about this every day. Deidara, the only disciple with the talent to learn dust style, left the village to pursue some weird art. He is very old and once he passes away, dust style may be lost. Hey, what a coincidence, I just received intelligence and know where he is. Really? Say it quickly. A glimmer of light flashed in Onoki's eyes. He joined an organization called Akatsuki as a mercenary. They are all traitorous ninjas from various countries. He is also one of them, so he is suitable. What? Onoki was startled, and subconsciously straightened his waist, but unexpectedly it reached his waist. Ouch. Onoki covered his waist, angry and helpless. This brat. Akatsuki organization, what kind of place was that? It gathered a group of lunatics who worked hard for money. He had hired him several times, but he didn't expect Deidara to go to that kind of place. I'm so mad. Such conversations were also quietly taking place in other major ninja villages. Every ninja who bears the name of Shadow has a solemn look on his face. No matter which country, they all attach great importance to this matter. If the news is true, then the pattern of the ninja world will definitely be reshuffled. Advertisement. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, the masked man also learned the news from Baiju. Minato, sensei. He said the name he had not mentioned for many years bitterly. But after a moment of hesitation, the masked man's eyes became firm. No, he's already dead. He's just an imposter who came out of nowhere. But it doesn't matter. After the world ends, who will care about this? Dot 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 dot. Tang Country. As a famous holiday paradise in the ninja world, Yonokuni is not only home to countless beautiful scenery. It is also dotted with countless natural hot springs, attracting tourists from all over the world. At this moment, a burly man with long silver white hair hanging straight down his waist stepped out of a hot spring resort. There was a touch of bright red under his eyelids, and he exuded an unruly aura. When the woman guarding the door saw this, she quickly stood up, with a professional smile on her face, and greeted her diligently. She gently took the white-haired man's arm, with a bit of coquettishness in her tone. "Oh, distinguished guest, are you satisfied with your experience?" This man left a deep impression on her. He always winked at her every time he came and loved to do something to her whenever he got the chance. However, he does spend a lot of money, which makes it hard for people to really mind. The woman thought that she would inevitably be taken advantage of again this time, but unexpectedly, the white-haired man slowly withdrew his arm and nodded expressionlessly. Then he walked away without looking back, leaving behind a decisive figure. The woman looked at the figure that was getting further away and couldn't help but be slightly startled. Has this guy changed his gender? He didn't even touch it. What urgent matter was there that made him leave in such a hurry? Dot 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 dot. Haha, Yu, as expected, I found you. Just as Yuzuki was enjoying the hot ramen, the two brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama quietly appeared and came over with smiles. Hey, why are you two here? Do you want a bowl? It's my treat. Yu smiled and greeted warmly. The ramen is free, we have already eaten. Yu, I actually want to tell you that we are going back. Senju Hashirama gently stated the purpose of this trip. Are you leaving now? Don't you want to stay a little longer? No matter how long you stay here, once you go back, it will be like a blink of an eye at most. There is no need to rush. Sigong Yu was a little surprised and quickly tried to persuade her to stay. Senju Hashirama smiled and shook his head. No matter how beautiful this place is, it does not belong to our world after all. We have our own Konoha to protect. Furthermore, after learning so many new things, Tobarama is already eager to try it out and wants to go back and practice it quickly. I believe that our village will make rapid progress in the near future. Yu, you are welcome to be our guest in the future. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. Advertisement. Okay, see you then. In this case, Yu didn't force herself to stay, she smiled slightly and flicked her fingers lightly. Snap. Shout in the group if something happens. In an instant, the Senju brothers turned into wisps of clear light, traveled through the cracks in time and space, and returned to their time. After eating ramen, Yu went straight home. He first contacted Minato privately and asked if he wanted to return. The answer was not to leave for the time being. Minato and Kushina planned to spend more time with Naruto. After all, no matter how long the time here is, it only takes a moment to return there. The same question was posed to Obito. The boy was enjoying himself and taking Nohara Rin around Konoha without returning home at all. Okay, then it's time to get down to business. Rubbing her hands together, Shinomiya Yu began tapping in front of the screen. Shinomiya Yuzuki. At 6 paths Madara at 6 paths Madara at 6 paths Madara at 6 paths Madara at 6 paths Madara. Yes, this is what is called business. Ever since Madara joined the group, she has been like a fish diving into the deep sea without uttering a word. But whether it's really busy or diving is unclear. After all, the time flow rate in each world is different, and this difference is random. It does not mean that whoever is closer to Yu's era will have time slow down. He had no idea how long the day on the other side of Madara would last here. However, there should always be time to take a quick look at the group messages, especially when the messages are dazzling right in front of your eyes and it is difficult to ignore them. Well, unless something happens to him. Open black lens bracket by close black lens bracket. Group member detection. 6 paths Madara has lost consciousness, whether to rescue. Open black lens bracket confirm cancel close black lens bracket. What the hell? Yu was so shocked that she could fit an egg into her mouth. This crow's mouth is open. As soon as the information came out, all members of the group showed up instantly. The most anxious one is Senju Hashirama. Although he is in different time and space, his concern for Madara is still the same. Senju Hashirama. What's going on? Yuzuki. Madara, what's wrong with him? Uchiha Obito. Hey, this is wrong. 6 paths Madara, the pinnacle of the ninja world, who can touch him? Namikaze Minato. Could it be Ōtsutsuki Ashiki's work? White Mask. Humph, that old guy will have his day too. Uchiha Itachi. Don't panic, everyone. Maybe it's not an unexpected incident. Is it possible that it's just the natural ending of the plot? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Itachi is right, it may be that Black Zetsu succeeded in the sneak attack, allowing Kaguya to revive in his body and suppressing his consciousness. It's the normal progression of the plot. Chapter 60 I have a plan. Shinomiya Yuyu. Tisk, I really didn't expect that someone in our group would be ready to welcome the ending of the story so soon. I was also thinking that it might take a long time. Namikaze Minato. Although the main plot has been settled, don't forget that there is still Ōtsutsuki Tonari on the moon. There is a story behind it, which can be regarded as a small branch plot. Senju Hashirama. It seems like we shouldn't discuss this. Should we consider how to win over that guy Madara now? According to the original story, Kaguya Yoruichi will fall, and Madara will also be separated from Ten Tails due to exhaustion of life force. In addition, when Kaguya is possessed, his soul will directly return to hell. It is quite difficult to revive him. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Don't worry, saving Madara is not difficult at all. It's actually quite simple. Senju Hashirama. You are indeed the king of ideas, can you tell me a little bit? Shinomiya Yuzuki. It's very simple. Just let Madara achieve 6 paths, right? No matter how much vitality is lost, once Ten Tails is reintegrated and reaches the 6 paths realm, the lost vitality will naturally return. As for the little trouble Kaguya left, it is not worth mentioning at all. Uchiha Obito. That's what I say, but how could Naruto and Sasuke do such a thing after defeating Kaguya? Resurrection of Madara. What are they trying to do? They have finally calmed down the chaos. How can they find a rival for themselves, not to mention that Sage of 6 Paths is still watching? We won't let them mess around. White Mask. Oh, it's rare for you little b************ d to be rational. That's right, they want the old man to be buried early, so why would they come to rescue him? Uchiha Obito. You little b******** d talking about me. White Mask. What else? Uchiha Obito. Well, it was the little b******* d talking about me. White Mask. It's good that you have this self-awareness. Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right. Uchiha Itachi. How about we listen to the group leader's opinion first? Shinomiya Yuyu. You still understand me as a dozen Kazang, who stipulates that my plan must be carried out by Naruto and the others. As a member of our group, Madara naturally has to be rescued by us personally. Hey, I just have an idea. Advertisement. Uchiha Obito. Put away your little schemes. Namikaze Minato. Obito, do you know who you are talking to now? Shinomiya Yuyu. Hey, boy, are you looking for a fight? Watch my giant dragon hit you. Uchiha Obito. Don't rush to take action. I also have an idea. It's not too late to take action after hearing it. Shinomiya Yuyu. Hey, you cheated today. Something's wrong with you, you started to use your brain. Uchiha Obito. I've been traveling with Lin everywhere these days. I'm in a good mood and my IQ has gone up. Yuyu, your previous plan was to send someone to Madara to help, right? Shinomiya Yuyu. That's right, then your clever plan is. Uchiha Obito. We thought of going together. Whether you plan to go into battle yourself or find someone to replace you, I have a more suitable candidate here. Shinomiya Yuzuki. You're not going to volunteer, are you? With your small body, Xiaohui's Yoruichi just remembered the Yasogami air strike and was beaten flat. Uchiha Obito. How is it possible? The person I want to recommend is. By Mask, that's him. White Mask was stunned, as if he didn't expect that Obito would suddenly cue him. When he came back to his senses, a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. No matter what his purpose was, whether it was revenge for the previous tit-for-tat confrontation or simply wanting to watch the fun, White Mask was not going to buy it. Why do you need to do things that are unprofitable and inexplicable? So, he followed his heart and typed a reply in the group. White Mask. If you still think that I am the young man who was willing to help others when I was young, then you will be disappointed. Besides, everyone calls for beating that old guy Madara, so there is no reason for me to go into that muddy water. His refusal was straightforward. Everyone in the group, including Shinomiya Yuzuki, was full of questions. How could Obito have the confidence to recruit White Mask? Advertisement. Everyone's curiosity was completely ignited, and they gathered to watch. Uchiha Obito. You will definitely go. White Mask. Why? Uchiha Obito. The reason is, first of all, besides you are now the most powerful character in the group. Only you are qualified to participate in a battle of that level and even influence the situation. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded tacitly. Not long ago, White Mask became Tails Jinchūriki. After a fierce battle with Naruto, he directly opened Kamui, dragged Geto statue into Kamui space, and used the Golden Horn and Silver Horn to resurrect Ten Tails. But when Madara finally arrived after tracking Geto statue, she only saw an empty battlefield and was helpless. Eventually, Obito merged with the resurrected Ten Tails in the Kamui dimension, officially becoming the Tails Jinchūriki. He was then promoted to the second sage of 6 paths. After ascending to immortality, the first thing he did was to send Madara back to the underworld, ending the Fourth Ninja War. According to the original script, he should try to activate infinite Tsukuyomi at this time, but the existence of Ōtsutsuki Iki made him quite afraid and did not dare to act rashly. The world in his dream is a flawless genjutsu paradise, where everyone can enjoy the beauty of life in the illusion instead of taking their lives carelessly, so 6 paths Obito has not implemented infinite Tsukuyomi. He chose to hide until he could deal with Ōtsutsuki Ichiki himself. But everyone on his timeline was confused, and a big battle started inexplicably, and then ended abruptly. Since they couldn't find the final boss, they had to disperse and return to their respective villages. This series of operations undoubtedly rewrote the trajectory of fate, and Shinomiya Yuyu also received a generous gold coin reward. Shinomiya Yuyu. So, your current identity is different from before. Please change your ID. After Yuzuki's operation, the name, White Mask, became Six Paths Obito. Six Paths Obito. What kind of excuse is this? If you are capable, you have to give unconditionally. You won't tell me later that with great power comes great responsibility, right? You should not be so naive. Chapter 61 Uchiha Obito, Go to War. Uchiha Obito. Oh, why bother using a moral stick to suppress me? Don't worry, I have a second reason that I guarantee you won't be able to refuse. Six Paths Obito. Speak. Uchiha Obito. The Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is the only Ōtsutsuki clan member that is currently accessible. Aren't you curious and want to experience the powerful power of the Ōtsutsuki bloodline for yourself? In this way, when you fight against other Ōtsutsuki in future battles, wouldn't you be able to have a better chance of winning and master more secrets of victory? Besides, if you want to activate infinite Tsukuyomi again, then your opponents can wait in line. Let alone the Ōtsutsuki 1 style for now, there is also the Ōtsutsuki Ura style waiting for you. In the further future, Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki will also be waiting there. The tough battles in the future will be one after another. As a former ninja, you should know the importance of intelligence better than anyone else, right? If you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Six Paths Obito. Having said that, I already know the key information about their Ōtsutsuki. Wasn't the operation of the pupil technique clearly explained in that video? Uchiha Obito. Is watching a play the same as being on stage and singing the leading role? How can you become a real strong person by talking on paper? Of course, if you really decide to go, I can give you 2 extra photos of Lin. Six Paths Obito was silent. I don't know whether he was moved by Obito's words or more moved by Lin's photos, maybe both. The atmosphere in the group was instantly ignited. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Damn it, are you sure you are Obito? You're not possessed by someone else, right? How could my Obito become so witty and think so clearly? Namikaze Minato. Obito, you have really matured a lot. Senju Hashirama. You are becoming more and more like Madara's wise demeanor. Uchiha Itachi. Maybe the wisdom gene of the Uchiha family has awakened, and Obito is not stupid to begin with. Uchiha Obito. Haha, thank you, thank you. In reality, facing the overwhelming praise from the group, Obito was so excited that he laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha, I'm so smart. Not only did I trick that B********* D into helping me, but I also showed my wisdom to the group. But his laughter quickly attracted Nohara Rin's scolding. Obito, keep your voice down, Kakashi needs to rest. Obito immediately restrained himself and nodded with a playful smile. Okay, okay. He sat down next to Nohara Rin, glanced at the weak Kakashi on the hospital bed, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy was brought back just 2 hours after being discharged from the hospital. I heard that he was beaten by Naruto and Sasuke. It was simply an operation with a low IQ. He was beaten to such a degree by his own students that everyone had to circle around him again. It's better to continue as before, leave the clone to take care of him, and go out to play with Lin. Shinomiya Yuzuki. At Six Paths Obito, what do you think? If you nod, I will send you there immediately. Six Paths Obito. I have to accept it. What that guy said makes sense. Well, I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll just take a walk. Advertisement. HMPH. I never thought that the old guy Madara would need my help one day. Shinomiya Yuyu. Then I will open the portal right now. Six Paths Obito. Wait a minute. Bring that kid with you. Since merging with 10 Tails, my Kamui can no longer be used. I am not the reincarnation of Indra, nor the successor of Asura's chakra. I do not have the bloodline of 6 paths. Just suppressing 10 Tails and the Samsara Eye has consumed a lot of my energy. I can no longer activate Kamui at this moment. If Ōtsutsuki Kaguya activates Tianzhong for space transfer, I may not be able to keep up. Shinomiya Yuzuki. That's it. At Uchiha Obito. Uchiha, what's your opinion? When Uchiha Obito saw the message, a smile suddenly solidified on his face. It can't be such a coincidence, right? The dart you throw can still hit your foot. Refuse. To be honest, facing a battle of that level, he was indeed a little timid. At this moment, Six Paths Obito directly at him. Six Paths Obito. Are you scared if you haven't come back for so long? When Obito saw this, he gritted his teeth and said, huh, you actually underestimate me. Just go. He quickly replied. Uchiha Obito. I just went to the bathroom. What's there to be afraid of? Just come here. Shinomiya Yuyu. Okay, I am a father and son soldier in battle, but you are brothers fighting tigers. Teleportal. Activate. Senju Hashirama. Please, please. I'll thank you on Madara's behalf. Namikaze Minato. Obito, please be safe. Open black lens bracket. Uchiha Itachi sent an exclusive red envelope to Uchiha Obito. Close black lens bracket. Uchiha Itachi. Take this, it might help. Open black lens bracket. Uchiha Obito accepted the red envelope. Close black lens bracket. Uchiha Obito. Yada mirror. That's great. Now I have a life-saving charm. Sure enough, my good friend who played Fruit Ninja together is reliable. Thank you so much. Uchiha Itachi. It's okay, it should be. Shinomiya Yuyu. It's almost time. Inside Konoha Hospital, a Madara-colored portal slowly opened in front of Uchiha Obito's eyes, like an entrance to a mysterious and different world. He found that Lin seemed to be unaware of the portal in front of her and turned a blind eye. Advertisement. Obito smiled and said, Lin, I'm going out for a while. Even with the protection of the Yata mirror, this battle is still full of dangers. Let's say goodbye, just in case. Well, nothing happens, the group leader is keeping an eye on it. I have sweated for the chat group and bled for the chat group. If something goes wrong, the group leader will definitely help me, right? Nohara Rin turned her head, thinking that Obito was just temporarily out for business, but seeing the look on his face, she caught an unusual signal from the depths of his eyes. This trip is probably no small matter. A trace of worry flashed in Nohara Lin's eyes, and thousands of thoughts converged into a brief warning. Be careful on the road, I will be here until you come back. When Obito heard this, he seemed to be filled with endless energy and grinned. Don't worry, I'll get everything done and come back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped vigorously and disappeared into the vortex of the portal. 6 Paths Obito's timeline. In the Kamui space, it was still dark, and 6 Paths Obito's figure faintly appeared. Most of his attention is occupied by suppressing the Samsara Eye and 10 Tails, and the use of Sharingan only has basic functions. It's okay to enter and exit the Kamui space, but I can't even use virtualization freely. At this time, in a corner of Kamui's space, 6 Paths Obito waved gently and moved several huge blocks away, revealing a black quagmire underneath that was nailed by 81 black spears. That is the third son of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, the embodiment of his will, Black Zetsu. After solving Madara's reincarnation in the Dirty Land and sending him to the underworld, he captured the Black Zetsu who controlled his life. He does not know the advanced sealing techniques, so he can only use the most primitive method, these black rods to firmly control Heiju. Imprison it permanently in Kamui space. I finally went out, but I can't let you take the opportunity to escape. 6 Paths Obito waved his hand, and dozens of black spears were generated out of thin air, flying towards Black Zetsu like raindrops. Ding 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 ding. But after a moment, the black mud was decorated with dozens of black spears. The sealing power of the black rod is so powerful that a single one is enough to trap a Jonin, not to mention there are so many that even the cunning Black Zetsu can't bear it. Its form begins to change from solid to liquid, and it is difficult to maintain even the basic physical state. Eventually, 6 Paths Obito once again covered it with giant stones, plunging it into darkness forever. This should be foolproof. Nothing will happen again before I come back. After checking repeatedly to make sure everything was correct, 6 Paths Obito also jumped into the air and jumped into the embrace of the portal. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Humph. You will never come back. Chapter 62 Kaguya is beautiful. Konoha 67 years. Late night of the second night of the Fourth Ninja War has quietly arrived. The Ninja Alliance tried their best, but still could not escape the fate of failure. Infinite Tsukuyomi is activated, and Uchiha Madara, who controls the power of 6 paths, casts the God-Deep Forest creation, imprisoning everyone in the world in the air, like hanging cocoons, unable to struggle, and can only wait for the judgment of fate. Only those souls who were resurrected through the reincarnation of the Dirty Land, as well as Kakashi, Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto who were rescued by Sasuke in time, were able to maintain freedom of movement in this doomsday scene. It's all over. 6 Paths Madara faced them, her eyes were calm and her tone was as calm as dead water. With the successful implementation of Infinite Tsukuyomi, the perfect world he dreamed of seemed within reach, and years of planning finally bore fruit. However, changes suddenly broke out at this moment. Bang! There was a dull sound of flesh being penetrated. Uchiha Madara lowered his head in disbelief and saw a dark hand piercing his chest. That's wrong, Madara, you are not the hero who saves the world, and this is far from over. Behind Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu whispered coldly. Madara tried her best to turn around and face Heiju, but found that her body was tightly controlled by a strange force and she was completely disobedient. Only the eyes embedded with samsara eyes can still move slightly. My body can't move. Why? Isn't that just an extension of his will? Why would you betray him? There was no time to think deeply. The sacred tree began to greedily absorb the chakra of the trapped people, trying to gather the chakra of the world into one for the use of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, who was about to be resurrected. Immediately afterwards, the ground suddenly shook. Endless chakra surges out from the ground. A substantial pillar of light rose into the sky, lighting up the night sky. Get out of the way. Naruto, Sasuke and others were also affected and hurriedly looked for shelter. The soaring chakra pillar spun in the air and rushed directly towards Uchiha Madara, and a massive amount of chakra poured into his body like a torrent. Advertisement. Well, the pain caused by this impact was indescribable, and even Uchiha Madara couldn't help but moan in pain. Madara's body expanded rapidly like a balloon. He couldn't bear the huge amount of chakra at all, and the explosion seemed to be about to happen in the next second. As her consciousness gradually blurred, Madara whispered in a daze. Why, how could it become like this? Hashirama, where did I go wrong? Until finally, his consciousness was completely swallowed by darkness. It was about to explode, but a miracle happened. Madara's body miraculously stabilized after expanding to the limit. Then it slowly shrinks and gradually condenses into a human form until it becomes clearer and clearer. The blue and white intertwined long hair pours down like a waterfall. Even if it is suspended in midair, the hair still touches the ground. She is wearing a white dress with a black magatama pattern, the Sharingan on her forehead is dazzling, she has two horns on her head, and her beautiful yet innocent face is shocking. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. This is what the old man called Ōtsutsuki. Naruto stared in shock. Kaguya. Sasuke continued with a stern expression. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of flawless white eyes, which were the famous Byakugan in the world of pupil arts. She has mastered the two major eye techniques of reincarnation, Sharingan and Byakugan at the same time. The three ultimate eye skills of the ninja world were miraculously integrated into her. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure came overwhelmingly, making everyone present feel unprecedented pressure. Without unnecessary words, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya acted directly. She was suspended in midair, and the long hair behind her, as flowing as a wedding dress, seemed to be alive and dancing on its own. It turned into a torrent of hair containing huge power and rushed towards Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke's fingers crackled with electricity, and he swung the Chidori, cutting off the hair quickly like a sharp blade. Chidori made a hissing sound, and was extremely sharp, instantly tearing apart all the hair strands that came like a violent storm. Sasuke's eyes flashed, and he decided to fight back. He rushed towards Kaguya. But at this moment, more hair strands surged forward and collided hard with his Chidori. Chidori's light went out, and Sasuke was hit by a violent ball of hair, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball. Sasuke. Naruto's heart tightened, but Sasuke was hit hard, but he also accidentally knocked Naruto away. Advertisement. The two of them barely stopped until their backs hit a boulder. Sasuke. Naruto. Sakura was extremely anxious, and was about to run towards the two of them, but found that her body was out of control, as if she was stuck in a quagmire. She turned around in shock, only to see Ōtsutsuki Kaguya passing by her indifferently, as if she didn't exist. Now, don't act rashly. Kakashi warned seriously, knowing that the situation was serious. However, Kaguya has no intention of taking action against them. In Kaguya's eyes, these two people are just insignificant mortals. She activated her Byakugan and instantly saw the chakra in Naruto and Sasuke's bodies. 6 paths yin power and 6 paths yang power. That is the power derived from Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo, the legendary sage of 6 paths. Do you want to seal me again? There was both hatred and confusion in her eyes. Why do her descendants always want to seal her? Obviously everything she did was just to fight for the future. Even if he doesn't help, he will continue to cause trouble. Kaguya suppressed the thoughts in her heart. Since the children are disobedient, then kill them all. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya slowly rose up and hung in the air. Facing the wary looks of Naruto and Sasuke, she said calmly. Then, let's end everything for you here. She plans to activate the heaven's control, to drag everyone into the lava space and let them turn to ashes in the boiling magma. However, at this moment, a dark object flew over at an alarming speed. Kaguya turned around suddenly, and her white eyes immediately caught this uninvited guest, but she had no time to react. Boom. Kaguya's figure was blown away like a kite with a broken string, kicking up dust all over the sky, and broke through 2 mountain peaks before finally stopping. At this time, Sasuke saw clearly what hit Kaguya. It was a truth-seeking ball. After repelling Kaguya, it lost its target and floated silently in the air, stopping at the location where Kaguya originally stood. Sasuke looked at Naruto in surprise, because the only person here with the truth-seeking ball was Naruto. Naruto saw Sasuke's suspicious eyes and quickly shook his head in denial. I didn't do it. Sasuke's face was full of confusion. There couldn't be a second truth-seeking ball here except Naruto. At this moment, the mysterious truth-seeking ball in the sky moved slowly, causing Naruto and Sasuke to look up hurriedly. They discovered that at some point, 2 more figures appeared in the sky. And the truth-seeking ball floated leisurely to the back of one of them, as if it had found its home. Chapter 63 Obito frowned and protected everyone in front of him. Obito. Naruto and Kakashi saw the face of the visitor clearly, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground in shock. The opponent is not only Obito, but also Obito in 6 paths form. Holding the 6 paths tin staff, with 9 dark and deep truth-seeking balls floating behind him, what else could it be besides the 6 paths mode? Not long ago, they had a fierce battle with 6 paths Obito. How could this face admit his mistake? However, hasn't Obito already had his tailed beast taken away and is no longer 10 Tails Jinchūriki? Their eyes turned aside involuntarily, their eyes full of horror, because in that place, there's actually an Obito lying there. It is the Obito who lost 10 tails, had his body controlled by Black Zetsu, and is now dying. How come there are 2 Obitos? Naruto's eyes widened and he looked back and forth between the 2 Obitos. Kakashi stepped forward slowly and said in a serious tone, no, there are 3. He raised his eyes and locked his gaze on the small figure next to Obito in 6 paths. It was a boy-looking Obito, with a sunny smile, wearing goggles, and looking silly. Never admit a mistake. 3. Naruto was completely confused, scratching his head on the spot, not knowing what to do. Things are getting weirder and weirder. Sasuke, who was always calm, couldn't help but speak out. They're coming down. Kakashi's eyes never left the 2 Obitos, and he immediately noticed their movements. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but become nervous, their eyes full of alertness. Although the other party has helped before, their true identity cannot be determined yet. After all, it is too incredible to have 3 Obitos appear at the same time. The boy Obito cannot fly alone yet. He stands on a platform made of a truth-seeking ball and slowly descends. As he got closer and closer to the ground, his face was filled with excitement and he jumped directly from the sky. Ha ha ha, idiot Kakashi, I'm here to help you. The strange laughter floated in the air from far to near. This familiar tone made Kakashi tremble, and surprise flashed in his eyes. That's right, this is indeed Obito, not some weird fake. Obito landed firmly on the ground, patted the dust on his body, smiled proudly, and raised his eyebrows at Kakashi. Advertisement. How about, our appearance is timely enough. Obito. Kakashi looked complicated. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, are you really Obito? Naruto noticed Kakashi's reaction, seemed to realize something, relaxed his guard a little, and stepped forward to ask curiously. Of course I am the real Uchiha Obito. What about him? Naruto scratched his head and pointed at the uncertain Obito not far away. The young Obito took a look and replied, he is also Uchiha Obito, but he is the Obito of your time and space. And I come from another time and space, and the B********* D above is in the same situation. After speaking, he pointed at Six Paths Obito, which was slowly descending from the sky. Oh, that's it. Naruto suddenly realized that after all, he had traveled through time and space on a dragon vein journey. For him, accepting this strange thing was as natural as eating ramen. Naruto, do you know this? Kakashi and Sasuke both cast doubtful glances, as if asking, why do you suddenly seem to have grasped the truth of the universe? Actually, this is what happened. Naruto was like a patient elementary school teacher, teaching his two classmates the secrets of dragon veins and their incredible power. After some explanation, the two of them nodded again and again as if they were waking up from a dream. There is such a mysterious place hidden in the ninja world. Sasuke's eyes flickered, and his thoughts were obviously far away. A dragon vein that can distort time and space. Maybe, he can. Kakashi turned to the boy Obito. So, you came through the dragon vein. Not entirely right, but it's pretty close. Kakashi nodded slightly. Okay, you are willing to help, I am very grateful, Obito, I have received your thoughts, but... Kakashi glanced up and down at the boy Obito, thinking in his mind. At this age, has Sharingan opened? In addition to the great fireball jutsu, is there any other ninjutsu? Although he couldn't bear to pour cold water on him, for his safety, Kakashi still had to remind. The upcoming battle may not be suitable for you. Why don't you and Sakura find a safe place to take shelter first? The boy Obito's face darkened. Hey, Kakashi, you guy, do you look down on me? I am. The boy Obito pointed to his eyes and was about to make a bold statement when Six Paths Obito's indifferent voice suddenly came from the sky. Stop dawdling, she's here. Advertisement. Before he finished speaking, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared on the horizon. Following closely behind were countless giant fists, thundering down from the sky at a terrifying speed. 80 Gods Air Strike, one of the abilities of Blood Successor Snare, the supreme taijutsu that only Ōtsutsuki Kaguya can control. Densely packed giant fists filled the sky, as if the sky was falling apart. The heavy pressure made everyone present breathless. At this time, Six Paths Obito slowly landed on the ground, blocking everyone. He waved his hand, and the Six Paths tin staff changed unpredictably in his hand, quickly extending and turning into a strange but powerful weapon. Amanuma Spear, the legendary sage of Six Paths, sword of creation. The sword body carries the owner's firm will, forming a sword of the soul. Once upon a time, Obito of this time and space also wielded it, but his faith was shaken and the Amanuma Spear disappeared. However, Six Paths Obito, who comes from another time and space, has already understood all the truth, and his will is indestructible. This Sky Marsh Spear will be indestructible and invincible. Six Paths Obito waved lightly, and the Amanuma Spear met the roaring Yasugami air strike, and an earth-shattering collision broke out between the two. Bam! There was a loud noise, deafening, like thunder, resounding through the sky, and the whole world seemed to be shaken by this power. The white light is overflowing, dazzling and blinding, and the light is continuous, just like daylight. Bang! The roar gradually subsided, and the world returned to its original tranquility and gloom. What came into view was a tragic scene. The ground is covered with crater-like traces, which are shocking. This scene was like a meteor shower mercilessly washing over this land, with only the area under Six Paths Obito and behind him intact. All blocked. Kakashi was shocked and felt disbelief in his heart. Who is this opponent? That kind of power that destroys the world is like a tailed beast cannon raging. If Six Paths Obito hadn't turned the tide, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to leave his complete remains. Six Paths Obito glanced at the Amanuma Spear that was slightly bent, but quickly recovered. What a powerful force. As this Ōtsutsuki. It's really interesting. Chapter 64 Kaguya is still pretty. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look, both eyes filled with inexplicable surprise. How to describe this sudden sense of security? Thinking back to the time when they fought against Six Paths Obito in this time and space, they went through a lot of hardships, gathered the right people at the right time and the right place, and barely managed to win. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he became a fighting partner and could be so reliable. Ah, thanks to you. Naruto said gratefully. However, before he finished speaking, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. It was like changing the scenery. Red light shot into the sky, heat waves rolled in, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. The ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly disappeared and began to fall rapidly. When he lowered his head, he saw that instead of the hard ground below, he saw hot and rolling lava. If he fell into it, the consequences would be disastrous. Naruto, try to control your flying ability. Six Paths Obito suspended in midair and shouted to Naruto. He was still holding Sakura, who was unable to fly, and he was nearby to give her a hand in an emergency. Flight. Naruto, who was falling at high speed, suddenly realized that as soon as Six Paths Obito finished speaking, he stood firmly in the void. For every 6 paths, this is an instinctive skill. Naruto just didn't realize it. Once activated, it is as natural as a limb. After flying stably, Naruto quickly grabbed Obito, who had been in a coma in this time and space, and rescued him from danger. At the same time, 2 huge and complete Susanoos rose into the air from the lava, flapped their huge wings, and flew to safety. One is dark purple, calm and mysterious, the other is light blue, cold and sharp. It is none other than Susanoo from Sasuke and Boy Obito. Obito, you. Kakashi was rescued by the boy Obito, and together they were in the gem space in front of Susanoo's forehead. He looked at the young man in front of him who was only as high as his chest in shock, and his heart was filled with disbelief. Complete Susanoo. Isn't this a dream? When did the boy Obito have such power? Idiot Kakashi, do you still dare to underestimate me? You are the one holding me back now. The boy Obito raised his eyebrows at Kakashi proudly. Yeah, I understand. You are so arrogant, so you should be satisfied. Kakashi rolled his eyes and gave a casual thumbs up. Although he was wondering how this kid could unlock such a powerful power at such an age, he was well aware of the arrogance of the young Obito. If he followed what he said now, this guy would be so proud that his tail would be raised to the sky. Come to me. 6 Paths Obito's voice penetrates everyone's heart like a magnet. Everyone immediately moved when they heard the sound. After all, among this group of people, no one was stronger than this guy. Obito, what are your plans? Naruto asked impatiently, his eyes sparkling with the desire to fight together. 6 Paths Obito's eyes glanced at Sakura beside him, and then towards the space-time Obito held in Naruto's hand. Send them both away first so that they won't be taken care of during the battle. Advertisement. Obito is unconscious in this time and space, so needless to say, as for Sakura. Alas, almost zero combat power. But Sakura seemed to have her own ideas, and she said anxiously, I can help. Sakura. Sasuke suddenly spoke up, obedient. Sakura looked up suddenly, met Sasuke's unwavering eyes, and her expression softened. Oh well, take them out. 6 Paths Obito ordered the boy Obito. Kamui. The boy Obito struggled to twist space and opened a passage to the outside world. Let's go. The boy Obito urged. This is not his space territory. To break the boundaries of time and space, it would take a lot of effort. Sakura glanced at Sasuke one last time, picked up Obito from this time and space, and jumped through the passage. Well, seeing the 2 people leaving, the boy Obito hurriedly closed Kamui, and then covered his eyes in pain. Obito, how's it going? Kakashi next to him quickly supported him. It's okay, the eye power will be restored soon. Hiss, it's really annoying to be teleporting in someone else's space while maintaining Susanoo. Hey, why did you ask me to say that just now? Sasuke suddenly said. That's right, the words that told Sakura to obey were actually instructions secretly transmitted by 6 Paths Obito. He originally wanted Sakura to evacuate quickly and not get in the way. With his temperament, how could he possibly say such a tender word as obedient? 6 Paths glanced at him lightly, because it works. After saying that, 6 Paths Obito withdrew his gaze and looked at the magma world. I didn't even notice that this space was opening. It's such a brilliant technique. He himself is also a master of playing with time and space, but when Kaguya used Tianzhong, he had no idea that the opponent's technique was really advanced. And the other end, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya was also watching them quietly from a distance. Another sacred tree. A trace of confusion flashed across Kaguya's face. She actually felt another sacred tree in the other person's body. This. How can there be 2 sacred trees at the same time? Mom, it seems that something incomprehensible has happened. Black Zetsu, who was hidden in Kaguya's sleeves, said in a deep voice. That 10 Tails Jinchūriki's name is Uchiha Obito. He has obviously been separated from 10 Tails. How can he still use 6 Paths mode? No, it's not completely separated, there is still a 10 Tails in his body. Kaguya explained. Ah, advertisement. Heiju's little head was filled with doubts. If it weren't for Kaguya in front of him, he would definitely retort. He had witnessed Obito's tail beast being stripped off with his own eyes. Besides, if the other party really has 10 tails, what does the one in your body mean, Mom? Forget it, Mom, the top priority is to find a way to deal with them. Heiju shook his head. He couldn't figure it out and simply stopped thinking about it. We need to separate them. It's dangerous for those 2 guys, Naruto and Sasuke, to join forces. If you're not careful, they will be sealed. Yes, Kaguya nodded in agreement and acted according to Black Zetsu's plan. After all, she had been sealed for many years and was not good at fighting, so it would be better to listen to her children's advice. Thinking of this, Kaguya suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the air on one side. The moment her fingers touched it, the space seemed to be torn apart, and a dark crack opened. Kaguya's arm passed directly through the crack and stretched silently towards Sasuke's back. She plans to throw Sasuke into another dimension. Just when he was about to succeed, a huge sword fell from the sky. The 10 Directions Divine Sky Sword. This weapon comes from the boy Obito Susanoo. A sharp blade that can cut through space. He sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space, noticed Kaguya's plot, and immediately launched an attack without hesitation. The sharp sword light struck down. The space was torn and twisted. When Ōtsutsuki Kaguya saw that something was not good, she immediately retracted her arm and let the Tokagami Sky Sword fall into the air. Really quick response. The boy Obito opened his eyes wide. No, there's something wrong with that short Obito. Black Zetsu's pupils shrank. Mom, we're in trouble. It's okay, Mom will defeat them. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya smiled slightly. On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look and launched an offensive in unison. Superior. Amaterasu Inferno-style Chidori. Sage Arc-tailed Beast Rasengan Shuriken. The two men were divided into left and right sides and launched an attack from the side. Try this of mine. The boy Obito held Susanoo in the air, and a huge Magatama appeared in his hand. Kamui Magatama. Susanoo threw it hard, and the huge Magatama carried the power of distorting space and went straight towards Kaguya. Six Paths Obito saw this and quickly took to the air, brandishing the Amanuma spear and descending from the sky to launch an offensive. Surrounded on all sides. Mom, get out of here. Black Zetsu exclaimed. Chapter 65 Crossing the Fire. Attacks like a tidal wave suddenly hit from all directions, so fast that she didn't even have a chance to escape. Faced with this sudden crisis, it was already too late to escape from Hiruzen. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya didn't have time to hesitate, and used Tien no Gochu again. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire universe was turned upside down under her will, and the scene in front of everyone suddenly changed. The original purgatory space burning with blazing red light and raging magma was instantly replaced by a completely different scene. Instead, there is a vast world of ice and snow. The sky is blue, and the wind is mixed with fine snowflakes flying all over the sky. It is cold, magnificent, and heart-stoppingly beautiful. Click, click. The sound of ice cracking was endless, and along with this sudden change, the biting cold air was like an invisible giant wave, drowning everyone in an instant. Both the strong and the weak appear so small and helpless in the face of this absolute low temperature. Their bodies were solidified in an instant, turning into crystal clear but lifeless ice sculptures. Only a trace of flowing luster remained in his eyes, silently expressing his inner shock and struggle. Even the powerful and nearly invincible complete Susanoo could not escape this sudden freezing. Its once arrogant figure was now firmly frozen, as if it had been frozen by time. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were fixed in midair by this force, and then slowly fell to the hard ground. Above them, the attack launched by Six Paths Obito in the sky was also interrupted due to this sudden change. What's even more shocking is that even the Magatama released by the boy Obito using Kamui was completely locked in the air by this severe cold. It turned into a huge ice ball, fell to the ground, and shattered into pieces. For a time, all the fierce offensives were eliminated by this mysterious power of ice and snow. However, even the master of this space, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, seemed unable to completely resist the extreme cold. Her body was also slowly invaded by ice, and layers of frost were gradually covered. However, this is the space she controls after all, and Kaguya shows her otherworldly power. Her body actually merged with the surrounding ice, as if she had become the queen of the ice and snow world, freely mobilizing the power of nature and preparing to launch a new round of offensive. In an instant, the entire ice and snow world seemed to be given life, the earth trembled, and the mountains roared. Advertisement. From the depths of the ground, thick and extremely sharp icicles suddenly rushed out. Their targets were directed at Naruto and Sasuke who were trapped in the ice. The sharp ends shone with cold light, and it seemed that they could penetrate in the next second. Break through all obstacles. At this critical moment, Sasuke's huge Susanoo suddenly burst into black flames. Inferno-style flame control. The terrifying high temperature instantly disintegrated the surrounding ice shell, and the two of them broke out of the ice like phoenixes rising from the ashes. Chidori sharp spear. Sasuke's voice echoed through the sky, and the blue electric light condensed into an extremely sharp lightsaber, cutting through the sky. Sage Art Spiral Shuriken. Immediately afterwards, Naruto also used his signature move to the extreme, and the rotating chakra wind tore apart the oncoming icicles. Hey, are you okay? Do you need help? After clearing the siege, Naruto suspended in midair and shouted loudly towards Obito, a boy not far away. The boy Obito raised his lips and waved his hand easily. Don't worry, these are just trivial matters to me. His words were full of confidence and calmness. As soon as he finished speaking, he released his complete Susanoo, held Kakashi in one hand, directly passed through the ice obstacles that were ineffective against them, and stepped out steadily. For him who has the ability to blur, such a predicament is simply a piece of cake, and he can get rid of it easily. Obito, the boy who regained his freedom, summoned Susanoo again. He and Kakashi rode the wind together, and only attached a thin layer of chakra shield to the outer layer of the Susanoo, which easily blocked the cold from the outside world. Although the ice and snow space created by Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is powerful, for those who don't understand it, they will have the biggest impact when they first step into it. Once a countermeasure is found, the threat level of this ice and snow world will be greatly reduced. Naruto, gather chakra outside your body to form a protective shield, which can effectively resist this extremely cold air. Although Obito spoke quickly, his words were clear. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke quickly adjusted their breathing and united their minds. Chakra surged in their bodies and slowly overflowed their bodies like a tide, forming 2 layers of slightly glowing energy shields. Suddenly, the raging cold wind around him seemed to be isolated, and the original biting cold feeling gradually dissipated. Pay attention to your surroundings. Kakashi's voice followed closely, with a hint of urgency. Advertisement. In this boundless realm of ice and snow, they were like wanderers expelled by nature itself. Everything around them became hostile, and even every molecule in the air seemed to be preparing to give them a fatal blow. Before he finished speaking, countless icicles suddenly appeared in the sky, like thousands of arrows fired in unison, with a whistling sound, aiming directly at the 4 people. Sasuke's eyes flashed, with deep dark flames flowing in the depths of his pupils, Amaterasu. With a low voice, Susanoo was like the god of war coming to the world. As he waved his arms, the huge sharp blade in his hand was covered with a layer of roiling black flames. The flame was so hot that wherever it touched, the icicles disintegrated and turned into steam that dissipated in the air. Not to be outdone, Naruto said, Sage Art Super Spiral Shuriken. Along with his roar, several huge shurikens spinning with blue chakra light came out. Cutting into the air, where it collided with the icicles, ice shards flew everywhere, and the earth seemed to be shaking at this moment. However, this is only a temporary resistance. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's deep integration with the world of ice and snow enables her to easily control the power of nature. The attacks are endless like waves, and everyone gradually feels powerless. What should we do now? Naruto frowned, his inner anxiety palpable. The boy Obito looked up at the sky. Don't worry, that guy must have a plan to deal with it. Naruto followed Obito's gaze and saw 6 paths Obito's figure standing majestically in the sky, calm and unshakable. At this moment, a drop of warm liquid gently touched Naruto's eyebrows, making him startled suddenly. Water. It's so cold here, how can water be liquid? He murmured to himself, filled with doubts in his heart. As that, a cross offering fire. The boy Obito squinted and recognized this skill. Behind 6 paths Obito, 5 tiny beams of fire quietly bloomed. They were not ostentatious, but they were particularly eye-catching in the ice and snow. The existence of these flames seemed to have some incredible power, and the ice surrounding 6 paths Obito began to melt faster. Even the snowflakes that kept falling were melted by the warm aura when they approached him, and they disappeared in a blink of an eye, turning into drizzle. Immediately afterwards, 6 paths Obito raised the Amanuma spear in his hand, with a beam of crossfire wrapped around it, and the artifact was immediately given extraordinary power. He waved lightly, and the movement seemed light, but it contained earth-shattering power. Chapter 66 Kill the Ashes Together. In an instant, the world seemed to be torn apart. A terrifying high temperature erupted from the tip of the Tianum spear, like the scorching sun. The world of ice and snow was helpless in the face of this force, and instantly turned into a boiling water with magnificent waves. This sudden change cleverly avoided Naruto and the others below, ensuring their safety. Without the protection of ice and snow, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya was forcibly separated from the embrace of nature. The look of astonishment was clearly etched on her face. Before Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's thoughts were completely condensed, the chakra surging in her body was ready to go, ready to urge Hirazaka to leave. Control her. 6 paths Obito's voice suddenly sounded. The boy Obito moved when he heard the sound, his eyes widened, and the pair of deep Sharingan suddenly bloomed with an unprecedented intensity of light. Time and space are destroyed. As the boy Obito shouted, an unimaginable power crashed into Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's body like a torrent. In an instant, her figure froze in the void, as if time was suddenly frozen. Hurry up, my power can only last for a moment. The boy Obito shouted urgently. Before he could finish his words, 2 bright red blood streaks snaked down the corners of his eyes, revealing the cost of overloading the magic. To stabilize Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, this consumption is by no means easy. 6 paths Obito didn't need any more words. He flashed and appeared above Ōtsutsuki Kaguya like a ghost. The Amanuma spear in his hand exuded a cold light and stabbed her with an incomparable sharpness. That legendary artifact seemed to be able to easily tear apart space. Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Kaguya's sleeves, saw this scene and screamed in horror. Mom, get out of the way. However, its cry seemed to be blocked by invisible force, and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya remained silently suspended in the air, motionless. Mom! Heiju screamed again, with despair and unwillingness. At this moment, the Amanuma spear penetrated Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's body without any hindrance, leaving an ominous shadow. Advertisement. Naruto, seize the opportunity. 6 paths Obito shouted. Sasuke. Naruto called out almost at the same time. Sasuke understood it, and the two of them rushed towards the unable to move Ōtsutsuki Kaguya like arrows. At the same time, Obito, a boy who overexerted spells, finally couldn't hold on anymore and swayed and fell down. Seeing this, Kakashi stepped forward and caught him steadily. Fortunately, 6 paths Obito's control of Kaguya has not yet been released, and there is still a glimmer of hope for the sealing operation. Mom, fight back quickly. They are coming. Black desperately approached Naruto and Sasuke step by step, their faces twisted in panic. Time waits for no one. If you don't take action in time, you will face eternal imprisonment. I can't move. Kaguya's voice was weak and weak, revealing an irresistible sense of restraint. Black Zetsu's eyes fell on the Amanuma spear that penetrated Kaguya. Looking along the tip of the spear, the figure confronting 6 paths Obito was the key to restraining Kaguya. Although the opponent is strong, maintaining this level of control is obviously the limit. Beads of sweat have appeared on his forehead, and his expression is painful and twisted. But it happened that the opponent didn't need long, just a moment, and they won. Kaguya's eyes passed over Naruto and Sasuke who were preparing to attack on both sides, and an indescribable sadness filled her heart. Could it be that her fate is to fall into the endless seal again? Just when she was desperate, an unexpected force slowly raised her arm. It was Heiju's last-minute struggle. Don't hurt mom. Under the control of Black Zetsu, a gray bone spur filled with the aura of death sprouted from Kaguya's palm, and it struck towards Sasuke almost in the blink of an eye. Sasuke, avoid that attack. Six Paths Obito shouted alertly, with a sense of urgency in his tone that was difficult to conceal. Killing ash bones together is one of the special skills of blood succession snare. Being touched by it means absolute destruction. Sasuke's eyes tightened. At the moment of life and death, he reacted quickly and used the power of his heavenly hand to instantly replace the air in the distance. He barely dodged the blow before the ash bones of the shared killer touched it. However, this operation caused them to miss the perfect sealing opportunity. At this moment, even the power of Six Paths Obito can no longer suppress Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Advertisement. Kaguya's mind moved slightly, and the heavenly palace was activated in an instant. As the world spins, the surrounding environment undergoes earth-shaking changes, and the originally quiet world of ice and snow instantly transforms into an oppressive gravity space. An uneasy atmosphere filled the air, and the suffocating gravity suddenly increased countless times. At this moment, everyone lost the ability to fly and fell rapidly to the ground like meteorites. The air erupted with sharp whistling sounds due to their high-speed fall. Boom. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground continued one after another, and the earth seemed to protest the sudden weight. Deep pits sprung up like mushrooms after rain, highlighting the catastrophic landing just now. Six Paths Obito and Kaguya, although they each possessed powerful power at the Six Paths level, were forced to fall to the ground under such pure gravity. Obito reacted quickly and recovered his Amanuma spear in time. Although his movements seemed extremely laborious, he still tried his best to distance himself from Kaguya. However, Kaguya obviously had no intention of letting him go. Deal with you first. Her eyes were cold and determined, locked on Obito, and she gently raised her palm, and an ashes containing the power of destruction quietly emerged from her palm. The ashes of the slain people turned into a stream of light in an instant, like a sharp arrow that was taken off the string, and rushed straight towards Six Paths Obito. However, perhaps due to a little trick of fate, this bone spur unexpectedly deflected, missing even by a hair. Mom, just aim and shoot. Heiju, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, saw this and couldn't help but remind him, with a hint of urgency and helplessness in his tone. Kaguya smiled calmly, seemingly unaffected. It doesn't matter, I will definitely be able to hit it this time, I have already adjusted the angle. Facing Kaguya's threatening action aimed at him again, Six Paths Obito's eyes narrowed, knowing that sitting still and waiting for death was definitely not the best option. So, he held the Tianum spear tightly, and when the ashes of the common killer attacked again, he wielded the Tianum spear with astonishing speed and precise judgment, and knocked away the terrifying attack. But this brief blow had exhausted his physical strength and chakra to the extreme. The power consumed in controlling Kaguya has not yet been recovered, and now he has to act under several times the gravity. Obito is at the end of his strength. Just when Kaguya was not to be outdone and was once again gathering her strength to launch the ash bones to kill each other, Six Paths Obito had a sly smile on his lips. I'm not fighting alone. Do you only focus on me? Chapter 67 Yada Mirror. In an instant, there was a sound like a flock of birds chirping all around, and Uchiha Sasuke used the power of Tenshou to conduct an exquisite exchange with the space behind Kaguya. Almost in the blink of an eye, he appeared quietly behind Kaguya. Chidori, who had the Amaterasu flame condensed in his hand, struck at Kaguya with an aura that would destroy the world. Jianyu Thunder God. At the same time, Naruto also used the boy Obito's Kamui to teleport to Sasuke's side to fight together. Sage Art Magnet Style Rasengan. Shukaku's chakra was incorporated into the Rasengan that Naruto held tightly, which not only greatly improved the attack power, but also contained the power of the seal, making this move seem to be the key to victory or defeat. In the midst of lightning, Sasuke's Chidori and Naruto's magnet-style Rasengan hit Kaguya at the same time. The two forces converged, creating a shocking impact. Boom. Ah, even as the founder of the ninja world, Kaguya couldn't help but moan in pain when faced with such a strong double blow. The body felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer and fell to the ground, stirring up dust and leaving a huge crater. Sasuke, take advantage of the moment. Naruto caught the moment when Kaguya briefly lost her ability to resist, and immediately called out loudly. Clear. Sasuke responded simply. The two then stretched out their hands carrying the power of Six Paths, preparing to join forces to perform the ultimate sealing techniques. Six Paths Planetary Devastation intends to permanently seal Kaguya. However, when victory was in sight, Black Zetsu suddenly burst into action. He suddenly broke away from Kaguya's sleeves, like a black arrow, and rushed towards Naruto desperately. Mom, run away. Black Zetsu almost tried his best to invade Naruto's consciousness in order to control his body and reverse the situation. However, how can Naruto at Six Paths level be defeated by Black Zetsu? His will was as strong as a rock, and he could easily dissolve Heiju's erosion, tearing Heiju off from his body with just one pull. You guy. Naruto was filled with anger. During this short delay, Kaguya had used Wonkwan Hirazaka to escape, making the situation confusing again. The angry Naruto pulled out several special black rods and clanged Black Zetsu, who was trying to act again, to the ground, preventing him from further interference. Humph, as long as Mom is still alive, our battle will not end. Advertisement. Although Heiju's voice sounded weak, it still revealed unyielding faith. Damn it, it's just a little bit. Naruto's clenched fists trembled slightly. Kakashi patted his shoulder and said comfortingly, "It's okay, at least we successfully captured a Black Zetsu. The most urgent task at the moment is to pursue immediately. Once Kaguya reaches the origin space, her power will be restored quickly, and time waits for no one." Six Paths Obito's words revealed an unquestionable determination. When Heiju heard this, his face suddenly changed, and he was filled with horror. How could you possibly know this? This is a secret that my mother has never revealed, and not even Sage of Six Paths knows. How did the other party find out? Six Paths Obito just glanced at him coldly without responding. He turned his eyes to the young Obito and asked, "Do you still have the ability to use space teleportation again?" The boy Obito looked almost exhausted and panted. "I think if I use Kamui again, I will really fall down." Upon hearing this, Naruto raised the corners of his mouth and said optimistically, "It's not so exaggerated, right?" "Absolutely. Then I'll give you some chakra," Naruto suggested cheerfully. As he spoke, he came closer and put his warm palm on the shoulder of the young Obito. A gentle but powerful energy flowed quietly. After receiving the chakra delivered by Naruto, the young Obito seemed to be stimulated by electricity, his body shook violently, and his whole body instantly glowed with life. "I feel like I'm going to explode," the boy Obito announced excitedly, as if the previous weakness had been swept away. "Don't wait any longer. Now that you've recovered, take action immediately." Six Paths Obito urged, "Time is running out and every minute and every second counts." Kamui. As the boy Obito drank, his eyes glowed with a strange light, and the barriers of space began to twist, like ripples on the water, and a portal to the unknown quietly opened. This is it. Through the shimmering space passage, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's stunned eyes were clearly visible, as if a bridge connected the two worlds. Go. Naruto took the lead and jumped into the gap, heading straight for Kaguya. The rest of the people followed closely, passing through the shackles of gravity and stepping into Kaguya's mysterious and unpredictable space. Did they arrive so soon? Kaguya frowned slightly, seeming to be quite surprised by their speed. Advertisement. However, in this short period of time, her wounds have healed and chakra has mostly recovered, demonstrating her amazing resilience. Before everyone could stand still, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya raised her hand and launched 3 consecutive 80 god air strikes like thunder, sweeping toward them with an aura of destruction. Boom boom boom. In the void, countless giant fists roared towards him, with terrifying momentum. Haha, look at me. The boy Obito stepped forward, excited and exuding an eye-catching aura. In an instant, a tall, mighty and fully armed Susanoo stood in front of everyone, as indestructible as a patron saint. Then, a shield as red as blood suddenly appeared in his light blue Susanoo hand, which was extremely eye-catching. This is the artifact that Uchiha Itachi lent to him before leaving, the Yata Mirror. I'll stop it. The boy Obito is full of confidence, and the Yata Mirror turns into a huge barrier, tightly surrounding all his companions. However, the moment the powerful force of Yasogami's air strike collided with the Yata Mirror, the smile on the boy Obito's face froze. Unconcealable shock and pressure crept onto his face. Wow, this is too much consumption. His eyes widened, and he almost used all his strength to maintain the stability of the shield. Boom boom boom. The shock wave of the giant fist was like a roaring wave, deafening, and the earth shook. The boy Obito's chakra dropped sharply at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the power Naruto had just provided was also quickly exhausted. Finally, as the power of the last Yasogami air attack was exhausted, the gradually dimming Susanoo also dissipated, and the young Obito fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Obito. At the critical moment, Kakashi's sharp eyesight and quick hands caught him steadily. "I really can't do it anymore. It's up to you what happens next." Obito stuck out his tongue, looking exhausted. "Idiot." Six Paths Obito glanced at him lightly, but his tone was mixed with imperceptible concern, and walked past them. "Hey, I saved you, and you still scolded me." The boy Obito stared angrily, obviously dissatisfied with Six Paths Obito's attitude. Being strong must be tempered. Six Paths Obito left these words behind and continued to move forward without stopping. Chapter 68 Six Paths Planetary Devastation launches. "I have a plan." Six Paths Obito glanced at Nazu and Zuo and said. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a look, and moved closer to each other without saying anything. The three figures formed a tight circle, discussing in soft voices. After a while, "I think it's feasible." Naruto's eyes flashed with excitement. Although Sasuke remained silent, his gentle nod was more convincing than any words. "Then just follow the plan. Without Heiju's help, she doesn't have much practical experience." Six Paths Obito's gaze crossed the crowd and landed gently on the lonely figure in the distance Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. An indifferent smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a kind of confident calmness. Sora has shocking power, but is unable to realize its true potential due to lack of experience. This is Kaguya's current embarrassing situation. Multiple shadow clone techniques. As Naruto quickly formed seals with his hands, a powerful chakra wave suddenly emerged. The ground trembled, and wisps of white smoke shot out from all directions as if they were given life. In an instant, thousands of Naruto's clones stood on the battlefield, forming a huge and shocking lineup. Superior. Naruto shouted loudly, like a war drum beating, and all the clones, including the body hidden in them, swept towards Ōtsutsuki Kaguya like a tide, and the scene was spectacular. Facing a forest of enemies, Kaguya frowned slightly, and his white eyes scanned among the many individuals, trying to find where his true body was, but found that he could not tell. I can't even tell whether it's true or false. In desperation, she raised her slender hands lightly and used the 80-god air strike that destroyed the heaven and earth again. Since it is difficult to distinguish between true and false, simply destroy them all. Boom boom boom. Dense explosions reverberated in the air, and the clones shattered like bubbles. However, more clones came one after another, coming continuously like waves, causing Kaguya to fall into an unprecedented hard battle, which was somewhat overwhelming. At this time, Six Paths Obito suddenly rose into the sky. Advertisement. The Tianum spear in his hand quickly degenerated and turned into 9 truth-seeking balls again, floating quietly in the void. The recovery ability of the body of Six Paths was beyond imagination. In just a moment, he had combat power that could shake the world. Seeing Six Paths Obito approaching, Kaguya did not hesitate and immediately used 2 ash bones to kill each other, which cut through the air like a declaration of death. However, without the absolute control of gravity space, these straight-line attacks pale in comparison to Six Paths Obito. He easily dodged it and failed to kill all the ashes. Even if it was powerful, it would be in vain if it failed to hit the target. Six Paths Obito naturally would not sit still and wait for death. With a thought, 2 truth-seeking balls were like meteors, traveling through space quickly and hitting Kaguya instantly. This kind of attack, which for ordinary people would cause immediate injury and death upon contact, only caused a slight push on Kaguya, causing her to retreat slightly. But this sudden counterattack obviously aroused Kaguya's high vigilance. Even if she is overwhelmed by many clones, she must allocate some of her energy to launch an offensive against Six Paths Obito continuously. Obito also continued to fight back, using Truth-Seeking Ball to interfere, but did not step forward, just hanging from a distance. As the two of them were pulling each other back and forth, Kaguya realized that Obito's attack had no effect on her at all. Just like a mosquito, it doesn't hurt, but it's just disgusting. Seeing the Narutos approaching, she immediately switched her firepower, making sure to get rid of this annoying Obito first. Yashigami Air Strike. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's voice was as cold as the cold wind. The palm that condensed the ultimate power cut through the void and rushed straight towards Obito, carrying the aura of destroying everything. Obito's reaction was equally quick, almost in the blink of an eye. He mobilized 7 truth-seeking balls to form an indestructible shield in front of him. At the same time, a provocative smile appeared on his lips, and he threw the 2 remaining precious truth-seeking balls at Kaguya like a final bet. This might be a great opportunity. A flash of surprise flashed in Kaguya's heart. There was no movement in her eyes regarding the 2 truth-seeking balls that came at them. To her, they were nothing but trivial disturbances. She keenly captured the opportunity of this moment. All of Obito's truth-seeking balls had been thrown into the battle. This was a unique opportunity to eliminate him in one fell swoop. So, Wonkwon Hirosaka launched. The door to space quietly opened under her will, and a deep space passage silently extended to Obito's back. Immediately afterwards, an ashes exuding the aura of death, like a sharp arrow traveling through time and space, instantly passed through the space tunnel and arrived behind Obito accurately. Advertisement. This is a one-hit kill skill. If Obito hadn't been alerted by the truth-seeking ball behind him, this move would have swallowed up the enemy long ago. But now, Obito's truth-seeking ball has come in handy, and this is the best moment to execute this fatal blow. Kaguya concentrated and held her breath, and the ashes of the killer roared in, penetrating Obito's body accurately. Hit. The joy of victory was fleeting on Kaguya's face, and she thought she had finally eliminated the most difficult person in this battle. However, at this moment, Obito, who was hit by the ashes of a common killer, exploded. Clone. How could it be a clone? Doubt and shock flashed across Kaguya's brows. She couldn't understand why the other party was just using the truth-seeking ball flexibly, so why was it just a bait? Before I could think deeply, the 2 truth-seeking balls previously thrown by Obito suddenly changed. One of them suddenly turned into Naruto, grinning widely, to Kaguya's shock. The other one, under Sasuke's skillful operation using the power of the heavenly hand, completed its position replacement in an instant. In an instant, Naruto and Sasuke appeared on both sides of Kaguya again, forming a pincer attack. Six Paths Planetary Devastation. The 2 shouted in unison, each inspired the power of 6 paths, and jointly performed the sealing technique that ended everything. This time, the light of the seal is more dazzling than ever before. No, Kaguya roared in despair and anger. Although she struggled hard, the overwhelming power of the seal bound her tightly like a giant net. The tailed beasts in her body felt the crisis, struggled uncontrollably, and finally broke free one by one and regained their freedom, leaving only the empty shell of 10 tails wailing in the void. Then, a small figure also fell down with the tailed beast. It was Uchiha Madara who was the container. It worked. We did it. Sasuke. Naruto looked at the freed tailed beasts and Kaguya who was being permanently sealed, and his excitement was beyond words. Sasuke nodded calmly. Although his expression was calm, there was a hint of unnoticeable joy deep in his eyes. At this time, 6 Paths Obito slowly floated over, looking at Kaguya deeply, as if he was inspecting his masterpiece. Obito, your plan is so perfect. Naruto praised. Obito shook his head gently. There are no clever tactics, it's just that the opponent was too careless. Chapter 69 Seal, Purchase Dust Style. In fact, Obito's strategy was simple and direct, taking full advantage of Naruto's ability to create a massive number of clones. He first disguised himself as Naruto and mingled among many clones, and then transformed from one clone into himself to attract Kaguya's attention. At the same time, he secretly controlled the truth-seeking ball, making Kaguya mistakenly think that the clone was the real one. Obito. At the same time, Naruto was hiding in the truth-seeking ball, waiting for the opportunity to approach Kaguya. The key lies in the cleverly designed trap. They deliberately let Kaguya find a flaw, and as expected, Kaguya really fell into the trap. Everything is over. Obito stared at Kaguya, who was gradually being sealed. At this moment, with Kaguya as the center, it seemed as if the entire world was enveloped by an irresistible suction. Deep ravines opened in the ground, and countless gravel was pulled off the ground, rushing towards Kaguya as if surrendering. The Samsara Sharingan on her forehead lost its luster and slowly closed, making her whole person look extremely gloomy. Once again, sealed. I'm so unwilling. Why do you treat me like this? She murmured in a low voice, tears falling down her face. Finally, she slowly closed her eyes and accepted this fateful ending. Konoha 60 years. Shinomiya Yuyu flipped through the page of the gold coin mall with familiarity, a smile on her face, and joked. It seems like Obito and the others have already taken action. Gold coins are pouring in like spring water. 10 birds in the forest are worth less than one in the hand. Of course, if you have money, you must spend it as soon as possible. Uchiha Itachi is making improvements in a big way, and has successfully reversed the tragedy of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. The trajectory of its destiny has been greatly changed, and the gold coin rewards that come with it are naturally generous. As for Six Paths Obito, although the story is coming to an end, after going through some twists and turns, the rewards are still quite fruitful. Plus the two Obitos are now jumping up and down at Six Paths Madara, which is another bonus. The three aspects combined brought a huge profit of 330,000 gold coins to Yuyu. Counting the previous savings of 100,000, it now exceeds 400,000 gold coins. Just a Sage Mode, isn't it easy to get everything at your fingertips? Sage Mode. Price, 150,000 gold coins, 120,000 gold coins after 20% discount. After purchasing Sage Mode, you will be able to quickly enter the Sage state in any place containing natural energy, comprehensively improve your abilities, covering various fields such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, etc., and you can also master the powerful Sage Jutsu. Close black lens bracket. Buy it. Shinomiya Yuyu waved her hand bravely and decisively placed the order. Purchase successful. Current gold coin balance, 310,000. The moment she bought Sage Mode, Yuyu felt that her mind suddenly became chaotic, her body seemed to be suspended in the vast universe, and she felt a sense of weightlessness. Advertisement. A wonderful feeling filled my whole body. After a long time, Shinigami Yuyu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze became as deep as an ancient pond without waves, and her temperament changed drastically. He seems to be independent from the world and above all things. The ubiquitous natural energy around him spontaneously converges on him. This unconscious change all indicates Yuyu's amazing natural affinity. Without any seals, Yuyu enters Sage Mode instantly with a thought. Symmetrical black eye shadow appears on both sides of his cheeks. This is not the Sage Mode from the Three Holy Lands. This is Sage Mode that is turned on purely by natural affinity, without any flaws. In addition to the overall improvement in strength, Yuyu's perception has also been greatly enhanced. With his huge amount of chakra, he can sense the familiar atmosphere throughout Konoha. Damn, he's so handsome. As soon as Yuyu opened her mouth, the aloof image she had just established was instantly shattered and she became down to earth. But I really can't blame him, the Sage Mode experience is so wonderful. It's simply the gate of opening for Crispy Corner. How wonderful. Yuzuki can also incorporate Sage Jutsu chakra into ninjutsu to release even more powerful Sage Jutsu. Well, in this way, I'm almost close to Hashirama's level, right? Yuyu clenched her fists and nodded with satisfaction. Today, Yuyu has a fairy body, wood style, and Sage Mode, and is only one Asura chakra away from the complete Hashirama. However, that power is not exclusive to Hashirama. It is not necessary for him. If you buy it, it may not be of much use. It is better to invest elsewhere. For example, Dust Style. In the ninja world, the blood successor with absolute dominance in attack power is eliminated. This ability is so ridiculously strong that anything it encounters, whether it is an object or a living person, can be transformed into the tiniest atoms in the blink of an eye. To be honest, there is no way to avoid it if you are either injured or killed. Let me know your price, Kang. Shinomiya Yuyu couldn't hide her excitement. She flipped through the pages of the mall and the word, Dust Style, came into view instantly. Open black lens bracket blood successor elimination. Dust Style close black lens bracket. Price. 300,000 gold coins, 20% off. 240,000. Ah, 300,000. After discount, it's still 240,000. Isn't it a bit expensive? Advertisement. Yuyu was stunned. This thing is actually the same price as Obito's Mangekyo. This is too exaggerated. Obito is a high-end space product, so it makes sense to be more expensive, but this Dust Style feels. It has strong attack power, but apart from attack power, it seems to have no other advantages. Hey, Lao Ma, did you put an extra zero on your price tag? I don't think dust style is worth the sky-high price. Yu knocked on the table, frowned, and shook her head at the virtual mall. Open black lens bracket by close black lens bracket. Group owner reports bug, chat group self-test starts. Self-check completed, everything is normal. Feedback on. Dust style is too expensive, the chat group determined it to be correct. Dust style has great potential and great development value, and the price is reasonable. After reading the system's reply, Yu touched her chin, thoughtfully. I see, okay, then take it. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Yu has made up her mind, and her wallet is bulging anyway. Ding, purchase successful, current gold coin balance, 70,000. After buying dust style, Yu didn't see any big changes in her appearance, but her whole person gave off an unfathomable aura. Dust style, that is the ultimate fusion of the three chakra properties of wind, fire and earth, the best among the blood successors. Once you master it, Yu's understanding of the three attributes of wind, fire, and earth soars to the top. It is an invisible benefit, and various escape techniques are at your fingertips. According to the old rules, you must first gain full proficiency. Spending 10,000 gold coins, dust style proficiency has been upgraded to extraordinary and holy. A lot of techniques for using dust style instantly flooded into Yu's mind. I seem to be able to use the dust style, limitation peeling technique. Yu blinked. This move is an evolved version of the dust style original stripping technique. I think back then, Mr. Onoki also fought with Madara until the moment of life and death before he had an epiphany. He gathered the power of the five shadows and destroyed Madara's 25 Susanoos with one blow. So strong that it explodes. But Yu can use it directly. But, Yu's dust style seems a little different. Chapter 70 Dust Style's form changes. What's going on? Yu spread her hands, and a transparent white light floated up, gradually condensing into the form of a lightsaber. Can you still play like this? Yu looked surprised, and with a few random swings, the lightsaber condensed by dust style was as stable as a rock, just like a real sword. Try the effect. As Yu lowered her hand, the dust style lightsaber slashed towards the table. The table instantly split into two, and the section was as smooth as a mirror. This is not simply cutting off, but subtly reducing the mass on both sides of the table edge cutout. Even if we try hard to put the table back together now, it cannot be restored to its former integrity. But this is nothing to Yu. He waved his hand casually, and trees quickly grew on the ground. They seemed to have become conscious. They gently picked up the scattered table pieces and put them back together seamlessly, leaving no trace of the fragmentation it had experienced. Afterwards, Yu tried her best to transform into various forms, from radiant halo to solemn bells and tripods to towering towers. Then to the sharp traditional swords, guns, axes and axes, all of them can be changed freely. Yuzuki even incorporated Sage Jutsu chakra into it. When dust style and Sage Jutsu are intertwined, its power suddenly soars to a terrifying new level. Yu looked at the dust style in her hand with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on her lips. It's really interesting. Lao Ma really has a unique vision. The potential of dust style should not be underestimated. It's money well spent. With a wave of his hand, dust style disappeared. Yu was about to go out for a walk, but with Sage Mode's keen perception, she captured an abnormal fluctuation of life deep underground, traveling at an alarming speed. As the masked man Jin coming to visit again, Yu was stunned for a moment. But then he shook his head. The opponent's hidden position was too deep, and it would be difficult to detect it without Sage Mode. Moreover, the masked man has the power of virtualization, so there is no need to hide like this. That can only be him. Yu said firmly. Black Jew. There is no one else but that guy's mayfly technique who can travel freely in this deep underground. Tisk, Konoha's protective barriers are just for bluffing ordinary ninjas. Those with a little bit of special abilities can easily bypass this barrier. But Black Zetsu's frequent visits to Konoha are ultimately not a solution. After all, this is also my territory. How can I allow others to come and go at will? That's outrageous. Advertisement. Don't think that his words about protecting my Konoha were just casual words. Yu pondered for a moment, thinking about how to capture this slippery Heiju. Conventional methods are obviously ineffective. Sealing techniques may be feasible, but it is still difficult to catch him. There seems to be no good strategy. Just when I was thinking hard, inspiration struck my mind like lightning. Hey, yes. A sly smile broke out on Shinomiya Yu's face. After a few days of silence, Konoha's idea king is back again. Konoha Village Year 67, 6 Paths Madara's timeline. Take Madara, let's go out. Obito glanced at Kaguya for the last time and was about to turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, he was stunned when Yu directly at him in the group chat. Huh, what does the group leader want from me now? Although Obito was confused, he still clicked on the group chat interface. 6 Paths Obito, what do you want from me? Shinomiya Yu, what's going on with you guys? I suddenly came up with an interesting idea. Don't rush to seal Kaguya now, leave it to me to play with. 6 Paths Obito, why didn't you tell me earlier? Shinomiya Yu, huh, have you already done it? 6 Paths Obito, please watch the VCR. Video. MP4. Obito sent a live video of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya being sealed. Shinomiya Yu, why so fast? Wait, I'll be right over. As soon as Obito finished reading the message, a familiar portal suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a figure slowly stepped out. It was Shinomiya Yuyu. Huh, so fast. Six Paths. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the other party carefully. Is this the group leader? So young, it can even be said to be immature. This is very different from the image of a strong man in his mind, but Six Paths. Obito does not dare to underestimate the other party because of this. According to the ability of the chat group, the group leader can connect different timelines, and his mastery of time and space is obviously beyond ordinary people. Advertisement. Not to mention the dazzling array of products in the Gold Coin Mall, including all kinds of rare treasures, even 10 Tails can see them. It is conservatively estimated that the strength of this group leader is at least several times that of 10 Tails. Otherwise, how could he collect so many 10 Tails to sell? Where are the people? After Shinomiya Yuyu appeared, she looked left and right, and finally her eyes were fixed on the planetary devastation that was about to take shape on the horizon. Group leader, you are late. Six Paths planetary devastation has been started and cannot be stopped. Six Paths. Obito said, although it is not clear what the purpose of the group leader is, if it is for Kaguya, then it is indeed the wrong time. However, Shinomiya Yuyu smiled softly, who said it can't be interrupted. Quote. To stop Six Paths planetary devastation, we have to shoot it down directly from the front, but is this possible? A trace of doubt flashed in Six Paths. Obito's eyes. He cast his gaze towards the sky. The size of the planetary devastation had become extremely astonishing, almost comparable to a huge meteorite. How can it be destroyed by human power alone? To have such destructive power is probably beyond the reach of humans. Does the group leader have the power to shake the world? This sounds too exaggerated, but the other party is the group leader after all. He puts aside his doubts for the time being, maybe he really has this ability. At this time, a cry of surprise came. Yuyu. The boy Obito limped over with Kakashi's support, his face full of excitement. Why are you here? Let me see Kaguya, and why are you so weak? Shinomiya Yuzuki's face was full of surprise. The boy Obito in front of him looked like a weak man who had not recovered from a long illness. Hey, don't mention it. I played with the Yata mirror. After all, it's not my own ability. Plus, the attacks I withstood were too strong, so it became like this. Come on, Kakashi, let me introduce you. This is Shinomiya Yuzuki, my best friend. The boy Obito introduced happily. Kakashi smiled politely. I'm Hatake Kakashi, hello. His eyes were imperceptibly studying Yuzuki, Obito's best friend. How come he has no memory? Searching all his memories, he couldn't find any relevant information. And, damn it, he thought he would be Obito's best friend, but he was an unknown person. However, judging from the way he appears, he might be someone from other time and space. Maybe he is a friend Obito has made elsewhere. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. If we continue talking about Kaguya, we will really have no choice. Shinomiya Yuyu glanced at the planetary devastation that was gradually taking shape, with a smile on her lips. Well, Yuyu, you go about your business first. The boy Obito nodded to express his understanding. Chapter 71 Abducting Kaguya. Thank you for your hard work, just let me do it next. Yuyu slightly gestured to Naruto who was stunned at the side, then turned and walked towards Kaguya. Yuyu stepped lightly on the void, and a transparent white light flashed under his feet, lifting him high into the sky. Taking one step forward, in a flash of white light, his figure appeared further away, only a few steps away from Kaguya, and he was there in the blink of an eye. Yuyu stood in front of the planetary devastation. Although the behemoth was frantically devouring all the boulders around it, it seemed to regard him as an invisible thing and bypassed his existence alone. Can it be split from it? Shinomiya Yuzuki looked at the magnificent planetary devastation in front of her. Its scale was already astonishing, with both sides extending to the end of her sight, but its edges were still invisible. Let's try it. As she spoke, Yuyu instantly switched to Sage mode, with deep eyeshadow outlines on her face. Sage Art Dust Style Taishu Sword God. He raised his right hand high, and in an instant, a clear and bright white light shot out from his palm and shot straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, under Yuyu's control, this white light condensed into a sky-reaching light sword, with a sharp edge that seemed to be able to divide the world into two. So handsome. This power. The boy Obito's eyes were full of shock and admiration, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, he is worthy of being the leader of the group. This is the first time he has witnessed Yuyu's strength. Below, Naruto looked at Yuzuki standing in front of the planetary devastation holding a lightsaber, scratching his head in confusion. Is he trying to rescue Ōtsutsuki Kaguya? Should we stop it? Sasuke and Kakashi cast helpless looks at the same time, obviously feeling powerless against Naruto's naivety. It is obvious that both Boy Obito and Six Paths Obito are on the same side as Yuzuki. They can neither stop it nor can they stop it. Just dealing with two Obitos would be hard for them to defeat. What's more, the Yuyu in the sky, even though he is young, can make Six Paths Obito show such respect, and he is definitely not an ordinary person. Just take it one step at a time. There was a trace of worry in Kakashi's eyes, but this was the only way to deal with the current situation. Kakashi, Sasuke, look. Naruto's eyes suddenly widened, and his mouth was so big that it seemed he could swallow a whole durian. Sasuke and Kakashi also stared blankly at the sky. The scene was clearly visible without Naruto's reminder. Advertisement. In the air, Yu waved her arm lightly, and the lightsaber cut into the planetary devastation effortlessly like a hot knife cutting through butter. In an instant, the center of the huge planetary devastation suddenly cracked open, revealing the Ōtsutsuki Kaguya buried deep inside. Kaguya raised her face slightly and stared deeply at the person who broke the seal. It was really cut off. Sasuke raised his eyebrows, his face full of disbelief. You know, it was six paths planetary devastation, a technique that was said to be able to create the moon, but it was so easily cut off with one blow. Who is this? The world is bigger than he imagined. This. Everyone's expressions froze, and their eyes stared blankly at the sky. Is this the strength of the group leader? Too exaggerated. Even Six Paths Obito couldn't help but be moved when faced with such an incredible scene. Did you see it, Kakashi? This is my friend. The boy Obito raised his eyebrows proudly. Okay, I know your friend is great. Kakashi responded helplessly. Without stopping to marvel, an even more shocking scene ensued. Yu changed form again, and the sky-reaching lightsaber suddenly compressed and turned into a ball of light. I saw him pointing at the ball of light, and in an instant, the ball of light burst out with dazzling brilliance. The cut planetary devastation quickly shrinks under the light, and every overflowing light is a release of dust style. Within 10 seconds, the planetary devastation, which was as huge as a meteorite, completely disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the fact that there were potholes with missing pieces everywhere on the Earth, everyone would have thought that the planetary devastation had never been activated. Without the obstruction, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's figure was completely revealed. She stood in the void, looking at each other with Yu. Shinomiya Yuzuki looked at Ōtsutsuki Kaguya in front of her with curiosity. Except for her unusually fair skin, she looked just like ordinary people. There were a few tear stains on her innocent and charming face, which were obviously traces of having just cried. At this time, Kaguya was also observing Shinomiya Yu carefully, her pure white eyes flashing with curiosity, surprise, and a hint of fear. This sudden little guy possesses unimaginable power. Even the seal of Six Paths planetary devastation was easily broken by the opponent. Advertisement. She originally thought she would fall into the eternal sealed darkness again, but she didn't expect to see the light again. In an instant, a lightsaber piercing the sky and earth split open the planetary devastation, granting her freedom. She looked up at the figure in the sky, which was not huge, but made her feel extremely tall, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. Shinomiya Yu suddenly took a step forward, approached Kaguya, and looked directly at her. My name is Shinomiya Yu. You may not recognize me, but that's not important. The important thing is that I have a good place. Do you want to go with me? There, no one will try to seal you away, and you won't have to worry about the threat of other Ōtsutsuki. How about it? With a gentle smile on her face, Yu made the invitation straightforwardly. Kaguya looked at him blankly, seeming to be thinking about something. After a long while, she lightly opened her red lips and nodded slowly. Good. On the ground, Naruto and Sasuke didn't care about the things in the sky. After all, it was beyond their capabilities and that was all. They followed Six Paths Obito to the place where Uchiha Madara fell, and worked together to dig him out. Six Paths Obito controlled a truth-seeking ball to spread out into a platform, carefully held up the dying Madara, and looked at him calmly. This super strong man who once single-handedly stirred up the turmoil in the ninja world was now weak and fell down. The ideal he pursued throughout his life eventually became someone else's chess game, and he himself was just a vessel for the resurrection of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, who had been manipulated and cultivated by Black Zetsu. Old guy, you also have times when you are so down. Six Paths Obito's words were filled with ridicule or emotion. Madara turned her head with difficulty, her eyes locked on Six Paths Obito, with some indescribable surprise. Quote. You're great, Obito. In his eyes, there was both pride in his ability to recognize people and admiration for Obito's ability to reach this level. He never imagined that Obito could enter Six Paths mode again after 10 Tails was stripped away. No matter what, Obito did it, and the person he manipulated his whole life finally became his savior. Although his time is limited, compared to being completely assimilated into a container by others, this ending is still acceptable. Six Paths Obito deadpanned. Maybe you're just talking nonsense. Chapter 72 Slip Away. Madara looked blankly, as if reminiscing. I failed, but you will inherit my will. Don't deny it. No matter how much you hate me, we are the same kind of people from beginning to end. Madara's eyes showed recognition and a hint of relief. If you think so, I'm afraid you will be disappointed, old guy. Six Paths Obito sneered, and Madara couldn't help but be taken aback by his determination. Madara sighed softly, and then said with emotion, it seems that you have changed a lot. He guessed that something huge must have happened to Six Paths Obito, so that his will was shaken. You know, Obito was a loyal executor of the Eye of the Moon plan in the past. Madara no longer persuades him. As a person who is about to die, he cannot influence Obito's choice. It's up to you, but you have the blood of Uchiha flowing in your body, and you bear the responsibility of reviving Uchiha. The glory of Uchiha will continue to shine in your hands. After the words fell, Madara's breath suddenly weakened, almost as thin as a gossamer. He slowly closed his eyes, as if he was ready for the journey of his soul to the pure land. Can't this guy stand it any longer? Shinomiya Yuzuki fell lightly from the sky, firmly grounded, and looked at Uchiha Madara with a pair of inquiring eyes. Following closely behind, the figure of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya came quietly. She didn't say a word, and kept her pace at Yu Yu's side. Even when she passed by Naruto and Sasuke, their old enemies, she didn't stop or look sideways, and just passed by. This made Naruto and Sasuke extremely surprised. The two looked at each other. This should be a good thing, right? At least no more fighting. Are we still going to save him as planned? Six Paths Obito asked in a calm tone. Hearing this, Yu Yu suddenly turned around and her eyes lightly glanced at the tailed beasts scattered around. Feeling this casual glance, the tailed beasts who had been whispering suddenly fell silent, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. It was as if there was a messenger from the underworld hidden in Yu Yu's eyes, bringing an indescribable sense of fear. After looking around for a week, Yu Yu looked back, pondered for a moment, and shook her head slightly. Forget it, plans can't keep up with changes. Things are unpredictable, but people are best at adapting to circumstances. Kaguya, can you save this guy? Yu Yu turned her face sideways, tapped Madara with her fingertips, and whispered to Kaguya. Kaguya followed Yuzuki's expectations and remained silent, only giving a slight nod in reply. Yu Yu grinned. Then it's up to you to take action. After saying this, he stepped aside to reveal space for Madara. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya stared at Madara, waved her hand gently, and a pure white energy poured into Madara's body. The yang power of Six Paths itself has extremely strong healing capabilities, and this is only a small part of the power that Sage of Six Paths inherited from Kaguya. Kaguya's own level of power far exceeds those of those descendants who only received some gifts. Advertisement. What she exerts is the purest yang power. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara's face obviously regained its color, and the lost vitality was quickly returning. Call. Madara took a deep breath and opened her eyes suddenly. Hey, you're awake. The operation was successful. You are now an armed helicopter. Yu Yu came closer and said with a smile on her face. A look of helplessness flashed across Madara's face. Quote. I haven't completely died yet. I can hear and feel it. Feeling the power gradually awakening in her body, Madara thought for a while and sat up with all her strength. Quote. Quote. Naruto and Sasuke saw this, and almost reflexively put on a fighting stance, staring warily at Uchiha Madara on the ground. Madara seemed unconcerned and even chuckled. Haha. Greet me with such a formation. Does my presence make you so nervous? Okay, but I have to remind you, shouldn't your real enemy be her? Madara's eyes turned to Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, who was standing quietly next to Yuzuki. When Madara said this, Naruto pursed his lips, full of disdain. Isn't this obvious? They can't beat Kaguya, but they can't beat Kaguya. Uchiha Madara is more than enough to bully you. Of course, you have to pick the weak ones. Facing Madara's gaze, Kaguya only glanced at him lightly, her eyes as calm as an ancient well. It seemed as if everything in the world at this moment, except the young man in front of her, could not enter her eyes. A flash of surprise flashed across Madara's eyes. Even without any intelligence support, he could identify at a glance that Ōtsutsuki Kaguya was obviously swayed by the young man in front of him. What's more, the boy had just ordered Kaguya to save him, and the truth was clearly revealed. This is the ancestor of the ninja world, the goddess of Ura. Who is this young man? He has such amazing abilities. Are you curious about my identity? Yu Yu smiled, and from Madara's eyes, it was not difficult to catch his hint of inquiry. Perhaps you should think carefully about what happened recently. Maybe you will find some enlightenment. Yu Yu reminded. Madara frowned slightly. Under Yuzuki's prompting, he indeed recalled the mysterious screen flashing before launching infinite Tsukuyomi. But at that time, he was preoccupied with more important matters and had no time to attend to. What followed was a dramatic turn when Kaguya was attacked by Black Zetsu and was reborn. These details had long been forgotten by him. Until Yu Yu mentioned it, memories came back like a tide. At the same time, the sudden piece of information came to mind again. That was a brief introduction to a chat group. Advertisement. Chat group. Members span different timelines. Madara's eyes suddenly became clear and she suddenly understood. His eyes swept over the young Obito beside him. No wonder there were two Obitos here. He originally thought it was some strange phenomenon causing trouble. In this way, the Six Paths Obito in front of us may not belong to this era. This world seems to be getting more and more beyond the scope of understanding. Madara's eyes focused on Yu Yu again. So, you are the group leader. You have a sharp mind. As expected of Madara, you are the one below. Yu Yu smiled and nodded in confirmation. There are really countless heroes in this ninja world. Madara was silent for a while, then looked up to the sky and sighed. As a strong man, he has always been conceited. Except for Senju Hashirama, few people can catch his eye. Unexpectedly, in a field that he had never touched, such a terrifying and powerful force was born, and its influence even spanned time and space, almost miraculous. But he himself is still working hard in a corner, trying to build an ideal world. Moreover, he himself is just a puppet of others, being manipulated in the palm of his hand. Now that you are awake, I will no longer interfere in the follow-up matters. Goodbye now, everyone. See you in the group. Gong Yu Yu looked around, smiled at everyone, and said goodbye. Kaguya, let's go. Yu Yu waved gently, and a gorgeous portal opened in front of him, and he slowly walked in. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya followed closely behind, but the moment she stepped into the portal, she paused suddenly, as if she remembered something. With a wave of her hand, Wonquan Hirasaka activated, and a door to a deep space opened in front of her. She reached out and pulled out a dark object from the door. It was Black Zetsu. Hey Zetsu, who was held by Kaguya, couldn't hide his excitement. Mom, I knew you would succeed. His fight seemed to be in vain. Kaguya was obviously the final winner, otherwise how could he have thought of rescuing him? Mom, have those rebels been taken over by you? Heiju was talking happily, but before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. Because he found that Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Six Paths Obito, and Uchiha Madara were surrounding him, all staring at him with evil eyes. Especially Uchiha Madara, that look in her eyes seemed to eat him alive. Mother. Black Zetsu trembled in fear and quickly hid in Kaguya's sleeves, trembling uncontrollably. What's going on? Didn't Mom win? Why was she surrounded by enemies instead? He wanted to look up to Kaguya for answers, but found that Ōtsutsuki Kaguya had walked straight into the portal, completely ignoring everything outside.
3th Chapter 73 Madara's changes after Shinomiya Yuzuki and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya disappeared. Naruto and Sasuke tacitly understood each other and took a few steps in tacit agreement. They quietly formed a circle, surrounding Uchiha Madara in the center. In an instant, the storm surged. The two of them suddenly attacked. Sasuke's palms were wrapped with thunderbolts, and Naruto was holding a huge Rasengan tightly, and they galloped towards Madara together. Madara had a smile on her lips and glanced across Naruto and Sasuke, as if she had expected this scene. The pair of scarlet Sharingan rotated rapidly, and in an instant, a touch of lilac gradually appeared in the rapidity. Finally, the supreme pair of reincarnation eyes once again occupied Madara's eyes. The Wheel Tomb Border Prison. As soon as they finished speaking, Naruto and Sasuke's movements suddenly stopped, as if they were bound by invisible shackles, unable to move even an inch. Sasuke, it's those invisible clones. Naruto quickly understood the technique used by Madara. No, I saw it. The Rinnegan on Sasuke's left side flashed, accurately capturing the four invisible figures blocking their offensive. Naruto instantly entered the perfect Jinchūriki form, and with his malicious perception, he could detect these ring tomb clones hidden in the void. The two were about to go all out when Madara suddenly spoke. There is no need to continue the fight. Are you sure you want to start a meaningless fight again? Madara looked at the two Nazo in front of her indifferently, seemingly not caring about the threat they might pose. The power of Six Paths given to Naruto and Sasuke by Sage of Six Paths was only once, and it dissipated after using Six Paths planetary devastation. Today's Nazusa, one is the perfect Jinchūriki plus Sage mode, and the other is the Reincarnation Eye and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with 6 Magatama. The outcome is still unclear. You guys have made a mess in the ninja world, don't pretend to be innocent here, Naruto said angrily. Do you know how many people died because of you in this ninja war? A relic of the past, you should go back to where you belong. Sasuke said coldly, and at the same time unfolded the Susanoo, easily shaking off the Rinku clone. Then he drew out the Kusanagi sword shining with lightning, and pointed the tip of the sword directly at Madara's head. Advertisement Madara crossed her arms across her chest, pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, this responsibility is not mine alone, right? He looked sideways at Six Paths Obito. This guy is also guilty, so why is he only blaming me? Six Paths Obito was stunned for a moment. Why did the topic come to him? Moreover, Six Paths Obito looked at Madara carefully, and doubts arose in his heart. Madara's character seems to have changed a bit. Well, how should I put it, it's like I've become a lot more open-minded after everything I've experienced. In the past, Madara would never have spoken in this tone. When faced with doubts, unless it was Senju Hashirama, she would have already wielded a knife in the face. Hey, don't try to change the subject. He's not from our era. What does this have to do with him? Naruto angrily yelled. Madara suddenly smiled, as if comforting a child. Okay, how about I use the art of reincarnation to resurrect those who died in this battle? Naruto was stunned, and his anger immediately dissipated. The verbal attacks that had been tried and tested in the past were like hitting cotton wool, with no response at all. This guy Madara, when did you become so talkative? But no matter what, if he really wants to do this, this is undoubtedly the best result. Are you telling the truth? Don't lie. Naruto's eyes were a bit suspicious. I, Uchiha Madara, never lie. Madara spoke lightly, with the unique arrogance of the Uchiha family that made him disdain deception. However, a dissatisfied curse suddenly broke out from the side. Don't do this, you have the nerve to say such things. That's exactly what Six Paths Obito sounds like. Madara suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I've only lied to you once, I promise. Six Paths Obito snorted and turned away expressionlessly. Advertisement, okay, don't be angry, you're used to it anyway, so you won't miss it this time. The newly rejuvenated boy Obito playfully walked over to comfort Six Paths Obito. Unexpectedly, Six Paths Obito's face turned even darker as soon as he said these words. Kakashi covered his face helplessly, you will comfort him. Fortunately, at this time, news about Yuyue came from the group, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Shinomiya Yuyue. You too, do you plan to go back now, or do you want to hang out there for a while? Six Paths Obito. Right away, I can't wait. Shinomiya Yuyue. You seem a little strange, I will open a portal for you right now. There is another one. Will you come back? Uchiha Obito. I'll withdraw too. I wanted to play for a few more days, but suddenly I remembered that Lin was still worried about me. After sending the message, a portal to go home instantly opened in front of the boy Obito. Kakashi, I'm leaving, don't miss me too much. The boy Obito waved to Kakashi, walked toward the portal with a smile on his face, and was about to leave. But the next moment, Six Paths Obito grabbed him by the collar. Where are my photos? Six Paths Obito asked coldly. What photo? The boy Obito was stunned. Six Paths Obito's eyes flashed with a dangerous light and he remained silent. But a black truth-seeking ball slowly floated toward the boy Obito's butt, with an obvious target. I remembered. The boy Obito swallowed and forced a smile. He grabbed his right hand in the air, pulled out a few photos from Kamui's space and handed them to Six Paths Obito behind him. For you. Six Paths Obito took the photo, his smile full of expectation, but at first glance, the smile solidified. Why are they all taking pictures? I just want Lin's solo photo. Chapter 74 Hashirama arrives at the door. Snap, annoyed, he took the photo on top of the boy Obito's head. Each photo is a sweet photo of the boy Obito and Nohara Rin. Some are by mountain streams, some are on green meadows, and there are scenes of two people smiling brightly while standing on Hokage Rock. I really don't understand appreciation. The boy Obito pouted and put away these carefully selected photos that recorded their trip to Konaha. He reached into Kamui's space again and pulled out several new pictures.
Here, take it. The boy Obito quickly threw out a few pages of photos, then used virtual blur to get rid of Six Paths Obito's control, and swished through the portal to escape.
Before leaving, this guy even took away the truth-seeking ball from his butt. You. Six Paths Obito was surprised. Why is this guy so bold? If he hadn't controlled the truth-seeking ball to make it inert, the boy Obito would have died if he touched his hand. But at this moment, everyone else ran away, and he had no chance to curse. What a sloppy guy. With a helpless sigh, he picked up the photo and took a look at it, then stepped into the portal and left this world. Watching the two Obitos leave, no one at the scene noticed anything wrong at first. But soon, Kakashi seemed to realize something. They're gone, how can we go back? Sasuke was silent. Naruto was also silent. Madara was also silent. When Kakashi said this, everyone suddenly realized that Kaguya left with Uchiha, and then Obito, the only one with the ability to control space, also left. Advertisement. So the question is, how can they escape from this space? Hot pills. Something bad is happening. Several people exchanged glances, and an awkward atmosphere gradually emerged. The corners of Madara's lips were about to move, as if she wanted to say something. But at this moment, the scene in front of them suddenly changed, and they were no longer in the initial ball space. In the outside world, the night is still low, and the sacred tree summoned by infinite Tsukuyomi reaches into the sky, with dense silkworm chrysalis hanging on it. Under the sacred tree, in a huge pit, Sage of Six Paths sat in the void, looking leisurely and contented. Kaguya was sealed again, and his mission came to an end. He gathered all the reincarnations of the dirty land, and also summoned the 5 shadows of the past from the pure land, and jointly performed the psychic technique to recall Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi and the tailed beasts in Kaguya's space to reality one by one. Bang! Thick smoke rose, and the loving eyes of Sage of Six Paths penetrated the smoke, preparing to welcome the return of the victor. As the white mist of necromancy dissipated, Sage of Six Paths' sight passed over the figures of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Hitaki Kakashi, as well as Uchiha Madara. Wait a moment, Uchiha Madara? Sage of Six Paths looked at Uchiha Madara, who stood in front of everyone with an amazing aura, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. What's going on? As the container of 10 tails, his life should be hanging by a thread after losing 10 tails. But now, he is full of energy and vitality, but there is no trace of him looking like he is on the verge of death. Putting aside the doubts in Sage of Six Paths' mind, there was someone who could not wait to rush over there. He is none other than Senju Hashirama, and from the moment the psychic technique was activated, his eyes never left the scene. The moment he saw the familiar figure, he could no longer hold back and rushed over. Madara also sensed the familiar aura and suddenly turned around to look in the direction from which Hashirama came. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he was about to chat, but unexpectedly Hashirama had already spoken first. Madara, our era has come to an end, let our dreams be continued by the next generation. Advertisement. Hashirama's eyes were sincere and urgent. Madara, stop being so stubborn. Hashirama, who was previously immobilized by Madara's black rod, was unable to understand the battle situation in Kaguya's space. Now that Madara appeared, he came directly to persuade her, hoping to make Madara return to her lost ways. After all, Sage of Six Paths has returned from the Pure Land, and if he continues to fight, he is worried that Madara will die again. Now that you have been reborn, don't die easily again. Give me a reason. Madara looked at him and said with interest. Senju Hashirama mistakenly thought that Madara was wavering, and quickly responded, Madara, your way will not work. It is better to cultivate young people who are willing to follow us and inherit our dreams. That is the path to true peace. Madara shook her head slightly. I can't do it because I hate people standing behind me. Hashirama slowly lowered his head, his expression gradually dimmed, but after all, he still failed to convince him. However, Madara suddenly showed a playful smile, unless that person is you. Zhu Jian raised his head suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. What do you mean? Uchiha Madara's eyes are sincere. Hashirama, if you are willing to stay in the world and walk with me, I will give up the Eye of the Moon plan and work with you to pursue the peace in your heart in your own way. Madara suddenly smiled inwardly. He had no intention of continuing the Eye of the Moon plan, it was just a scam set by Black Zetsu to resurrect Kaguya. Unexpectedly, Hashirama came to his door by himself. This is great. Maybe he can use the reason of giving up the Eye of the Moon plan to coax Hashirama to stay with him. Without Hashirama, this ninja world would be so boring. Madara made a request, and surprisingly, Hashirama not only did not refuse, but also thought about it seriously. At this time, Tobirama came over, and he heard the conversation just now. But he clearly expressed his opposition to Madara's proposal. Brother, we are all dead and should not stay in this world anymore. Madara glanced at him sideways and said unhappily. I'm not forcing you to stay. If you don't want to stay, you can just use your dirt reincarnation technique to go back at any time. You don't need me to teach you, right? Tobirama was speechless and turned to look at Hashirama. Brother. Chapter 75 Born in Reincarnation, Ning Si is resurrected. He wanted to persuade Senju Hashirama to change his mind. But Hashirama's face showed a trace of determination and guilt for Tobirama. I'm sorry, Tobirama. I must stay, I can't let Madara make another mistake. Staying will save more innocent lives. Haha, don't worry, I won't be able to hold on for too long. I'll go down to find you then. Hashirama patted Tobirama's shoulder with a smile. Madara looked at him with a smile. Can't you hold on for too long? With me here, it's hard for you to die, just live to the end of the world for me. Brother. Tobirama sighed softly. He knew that once his brother made a decision, he would never change it. So he stopped trying to dissuade her and quietly stepped aside. Hashirama. Madara reached out her hand towards Hashirama. Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then understood, stretched out his hand and held Madara tightly. Looking at this scene, Tobirama's thoughts drifted back to decades ago, as if he had recreated the scene where the Senju and Uchiha clans met frankly and toasted to each other. Well, it's a pity that the original alliance between the two families did not bring the peace they wanted. I hope this time, their dreams can succeed. The heretical art of reincarnation. Madara's samsara eyes suddenly shined, and a wonderful life force poured into Hashirama's body along Madara's arm. Hey. Hashirama's whole body seemed to be boiling, mist evaporated, and the cracks left by the reincarnation of the dirty soil healed quickly. Soon, Hashirama completely recovered from his state of filthy reincarnation. Now he has body temperature, life, and his heart is beating again. Hashirama clenched his fists, feeling this long-lost freshness. Wait for me here, I promised Naruto something. Madara left these words, jumped suddenly, and climbed to the top of the giant god-tier tree. He looked down at the battlefield and began to form seals. Advertisement, the heretical art of reincarnation. The samsara eye was activated with all its strength, and the surging pupil power instantly connected to the underworld, and an indescribable power descended. That is the king of hell from the pure land of the netherworld. But this time, this captivating king of hell has become the messenger of life on earth. The invisible king of hell opened his mouth wide, and in an instant, countless souls escaped from his mouth and returned to the world. These souls were like swallows returning home, flying accurately to their respective bodies. Soon, the first sound of awakening sounded. Then, like a domino effect, the second, third, 10th, were resurrected one after another. In the end, all the ninjas who died in that battle were reborn. In the corner of the battlefield, a hedgehog, no, a genius from the Hyuga branch house slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong with me? It hurts. Neji began to pull out the thorns on his back, on the other side. Bang! Uchiha Madara jumped down from the majestic sacred tree, and with a bang, a huge crater was made in the ground. He waved his hand gently, and the dust around him dispersed as if obeying the order. His eyes were locked on Naruto. Naruto, I have done what I promised you. I saw it. The clone sent by Naruto had already witnessed Neji's resurrection. He completely let down his guard against Madara, smiled broadly and said enthusiastically, Madara, you are actually not a bad person. Madara snorted. He didn't care much about this junior's evaluation. He turned to look at Zujien and was about to say, Zu.
Unexpectedly, his feet gave way and he almost fell.
This scene happened so suddenly that Hashirama and Naruto rushed to his side almost at the same time and supported him. Advertisement, Madara, are you okay? Uncle Madara, what's wrong? Madara's face looked a little weak, pale and bloodless. It's okay, it's just that the chakra was consumed a little too much. The art of reincarnation serves as a bridge between life and death. Once used, the cost is extremely high. The more people are resurrected, the greater the loss. Although Madara is the owner of the samsara eye and does not need to pay the price with his life, resurrecting so many people at once will cause a huge loss in his chakra. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately turned around and greeted the tailed beasts. Everyone, do me a favor and give Madara some chakra. Upon hearing this, Nine Tails frowned. Naruto, are you kidding me? Are you asking us to help him? The other tailed beasts also had expressions of reluctance. Uchiha Madara treated them like that before, and it was good enough that they didn't retaliate. Now they want to help him? Naruto clasped his hands together and asked Nine Tails sincerely, Kurama, please help me. Uncle Madara has changed his ways now. Are you okay, Kurama? Kurama helplessly held his forehead. He really couldn't resist Naruto's rubbing. Okay, but as agreed, I'm doing this for your sake, Nine Tails said seriously. Haha, thank you so much, Kurama. With the big brother Nine Tails taking the lead, even though the other tailed beasts were not happy, they reluctantly gave some chakra to Madara. With the influx of chakra from the nine-tailed beasts, Madara's chakra quickly recovered, and her face returned to color visibly. Call. Madara let out a breath of relief and stood firm with Hashirama's support. He looked around at the nine-tailed beasts with satisfaction. These guys are somewhat useful, but not useless. Originally I planned to gather you all for Konoha's use later, but now, forget it. In fact, your power won't be of much use, so everyone should go back to their respective homes. When the tailed beasts heard the first half of the sentence, they were all furious. This guy would turn his back on him as soon as he helped him. But after hearing the second half, the tailed beasts couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and even felt a little lucky. Fortunately, I helped him, otherwise the life in the future would be difficult. Uchiha Madara is already feared, but now he has the Samsara eye. Once he catches his eye, he will have it for the rest of his life. Now that they have received Madara's assurance, although they cannot say that they will have peace of mind for the rest of their lives, at least they can enjoy a peaceful life for a long time. Especially tailed beasts like One Tail and Three Tails who long for freedom have begun to long for a leisurely life in the future. Advertisement Chapter 76 Uchiha Wishing Machine Madara. Just when everything seems to be going smoothly, a sudden sound was like a pebble thrown into the lake, breaking the tranquility. Ahem. Naruto followed the voice and looked with a bright smile on his face. Grandpa Six Paths, we have completed the mission you assigned us. Sage of Six Paths had a warm smile on his face. Well, you did a very good job. The ninja world has been saved, thanks to you. As soon as the words changed, Sage of Six Paths' eyes fell on Uchiha Madara, but what about Madara's situation? Why does Madara, who should have disappeared, appear to be full of life at this moment? This? Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing how to speak for a while. Said that two Obitos from different time and space helped. Also, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya was taken away by a mysterious strong man? And Kaguya cured Madara before leaving? If you say these words, would Six Paths' grandfather think it's too weird? Fortunately, Madara stepped forward immediately upon seeing this and helped Naruto out. Naruto knows nothing about this, and asking him will not help. Oh, then can you tell me? Sage of Six Paths' eyes were full of curiosity. I just kept it a secret, that's all. Madara casually made up a reason, naturally not mentioning the secret of the group chat. Sage of Six Paths nodded slightly, and it was unclear whether he believed it or had lingering doubts in his eyes. As for Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, you don't have to worry, she won't come back. Madara said affirmatively. Sage of Six Paths confirmed with a smile and then said. Then, the matters here have been dealt with, and it's time for me to return to the Pure Land. In the eyes of Sage of Six Paths, Madara's episode is just secondary. Kaguya's sealing is the key. As for Madara's true intention, he doesn't care. Sage of Six Paths looked around and said to the shadows of the past who had gathered for the reincarnation of the Dirty Land. Everyone, it's time to leave. Advertisement. As soon as he thought, the shackles of the Dirty Land reincarnation were lifted. Although he was not the caster, such a technique was not difficult for him. Other Pure Land souls also felt the call and began to slowly break away from the fetters of the world. Dad. Naruto ran towards Namikaze Minato, who also greeted him with a gentle smile. The emotions between father and son flowed at this moment, and Naruto shed tears of excitement. Seeing Namikaze Minato disappearing due to the release of the Earth reincarnation, Naruto longed in his heart to spend a little more time with his father. At this moment, a voice sounded from behind. Naruto, do you want him to stay with you? Naruto turned around suddenly and saw Uchiha Madara approaching unhurriedly with a smile on her lips. Uncle Madara, as long as you agree, I can bring him back to this world from the Pure Land. Naruto stared at Madara blankly, with heaven and earth at war in his heart. He desperately longed for Namikaze Minato to be resurrected, but doesn't this break the balance between life and death? When Madara was asked to resurrect the ninjas who died in the war, Naruto did not hesitate at all. However, when the same choice was placed in front of him, he became indecisive. Naruto, it doesn't have to be like this, you are a strong boy. Namikaze Minato seemed to sense Naruto's hesitation and tried to dispel his confusion with gentle words. Besides, your mother is still waiting for me, I can't leave her alone. After hearing Minato's words, Naruto felt much relieved and was about to shake his head in refusal when Madara suddenly spoke. I can resurrect your mother too. These words were like a bolt from the blue. Naruto stood stunned on the spot, and even Namikaze Minato fell into silence. Minato looked at Naruto silently. Why didn't he want to stay with Naruto and protect Naruto's growth with Kushina? But this is too much to hope for, but at this moment, this incredible dream seems to be possible? Naruto looked at Madara, his eyes red, he no longer hesitated and followed his inner desire. Advertisement, Uncle Madara, please do me this favor. Madara grinned and said to Naruto. That's it Naruto, power exists to be used. I have this ability and am willing to help you. Grinding and moaning is not your style. Sorry Uncle Madara, I won't do it next time, the way of the world. Suddenly, Madara stretched out her hand and pulled out Namikaze Minato's soul. His eyes flashed with purple light, and Minato's hands that disappeared due to the truth-seeking ball actually grew back visibly to the naked eye. Nagato's human path can only extract souls, but Madara, as the master, can also use it to repair damaged souls. After the soul was restored, Madara gently put Minato's soul back into his body, and then activated the art of reincarnation. Not long after, Namikaze Minato, the golden flash who died young, stood in the world again in peak condition. After briefly feeling the long-lost life, Minato looked at Naruto. Naruto. Minato smiled and opened his arms to Naruto. Dad. Naruto cheered and rushed over, hugging his father tightly. After bidding farewell to Minato, Naruto hugged Madara excitedly. Thank you very much, Uncle Madara. Uchiha Madara just smiled and said nothing. He secretly felt that being with Naruto was quite comfortable, just like being with Hashirama. Your Excellency Uchiha Madara, can you also help us? But at this time, several unfamiliar voices came in, breaking this rare warmth. Madara's smile immediately faded. He turned around coldly and looked at the people who were speaking. They turned out to be the previous generations of shadows from other villages. They seemed to be able to revive Minato after seeing him, and wanted to try their luck. Did I allow you to come closer? Madara asked calmly. Chapter 77 Sasuke. Already honest, Your Majesty Madara, we. The shadows of the past noticed Madara's displeasure and hurriedly tried to explain. But Madara's eyes darkened, and the pressure of the samsara eye was overwhelming. How could these shadows, who existed in the form of souls, bear even a look? They were immediately pushed to the ground, kneeling on their knees. HMPH, if Sage of Six Paths hadn't let you come out, I wouldn't even have given you the chance to go to the Pure Land. A bunch of rabble, also want my gift. Madara ignored them and took Naruto and Minato to meet Hashirama. Beside Hashirama, the figures of Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen also began to become blurry. After they said goodbye to each other, they were ready to leave without regrets. Seeing Naruto and Minato and his son approaching, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Minato apologetically, and disappeared with a trace of relief. Only Tobirama looked at Madara with an unhappy expression. My elder brother is soft-hearted, don't bully him. Madara sneered. You're worrying too much. Do you need me to resurrect you? Just nod. Tobirama refused disdainfully. No need. Then he completely disappeared and returned to the Pure Land. Okay, now that they're gone, it's time for us to deal with this mess. Madara looked at Sasuke and Naruto. Remove infinite Tsukuyomi. If a person with the samsara eye and a person with all the tailed beast chakra form a child seal, they can release infinite Tsukuyomi in the god deep forest creation. Sasuke. Naruto smiled and extended his hand to Sasuke. But Sasuke seemed to have other plans and slapped Naruto's palm away. Then, he slowly expressed his thoughts. After so much, Sasuke actually came up with the idea of killing the 5 shadows, overturning the world, and establishing a new order. Advertisement, and he also wanted to kill Naruto, completely cut off his ties to the world, and then become Hokage, rebuilding the world with ruthless thunderous methods. Everything else is fine, but you want to kill Naruto? The result is naturally Wounded Tomb Border Prison. Wood Style Wooden Golems Technique. Spiral Flash Chaos Roar 3 Styles. Sage Art Tailed Beast Rasen Shuriken. It didn't take long for Sasuke, who was bruised and swollen, to be grabbed by the hand, and with empty eyes he forced himself to complete the formation of the child seal with Naruto. Infinite Tsukuyomi was lifted, and the people trapped in the deep forest creation were freed. In fact, Madara can also form a seal with Naruto as a side of the Rinnegan, but he is obviously more willing to choose to beat Sasuke and force him to form a seal. A rebellious child needs a beating. You see, Sasuke's eyes have become much clearer. Konoha 60 years, Shinomiya Yuzuki's timeline. In Yu Yu's home, a dazzling portal suddenly opened, and the deep passage seemed to connect endless different worlds. Yuzuki was the first to step out of this mysterious door, and not long after, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya followed closely and stepped into this novel space. Yuyue turned around, opened her arms, and had a warm smile on her face. As the owner here, it is natural to welcome guests. Welcome to my world. When Kaguya heard this, his eyes sparkled with curiosity and he looked around. Yuyu's world? Does he also have a vast space that can carry all things? At this moment, Heiju also came back from his meditation and carefully observed the surroundings and this mysterious man named Yuyue. He was full of doubts. He didn't understand Yuzuki's identity, and he didn't understand why his mother would follow him unreservedly, and even gave up the infinite Tsukuyomi she had been pursuing. Despite this, Heiju could feel his mother's importance to Yuyue, and there seemed to be some indescribable emotions intertwined with it. Although he didn't know the specific situation, as long as he could be with his mother and guard her, he would be satisfied. Advertisement. When Yu claimed that this place belonged to him, Heibu unconsciously became interested in exploring. He also eagerly wanted to know where the portal took them. Looking around, Heizetsu noticed a window not far away. He jumped out of Kaguya's sleeves lightly, moved to the window, and peeked out. With just one glance, the iconic Hokage rock caught Heizetsu's sight. He turned back suddenly and locked eyes with Yuyue. Isn't this Konoha? You said this is your world, so you are a Hokage? No, that's not right. There's no Hokage who looks like you. Black Zetsu quickly retracted into Kaguya's sleeves and whispered warily, Mom, this person needs to be treated with caution, he seems unusual. Kaguya lowered her head and looked at the nervous Black Zetsu, then turned her gaze to Yu. Although she did not show any uneasiness, she was obviously looking forward to Yu's explanation. Yu smiled and motioned for them to come and sit down. Come, sit down and chat slowly. He waved a friendly invitation, and Kaguya didn't think twice, and walked to the sofa obediently, sitting down next to Yu. However, Heiju looked extremely surprised and muttered in his heart. How could his mother obey him so much? This level seems to be beyond the scope of respect, but rather, deeply attracted to Yu. Damn it, he doesn't want multiple fathers.
Ignoring the ups and downs in Heiju's heart, Yu began to speak slowly. 3 times 5 divided by 2 briefly explained the story of how he crossed time and space. There are actually people in this world who can transcend time and space. Heiju was very surprised. Black Zetsu looked at Kaguya. Unexpectedly, Kaguya's expression was only slightly disturbed, as if he had some understanding of this. Halfway through, Yu stopped to let them digest the huge news. Yu waved her hand lightly, and the refrigerator door opened in response, and 2 bottles of drinks automatically flew in front of them. Try it. Yuzuki handed Teru the Yoruichi bottle. Treating guests with Coke has become a little habit of Yu. Kaguya was slightly surprised and reached out to take it, full of curiosity about the contents of the bottle. For a being that has been sealed for thousands of years, everything in the world seems so fresh and interesting. Chapter 78 Tien Wenjing, please join us. Open it like this is a drink. Yu demonstrated how to open it, inserted the straw and took a sip. Kaguya imitated Yuzuki's movements and tried to drink. At this time, Heiju couldn't help but ask, what about mine? I can be considered a guest. Yu glanced at him sideways. Do it yourself. This is a differential treatment. Heiju muttered a few words and said nothing. Yu turned her gaze to Kaguya again and continued. The situation is roughly like this. I brought you here from the original world. It is now 60 years in Konoha village, a relatively peaceful era. Hearing this, Kaguya raised her face slightly, feeling filled with emotion. It seemed that her fate was not that tragic after all. He was rescued from the seal and brought to an era where there was no threat from outside Ōtsutsuki. Yu smiled. Don't think too much, enjoy life first. You have spent so long in the ninja world, but you have never really enjoyed a good life. Next, relax and experience a different life first. Let Heiju take you around when you have time. Nowadays, the development of the times is much more advanced than that of your time. As for the future, there is still the Ōtsutsuki Ashiki hiding in the ninja world. I will take care of everything, so you don't have to worry. Kaguya nodded slightly, naturally full of confidence in Yu's strength. But after a moment, she suddenly pronounced a name with a hint of doubt in her tone. Yishi. Is he still alive? Yu nodded affirmatively. Yes, he was not completely swallowed by 10 tails at that time. Half of his body escaped and became a parasite on a person named Shion. Kaguya frowned slightly and said worriedly, he is very powerful. If he is still alive, it may be a bit difficult. He will never give up. As a partner who once fought side by side with Ashiki, Kaguya is well aware of the horror of Ashiki. Don't worry, he doesn't pose a threat to me, Yu said with a smile. Advertisement. Seeing Yu's confident look, the stone in Kaguya's heart dropped a little. Yu's strength should not be underestimated, maybe he really can defeat Yishi. Thinking of this, she decided to follow Yu completely from now on. The Ōtsutsuki clan mostly operates in pairs in the universe, so it is not difficult to accept a new partner. By the time Ōtsutsuki Ashiki appears in my timeline, I will probably have transcended it. Yu thought in her mind. Yu's confidence is not groundless. It has only been about a week since she obtained this chat group that spans time and space. In just 1 week, he gained such great power. It will take at least several decades for Ashiki and other Ōtsutsuki to appear. By then, who knows how powerful Yuzuki will be. What's more, he is not fighting alone. The members of the group come from different timelines and are all his precious allies. They are also growing continuously, using the gold coin mall to improve themselves, and their combat effectiveness is improving with each passing day. After a while, the Samsara Eye and Immortal Body may become the minimum configuration in the group. Maybe that kid Obito can solo the Ōtsutsuki clan. But you still have to be careful about magical arts. The Ōtsutsuki clan still has some skills, and some powerful magical arts are indeed a bit evil. Wait a minute, if every time and space exists independently, wouldn't there be a mother and me in this world? Black Jew suddenly woke up. This is too strange, 2 mothers. If both parties give him orders at the same time, who should he listen to? Ōtsutsuki Kaguya nodded slowly. I can feel that another child is not far from us. Shinomiya Yu had an interesting smile on her face. Wasn't his original plan to bring Kaguya back just to deal with the black Zetsu that was running around in this time and space and was hard to catch? The other, Kaguya, is still sealed in the sky, but do you want to meet the other, black Zetsu? That's a good idea, let him come over quickly. Advertisement. Heiju said excitedly. He was very curious about how he would react when he saw his mother in another time and space. He has been running to save Kaguya all his life. At this moment, his biggest wish is about to come true. What will his expression be like? Kaguya smiled slightly. He is also my child, so let him come over. Shinomiya Yu nodded, then looked at Heiju. No problem, but before that, I have to give you a name to easily distinguish you two. Heiju was a little unhappy. Why me? Why don't you change that guy's name? I like my current name. Listen to him, Kaguya said. Quote. Okay. Heiju choked. His mother had already spoken, so what else could he say? Yu smiled confidently. Don't worry, the name I chose will definitely sound good. But Heiju's eyes widened with suspicion. You won't name me, Xiao Hei, or something like that, right? If that's the case, forget it. Yu was shocked. Damn it, had this all been guessed? It was so black that it really reminded him of a little black one. How could it be possible? I'll think about it again. Yu smiled awkwardly. Suddenly, Yu had an idea. Hey, here comes a new idea. How about calling it Tian Wenjing? Sigong Yu said excitedly. It sounds okay, at least it's much better than Xiaohei or something like that. You still have a style that is rare in the ninja world. You are quite attentive. It's just, why is your expression so strange? Heiju asked in surprise. Really? No, this is my normal expression. Without waiting for Heiju to refute, Yu immediately closed the coffin and concluded, okay, it's settled. From now on, your name will be Tian Wenjing. Heiju. Chapter 79. This mother is not that mother. Black Zetsu used the mayfly technique to sneak deep into Konoha quietly, trying to get some important information. Almost close. He was really worried about what happened to the masked man in Konoha that day, which caused him to suffer such heavy injuries, and his whole person seemed to have lost his vitality. It's so wilted. This was no small matter. After all, the man's plan was closely related to his. Fortunately, after some consolation, the masked man finally regained some of his fighting spirit. But in order to feel completely at ease, Black Zetsu felt that he had to come to Konoha to see it with his own eyes. With that masked man's strength, he could suffer a loss in Konoha. Could it be that there is something new going on in the village? Recently, there has been news from other white Zetsus, saying that the news of Namikaze Minato's return to the ninja world has spread a lot. It's hard to tell the truth from the false, so I'd like to take this opportunity to find out. Arrive. Black Zetsu quietly appeared in a remote and hidden corner of Konoha. After looking around for a while, confirming the location, he went to the place where the information was stored in a familiar way. Konoha was so familiar to him that he had been back and forth so many times that he lost count. But just after taking a few steps, Heiju suddenly stopped and looked in one direction in shock. This breath, it's mom. Heiju was so excited that his whole body was trembling. This was definitely his mother's breath. But after a moment of excitement, he quickly calmed down and looked up at the blue sky. Although it was difficult to identify the moon phase due to the glare of the sun, he could still roughly sense the direction of the moon. No, mom should still be sealed. What the hell is going on? After thinking about it, Heiju thought that he still had to see it with his own eyes. The pitcher plant white Zetsu, who noticed Black Zetsu's mood swings, asked curiously. What's wrong with you? Black Zetsu did not answer, and directly carried out splitting, detaching his existence from the pitcher plant white Zetsu. You go back first, I have a place I want to investigate alone. Heiju ordered. Advertisement. Okay. Nepenthes Baiju responded, then escaped underground and left. After getting rid of white Zetsu, Black Zetsu immediately used the mayfly technique and flew towards the familiar aura of Kaguya. After traveling through half of Konoha, Black Zetsu stopped at one place. Right above here, mother's breath. With an uneasy feeling, Heiju quickly walked upwards. Could it be his mother? After a few seconds, he broke out of the ground, his head sticking out of the ground, and he eagerly examined the surrounding environment. Judging from the layout, it seems to be an ordinary Konoha house. No one is home. Heiju looked around, but there was no one in front of him. He instinctively wanted to turn around and look behind him, but as soon as he turned his head, Heiju was stunned, with disbelief written all over his face, followed by uncontrollable ecstasy. Mom, it's really you. His voice filled the whole room with great joy. In front of him, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, his mother, was sitting on the sofa, looking at him with loving eyes. A trace of confusion flashed through Heiju's heart. Why is his mother here? How did she escape the seal? After the lockdown was lifted, why didn't he come to see me? However, these questions only flashed in his mind, because his mother was right in front of him, so what else could he think about? Mother. Black Zetsu jumped up and rushed towards Kaguya's sleeves excitedly. Turned into a round black ball, eager to get into that warm haven. But the moment he touched his sleeve, a black shadow that had already occupied it suddenly appeared. It spit out a ball of pitch black substance and blocked the entrance to the sleeves, keeping the blackness out. You presumptuous guy, this is my territory, go somewhere else. Tian Wenjing grinned, full of pride. Huh, you're dumbfounded, this is my mother, you go find your own mother. Heiju's round figure fell to the ground with a thud, bouncing a few times like a ball. Advertisement. What? A surprised expression appeared on the black ball's surface. Immediately afterwards, Heiju returned to his human form and stood up straight, with anger written on his face. Who are you? Why are you in mom's sleeves? Tian Wenjing poked his head out of his sleeves, revealing his true face, with a hint of joking in his deep laughter. Hey, of course I am my mother's child, who else could I be? When Heiju saw Tian Wenjing, who was exactly the same as himself, it was like five thunders struck him, another me. No, how could there be another me? He is the incarnation of my mother's will, unique. This guy in front of me must be a fake. My mother has been sealed away for many years and is ignorant of the world. He must have deceived her. Thinking of this, Heiju was furious. You despicable fake, get out and die. Afterwards, Black Zetsu shouted to Kaguya eagerly. Mom, I am your child, that one is fake. Before Kaguya could speak, Tian Wenjing answered with a playful smile. Fake. Look at yourself in the mirror, right? This guy is mine. You have no love or affection for me. Heiju was so angry that he was shaking all over. UB*****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************$ He turned into a black shadow and pounced towards Tian Wenjing, ready for a showdown. However, Heiju's figure was caught by a gentle hand in midair. It was Kaguya. She glanced at Tien Wenjing helplessly and said, "Stop teasing him. No matter what, he is also my child. You should be friendly to each other. Don't fight like your two older brothers, Hagoromo and Hamura. Come over here." Kaguya smiled gently and showed Heizetsu her other empty sleeve. Mother. Heiju was so moved that he almost cried. As expected, my mother loves me the most. He got into his sleeves with excitement. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of peace came to my heart, as if I had finally found my destination after thousands of years of wandering. Chapter 80 Heiju, my invincible father. On the other side of the sleeve, Tien Wenjing showed a proud smile, showing off in front of his former self. It was really a pleasure. Mom, what's going on? Why is there a guy who looks exactly like me? Heiju did not immerse himself in comfort for too long. This, fake, of unknown origin in front of him was the mystery he was eager to solve. Having said that, the matter is actually quite simple. Come on, let me explain it to you in detail. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. Heiju turned around and saw a human child sitting there. He had noticed this little guy a long time ago, but he was so excited when he first met his mother that he didn't pay attention at all. At this moment, I saw, hey, the boy is actually sitting next to his mother in a grand manner. Black Ju was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. Who are you? You are so courageous, you dare to be on an equal footing with your mother. I have never enjoyed this kind of treatment. You are. Heiju's voice was somewhat solemn. Being able to sit side by side with his mother, and her mother didn't have any objections, this person must have a lot of skills, and Heiju felt that he couldn't attach too much importance to him. Shinomiya Yuzuki said with a smile. Just call me Shinomiya Yuzuki. Have you ever heard of different time and space? Another time and space. Heiju thought for a while. Is it like the legend of Dragon Vein? I heard that the ancient Lulan country has a Dragon Vein device that can lead to other worlds. Almost. They come from another world, but my method is a little bit better than Dragon Vein. Yu made a gesture of holding the universe. In contrast, Dragon Vein's method, which cannot interfere with the original historical process too much after traveling through time, doesn't matter to me. So, if you two Black Ju can meet, it won't destroy time and space. Black Zetsu suddenly realized it and looked at Kaguya. No wonder I can sense that my mother is still in the seal. Another mother has appeared here. Advertisement. Yu asked Heiju with a smile. Then what do you think now? He was very curious, after learning the truth, whether Black Zetsu would continue to coax the masked man to collect tailed beasts, or whether he would simply give up Kaguya in the sky and embrace the mother in front of him. Heiju looked extremely excited and asked Tien Wenjing. Now that my mother is here, in your world, my plan should be successful, right? Tien Wenjing chuckled and said, of course. After receiving confirmation, Heiju answered Yu's question. Master Yu, my plan is to continue to promote the Eye of the Moon project until I rescue the mother in our world. But for now, Heiju rubbed into Kaguya's sleeve and found a comfortable position to nestle in. Let me rest for a few days first. No matter which mother is, it is my mother. I just want to stay with my mother now. Kaguya patted Heizetsu's head dotingly. Among the three children, Heizetsu was the most considerate. Yu was a little surprised. He originally thought that Black Zetsu would ask Kaguya or himself for help. Unexpectedly, Black Zetsu still wanted to save Kaguya by himself. He is such a stubborn guy. Because of this, he has wandered alone in the ninja world for thousands of years without forgetting his original intention. Is everything okay over there with the masked man? Yu asked. After being stimulated, that guy planned to speed up the progress of capturing the tailed beasts. He recently set up a base in Sunagakur village. But the fourth generation Kazekage Rasa is not easy to deal with. The hidden sand village is his home court. Once a huge sea of golden sand rises, the masked man will have to stay away. He doesn't dare to act rashly in a short period of time. He has to find a foolproof opportunity. Speaking of this, Black Zetsu suddenly remembered something. By the way, last time the masked man came back from Konoha, he was completely wilted. Did he meet you? Although he doesn't understand Yu's strength, his mother's attitude speaks volumes. This guy is not simple. When the masked man bumped into Yu, it can only be said that he was unlucky. Yu couldn't help laughing. That's pretty much it. Although he didn't take action personally, the brothers Obito and Kakashi, who were twin Kamui, did make the other party suffer a lot. Unfortunately, this kid Kakashi was sent a message by the masked man and used Izanagi to make a beautiful counterattack. Not only was he seriously injured, but he also had his Sharingan taken away. It's getting late, it's time to consider arranging a place for you to stay. Advertisement. Yu slowly stood up, turned to Kaguya, and asked softly. Do you want to live with me, or do you want a separate place? Of course with you, Kaguya replied without hesitation. As soon as he said this, Heiju and Tien Wenjing exchanged glances, with intriguing expressions on their faces. They are not as innocent as Kaguya. According to human terms, this is not living together. If it is between a man and a woman, generally only those with a good relationship will do this. Sigh. I'm afraid my mother will become someone else's daughter-in-law. But this is a good thing, at least Yu is ridiculously strong, and her mother won't have to worry about threats from beyond the stars in the future. If nothing else, at least his time and space skills are unrivaled in the entire ninja world. You can go to other time and space at will, and you can also bring people back, which is simply unheard of. Then I'll go and tidy up the room first, and you can stay here. Okay. Dot 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 dot. In the following days, the sky in the ninja world was exceptionally quiet, with no wind or waves. But Konoha village seemed lively. First, Obito and Nohara Rin returned to their time yesterday. Kakashi is recovering well in the hospital and does not require additional care. In addition, they are full of fun and set out on their way home. Besides, Obito also has his own mission to complete. The Third Ninja War has not yet ended, and he plans to establish Konoha's dominance in one fell swoop when he returns to Canopy Bridge. Defeat other ninja villages. The other ninja villages in Obito's time and space would probably be in bad luck. An eternal Eye Kamui Obito, plus he also took a truth-seeking ball from Six Paths Obito. Even if Madara came back to life, he couldn't stop him. God's will is like this, no matter what, the enjoyment is over. Chapter 81 The True Prince of Konoha. In addition, due to Namikaze Minato's appearance in Konoha, the prestige accumulated over the years was once again ignited. When it was confirmed that he was indeed Namikaze Minato himself, the enthusiasm of the villagers was unprecedentedly high. There was an outpouring of unanimous requests for him to continue as Hokage. Amid everyone's eager expectations, Namikaze Minato finally took over the important task of the fourth Hokage, while Sarutobi Hiruzen once again retreated to the background. Yes, he became the fourth Hokage again. This scene is quite dramatic. Before that, Minato asked Yu Yu privately whether he should refuse this important task. Yu Yu felt a little funny after hearing this, but still persuaded him to accept the position of Hokage and responded to everyone's enthusiastic expectations. Yuzuki assured him that this was only temporary help, and that he would resurrect Namikaze Minato in this time and space as soon as possible, and then he would naturally take over. With Yu Yu's promise, Minato no longer had any worries and readily agreed. After all, this was not difficult for him. As for the people of Konoha, although they were confused as to why Namikaze Minato had been missing for many years, Minato did not reveal the truth. But no matter what, as long as he is Namikaze Minato, he is enough to become the Hokage of Konoha, and everyone is convinced. After this incident, Naruto's status in the village reached an unparalleled height overnight. Son of the Hokage, the real prince. However, Naruto did not alienate his old friends, Shikamaru, Choji, Sakura, Hinata, Sasuke, etc., and he still got along with them. During this period of time, Yu Yu was not idle. In addition to hanging out in the group regularly, she devoted a lot of time to the study of dust style. He has not yet fully explored the potential of dust style. During this time, he combined Sage Jutsu to create a new skill that is quite powerful. He named this move, 8-point light wheel, which can be regarded as a tribute to a certain classic series. The results were fruitful. Kaguya on the other side didn't like to go out. She just sat in front of the window every day, looked at the scenery, and listened to the children talking about the changes in the ninja world over the past thousands of years. As for Ino, she has to train with Lao Ma every day and complete some small tasks, so she rarely has time to visit. Advertisement. As a result, the door of Yu Yu's house has not been opened for several days. Until today. Crunch. Shinomiya Yu Yu gently opened the door of her home. Outside the door was a bright sunshine, covering the earth with warmth. It was a good time to go out. It's such a nice weather. Yu Yu raised her face and let the sun fully embrace her. Since mastering the wood style, he is like a plant. He always feels like something is missing if he is not exposed to the sun every day. He is almost turning into a real, sun-loving creature. Kaguya, taking advantage of the great weather today, do you want to go for a stroll in Konoha village? Yu Yu turned around and suggested to Kaguya in the room. Kaguya seemed a little hesitant. Would it scare the villagers if I go out like this? Better say goodbye. She knew that her appearance, which was very different from ordinary people, could easily attract people's attention. Mom, don't think so. Being able to see you in person is a fate that has been cultivated for many lifetimes for those mortals. Heiju said comfortingly. That's right, you are the ancestor of the ninja world, and the goddess of Mao has come to the world. If they knew, they would all rush to kneel down to worship you. Tien Wenjing also agreed. Yu Yu looked at Kaguya and suggested, how about you tidy up your hair a little? Kaguya's long hair was astonishingly long, dozens of meters long. It was spread all over the room, and when piled up, it was more than 1 meter high. After listening to Yu Yu's words, her hair quickly converged, and in the blink of an eye her floor-length hair was shortened to her waist, just right. Yu Yu looked at it carefully and nodded with satisfaction. Well, that's much better. It looks like ordinary people. Today's Kaguya has nothing weird except for her slightly tall figure, unusually fair complexion, and the double horns on her head. The third eye on her forehead also closed due to the loss of 10 tails power, making her look closer to a human. Is this really okay? Trust me, let's go. Advertisement. Yu Yu smiled slightly and took the lead in crossing the threshold. Kaguya looked at his back, thought for a moment, and then followed him. On the streets of Konoha village, Yuzuki and Kaguya walked side by side, attracting countless curious eyes wherever they went. Most of these eyes focused on Kaguya's unique and beautiful appearance. Among the many gazes, curiosity accounted for the majority, and few showed disgust or rejection. After all, beauty is a passport across races. Good-looking people are always more likely to receive more kindness than direct prejudice. At this time, people's whispers came from the side. Yu heard it and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. This girl is so tall. I don't know what she ate to grow up. If I give my kids some, they might be able to grow taller. A man passed by Kaguya and was amazed. Hey, why does she still have horns? Her skin is so white, she couldn't be suffering from some strange disease, right? Haha, look at your unusual and weird appearance. I think you may be a cosplayer. Don't all the children nowadays like this? Oh, that's it. Kaguya also heard these discussions, and when she realized that no one had any malicious intentions, a big stone fell quietly in her heart. She didn't care what others said, she was just worried that it would bring unnecessary trouble to Yu. Want to try this? Yu handed her a bowl full of various snacks, including meatballs, bean curd skewers, and barbecue. Kaguya tasted a few mouthfuls out of curiosity, then nodded slightly. It tastes really good. It's all for you. Yu smiled and stuffed the whole bowl of snacks directly into Kaguya's hands. Let's go over there and have a look. Kaguya took the snack and tasted a few mouthfuls for herself. After thinking about it, she quietly put it into her wide sleeve and gave it to the children to have a taste. The two of them continued walking, and when they turned a corner, Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Huh, it's them. Not far away, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were walking towards this direction. They looked around in front of the stall, seeming to be hesitant about what food to choose. Chapter 82 Today's Surprise. Well, I think Mr. Kakashi will definitely like this, so buy some. Naruto stared at the shop smelling of red beans without blinking. Today is the big day for Mr. Kakashi to be discharged from the hospital. As a disciple and the culprit, it is a necessary ceremony to go to the hospital to greet him. However, it doesn't make sense to go empty-handed, so they are thinking about what gifts to bring. I think you're greedy. Sasuke put one hand in his pocket and put the other hand unconsciously on the hilt of the Kusanagi sword at his waist. He has long been accustomed to this posture and it is difficult to change it. Although the Kusanagi sword was an imitation, it was carefully crafted by top craftsmen in Konoha who spared no expense. Embedded with a unique metal, chakra has good conductivity. Although it is not as good as the real Kusanagi sword, it can still be used in emergencies. Looking at Naruto, Sasuke looked slightly helpless. Besides ramen, Naruto also has a special liking for red bean soup, which Sasuke naturally knows. Hehe. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't look at me. If you want to eat, go buy it. Sasuke unconsciously touched his pocket, and a wad of money appeared in his hand. As Uchiha's only heir, Sasuke is never short of money. He has borne all the training expenses these days by himself. Including everyone's food, training equipment and other expenses. Hehe. Thank you very much. But I have plenty of money now, so it will be my turn to treat you next time. Naruto shook his bulging little wallet, which was full of banknotes that his mother had specially prepared for him before he went out. How can you go out without bringing some pocket money? Sasuke raised his eyebrows and almost forgot about this guy's recently updated background. He was the son of the Hokage. Besides, his parents were back again. Now Naruto was not short of money. Boss, here are 4 servings of red bean soup. Naruto walked to the stall, counted out enough money and handed it to the boss. The boss packed the red bean soup quickly and handed it to Naruto. Let's keep walking, but just drinking red bean soup is not enough. We have to buy some other food. As the three of them walked, they discussed what kind of staple food to add. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he saw Shinomiya Yu in front of him. Hey, Sasuke, Sakura, it's Yuzuki. I haven't seen you for a few days. Naruto said excitedly pointing forward. Immediately, he waved hello to Yu. Yu over there had obviously noticed them, smiling and nodding to Naruto. Advertisement. At this time, Naruto felt strange. Why didn't Sasuke come over to say hello? Sasuke, why don't you speak? Naruto took a look and found that Sasuke was looking in the direction of Yu with wide eyes, a mixture of disbelief and horror on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. Sasuke, what's wrong? Naruto followed Sasuke's gaze with confusion on his face. Sasuke's eyes were not on Yu, but on a tall elder sister beside him. Huh, this big sister is so tall, but even so, Sasuke won't be so scared, right? Sasuke had no time to pay attention to Naruto and stared at Kaguya. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Sasuke gritted his teeth and said the name word by word. His fingers clenched the hilt of the Kusanagi sword uncontrollably, but this did not bring him much comfort. What's going on? Why does Ōtsutsuki Kaguya appear here? What's worse now is that neither he nor Naruto were in their prime, nor did they have the yin and yang power given by Sage of Six Paths. How to fight against this ancestor of the ninja world? Seeing that Sasuke never spoke, but stared at Kaguya with a twisted face, the doubts on Naruto's face almost overflowed. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? Naruto, leave quickly. Leave now. Sasuke suddenly grabbed Naruto and Sakura's hands and turned around to escape from this place. Why? Naruto and Sakura both looked confused. Sasuke. Just as Naruto was about to ask why, the voice of Ninetales inside his body suddenly sounded in panic, also warning him. Naruto, don't worry about so much, it's better to retreat first. That woman is too dangerous. In the sealed space, Ninetales' hair almost stood up, staring at Ōtsutsuki Kaguya with fear on his face. Now, things are getting really big. Advertisement. We have to find fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato quickly. Kurama never thought that one day he would be so eager to see Minato. Why did you run away suddenly? Shinomiya Yuzuki looked at Naruto and Sasuke's retreating figures with blank eyes. Maybe it's because of me. Kaguya chuckled. It seemed that Asura and Indra in this time and space knew something. Yu held her forehead and was speechless. The truth came out. It turned out that she was scared by Kaguya. Sasuke and Kurama were both reborn and experienced the battle with Kaguya, but he actually ignored it. Haha, these two guys. I have to explain to them. Yu shook her head and laughed. As soon as he stepped out, dust style turned into brilliance and wrapped around his feet. In a flash of white light, he crossed a distance of dozens of meters in an instant. With another step down, Yu was already standing in front of Naruto and Sasuke's escape route. Wait a minute, don't rush to escape yet. Shinomiya Yuzuki. When Sasuke and his group saw this, they immediately stopped. Sasuke quietly turned around and saw that Kaguya was not chasing after him. He breathed a sigh of relief and then turned his eyes to Shinomiya Yuzuki. That Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is also your masterpiece. With suspicion in Sasuke's eyes, he recalled the previous Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, and those who did not belong to this era. It was hard for him not to be suspicious of Yu. Yes, it's me, Yu admitted with a smile. Hiss, you'd better get rid of her. Sasuke had a headache, and his tone revealed helplessness. She is different from the first generation. She is hostile to us, especially me and Naruto. At this time, a small Kurama appeared above Naruto's head. He followed Sasuke's words and nodded frequently. Indeed, that guy can't let Naruto go, and he won't let me go either. Although it is unclear how Kaguya appeared, if she wants to regain her power, she must gather all the tailed beasts. When Kurama saw her, he was naturally more nervous than anyone else. Hey, Sasuke, Kurama, what on earth are you talking about? Sasuke and Ninetales kept talking to each other, which only made Naruto, who was still confused about the situation, even more confused. It's hard to say, but it's better to run first. Kurama patted Naruto's head and urged anxiously. Chapter 83 Shock me and release ninjutsu. But at this moment, a door to a deep space opened out of thin air behind Naruto, which was Kaguya's horizon. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's figure slowly walked out of the door. Her eyes immediately locked onto Naruto and she reached out to him without hesitation. Seeing this, Sasuke's eyes suddenly tightened and he shouted quickly, Naruto. Watch out behind you. The little Ninetales was so scared that he froze in place, looking as cute as a frozen plush toy. Why? Naruto turned around in surprise and was met by that big hand as white as jade. Before he could react, the palm of his hand gently brushed Naruto's cheek. Hagoromo's child. Kaguya smiled softly, her eyes filled with love. Naruto felt the delicate and warm palms on his face and blinked his big eyes, as if he had regained the feeling of his mother's touch. This mysterious big sister is so gentle. Sasuke was stunned when he saw this scene. Is it as simple as just touching your head? Shouldn't it be a palm strike with the 80 Gods air strike, turning Naruto into Naruto-chan, and then grabbing the Ninetales and refining him instantly? He turned to look at Yu, his eyes full of seeking solutions. Yu spread her hands and winked, which means, you can experience it yourself. Naruto, are you feeling uncomfortable? She didn't do anything to you, right? Sasuke's eyes were full of doubts. Uncomfortable? No. Besides, why do you think this big sister will hurt me? Naruto's face was full of confusion. The Kaguya he felt was not malicious at all, but was like warm sunshine. Hearing Naruto's answer, Sasuke secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not even reacting to Naruto's malicious perception, it seemed that Kaguya had no intention of harming them. Hey, can you give me a warning before doing something big next time? Advertisement. Sasuke gave Yu a resentful look. What happened today almost scared him to the point where Sharingan evolved into the Samsara Eye. Yu raised her eyebrows and smiled. I was just about to explain, but you took them and disappeared in a swish. So, it's my fault. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and countered. It's okay if you insist on understanding it this way. Yu said in a serious manner. Hey, I'm too lazy to reason with you. You don't deserve to listen. Sasuke rolled his eyes, put his pockets in his pockets, and turned to leave. Don't forget to call Naruto and Sakura. Naruto, Sakura, let's go, Kakashi is still waiting for us. Oh, it's coming. Naruto responded, turned to Kaguya and smiled. Sister, I have to go. Come to my house for a meal next time you have time. Kaguya smiled and nodded, waving for him to leave. Go, kid. Yu, I'm leaving first. Naruto said goodbye again and immediately caught up with Sasuke. After staying away from Kaguya, the mini Ninetales on Naruto's head came back to consciousness from its plush toy state. It looked back from time to time, appearing to be frightened, and complained endlessly to Naruto. It was just horrible. Just being near her was a huge feeling of oppression. Naruto picked up the little Ninetales, looked at it and said. Kurama, you are so cute in your little face. Quote. I'm telling you about Kaguya, but you're commenting on whether I'm cute or not. But you are really cute. Put me down quickly, you rude fellow. Watching the three people's backs gradually disappear, Yu chuckled, adjusted the direction, and continued their shopping trip with Kaguya. Dot 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 dot. Advertisement. Hokage office. Nara knocked on the door gently and then walked in, his arms full of documents. Since Namikaze Minato once again sat on the throne of Hokage, Shikaku, as an old friend and right-hand man, has naturally returned, shouldering the responsibility together. As soon as he stepped into the threshold, Shikaku saw Minato sitting behind the table, reading books intently, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Minato's speed in processing official documents was astonishing. He had already finished the large stack that had just been delivered in the morning. If it were Sarutobi Hiruzen from the third generation, it would probably take a whole day. Minato, your efficiency is too high, these are all backlogged before, and this is the last pile. Shikaku said while putting the documents on the table. Minato closed the book and raised a gentle smile. Thank you for your hard work, Shikaku. Lu Ju waved his hands, pretending to be relaxed. No way, my job is quite leisurely. Don't say that. You are Hokage's right-hand man. Every step you take is related to the future of Konoha. It carries a lot of weight. Haha, you are the only one who thinks highly of me, Minato. Shikaku sat next to Minato and looked at his side face, already beginning to yearn for the growing prosperity of Konoha under his leadership. But at this moment, Minato's hand processing the documents suddenly stopped, and this subtle change immediately attracted Shikaku's attention. Minato, is there a problem with the file? Minato put down his pen and shook his head. It's nothing, I just have something urgent and need to go out for a while, so I will leave this place to you for the time being, Shikaku. Minato's eyes glanced at the corner of the room, where a little toad just looked over and then quickly retracted. I'll be back soon. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on this place. Lu Ju nodded. Minato responded, and in an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and the figure disappeared into the office in the blink of an eye. Top of Hokage Rock. The place is empty and lonely, with few people on weekdays, and it exudes an aura of peace and tranquility. At this moment, an imperceptible golden light flashed, and then, Namikaze Minato's figure suddenly appeared here. After Minato appeared, he didn't do anything else but found a conspicuous place to stand and wait for good news. Chapter 84 Cooking Wine and Discussing Minato. About a few minutes later, this lonely place welcomed an uninvited guest. A little toad was jumping on the dry ground, looking weak. Not long after, the little toad quietly approached behind Minato, but Minato didn't seem to notice the existence of this little life, and still looked firmly forward. Just then, something unexpected happened. From the suddenly elongated shadow under the little toad, a tall and muscular figure suddenly rushed out without any hesitation. A heavy punch came straight towards Minato. Minato seemed to be unaware of it, and was about to be hit. It was a critical moment. With a whooshing sound, Minato's figure flashed away in an instant. The attacker was stunned for a moment, rolled his eyes, and immediately realized the situation. He decisively gathered a Rasengan in his palm and slammed it backwards. At this moment, another Rasengan hit the target and collided hard with the attacker's ball. The two Rasengan collided fiercely, the air was torn apart, and they let out a sharp roar. Bang! Rasengan's accumulated power reached its limit and suddenly exploded. The two quickly pushed Rasengan out, fearing that the power would come back to bite them. Even so, the aftermath of the explosion still knocked them over. As Minato was flying upside down, he conveniently rescued the little toad on the ground to prevent it from being implicated. Rolling dust rose into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Namikaze Minato steadied his body, placed the little toad on his shoulder, and looked at the dust mist with a smile, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Jiraiya-sensei, my reaction is quite sensitive, right? Ha ha ha. Hearty laughter sounded in the dust, the air shook, and the smoke dispersed, revealing the true appearance of the visitor. He has a tall body, a forehead protector with the word, oil, engraved on his forehead, long silver white hair hanging down to his waist, with eye-catching red marks under his eyes, wearing a red coat, lined with a brown shirt, wearing wooden clogs on his feet, and wearing them with both hands. He was wearing a ninja tool and a huge scroll on his back. It is none other than one of the legendary Sannin, the hero Jiraiya. We haven't seen each other for many years, and I can't help but want to test you. Do you mind? Jiraiya pretended to be serious and smiled, scratching his head as he spoke. As the words fell, the strange makeup on his face gradually faded away. Minato smiled brightly. How can you, Mr. Jiraiya? On the surface, he seemed relaxed and at ease, but in his heart he was secretly impressed by the teacher's meticulousness. Mr. Jiraiya is still the same as before, he seems careless on the surface, but in fact he is very thoughtful and resourceful. The test attack just now was an understatement on the surface. In fact, Jiraiya had already secretly prepared to enter Sage mode. Once he realized that the Namikaze Minato in front of him was an imposter, he would be greeted by a devastating Sage Jutsu attack. Advertisement. As a disciple of Jiraiya for many years, Minato knew his character well, so he showed off his two unique skills of Flying Thunder God and Rasengan as soon as they met. These two skills have almost become synonymous with Namikaze Minato, and no one else can use them except himself. As a result, Jiraiya completely let down his guard. It's rare for master and disciple to get together, so the two naturally don't choose to reminisce about the past in a desolate place. Jiraiya leads Minato to a secret tavern. The two sat opposite each other and talked freely in this private space. Jiraiya poured a full cup of wine for each of them, and then drank it all with a look of enjoyment on his face. You are not Minato, are you? After pondering for a moment, Jiraiya said something shocking and stared at Namikaze Minato, opposite with a smile. Minato didn't panic at all, but his admiration was beyond words. As expected of Mr. Jiraiya, you have seen all this. Jiraiya said with great satisfaction. Haha, of course, you are my disciple after all. If you don't have this bit of vision, wouldn't my job as a teacher be in vain? However, when he said this, Jiraiya's eyes couldn't help but burst into tears. If this is the case, then he is really gone. Well, before I returned to Konoha, I still harbored fantasies, thinking that he might not have died back then, but was just seriously injured and recuperating to this day. Until I met you, all my fantasies came to nothing. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato couldn't find the right words to comfort him at the moment, so he could only silently fill up the wine for him. Without saying a word, Jiraiya raised his glass again and drank it all, as if this could dilute the sadness in his heart. Okay, don't mention that, Minato, tell me about yourself. Jiraiya's eyes were bright and focused on him. Although he said that the Minato in front of him was not the disciple in his memory, he did not deny that this was Minato Namikaze himself. Minato smiled slightly. Teacher, didn't you just say that I'm not that, Minato? Jiraiya waved his hands and said calmly. Well, you are Minato, and you are not the Minato I know. To be more precise, it's not the Minato I remember, but as a teacher, my intuition tells me that there is a lot to it. So that's it. Teacher, have you ever heard of the concept of different time and space? Minato pondered for a moment and asked this question. As soon as he heard the words, different time and space, Jiraiya suddenly understood and was surprised. You mean, that's right. Minato nodded, and then took a moment to briefly introduce his origins. Advertisement. He confessed that he was not the Namikaze Minato of this time and space. After learning the truth, Jiraiya was filled with emotions. There is such an incredible secret hidden in the ninja world. No wonder, I thought there was some new secret technique in the ninja world that could copy people exactly as they were. I didn't expect that the truth would be so unusual. Minato smiled and said nothing, listening patiently to Jiraiya's emotion. Suddenly, Jiraiya asked eagerly, Minato, what year is it in your place? Konoha 48, is there any problem, sensei? Minato said honestly. Minato, if you can come, you should be able to go back, right? Jiraiya looked a little anxious. Sure. After getting the affirmative answer, Jiraiya grabbed Minato's arm suddenly and said firmly. Minato, be sure to take me with you when you go back. I will never be absent from this battle again. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato felt a warm current in his heart. He even felt Jiraiya's hands trembling slightly. Obviously, Jiraiya was always worried about his failure to appear in time for Nine-Tails Night. But it was not his fault. At that time, he was chasing Orochimaru everywhere, and the sudden attack by the masked man was unpredictable. Minato patted his hand, smiled and comforted. Teacher, don't worry, I have made preparations and will not let such a tragedy happen again. Hearing Minato's confident answer, Jiraiya nodded. With Minato's wisdom and the intelligence he had mastered in advance, the balance of victory was clearly leaning towards his side. But he still did not forget to tell me, if you need help with anything, just let me know. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei, I can do it. Haha, that's good, then I can rest assured. Come on, we won't go home until we get drunk today. Jiraiya's hearty laughter was full of pride. Minato didn't want to let down Jiraiya's kindness, so he accompanied him one drink after another until the night got dark. And at this moment, in Hokage's office, Nara's head was trembling when he faced the mountains of documents on the table. Why is it that Minato can always handle these complicated matters with ease, but he has to think over and over again to avoid making mistakes? Minato didn't say he would go out and come back soon. Why haven't you come back yet? Nara thought hard for a long time. Did he hear it wrong at that time? Minato actually said yes, come back tomorrow. Chapter 85 Black Jew. What to do if Madara chases and slashes you, waiting online, it's quite urgent. It's really cool to be treated as a foreigner. You don't have to get up early in the morning to train with your mentors and high-level ninjas or run around to perform tasks. Yu slept until the sun was shining on her buttocks. It wasn't until the news that popped up in the group shocked him that he was brought back to reality from his dreamland. I was summoned. Yu was agitated, no sleepiness at all, and quickly entered the chat interface with her fingers. Senju Hashirama. At Seagong Yu, there is new news over at Madara. Uchiha Madara. What's new? What's going on? Why don't I know about it? Senju Hashirama. Well, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about Madara in our world. Uchiha Madara. Okay, Hashirama, come and sit with me when you have time. I have rebuilt the ninja world. If you come here, I will surprise you. Senju Hashirama. Haha, I will go there when I have time. Shinomiya Yuzuki. If you have any good things to call me, Hashirama, please share them. Senju Hashirama. You're here just in time. Here's the thing. Madara sent me news this morning, saying that the Black Zetsu guy finally showed up. Not long ago, Madara learned the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan from the land of Uzumaki, and then deliberately showed up in the ninja world, only to find that a shadow was quietly following him. It's almost like he is that guy from Black Zetsu. Madara plans to use the four-elephant seal to lock up Black Zetsu forever. Once this move is used, the sealed person will never be able to stand up again. There is no way out. Madara's idea is that without Black Zetsu, Kaguya will never come out again. Killing two birds with one stone, the hidden danger will be completely eliminated. Shinomiya Yuzuki. The plan sounds good, what do you think? Senju Hashirama. Well, I'm actually a little reluctant to give up. I remember you said before that the reason why Kaguya did that was to fight against other Ōtsutsuki clan members in the future.
But the target of those aliens is not just Kaguya, they want the sacred tree. The sacred tree will drain the energy of the entire planet. Wouldn't it be miserable for us residents of the ninja world?
In this case, Kaguya's purpose is consistent with ours. If we block her, we will lose a fighting force. So I really want to hear your opinion, Yu, whether to keep her as an ally to fight the aliens together, or to seal her away completely.
Shinomiya Yuzuki. Haha, Hashirama, you already have an idea in mind, you just ask me to nod in agreement, right? Senju Hashirama. Hey, I really can't hide it from you, that's really what happened. Shinomiya Yuzuki. This is an unclear choice. If you ask me that, of course I would say keep Kaguya and get high-level combat power for free. What a good thing.
Advertisement. Senju Hashirama. Okay, then I'll reply to Madara.
Yuyue pursed her lips and smiled, who said Hashirama was stupid? This guy is very smart. He had already made up his mind, but he still went through the motions in the group to ask Yuyue. This means that as the leader of the group, Yuyue needs to be consulted on big and small matters. In fact, it means respecting him as a core figure. In fact, there is no need for this. Yuyue never regards her friends in the group as subordinates, but as her best buddies. Among friends, there is no need to pay attention to what should be reported or not. 6 Paths Obito. At Uchiha Obito, when will my truth-seeking ball be returned to me? It takes a long time for this thing to coalesce. Uchiha Obito. What, you still want to pay it back? Didn't I get the photo in exchange for it? 6 Paths Obito. You exchanged the reward you promised me in advance for my things? Who taught you to sell accounts like this? Uchiha Obito. Oh, who among us is following who? Anyway, you can still gather yourself, so just give this one to me. I didn't want to take it at first. I forgot to turn off the automatic pickup. 6 Paths Obito. Konoha Year 2, Shu Mi, Black Zetsu felt like he had never run so fast in his life. Be brave, my friend. What should I do if I get bombarded by Uchiha Madara in a Susanoo? Waiting online, quite urgent. Bang bang bang. The giant Susanoo spread its wings and cut through the sky, holding a giant blade. The mountain peaks were split like pieces of paper in front of it, and the earth cracked under its feet.
Advertisement. One knife after another, they hit the ground hard, and the loud roar echoed throughout the world. Uchiha Madara stood in the space on Susanoo's forehead, with angry eyes that seemed to penetrate everything and reach people's hearts.
He drove Susanoo to pursue Black Zetsu like crazy. Madara-sama. What are you doing? I am the embodiment of your will. On the ground, Heiju was so frightened that he screamed repeatedly. A shining golden chain was wrapped around his body, and the other end was directly connected to Susanoo in the sky. This prevented him from using the mayfly technique to escape deep underground. He could only squirm thinly on the surface, and he could not escape Madara's attack no matter what. Madara remained silent, holding the scroll in hand, silently maintaining the sealing technique's King Kong blockade, gradually reducing the distance with Black Zetsu. This thing was obtained from the Patriarch of the Whirlpool Kingdom, and is a disposable item. If it weren't for the fact that non-Vortex clan blood couldn't learn this technique, he would have been tempted by it, it was so useful. 10 minutes ago, on a small island not far from the Kingdom of Whirlpool, Black Zetsu, the most famous, filial son, in the ninja world, slowly emerged from the soil. This is where Madara last appeared. Black Zetsu looked around and muttered to himself. He had been waiting for this moment since he had tampered with the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. He knew that once Madara saw the stone tablet, she would part ways with Konoha and embark on the path of the Eye of the Moon plan. So he waited patiently for Madara and planned to give him some ideological education. He was very familiar with this kind of work. This was how he persuaded Indra in the first place, which eventually led to the two brothers turning against each other and never communicating with each other until death. It's a pity that Indra was a poor boy, and he was unable to open the Eye of Reincarnation until his death. At that time, he still didn't understand that the prerequisite for the appearance of the Samsara Eye was the fusion of the powers of both parties, so he was busy in vain. Black Zetsu took action immediately and began searching for traces of Madara on the island. Only the combination of the power of Asura and Indra can give birth to the Samsara Eye. With the Samsara Eye, the Ghetto statue can be summoned. With the Ghetto statue, the tailed beasts can be reunited and 10 tails can be resurrected. We must quickly let Madara go to Senju Hashirama to fight and seize the opponent's chakra. Chapter 86. Old Madara fishes with his head, and Heiju takes the bait. Soon, he finally discovered Madara's whereabouts. Madara is sitting in a cave, closing her eyes and meditating. Heiju cautiously stuck his head out and observed secretly, something feels wrong. His eyes flickered with doubt. There is nothing wrong with the surrounding environment, but Madara is sitting like this, looking like she is waiting for someone. Who can we wait for in this wilderness? He couldn't explain why, But Heiju had this premonition. Forget it, let's wait and see. Heiju thought about it for a while and decided to be on the safe side and observe it for a while before talking. After all, there is no need for him to gamble, he has plenty of time and the right time will always appear over the long years. Just as he was thinking about it, Heiju slowly sneaked underground and planned to leave. But at this moment, there was sudden movement in Madara in the cave. Madara, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly took out a kunai.
Black Jew was startled. Kunai. Would a big shot like Uchiha Madara carry around such a gadget? Besides, why does he need a kunai? To be honest, for a strong person like Madara, just blowing a breath is more powerful than that kunai. He really can't guess what Madara is doing with this thing.
But then, Heiju understood. Madara stabbed the kunai towards her chest without hesitation. Peefed. Blood splattered everywhere. Heiju's expression changed drastically. This guy Madara is harming himself? Advertisement? No, you just had some minor friction with Senju Pillar. As for ending it yourself? At this moment, Heiju had no time to think too much, no matter what the reason for Madara's self-harm. He must stop them all. He has waited for thousands of years to find someone like Madara. This is the closest he has come to the eye of reincarnation. He must not let anything happen to Madara. On the other side, Madara showed no expression as she stabbed the kunai into her chest ruthlessly. Several times in a row, her chest was already bloody. Madara was sweating profusely in pain, but she didn't even let out a scream. In order to force out the insidious Black Jew, he had already risked his life. After reviewing the memories left by Hashirama, he clearly realized that this Black Zetsu was so cunning. In its original history, it had been hiding in the dark until the moment he awakened the Samsara Eye. He wasn't sure whether Heiju would come to his door right now, but he didn't have the patience to wait, and couldn't wait to solve this serious problem as soon as possible. If this is the case, then simply do the opposite. Didn't He pin his hopes on him to give birth to the Samsara Eye? Well, then he would kill himself. Let's see if you, Highway, can't come out. Stabbing herself cruelly again, Madara's fire of life was almost extinguished and her consciousness began to blur. Aren't you showing up yet? Madara glanced around secretly. It looks like we need to be a little more ruthless. Madara raised the kunai to his throat, and the force of it was enough to cut off his own neck. At the same time, Madara is ready to sacrifice an eye to activate Izanagi to deflect damage. The premise is that Black will never appear, but just when he was about to take action, his arm froze in midair, and a black shadow rose from the ground, silently wrapping around Madara's body and controlling his movements. Not only that, a warm power flowed through, using the power of Yang style to repair the wounds on his body. Finally here, an imperceptible hint of joy flashed across Madara's eyes. Taken the bait. Master Madara, what do you mean? Heiju's deep voice sounded. Madara struggled a few times symbolically, pretending to be surprised and said, "What the hell? Get away from me." Advertisement. Master Madara, there is no need to panic. I am the embodiment of your will. In other words, I am you. My will manifested? Madara sneered inwardly. On the surface, he still pretended to be confused. After all, he still had to rely on Heiju to repair his body at this moment. Let's delay for a while first. Why did I never know of your existence? Madara asked. Master Madara, I was born a long time ago. It was your extremely powerful will that gave birth to me. It's just that you were invincible throughout your life, and there is no need for me to appear, so I have always hidden behind the scenes. But this time you are facing a life and death crisis, so naturally I can't just sit back and ignore it. Heiju spoke eloquently, and at the same time, he patted Madara's asterisk calmly. If it were the previous Madara, he might have been fooled, but in front of him now was an Uchiha Madara who had read the script a long time ago. Such nonsense is simply an insult to his intelligence. Also, he can talk nonsense like being invincible, but he has never defeated Hashirama once. However, Madara did not expose it immediately, but whispered, "Is that so?" Seeing that Madara seemed to believe him, Heiju further induced him. Master Madara, you are so powerful, why can't you suddenly think about it? At this point, Heizetsu has revealed his flaws. As the embodiment of Madara's will, how can he not know Madara's thoughts? Uchiha Madara obviously noticed this, with a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. In a certain time and space, he was fooled by such a thing for so long. He fell silent and began to delay. Heiju mistakenly thought that he had touched Madara's sore spot and did not rush to urge her. Time passed quietly. A few minutes later, Madara had fully recovered from her injuries. I have to say that Black Jew is indeed useful, at least the level of yin-yang style is very high. The vitality it provides once allowed 6 paths Obito, who was drawn out of 10 tails, to live for a while longer. Although partly due to the residual power of 6 paths in Obito's body, Black Zetsu's contribution cannot be ignored. Chapter 87 Madara. How about starting at 0 frame? At this time, Heiju seemed to feel something. Master Madara? Uchiha Madara said calmly, "Get away from me first." Black Zetsu obeyed, and the part of it covering Madara's body slowly slid off like black mud, and finally reassembled on the ground, forming a dark human shape. Madara glanced at it, suddenly sighed, and pretended to want to talk. Oh, it's actually Hashirama. Although Heiju had no such thing as ears, he still turned his face sideways, with a focused expression, as if listening. It is particularly curious about what could make a character like Madara choose to commit suicide. But at this moment, Madara's expression suddenly changed and she suddenly took action. 4 symbols seal. Madara's face is full of arrogance. Can she react to my 0-frame start? Madara slapped Heiju on the chest, and the sealing runes quickly spread to Heiju's body. The 4 elephants seal is about to take shape. Heiju's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Why would Madara attack herself without any warning? At this time, Madara acted again, intending to add another 4-sign seal to form a more powerful 8-sign seal. Heiju had no time to think about it, so he decisively abandoned the first layer of his body, and his body size instantly shrank. In this way, it got rid of the unfinished 4-image seal. After escaping, Heiju didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately used Mayfly's technique to escape underground. You can actually escape? Madara was slightly startled. This black Jew is really slippery. He did not hesitate, and before Black Jew completely disappeared, he quickly grabbed the scroll next to him and unfolded it. Strings of golden chains stretched out from the scroll, and the crisp sound of collision resounded. Sealing techniques. King Kong sealing. These are powerful sealing techniques that can temporarily restrain even 9 tails. King Kong blockade rushes towards Black Zetsu crazily. This move has its own tracking effect, and the golden chain directly penetrates Heiju's chest, binding it tightly. Advertisement. He instantly froze Heiju's figure trying to escape. Still want to run? Madara clenched the scroll in her hand, with a cold smile on her lips. Madara-sama. This is such a misunderstanding, Heiju shouted anxiously, and at the same time, his body yin-yang style turned sharply, trying to isolate the thick gold steel chain on his chest. Madara turned a blind eye to this and just approached slowly, her eyes showing non-negotiable determination. Seeing that Madara was about to touch him, under the influence of yin-yang style, the sealing power on Heiju miraculously relaxed, and he dived into the ground without hesitation, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Huh? Is there any other means? Madara frowned, looking a little surprised. Although Heiju escaped, the gold steel chains that bound him followed closely behind him, stretching all the way to the limit and forcefully pulling him back. HMPH, let's see if you can escape from my grasp today. Before she finished speaking, Madara's body surged with majestic power, and Susanoo, the giant incarnation of the god of war, suddenly appeared. The mighty Tengu god of war directly breaks through the top of the cave and reaches into the sky. Madara shook the scroll in her hand and flew into the air with Susanoo, while continuing to tighten the scope of Vajra's blockade. Time goes by, back to the present. Boom! Susanoo swings the giant blade again. The strong sword light tore a deep crack in the earth, as if a gap had been opened in the earth. Damn! What went wrong? Black Zetsu is on the run and cannot fall into the hands of Uchiha Madara no matter what. Even if he didn't know how the other party would deal with him, the murderous intent rushing towards him made him dare not imagine the consequences. Once he makes a mistake, his mother will be trapped in the dim moon forever. This damn sealing techniques. Heiju tried his best, but he still couldn't get rid of the shackles of the diamond chain. Fate did not favor him. As the gold steel seal gradually tightened, he was ruthlessly dragged out of the ground. Once out of the soil, his ability to escape from the ground in an instant has nowhere to use, and he becomes a piece of fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. It's over. Despair was written on Heiju's face. At this moment, a crisp crackling sound sounded, and Heiju suddenly raised his head. Advertisement. He saw that the gold steel chains that were tightly wrapped around him began to break section by section, and with the breeze, the chains gradually dissipated. After all, it is a one-time prop and cannot last long. Losing the restraints of the shining golden chains, Black Jew fell straight to the ground. What? Madara was slightly surprised. There was a mistake at the critical moment. Holding the scroll that had lost its effectiveness, he could only watch as Heiju got closer and closer to the ground. Maybe this is God's will. Heiju is overjoyed. It seems that even God does not want to see his end. Seeing that the ground is getting closer and closer, as soon as he touches the ground, he can escape again. No matter how much Uchiha Madara shakes him, he cannot catch him. However, at this moment, a steady and powerful voice came from his ears. Sage Art Myojinman. Before Black Zetsu could react, several huge torii gates fell from the sky, covering the world. Boom boom boom. The torii gates grew from small to large, suppressing Black Zetsu's body one after another, sealing all his power in an instant. This is the power of Sage Art, and yin-yang style seems insignificant in front of it. The sound of footsteps came closer and closer. Black Zetsu raised his head feebly and looked in the direction of the sound. If it wasn't Senju Hashirama, who was it? In the entire ninja world, apart from him, there is no other person who can master such a move. Heiju's heart was as calm as dead water, and he completely gave up resistance. Boom. A figure fell from the sky, creating a deep crater. None other than Uchiha Madara. Good job, Hashirama. Madara stepped forward and laughed heartily. After many twists and turns, I finally got it. This Black Zetsu is really cunning. No wonder he has been able to escape the ninja world for thousands of years. Heiju heard this and looked at Madara in disbelief. How could the other party know his name, even know that he has lived for thousands of years? Chapter 88. Heiju. What a good nephew I am. Heiju is full of suspicion. Where did this information come from? If he hadn't been so suppressed at this moment that he didn't even have the strength to speak, he would have asked clearly. Madara took a few steps closer and came to Heiju. Let me put an end to future troubles. He raised his hand, preparing to imprint the talisman of the 4 elephants seal on Heiju so that he would never see the light of day. However, Hashirama suddenly stretched out his hand and held him. Madara, wait a moment. Madara's movements paused. Although she had no words, her eyes were full of doubts. Keep him alive, Hashirama said while looking at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was also shocked. Senju Hashirama actually wanted to save him? Madara frowned. Hashirama, why is this? For hidden dangers like Black Jew, wouldn't it be easier to get rid of them directly? Before Madara could figure it out, Hashirama said something shocking again. Only Black Zetsu can resurrect Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. If he disappears, Kaguya will have no chance of rebirth. I want Kaguya to come back to the world. Hashirama's words shocked both Madara and Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was shocked and couldn't believe it. He had no time to think about how the other party knew about Kaguya's existence. What surprised him now was that the other party actually wanted to help him rescue his mother.
What a nice guy, Senju Hashirama. What a good nephew. If he had known this, why would my uncle have troubled himself? He would have gone to seek refuge with you. Looking at Hashirama, who looked serious and obviously not joking, Madara couldn't help but ask, Hashirama, are you serious?
Why can't I understand what you are saying? Are you going to release Kaguya? Then let her use infinite Tsukuyomi to suck everyone's chakra and eventually turn us all into white Zetsu? Madara glanced up and down between the pillars and said jokingly, if you really feel impatient with life, I can help you. After saying that, Madara slowly pulled out a sharp kunai from her sleeve. Black Zetsu's face instantly darkened, and he stared at Madara with wide eyes. Uchiha Madara stopped me from saving my mother. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara, bad. Senju Hashirama helped me save my mother.
Senju Hashirama, good. Hashirama glanced at the kunai in Madara's hand, picked it up easily with 2 fingers, and threw it aside casually. This little thing can't kill me. Madara was speechless for a moment. Are you just teasing me when you committed suicide with a kunai? Hashirama coughed a few times and changed the subject. He said seriously, Madara, I do have my reasons for doing this. Do you think everything will be fine if you eliminate Black Zetsu and prevent Kaguya from ever being able to recover? Otherwise, Madara asked in confusion. It's not that simple. Kaguya is not the only one in the Ōtsutsuki family. In the near future, there will be other Ōtsutsuki coming to this ninja world. That will be another disaster. We must unite all the forces that can be united to jointly deal with foreign enemies. Kaguya's power cannot be wasted. An extra ally means a better chance of winning. Madara and Heiju seemed to be listening to a bizarre story when they heard this secret. Suddenly, Madara raised a question. No, Hashirama. As a member of the Ōtsutsuki clan, why would Kaguya join forces with us to deal with her own clan? What if she turns against her? Hashirama waved his hand. No, Kaguya violated a taboo and attacked a higher status Ōtsutsuki member. The hierarchy within their clan is strict, and now everyone within the Ōtsutsuki clan wants to kill her. In the Ōtsutsuki clan, lower-ranking clan members must unconditionally obey their superiors, even if it means sacrificing their lives. Just like Momoshiki and Jinchūriki, if Kaguya and the following offenders are not punished severely, what will happen if other Ōtsutsuki follow suit? Her death sentence has already been determined. Besides, we have Kaguya's blood flowing in our bodies, I have the chakra of Asura who is constantly reincarnated in my body, and you are Indra. We are the descendants of Ōtsutsuki Hagoromo, the sage of 6 paths. From a certain perspective, we are related. After listening to Hashirama's explanation, Madara fell into deep thought. He didn't know how Hashirama knew this highly confidential information. Just by looking at Heizetsu's surprised expression, he knew that this dark thing also didn't know the inside story. Advertisement. But Hashirama knows everything clearly, starting from the time when he read Hashirama's memory of knowing the future at Nanga Shrine. He seemed to be getting more and more confused about Hashirama. After a while, Madara sighed. Hey, although there are many doubts, I decided to trust you. Hashirama, just follow your plan. I will not participate. Uchiha Madara shook his head and slowly turned away, leaving room for Hashirama and Black Zetsu to talk. He didn't want to see that guy Heiju again, for fear that he would take action on impulse. After Madara left, Hashirama immediately unlocked the Myojin Gate and released Black Zetsu. Without the suppression of Myojin Gate, Heizetsu rushed towards Hashirama immediately. Hashirama was slightly surprised. Did he still want to deal with himself after knowing the truth? However, soon, Hashirama felt at ease. Black Zetsu turned into a ball of black mud and wrapped around Hashirama's ankles, as if hugging his legs tightly. Good nephew. Let's go collect the tailed beasts now and rescue Mom as soon as possible. Black Zetsu was excited. I will definitely convey these words to my mother. I believe she will not refuse our proposal of cooperation. For the first time in thousands of years, Heiju felt a sense of dependence. This feeling cannot be experienced when acting alone. He had also suspected that this was Hashirama's conspiracy, but then he thought that Hashirama had the chance to get rid of him forever, but chose to release him. Moreover, if Madara said such words, he would never believe it, but it would be different if it were Hashirama. Hashirama, or Ashura, is a straightforward and kind-hearted guy. He is not the kind of person who would deceive others and is trustworthy. Hashirama patted Heizetsu and said with a helpless smile, don't worry, we don't even have the Samsara Eye, so even if we gather all the tailed beasts, it won't be useful. Heiju was stunned and suddenly realized. Well, good nephew, let's go find that guy Madara and let the powers of Indra and Asura merge into one. You can get the Reincarnation Eye. Hashirama smiled slightly. Let's go. Chapter 89. How does the kitten meow? What does a kitten meow? Ino raised her head, thought carefully, and answered, it should be meow meow, right? Yu shook her head and corrected her seriously. No, it should be my burning vat. Is really like this. Ino was stunned for a moment and asked uncertainly. Ha ha ha. Shikamaru and Choji next to them couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed softly. Ino looked back at their suppressed smiles and immediately understood that she had been teased by Yu. She even thought about it seriously for a long time. Looking back now, what kind of ghosts are all this? How can any kitten meow like that? Shinomiya Yuzuki. Ino's face darkened, and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. Yu smiled playfully, turned around and ran away. Ino couldn't let him go and immediately chased after him. Don't even think about running away. Ino gritted her teeth and waved her fists in pursuit. Lao Ma, with a cigarette in his mouth, leaned against the tree and watched them playing with a smile. He was thinking about whether to go find Yuhi Kurenai after today, but as soon as the idea came to him, his face turned slightly red. Let's forget it. I feel a little embarrassed. Early this morning, Yu walked around the house and found that Kaguya was missing and was not at home. He was bored by being alone, so he simply went out to find Ino and the 10th class to play together. During this period, they in class 10 were studying with Lao Ma and taking on some simple D-level tasks in the village to practice. Things like driving away wild boars and finding lost puppies and kittens. It just so happened that today's mission was to find a kitten that had run away from home, which led to the scene just now. Just wait, you will be in trouble if I catch you. Ino panted and glared at Yu angrily. Yu stopped on the tree and looked at her with interest. Don't stop, you almost caught me. Yu was very skilled, but deliberately did not open the distance too far, always keeping the distance that Ino could reach with hard work. But at the critical moment when she was about to be caught, Yu would suddenly accelerate, causing Ino to miss. Ino was not impatient with Yu's teasing, but secretly assessed the distance between the two. She took a few steps forward suddenly, raised her head, stretched out a hand, and looked at Yu with a smile. Advertisement. Yu, look here, what are you doing? Yu looked over without thinking much. Seeing that Yu's attention was attracted, Ino suddenly attacked. Heart-turning technique. An invisible spiritual power invaded Yu's mind in an instant, but to Yu, this weak power was not worth mentioning at all. It was immediately dissolved into nothingness. However, Yu did not disappoint her and pretended to be stunned. It's done. Ino's eyes lit up and she thought her technique was working. Watch where you run this time. Ino chuckled and rushed over. The powerful impact caused the two of them to fall from the tree and to the ground. Ino took advantage of the situation and sat astride Yu's chest. Using both hands and feet, he entangled Yu's hands and feet, and used the restraint techniques learned in the ninja school to subdue him. Wow, what a powerful mind-turning technique. Yu suddenly woke up, and pretended to be surprised. HMPH, you have seen how powerful our Yamanaka clan's secret skills are. Now there is nowhere to escape. Ino triumphantly pressed on him and smiled condescendingly. It's awesome, but your locking skills, is it really used to deal with enemies? Yu looked at Ino, who was close to her and moved extremely, intimately, and smiled meaningfully. If I were an enemy, I would probably enjoy it to death. When suppressing the enemy with limbs, there will inevitably be some physical contact, but Ino originally didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But when Yu said this, she suddenly realized something was wrong. His face suddenly turned red. I'm really impressed by you, why are you so perverted? Ino hurriedly got up from Yu, her face full of shame and anger. What kind of crazy locking technique is this? I didn't expect that the first time I used this technique in my life, I would be so disgusted that I would never use it again. Yu put her hands behind her head, crossed her legs and looked at her with a smile. I'm obviously a victim, but why do you act like I'm taking advantage of you? Ino's cheeks turned red, she gave him a hard look, kicked Yu on the butt, and then turned around and left. I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. I'm going to complete the task. Don't bother me. But after walking a few steps, Yu's voice came from behind. Advertisement. We went in the wrong direction, the kitten is over there. Ino turned around in confusion and saw that Yu was pointing in the opposite direction to what she just pointed. How do you know? Is it nonsense? Ino asked suspiciously. Don't believe it. Then let's make a bet. If the kitten is really in the direction I pointed, you will give me another set of locking skills. Lock me tight. On the other hand, if you are not here, I will obey whatever you say, how about that? A touch of confidence appeared on Yu's face. With his current keen perception, even without the assistance of Sage Mode, he can easily cover 1/3 of the entire Konoha village. Looking for a kitten. Isn't it easy to find it? Ino noticed Yu's undoubted look of confidence, thought about it, and walked in the direction Yu pointed. Then I'll believe you this time. Hey, will you agree to the bet we agreed on? Yu asked loudly behind her. Go find Choji to play with you. Yu shook her head, burst into laughter, and then simply lay down on the grass, letting the warm sunshine gently brush her face. Start your daylight recharge today. Not long after, Ino returned holding a blue and white kitten. She stroked the kitten's soft hair and said with a smile, you really guessed it right. This is called strength. Guess what? Yu rolled her eyes. What a beautiful kitten. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuyu's eyes fell gently on the kitten in Ino's arms, her eyes twinkling slightly. So cute, I really want to keep one. The little cat brother felt Yuyu's eyes, and suddenly felt a suffocating feeling like a python wrapping around him. Seeing the frightened kitten, Yuyu smiled and said to Ino. You can take it away. I'm so nervous that I'm sweating when I look at it. Then why are you scaring it? Ino shook her head helplessly, hugged the kitten and went to complete the task. Yuyu narrowed her eyes and continued to enjoy the sunbathing leisurely. Open black lens bracket bite close black lens bracket. Group member Senju Hashirama greatly changed the fate of the world. Reward 500,000 gold coins. The group leader will receive the same amount of rewards. Yuyu, who was originally leisurely and contented, relaxing and basking in the sun, heard the news. The body suddenly straightened up. Chapter 90. This is an exchange between gentlemen. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Yuyu sat up suddenly. All go. 500,000. Oh my god. Yuyu's eyes widened. To have such a big impact, Hashirama's plan must have been successful. Hashirama has indeed reaped the huge bonus of being early in the timeline. Many events have not yet happened. A slight change will have an earth-shaking impact on the follow-up. And this huge change means countless gold coins, which is extremely exciting. When Danzo was killed in Yuyu's timeline, he was only given a measly 20,000 gold coins, which was pitifully little, but Minato was given 100,000 gold coins after he eliminated Danzo. Although it also includes the factors that saved the 3 people of the Akatsuki organization, Danzo's contribution is definitely not small. The reason is that at this time, Danzo has basically done what he should do, and there is not much room for change. After the reward news was broadcast, the group chat did not end. Open black lens bracket bite close black lens bracket. To upgrade the group chat, you need to obtain a total of gold coins, 1 million. The total amount of gold coins you have obtained is 1.1 million, which meets the group chat upgrade conditions. Current group chat level 2 Eternal King Power Bonus, Level 1. Open black lens bracket. Do you want to upgrade now? Close black lens bracket. Need to ask. Of course I agree without hesitation. Upgrade. After the group chat has been upgraded, new people can be brought in again. Who will it be this time? Yuyu is full of expectations. Speaking of which, there aren't any girls in the group. It's just old men chatting all day long. The yang energy is too high. Vegetative state, blur, flash, white mask, Madara, it's really the sun, there is no trace of yin. While he was thinking about it, a new message popped up in the chat group that made him startled. Group chat upgrade progress. 1%, 1.02%. What? Still need more time to upgrade. Yuyu's eyes widened. Here I go, I thought it was just an instant. He remembered that with the bonus of eternal kingship, didn't the group chat increase instantly? Lao Ma, what is going on? Is it a bug or something? Yuyu asked directly to the chat group. The bonus of eternal kingship is above the rules, you can upgrade without waiting. But normal level improvement requires a certain amount of loading time. The chat group quickly provided an explanation. Advertisement. That's it, okay, let's wait. Yuyu accepted it. Anyway, it was just a matter of waiting a few more days. Come on, let's activate the group chat. Yuyu immediately opened the group chat interface. In the group members were extremely active, and there were so many chat records that it took more than a minute to scroll up to read them all. Yuzuki roughly summarized it. Usually Hashirama and Madara discuss construction topics. Madara is currently busy rebuilding the ninja world and has rich experience in this area. There was also Itachi, who would occasionally ask his seniors for advice in the group, and at first they were all about Konoha. But recently, he has frequently asked Hashirama about the development of the immortal human body. It seems that he has already acquired the immortal human body. It seems that a healthy ferret is about to come to the world. Finally, it's about that boy Obito. Yinian village is ready to move, the army is pressing on the border, and war is about to break out. He had now followed Namikaze Minato to the front lines. Shinomiya Yuzuki. At Uchiha Obito, a fight is about to begin. Remember to be careful, don't underestimate the enemy because of the virtualization. If the boat capsizes in the gutter, it's not worth it. Yuzuki's worries are not unreasonable. Although Obito has the eternal Mangekyo, he has extremely little actual combat experience, and this guy's character. Tisk, an impulsive and passionate young man can easily cause trouble on the battlefield. Konoha 47 years. On the edge of the land of fire, in the base camp of Konoha village, a key meeting was in full swing. In the conference room, there were a circle of Konoha's top masters sitting around. These elite Jonin were all the main force in the war that was about to break out. Namikaze Minato was focusing on sharing the first-hand information he got from Obito. If Obito hadn't previewed the script, Konoha might not have been able to respond so quickly. Obito passed the information to Minato without reservation, and as soon as Minato reported it, the entire army was like clockwork, ready to resist the invasion of Iwagakure village. The atmosphere of the meeting was serious, and Obito, who was concentrating on listening to the strategy, was suddenly interrupted by the group chat prompt, and Yuyu at him in the group. He immediately opened the chat interface and checked the information. Facing Yuyu's worries, Obito's lips raised slightly. Uchiha Obito. Don't worry, Yuzuki, I'm not idle during this time. Kakashi and I practiced taijutsu during the day, and our actual combat experience points increased steadily. At night, I will learn tactical layout and battlefield planning from teacher Minato. I am much stronger now than before. 6 Paths Obito. Really? Give me back the truth-seeking ball. Advertisement. Uchiha Obito. Why do you keep thinking about this? How about this? How about I give you a photo in exchange? 6 Paths Obito. HMPH, you want to exchange a photo for my truth-seeking ball. Do you think it's from a street vendor? That is a treasure that combines 7 attributes. Except for Sage Jutsu, it is indestructible. How can it be? Uchiha Obito. It's a photo of Kakashi wearing a maid outfit. It's a souvenir I won when we were betting some time ago. This is the only one. If you don't want it. 6 Paths Obito. Wait a minute, let's take a look first. Uchiha Obito sent a picture to 6 Paths Obito. Open black lens bracket. 6 Paths Obito has received the picture. Close black lens bracket. 6 Paths Obito. Good stuff. Changed. Dash 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 dash. Minato looked around and saw everyone looking shocked, and asked. Okay, that's my battle plan. Do you have any questions? Everyone Jonin looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Minato's arrangements were so detailed that as long as he followed the steps step by step, victory would be within his grasp. The intelligence was so accurate that it even covered Iwakaker's attack time and supply routes, which was amazing. Seeing that no one spoke, Minato's eyes fell on Obito, who was lost in thought. Obito, do you have any insights? If you have any, you might as well tell me and give everyone some inspiration. As Minato finished speaking, the eyes of all the Jonin could not help but show admiration and fell on Obito. Uchiha Obito, this name is almost known to everyone in Konoha. Susanoo's earth-shattering performance in the Chunin exam made him famous overnight. After Uchiha Madara, he is the second Uchiha tribesman to master this god's power. If it weren't for his lack of outstanding military exploits, his reputation would have already surpassed that of his mentor, Namikaze Minato. Despite this, he is still the star of hope in the minds of many people, including the Uchiha clan. Awakened by Minato, Obito came back to his senses from the group chat. Ah, my thoughts. I think Minato-sensei's arrangements have been very thorough. I don't have anything to add. Now that Mr. Minato had made all the arrangements, he didn't want to add anything to the problem. Okay, since everyone has no objections, let's start executing. Disband. Following Minato's order, the people in the camp quickly dispersed, each performing their duties. Only Minato and Obito were left. As the commander of this battle, Minato has the teleportation skill Flying Thunder God, and he will shuttle across the battlefield as a quick support point. Obito, on the other hand, will be like a divine weapon descending from heaven at the critical moment, giving the enemy a fatal blow. Chapter 91. You already have a way to die. Meanwhile, on the other side, the army of Iwagakure village was ready to attack. Under the cover of night, 300 elite Iwagakure ninjas led by General Iwagakure and East Dead Man quietly approached the land of fire. These 300 elites are all very skilled, at least Chunin level. There are also hundreds of strong Jonin, who will be like sharp daggers, piercing into the interior of the country of fire, paving the way for the arrival of the subsequent army. The team advanced rapidly, with Dongsiren as the team leader, walking at the front and leading the team. Why do I always have an ominous premonition in my heart? An indescribable feeling of tension arose in Dongsiren's heart. He glanced around. Everything was unusually quiet. Even though this is the border of the land of fire, it's not like you can't even encounter a patrolling Konoha ninja. When they first infiltrated, they had prepared 5 plans to deal with the patrol team to ensure that the operation would not be discovered. But now, those preparations seem redundant. This situation was so abnormal that the East Dead people would never believe that such a huge Konoha would be so negligent that it did not even set up border defenses. Despite his doubts, Dongsiren still moved forward. After all, he shouldered the important mission of Iwagakure and could not abort the mission just because of a slight abnormality. Convey the order, all personnel be on alert and prepare for battle. Dongsiren gave instructions to the adjutant beside him. Yes, Captain. As the order was issued, the team moved forward one step further. Suddenly, the figure of the dead man suddenly froze in place. As the leader stopped, the 300 Iwagakure ninjas who followed him also stopped in unison. The dead man from the east looked solemn, his eyes sharply fixed in front of him. There, a young boy who looked young was grinning at them. The boy wears the forehead protector of Konoha village on his forehead, clearly marking his identity as a Konoha ninja. This scene is extremely weird. After traveling a long distance, I finally met the ninja of Konoha, but there was only one. The East Dead Man looked around, but found no trace of other Konoha ninjas. Only one person. He glanced at the deputy beside him and ordered in a deep voice. You, go up and find out the truth. Everyone is on alert and ready to fight. The East Dead Man did not take it lightly because the other party was acting alone. In this ninja world, there are only a few people who can destroy their entire team on their own, but they are by no means impossible. For example, the Golden Sparkle of Konoha. At this time, the adjutant stepped out of the queue, stared solemnly at the Konoha ninja opposite, and quickly formed seals with his hands. He has mastered the blood succession limit called Kusa release, and the appearance of the escape technique he performs is somewhat similar to that of the ninja god Senju Hashirama. But in reality, the quality is far apart. At first, his grass escape couldn't even trap a rabbit. But he firmly believes that there is no limit to useless blood inheritance, only useless ninjas. Finally, with unremitting efforts, he reached his current position. Blue-silver entanglement. The adjutant shouted and activated ninjutsu. In an instant, a piece of emerald green grass sprouted from the ground, rushing towards the Konoha ninja like a tide. Advertisement. You're not hiding. Damn it, you look down on me like that. You have a way to die. Seeing that there was no movement from the Konoha ninja, the adjutant gritted his teeth and increased the injection of chakra. Under his control, more green grass gathered to form the shape of a giant hammer. Hoshin hammer. The adjutant shouted. He had tried his best. However, what happened next was shocking. Whether it was the turbulent sea of grass or the powerful and heavy clear sky hammer, they all passed through the body of the Konoha ninja. It was as if he was just a reflection in the water. What's going on? Could I be hit by genjutsu? The adjutant quickly made seals to relieve the hallucination. At this moment, the Konoha ninja on the opposite side jumped up suddenly, as if he was standing on the void, and then, a space vortex twisted and formed in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a large number of kunai shot out from the space vortex. The number and coverage were large enough to cover their entire team. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sharp sound of breaking wind tears the air. Beware. Dongxiren ordered calmly. These kunai flying all over the sky look scary, but they are not scary at all. After giving the order, the Iwagakure ninjas jointly summoned a huge earth wall to block all the kunai. But the strange thing is that even though he knew that kunai attacks were ineffective, the Konoha ninja kept throwing kunai and letting them scatter in all directions. The alarm bells rang in the hearts of the dead people in the east. A terrible guess came to mind. Those kunai, are they? You, go pick up a kunai and bring it back. The East dead man ordered an Iwagakure ninja. Yes. After a while, the Iwagakure ninja returned. His face was full of tears, his nose and tears were mixed together, his whole body was shaking, and he held a kunai in his hand and walked towards the East dead man tremblingly. Team, Captain. Seeing his subordinate's appearance like this, Dongxiren's heart froze. But he still held on to a glimmer of hope and took the kunai. At first glance, the dead man almost fell over. The 4 characters, Sword of Tolerance, are clearly engraved on kunai. Is there any need to ask? Every Iwagakure ninja who sets foot on the battlefield must recognize this mark. Because it is Konoha's golden shining mark of the Flying Thunder God. Captain, what should we do? The subordinate's face was full of despair, and there were Flying Thunder God kunai everywhere he looked, and it was impossible to escape with his wings. The East dead man forced himself to calm down, convey the order. Advertisement. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, suddenly, a shock as if the world was about to collapse broke out. Rumble. The East dead man suddenly raised his head and saw a light blue giant rising slowly into the sky, showing extraordinary majesty. The giant had 2 wings on his back, holding a giant blade, pointing straight at the sky. What is this? The eyes of the dead man in the east are about to split. He secretly regretted that the decision to attack Konoha tonight seemed too hasty. Before he could make up his mind, the majestic giant had already been chopped down with his sword. Spread. The roar of the East dead man shook the sky. Amid the roar, the 300 elites instantly turned into hundreds of shadows, scattering in all directions. Boom. The giant blade whizzed past, carving a deep scar on the earth. All the Iwagakure ninjas were stunned. What kind of terrifying existence were they facing? The dead man's throat tightened. Who the hell is this? Suddenly, the wails of his companions tore through the night sky, and the East dead man hurriedly looked back. Under the moonlight, a flash of golden light shuttled through the queue like lightning, and everyone it touched fell silently, without the ability to fight back. On the battlefield, the Flying Thunder God kunai covered the entire battlefield like raindrops. In just the blink of an eye, nearly half of his elite troops were lost. The golden light paused in Dong dead man's eyes. The handsome and sunny face that appeared was none other than Namikaze Minato. He smiled softly and signaled to the East dead man. Namikaze Minato. Dongxiren felt a chill in his heart, and that smile was like a Shinigami summons, making him tremble all over. The name of Namikaze Minato is known to everyone in the ninja world. Ha ha ha. Great, it's Golden Flash. We're done. Behind the East dead man, one of his subordinates laughed as if he was about to collapse. There is a broken mountain and rubble behind Susanoo, and there is a golden flash of life in front of him. He is definitely dead. Everything is spicy. At this time, Namikaze Minato suddenly raised a kunai. Time and space flashing swallow dance combo. For a moment, Dongxiren's eyes went dark, and then he lost consciousness. It wasn't until the last moment when his life disappeared that he vaguely heard the name of Namikaze Minato's move. He is faster than the sound. Iwagakure intends to attack the 300 elites of the Fire Country, together with their general Dongxiren. All were annihilated. As for Konoha, only 2 people were dispatched. Chapter 92 Obito. Madara, I'm so hot on horseback. In the area not far from the Land of Fire, the Iwagakure army camped here, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped the camp. In the main tent of Iwagakure, Tsuchikage Onoki's voice could not help but rise a little higher, with incredible shock. Are you saying that our 300 elites from Iwagakure, plus the elite Jonin Higashikata, were all inexplicably wiped out in just half an hour? Onoki's eyes were fixed on the reporter who came, his eyes widened as if he had heard something incredible. Even if 300 pigs were scattered, it would take a long time to catch them. If 300 people went in, they would all be dead in less than half an hour. You know, they spent half the time on the road after setting off, and the time for confrontation with live ammunition was even shorter. How could someone disappear in the blink of an eye? Yes. The reporter lowered his head and did not dare to look directly into Onoki's stern eyes. After being confirmed again, even though he was as scheming as Onoki, his breathing became rapid. What the hell are the East Dead people doing? 300 elite ninjas would be gone if they didn't. Even for the powerful Iwagakure village, such a loss would be an unbearable blow. Old man, are you okay? Onoki's son Huangtu quickly stepped forward to help him, his expression full of worry. I'm fine. Onoki took a deep breath, barely managed to calm down his emotions, and waved his hand to signal his subordinates to leave. After the man exited the tent, Onoki slowly walked to the desk and sat down. In front of him was a huge sand table model depicting Konoha's possible defense layout. His eyes were fixed on the sand table and he remained silent. Old man, do you want to send someone to investigate? Huangtu suggested. Onoki slowly shook his head and said in a heavy tone. There's no need to check. Namikaze Minato is the only one in Konoha who can completely eliminate the East Dead Man's team in a short period of time. Moreover, Namikaze Minato with the Flying Thunder God's mark must be placed on the battlefield in advance. Advertisement. What puzzles me is, Onoki's eyes fell on the miniature model of Konoha village on the sand table. The intelligence clearly shows that Namikaze Minato should be busy guarding against the Kurigakure village's sneak attack on Konoha. How could he suddenly appear on the border of the Land of Fire? At this time, it was not only Iwagakure who was the enemy of Konoha, but Kumogakure village in the Kingdom of Thunder and Kurigakure village in the Kingdom of Water had all joined the war. Konoha had to disperse its forces to deal with it. The front line had opened up two fronts, facing Iwagakure and Kumogakure at the same time, and it also had to guard against Kurigakure attacks from the sea. Therefore, Namikaze Minato must stay in Konoha, just in case. It was based on this consideration that Onoki was convinced that Namikaze Minato would not leave the village easily, so he decided to implement this action plan. However, the fact is, Onoki's eyes turned to Lois. How did they learn about our plans? There was no flaw in his plan itself. The problem was that the intelligence was leaked, which led to Namikaze Minato. To make matters worse, Namikaze Minato had obviously planned ahead and laid a Flying Thunder God trap in advance, waiting for them to fall into the trap. If the other party is not able to predict the future, then there must be something wrong internally. Huangtu suddenly realized. You mean, there are spies from Konoha among us? Onoki's face became more solemn. This operation is highly confidential, and there are very few people who know about it. Go check it yourself. Huangtu nodded in agreement and left as ordered. As Onoki's son, he is the person his father trusts the most, and he has to do this. While Iwagakure was fighting with the air to catch the non-existent mole, Obito has quietly approached Canopy Bridge. This is the crucial rear area of Iwagakure, and all supplies for the front line are transported through here. However, no one noticed Obito's arrival. This is it. Advertisement. Obito stood on a high place, carefully examining the terrain below under the moonlight. That old fox Madara is hiding in a cave somewhere in this area, relying on the ghetto statue to survive. Obito has never forgotten that he still owes a debt of 300,000 gold coins in the group. Although first generation and Minato-sensei never demanded payment, Obito was not a deadbeat. Now, his target is Uchiha Madara, who was deceived by Black Zetsu all his life. Judging from the current timeline, he can change a lot of things, especially Madara's fate. As long as you rewrite your destiny, the gold coin rewards that follow will not be underestimated. Old Madara, I'm here to blast your gold coins. Obito smiled excitedly, raised his arms high, made a diving gesture, and jumped directly from the tree. With the help of his virtualization ability, he instantly escaped into the ground like a fish entering water. The change of day and night in the outside world means nothing to the underground world. It's always dark and damp here, with a chilling and gloomy atmosphere. Deep in the cave, a huge monster lurked there quietly, its lower body buried in the soil, and only its upper body exposed was extremely huge. This is the body of 10 Tails, Ghetto statue. Under the shadow of the Ghetto statue, a figure sat on a cold stone chair. That is, Uchiha Madara. Even Shura, who is feared in the ninja world, cannot resist the erosion of time. Madara's hair is completely white, wrinkles cover his once handsome face, and his body is hunched, showing an old look. In fact, his vitality has long been exhausted. He only relies on a few pipes connected to the Ghetto statue to absorb the vitality there, barely maintaining his life like a candle swaying in the wind. Madara was leaning on the stone chair with her eyes closed tightly. She seemed to be immersed in sleep, but in fact she had been gone for a while. That's weird. Chapter 93 Surprise. Madara opened her eyes suddenly, and inside her eyes was neither the Samsara Eye nor the Eternal Mangekyo, just a pair of ordinary black eyes. Tell me about what's going on outside. Madara raised her head slightly and looked through the top of the cave, where there were many Baizetsu hanging. On weekdays, he uses them to know the goings-on in the outside world. A Baiju jumped out from the rock wall. There's a war brewing outside, Lord Madara. About half an hour ago, an elite team from Iwagakure quietly sneaked into the Land of Fire. It seems that the war is about to resume. Madara snorted softly. War. It's another war. Oh, Hashirama, your road still fails to lead to peace after all. The only thing that successors can inherit is hatred. Only I can create a world where there will never be war and everyone is in harmony. Madara becomes more determined in his plans for the Eye of the Moon. After a long silence, he slowly asked, what is that Uchiha kid doing now? What Madara said, of course, was Obito. Unlike other Uchiha, Obito has shown an unusual passion for others since he was a child. Be kind and helpful, and it is this rich emotion that breeds the strongest hatred after falling into the dark abyss. It is the perfect chess piece that can continue to promote the grand plan behind him. Therefore, Madara locked onto Obito very early, waiting for a suitable opportunity to pull him into the dark road that will never return. What are you doing? Of course I'm preparing to blow your gold coins. Are you ready? I can't wait. A joking voice suddenly sounded, making Madara stunned. He looked at Baiju in confusion, but Baiju hurriedly waved his hand to clarify. Madara-sama, I didn't say that. Not you. Advertisement. Before Madara could clear his mind, an arm suddenly hooked his shoulder. Immediately, a figure flashed beside him and sat huddled on his stone chair. Who else besides me? Uchiha Obito smiled and felt no stranger to Madara. Uchiha Madara's eyes darkened, and the chakra that had been silent for a long time suddenly boiled. The decaying body burst out with astonishing power, and its heavy fist was directed at the uninvited guest beside it. Although I am old, my arrows are still sharp. However, Kamui is instant. In the blink of an eye, Obito had moved his position, disappeared from the stone chair, and appeared in front of Madara not far away. My little Mr. Yi is such a dragon. He has been secretly coveting me all day long and wants me to run around for you. But as soon as he shows up, he wants to take action. Obito curled his lips, disapproving. Madara directly filtered out these useless words and locked Obito with her gloomy eyes. Uchiha Obito, how did you find this place? And your eyes, Mangekyo. Madara flashed a flash of shock. No, it's eternal Mangekyo. As Madara who once had the eternal eye, he can naturally sense the majestic power of Obito's eyes. This is beyond the reach of ordinary Mangekyo. But how is this possible? Obito has no brothers or sisters, so how did he evolve the eternal eye alone? Is it on, or is it never off? At this time, countless white Zetsu quietly appeared on the surrounding ground. They form a circle around Obito, ready to attack at any time. Hey, old Madara, is this how you treat your guests? It's okay if you don't have tea. Do you still want to scare me with these white juices? Obito glanced around at the white Zetsu and complained. Stand back. Madara waved her hand. Madara looked at Obito indifferently. For Uchiha who has the eternal eye, the threat of quantity is meaningless. Advertisement. Zetsu escaped underground again, and only Madara and Obito were left facing each other in the entire underground space. Madara held a fan and looked at Obito repeatedly. The development of the situation seems to be beyond his expectations. After a long silence, Madara finally spoke. Uchiha Obito. You hide a lot of secrets. Obito responded frankly. Just so. Then what's the purpose of coming to me? Kill me. You seem to know a lot about me, but I don't want to ask questions now. If you want to do something, feel free to do it. Madara stared at Obito without any fear. Even if the opponent has the power to take his life, Uchiha's pride does not allow him to be afraid. Obito shook his head and chuckled. What good will killing you do to me? You are valuable to me only if you are alive. Only if you are alive can I explode the gold coins. As he said that, Obito looked around as if he was looking for something, but found nothing. So he asked, hey, is there such a dark guy coming to your door? Madara's eyes flashed with subtlety. Could it be that Obito was referring to Black Zetsu? Does this guy even know this? Seeing Madara's reaction, Obito's heart suddenly brightened, and he nodded slightly. It seems that I've come to find you. Now, I can't tell you directly. Madara was slightly startled. What is this person talking about? Before Madara could come back to her senses, Obito had walked straight over, pushed Madara aside, and sat down on his stone chair without a care in the world. The black line on Madara's face can haunt her for 3 days. Doesn't it mean that Uchiha Obito respects the elderly and loves the younger ones? What do you call respecting the old and loving the young? Obito lowered his head with a smile and said mysteriously. Come on, let's have a little chat the Uchiha way. Madara turned his head sideways, and in an instant, his black eyes gradually turned into a 3 Magatama Sharingan. His own eyes have evolved into the Samsara Eye and were secretly transferred to Nagato. Now he can only use the most basic 3 Magatama Sharingan, or other transplanted eyes. Sharingan alone cannot withstand Obito's eternal Mangekyo. In this case, it is better to deal with it calmly and listen to the purpose of the other party's efforts to find you. Chapter 94 Heiju. Why is it always me who suffers? In an instant, Obito dragged Madara into the world of Genjutsu. This is the realm where Obito's imagination is embodied, allowing him to do whatever he wants. With a change of thought, Madara's old face instantly regained her youth, her black hair was flowing, and the Uchiha Madara who once shocked the ninja world reappeared. Madara's face was expressionless. After all, this was an illusion, and everything was unreal. After leaving, he was still the old man who was half-stepped into the coffin. Tisk, you were supposed to bring me here to brainwash me, but this time I became the caster. Obito said cheerfully. So, what do you want to say? Madara said calmly. Watch it, don't blink. Obito pointed to the sky. Madara followed the instructions and looked up in confusion. In an instant, a large number of pictures came one after another. Those are the memory fragments carefully selected by Obito, and the plots related to Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu are shown one by one. The picture plays quickly, and Madara watches it very quickly. A few minutes passed. After the scene was played, Madara stood there quietly without changing her expression, not knowing what she was thinking about. Obito approached in surprise. You're not angry at all. Being manipulated like that by Black Zetsu, and finally turned into a resurrection vessel for Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, not to mention the failure of the plan, and even the loss for yourself, how can you bear it? I'm a big turtle. Hearing Obito's words, Madara lowered her gaze. This is your genjutsu territory. It's up to you to see what you want me to see. The implication is, who knows if you fabricated some pictures to fool me. Well, Obito scratched his head. That's not right. When Hashirama showed his memory to others, Madara immediately believed it. Why did the other party become suspicious when it was his turn? After thinking about it, Obito suddenly had an idea. Hey, yes, since you don't believe me, why don't we just capture Heiju and read his memory? Isn't Hei claiming to be the embodiment of your will? But he has been wandering in the ninja world for thousands of years, and his memories will appear true and false as soon as he sees them. Advertisement. Madara looked at Obito and nodded slowly. In fact, he already believed it in his heart, but things were too bizarre to fully accept. What Obito showed him just now was obviously from the future. Can he peek into the future? This kind of power is obviously beyond the scope of ninjas, right? But whether it is authentic or not, you only need to catch Heiju and give it a try. Whether he is a true manifestation of his own will, or Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's hidden third child, will soon be answered. Obito disarms genjutsu and the two return to reality. Madara became old and rickety again. Madara remained silent and stretched out her palm to the side. Soon, a ball of black mud slowly overflowed from Madara's hand. When it hit the ground, it transformed into a standing figure. Master Madara, Black Zetsu said respectfully. His eyes flickered back and forth between Obito and Madara, curiosity flashing in his eyes. What were they talking about just now? However, the next second, Heizetsu's curiosity immediately turned into panic. Master Madara. What are you doing? Bang. With a crisp sound, a black rod shot out from Madara's hand, nailing Heiju firmly to the ground. But this was not enough. Immediately afterwards, more black rods came one after another, firmly fixing Heiju's body. Madara-sama. Heizetsu was completely confused. How could Uchiha Madara suddenly attack him? Madara stood up from the stone chair tremblingly, and Obito quickly stepped forward to help him, fearing that his old gold coins would be lost. Watch your steps and don't make any mistakes at this point. If you fall to your death, you will be laughed at. Madara glanced at the other party helplessly, wondering why this guy kept saying lucky words. Can his majestic Uchiha Madara be thrown to death? The two walked to Heizetsu. Madara activated yin-yang style and Sharingan, grabbed Heizetsu's head tightly, and began to dig out Heizetsu's deep memories. Advertisement. After a while, Madara withdrew her hand with a pale face. Black Jew's thousands of years of memories are like a vast ocean. Madara has only read a small part and already feels powerless. After all, he is extremely weak now. Well, I didn't fool you. Obito said proudly. I told you that you were tricked by this guy, but you didn't believe it. Madara's eyes were heavy and fell on Heiju. Although he only read a little bit of Heizetsu's memories, and they were still insignificant daily matters. But this is enough to confirm what Obito said. Black Zetsu claims to be the embodiment of his will, but he, Uchiha Madara, has only been alive for less than a century even if rounded up. Where did your thousand-year memory come from? It seems that he has indeed been manipulated by Heiju. The Eye of the Moon plan and the prophecy of the stone tablet were all set up by Heiju. It turns out that I have always been just a pawn on someone else's chessboard, but I don't know. It's really sad and ridiculous. He. Madara suddenly let out a deep laugh. Whoosh. Madara suddenly took action, and the black stick blessed by yin-yang style went straight towards Heiju, intending to finish him off. Since Madara opened the reincarnation eye, she has studied the Six Paths Forbidden technique and yin-yang style in depth for many years. A Black Zetsu who cannot resist will never be able to escape from his hands. Hey, wait a minute. Obito suddenly stretched out his hand to hold him, and Madara's movement stopped in the air. You want to stop me? Madara turned around suddenly, her eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and her murderous eyes made Obito stunned. But Obito still held down Ban's arm and quietly took the black stick from his hand. As you get older, don't be quick to hit or kill someone. Come on, calm down. Obito helped Madara sit on the stone chair, caressing his back and comforting him. Chapter 95 Exploding Gold Coins. Madara was speechless for a moment. Obito, what do you want to do? He found it difficult to understand Obito's way of thinking. Since the other party had revealed Black Zetsu's conspiracy, shouldn't his purpose be to help him get rid of control? But why do you want to prevent yourself from getting rid of the scourge of Black Zetsu? Obito rubbed his hands and said with a smile. It's not just for the gold coins. Killing him won't do much good and the money won't be much. It's better to keep him. He will be of great use to me. Once Black Zetsu dies, no one can save Kaguya, but this is not a huge change. After all, according to the original script, Kaguya will eventually be resealed. But by leaving Heizetsu, or in other words, Kaguya, the variables would be big enough, and the gold coins would naturally come rolling in. Madara obviously can't understand Obito's train of thought. Madara. His face was full of confusion. Obito waved his hand. Oh, just listen to me anyway, it's correct. Madara sighed softly. Young people today have really strange ideas. But forget it, it's Obito who makes the decision here after all, just let him be. What are you going to do next? Madara asked. At this moment, Madara seems a little confused. The Eye of the Moon plan he has been pursuing for his whole life is actually a scam by Black Zetsu. This obviously couldn't continue, and for a moment, he didn't know where to go. My plan is very simple, to unify the ninja world and end the war. Hearing Obito's answer, Madara's cloudy eyes flashed with light. This kid's thoughts are exactly the same as when he was young. He once had such an idea, but unfortunately Hashirama didn't agree with it, so he had no choice but to give up. Now that Obito mentioned the matter again, the sleeping memory in Madara's heart was awakened, and Hashirama was gone. In the current ninja world, who else can stop Obito? The answer is no one. Madara smiled with relief, not expecting that she would be able to witness the unification of the ninja world before she died. Advertisement. In this way, he has no regrets, even if he went to another world. He can also blame Hashirama with confidence and accuse him of how wrong his choices were back then. My reincarnation eye is in the Hidden Rain village, lodged in a little guy named Nagato. Go get it, maybe it can help you. Madara said. Obito glanced sideways at Madara. What do I need that thing for? I can naturally do it when I want to evolve. You'd better keep it for yourself to play with. Before he finished speaking, Obito walked to Heizetsu, squatted down, and pulled out several black sticks inserted into Heizetsu's body. Heizetsu, how about you consider my proposal? What do you want to say? Heiju asked in a deep voice. Obito glared at him and used Sharingan to convey a thought to Black Zetsu. After receiving it, Heiju suddenly became a little excited. Is what you said true? What did I lie to you for? If I hadn't stopped you, you would have died at the hands of Madara by now. Do I need to lie to you? After receiving Obito's confirmation, Black Zetsu nodded. Okay, then I am willing to be loyal to you, Obito-sama. Obito smiled, pulled out the other black rods on Black Zetsu's body, and released him. Afterwards, Black Zetsu clung to Obito obediently, and Madara couldn't help but look sideways when she saw this. Hey, you guy, you still claim to be the incarnation of my will, now you have changed your family. Obito walked up to Madara with a smile on his face and stretched out a fist towards him. Come on, Madara, let's work together to create a world away from war, ensuring that future generations of Konoha will never have to suffer the ravages of war again. Madara looked at Obito with a smile on his face, and for a moment he seemed to see Hashirama's figure superimposed on him. However, he still chose to shake his head. No, I have become corrupt and will no longer participate in the future of the ninja world. I'm just waiting here for your good news. When the time comes, I'll go down and tell Hashirama that he was wrong. Obito looked nonchalant. Why are you rotten? I can easily handle your small situation and keep you energetic for another 500 years. Advertisement. Hurry up. Obito shook his arms, urging Madara to fist bump with him. Quote. Do you know what you're talking about? Don't believe me. I'm not joking, uncle. Madara was silent for a moment, and finally stretched out her fist perfunctorily and touched the young disciple lightly. In his heart, he also longed to witness the future of Konoha with his own eyes. But then, Obito's dissatisfied muttering came over. Obito stared at Madara with suspicious eyes. Hey, old Madara, you didn't take it seriously at all. Why didn't I receive the gold coins? Do it again. You have to be serious, you have to believe me from the bottom of your heart, you can't do anything just superficially. Madara was speechless for a moment. What kind of novel theory is this? There was no other way. Madara raised his hand again. This time, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Come on, Obito, you will pass on the unfinished mission of Hashirama and me. Let me see what level you can reach. Changes that have never happened in the ninja world in thousands of years are about to bloom in your hands. Puff. The two fists touched each other lightly. Immediately afterwards, a cold electronic sound sounded in Obito's ears. Open black lens bracket bite close black lens bracket. Group member Uchiha Obito received a gold coin reward of 300,000 for significantly rewriting the direction of history. Finally here. So many gold coins. Obito was excited. So, what exactly are the gold coins you keep talking about? Some kind of currency. Madara looked at the extremely excited Obito and asked in confusion. Hey, you can understand it that way, but this is God's currency, you can buy anything. Obito smiled mysteriously. Chapter 96 Kurigakure Sneak Attack, Lei 2 joins forces. The flames of war on the front line spread vaguely. A secret letter slipped silently from Iwagakure village into the territory of Kurigakure village. The letter revealed that Namikaze Minato had joined the front line, Konoha had lost a strong general, and its defense was greatly reduced. At the same time, they will hold Minato at the outpost so that he has no time to take care of Konoha. If Kurigakure has any plans, now is a good opportunity. Mizukage finished reading, pondered for a moment, and did not rush out impulsively. Instead, he sent a small team to explore the truth. The pathfinder he chose was Ching, who had a transplanted white eye. This special ability allowed them to collect intelligence more accurately. When Ao and his team sneaked in, they didn't know that Minato had already taken precautions. Uchiha Shisui led the team to set an ambush on the road. Shisui just activated Genjutsu from a distance, and the opponent was instantly knocked down. This chakra is Uchiha Shisui. Ao captured this scene with his Byakugan perspective. The green chakra flashed in his eyes, which was as famous a symbol as Shisui. Ching was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. The group of people evacuated in a panic, not even the shadow of Konoha was seen. Ao returned to Kurigakure and reported the whole story to 3rd Mizukage. When Mizukage heard it, he angrily said, "You bunch of losers, you were driven back without even touching the threshold of Konoha. You didn't taste the sweetness at all. That's not a big deal." Mizukage gave an order, and the legendary 3 auspicious treasures, the Oshinobi sword, and the 7 were ready to attack Konoha again. However, history repeated itself, and it was still the same path. In fact, Ao had told them the information that there might be an ambush there, but the 7 ninja swordsmen didn't take it to heart. "If it's not my brother, you can't still be here, can you?" However, the fact is that Uchiha Shisui, young Uchiha Itachi, and a group of Uchiha masters have been waiting here for a long time. Minato Senpai's news is really accurate, they are indeed here. Itachi was full of admiration. "Now is not the time to sigh, prepare to fight, Itachi." Shisui chuckled and drew the long knife from his back. Itachi nodded solemnly, holding the ninja tool in his hand. Although he was only 6 years old, he had already entered the battlefield with Shisui. Everyone was preparing to attack in silence. When the 7 ninja swordsmen stepped into the encirclement net, Uchiha and the others immediately launched an offensive. Phantom instant technique. As Shisui's handprints fell, the scene was instantly filled with a dozen identical Shisui. Advertisement. This is no ordinary shadow clone, each one is a real entity, showing Shisui's speed and ability to appear in the same space at the same time. This is Shisui, the real power that can shock the ninja world with the name of ordinary ninjutsu. Uchiha Flow Hero Dance. In an instant, all the Shisui launched an attack at the same time, followed by other Uchiha masters, and countless ninjutsu rained down. What? Is there really an ambush? The 7 ninja swordsmen were stunned and caught off guard. In an instant, there were casualties. "No, brother, how dare you? Then if we change our ways, wouldn't you be in trouble? It's not a game at all, is it? Retreat. Retreat quickly." There were 7 ninja swordsmen. Oh no, after a round of attacks, only 5 were left. Now they have become the 5 ninja swordsmen. While fighting back, they are frantically looking for a way to escape. But, isn't it a joke to talk about speed in front of Shisui? Soon, the battlefield returned to tranquility. Kurigakure's 7 ninja swords, as well as the 7 magical ninja swords, will remain on the land of Konoha forever. Uchiha Shisui wiped the bloody knife and walked towards Itachi with a warm smile. Mission accomplished. Let's go home, Itachi. Cooperate. What conspiracy is that old fox Onoki thinking about? Nin 3rd Reikage held a letter from Iwagakure village in his hand, with a look of disbelief on his face. Originally, after they encountered a wall in sand-hidden village in the land of wind, they turned around and planned to attack Konoha. Advertisement. But just a few days after the war started, Onoki wrote a letter proposing cooperation. The target is directly at Konoha. You know, Kumo Hidden Village is not only fighting Konoha, but also at war with Iwagakure village. Onoki took the initiative to seek cooperation, which is really rare. Father, what did the old man say? Young Ai stepped forward and asked curiously. 3rd Reikage explained. Onoki said that Namikaze Minato went to the front line in person, and he wanted to join forces with us to deal with Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato. I was stunned, and then sneered. I see, it turns out that the yellow flash appeared. No wonder that old guy came to form an alliance with us. It turned out he was afraid of death. Although Onoki's attack power is strong and indestructible, if someone succeeds in a sneak attack and wipes his neck, he will still die. This is the fate of ninjas. The means are ever changing, but the body is extremely fragile. Therefore, Onoki could not deal with Namikaze Minato, so he could only come to Kumogakure for help. Only Union Village can compete with that yellow flash in terms of speed. By the way, when I attacked Sunagakure, I heard that you and Hizen fought against that yellow flash. How do you feel? 3rd Reikage then asked. Ai's face gradually became serious. That guy is faster than me. He is the only one who can avoid my instant punch attack. Flash, I can't catch it. His reactions and combat experience are amazing. If he hadn't taken desperate measures, we might have been defeated. But the final result was just a tie. At that time, we were 2 against 1. 3rd Reikage was quite surprised. To get such a high evaluation from you, it seems that he is indeed a difficult opponent. Let's go meet him. After listening to his son's description, 3rd Reikage became very interested in this yellow flash. On the Konoha side, they still didn't know that the sacrifices of the East Dead Man and his group had allowed Onoki and Kumogakure to temporarily form an alliance. Chapter 97 Madara returns to its heyday. At this time, in Konoha's base camp, everyone stared in horror at the man with a round fan on his back, wearing red armor and a proud face. He walked forward slowly, and everyone's eyes were firmly attracted to him. Who is he? Just one glance makes people feel an aura that is so oppressive that it is suffocating. I don't know, It seems to have been brought back by Obito-sama, maybe a master of the Uchiha clan. Why haven't you seen this person before? Everyone in Konoha was talking a lot, and everyone looked shocked. That man's aura was so amazing. At this moment, an excited Uchiha Jonin walked up to the man tremblingly and said excitedly. Are you the Madara clan leader? Uchiha Jonin asked in disbelief as he looked at the fan behind Madara and the face that was exactly the same as recorded in the family tree. Didn't Madara die at the hands of the first Hokage decades ago? How could she appear here? Did they look alike? Or did Madara actually fake her own death and escape? No matter what, this Jonin was very excited. He has admired Uchiha Madara since he was a child, and he has been reading the history of Uchiha. He only regrets that he was not born in Madara's era, otherwise he would have left with Madara. Oh, after all these years, does anyone still remember me? Madara glanced at him and noticed the admiration in his eyes. A sense of comfort welled up in my heart. Hearing Madara admit his identity, Uchiha Jonin was even more excited. It's really you. Chief Madara. When you return now, do you plan to continue leading the Uchiha clan? With you here, we, the Uchiha clan, will be able to regain our former glory. Madara smiled slightly. What's your name? My name is Yunchi, leader of the Madara clan. Yunchi straightened his back, as if it was a great honor to be asked his name by Madara. Yunchi, I will remember your name. Advertisement. However, you don't need to call me clan leader anymore. I am no longer the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yunchi shook his head. Since you are back, the position of clan leader should be returned to you, and the Uchiha clan will become strong under your leadership. Ha, I have no interest in controlling Uchiha or leading you. Madara chuckled, crossed Uchiha Yunchi, and continued to walk forward. Return to the family and be the patriarch. Led them. Humph, who do you think he is? When he left, no one from the tribe followed him, but now that development has slowed down, they want him to go back. How can anything be so cheap? His current wish is just to see what the ninja world will become under Obito's hands, nothing more. Hearing Madara's response, Yunchi stiffened and smiled bitterly. It seems that the impact of that incident on Madara was too great. Yunchi hesitated for a moment and quickly made a decision. He turned around. Madara-sama, I want to follow you. I will break away from the Uchiha clan. Madara's steps paused slightly, her eyes flickered slightly, and finally she continued to move forward, leaving only a faint sentence. Whatever. Yunchi's face lit up with joy and he immediately ran to follow him. Madara walked slowly towards a tent. At this moment, Obito and Minato Namikaze finished their conversation and were walking out of the tent. As soon as he saw Madara, Obito immediately raised his hand and greeted with a smile. Hey, old Madara, you look like you're in good spirits. You're recovering well. After receiving 300,000 gold coins, Obito spent 30,000 to purchase a one-time 6 paths Yang power. The majestic vitality was enough to restore Madara to the peak of her youth. As for Madara, after she fully recovered to her peak condition, she went to the land of rain specifically to retrieve the Samsara Eye from Nagato. She originally planned to exchange a pair of Sharingans, but Nagato thought twice and rejected Madara's offer. After learning the truth, he didn't ask for anything and directly returned the eyes to Madara. He longed to live an ordinary life like Yahiko and Konan and no longer wanted to be different. Madara understood his choice, used the remaining Yang power to hatch a pair of ordinary eyes for him, then left the Kingdom of Rain and went directly to Obito. Madara-senpai, Konoha warmly welcomes you back. Minato showed Madara a slightly stiff smile. Just now, Obito dragged him into the camp and told him that Uchiha Madara was about to return, which really shocked Minato. Obito's behavior became increasingly unpredictable. First, he revealed a series of top-secret information as if he could predict the future, and then he brought back Uchiha Madara, who had been declared dead for decades. Advertisement. With the addition of Madara, the gap between Konoha's combat effectiveness and other ninja villages will be as insurmountable as a chasm. It seems that the war is about to come to an end. This kid is really becoming more and more capable, and Minato feels a sense of sincere relief in his heart. Facing Minato's greeting, Madara nodded slightly. Come on, let's go in and sit for a while. It's so weird to stand outside and chat. Obito suggested with a smile. Just as the group was about to move, a Konoha ninja appeared in front of them using the teleportation technique and reported to Minato with a stern expression. Iwagakure and Kumogakure have joined forces. They have assembled nearly 10,000 troops and are approaching us. Obito was stunned for a moment, with a subtle expression on his face. I originally thought that they would divide their forces to fight, and it would be a waste of time for us to deal with them. Unexpectedly, they took the initiative to send them to our door. Obito turned to Namikaze Minato and said with a relaxed expression, Minato-sensei, it looks like the war is going to end early. Having said that, Obito, we still can't take it lightly. After all, my opponent is Tsuchikage, who is known as the Ant of Two Scales. His dust style is extremely destructive. If you are not careful, you will be in trouble. Namikaze Minato warned Obito seriously, he didn't want anything to happen to him. Haha, don't worry, teacher, I will be careful. Besides, I am not alone. Old Madara is here to help. Obito smiled playfully and hooked Madara's shoulder. Right, old Madara. Madara turned to look at him, a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. A group of rabble-rousers also need my help. Oh, those are Tsuchikage and Reikage. People who stand at the top of the ninja world are not as weak as you say. In my eyes, they are just that weak. Madara responded lightly. Tisk, you don't leave any room for what you said. Okay, let's go. Just think of it as stretching your muscles. You haven't moved your hands in a long time. Are they almost rusty? After that, Obito pulled him to the front line without any explanation. Facing Obito's determination, Madara was helpless. Well, let the world see the power of Uchiha Madara again. Minato-sensei, let's go. Namikaze Minato responded with a smile on his face. I wish you victory, I am here waiting for your good news. Chapter 98 Madara. Has he always been so brave? Cloud Hidden Village and Iwagakure Village jointly attacked, and thousands of ninjas came like a tide, with a majestic momentum, approaching the border. Movie-level characters from both sides came to the front lines of the battlefield. Tsuchikage, Reikage, and Abi combined to form a staggeringly luxurious lineup. On the defense line of Konoha in the distance, the guarding ninjas felt cold in their hearts just by witnessing such a powerful formation, and became timid before fighting. Onoki looked across the long distance at Konoha's tight defense line, and whispered to third generation lay beside him. I have sent a message to Kurigakure village, telling them that Namikaze Minato has left Konoha, and now they should also take action. Whether Namikaze Minato chooses to stick to the front line or return to defend Konoha, Konoha will inevitably decline after this battle. Onoki didn't know that Kurigakure's offensive had already been defeated. He was still complacent about his carefully planned layout. Third generation Lay nodded, his eyes flashing shrewdly. If the yellow flash remains, we will contain him, and you will be responsible for the main attack. The battle is over. We don't need the spoils, but after occupying Konoha, we must get a wider territory. There was a hint of cunning in third generation Lay's eyes. The old feud between them and Yenyan village seems to be worth mentioning in the face of huge interests. The land where Kumogakure is located is barren and desolate, and they always want to own the picturesque Konoha territory. Agreed. Onoki agreed. If there is no objection, launch an attack immediately. Following the orders of the two shadows, the huge army was divided into blocks like a black torrent, approaching the defense line built by Konoha ninjas. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Just hear a loud bang. Two figures suddenly descended from the sky, hitting the ground and kicking up billowing dust. Have reinforcements from Konoha arrived? Is it Hiruzen Sarutobi or Minato Namikaze? There was a faint smile on Onoki's lips. It seemed that no matter who it was, it would be difficult for them to stop their offensive today. However, when the dust settled and the visitor's face was clearly seen, Onoki's smile froze on his face. You, Uchiha Madara. The man in front of him had his arms folded and his eyes were stern. Onoki would never forget this figure that had cast a shadow on him. When he was young, he went to Konoha with second Tsuchikage to form an alliance, but unexpectedly encountered Uchiha Madara. The other party not only looked down upon them, but also used overwhelming force to teach them a lesson, and finally drove them out of Konoha. That was a huge humiliation to him, Wu, and even the entire village. Whenever he remembered it, Onoki felt an unspeakable sense of shame in his heart. A kid with two scales. Madara also recognized him. Advertisement. It seems that the lesson I gave you back then was still too light. You actually have the guts to bring people to invade Konoha. Then, let me see how much you have grown over the years. Uchiha Madara moved her wrist, with a pleasant smile on her face, as if she didn't take the other person to heart at all. Onoki gritted his teeth. Uchiha Madara. This guy's character really hasn't changed at all, making people angry as soon as he opens his mouth. Reikage, the situation has changed. If we can't take Uchiha Madara, this attack on Konoha will only become a laughing stock. Uchiha Madara. Third generation Lay was no stranger to this name, but he was full of doubts. Didn't he lose to Senju Hashirama in the Valley of the End decades ago and have passed away long ago? How can you come back from the dead? I don't know, but I am sure that it is Madara. That annoying tone is absolutely unmistakable. Onoki said gloomily. Go ahead and entangle him. I'll find a flaw and kill him with one strike. Onoki said solemnly. Shall I go? The opponent is Uchiha Madara. Why don't you go? Third generation Lay turned around and asked dissatisfied. You can't defeat him directly, but my dust style can. I just need you to fight for a small chance for me. Besides, you don't need to be afraid of him. He is a remnant of the old era decades ago. Over the years, ninjutsu has developed rapidly. The ancients are not necessarily better than the new ones. This old guy is not as exaggerated as you think. Don't be afraid, he is the challenger. Onoki said rationally. Third generation Lay asked suspiciously, are you sure that's the case? After all, Onoki is a person who has experienced the era of Uchiha Madara, and what he said may be true. That's right, come on. Third generation Lay took a step forward and was eager to try. I see, then I'll give it a try. Just force a momentary flaw out of him. Onoki warned. Reikage nodded, and in an instant, the power of thunder and lightning surrounded him, a thunderous thunder. This is Kumogakure's unique lightning-style chakra form. Hell thrust Ipponsen hand. Third generation's thunder attack is the trump card. After all, the opponent is Uchiha Madara, who is famous in the ninja world. There was just a flash of lightning, and in an instant, the third generation thunder appeared in front of Uchiha Madara, so fast that no one could match it. However, Madara obviously does not belong to this, no one, list. Advertisement. The moves are good, but the speed is a bit slow. Wounded Tomb Border Prison. Madara glanced at Reikage, who was only a few centimeters away from her, and said lightly. Bang! A figure shot out like an arrow from a string. It was third generation Lei. The moment he was about to come into contact with Madara, he seemed to have suffered a shocking shock. Reikage was knocked back at an alarming speed and fell hundreds of meters away, and did not stop until it hit a hill. The third generation raised its head with thunderous energy and opened its mouth as if it was saying something. If someone could read lips, they would be able to find out. What third generation Lei said is, Onoki, I think Feng is a blessing. Is he dead? Madara glanced at Reikage and said calmly as if nothing had happened. What kind of technique is that? Onoki was fully focused, but didn't see Madara make any move. Uchiha Madara just stood leisurely with his arms folded, and the third generation thunder flew far away. Before they could figure out what happened, Uchiha Madara had already started to move forward slowly. His movements became faster and faster, until finally he was running very fast. Facing an army of nearly 10,000 people, Madara launched an attack without fear. Then, let me dance for a little while. Boom. Madara crashes straight into the enemy formation, and the airwaves generated when moving can overturn countless enemies. He displayed his powerful physical skills wantonly, like a wolf among sheep. Elegant and perfect, like a piece of art in a movie. Witnessing Madara's feat of piercing through the enemy's formation alone, Obito scratched his head in confusion. It seems, you don't need me very much. Every time Madara solves someone, the voice of the chat group will appear in Obito's ears at the same time. Gold coins +1. Gold coins +1. Gold coins +1. It seems that these trash fish are not worthless. They are worth at least $1. Chapter 99 Man. Dust Style Limited Stripping Technique. Onoki seized the opportunity when Uchiha Madara shocked everyone around him in an instant, and launched an offensive without hesitation. Buzzing. In his palm, the transparent white light column quickly condensed, and then turned into a dazzling light arrow, heading straight towards the direction of Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Madara was squeezing the throat of a Iwagakure ninja, raising the corners of her mouth slightly, about to ask. Do you want to dance too? However, the afterglow in the corner of his eye caught the roaring dust style. This sudden interruption made him throw down the ninja in his hand in displeasure, and turned around to face the approaching fatal technique. You interrupted my elegance, you two-pronged boy. Madara's eyes flashed with a fierce light that should not be underestimated. Seeing that Uchiha Madara had no intention of evading, Onoki felt secretly happy. Is this arrogant Uchiha Madara planning to challenge Dust Style head-on? He is indeed an antique that is out of touch with the times. Do you think that after decades of living in isolation, your Susanoo can still dominate the world? In front of Dust Style, everything will turn into the most primitive atoms. Susanoo is no exception. Uchiha Madara, this is the price you pay for your contempt for Tsuchikage. Onoki declared excitedly. Dust Style fully covered Uchiha Madara, swallowing up his lonely figure. HMPH, that's all Uchiha Madara can do. Onoki snorted coldly and looked at where Madara was standing. Even Uchiha Madara could not survive the baptism of Dust Style. Bar. What? Onoki's pupils almost jumped out of his sockets. Seeing the impact of Dust Style, Uchiha Madara didn't even use Susanoo and absorbed all the power of Dust Style with just one hand. It's as if his palm is connected to an unobservable black hole. Are you kidding? Under the gaze of the Rinnegan, any ninjutsu is in vain. You two-scale boy, didn't I tell you this? Advertisement. In an instant, Dust Style dissipated, revealing Madara's figure with a faint smile. All ninjutsu are invalid. This. Onoki looked shocked. Not only him, but the other ninjas who heard this also showed despair. Isn't the capital of ninja fighting ninjutsu? Now, it would be too much for the opponent to render ninjutsu useless. Is this the power of Uchiha Madara? How can we fight this battle? Just when everyone was thinking of quitting, a real man stepped forward. He is the future Reikage of Cloud Hidden Village, I in the Abbey Group, the fastest in the ninja world. This ranking is compiled by Cloud Hidden Village, the king of elbow strikes, the champion of resistance to falling. Is ninjutsu ineffective? It didn't say that taijutsu is ineffective. Does that mean it's still effective? I said in a deep voice, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he looked at Uchiha Madara. Bad boy, what are you going to do? Onoki was a little surprised that the other party stepped forward at this moment. Don't be impulsive, we will find other ways. Onoki warned that Third Reikage had been seriously injured by Madara's blow, and if I fell again, victory would be impossible with him alone. Don't worry, I have something in mind. I responded lightly. Before Namikaze Minato appeared, he was once recognized as the #1 speedster in the ninja world, unrivaled by anyone. Even his father, Third Reikage, is not as fast as him, and both of them have different emphasis on lightning-style chakra mode. Third generation Lei focuses on defense and attack power, while he focuses more on speed. Of course, at extreme speed, his attack power cannot be underestimated. Just to Uchiha Madara. Bye, come together. I shouted loudly, and lightning instantly wrapped around him, activating his lightning-style chakra mode. Okay. Killer Bee responded excitedly. I'm on it. Before he finished speaking, Ai's figure had disappeared and turned into a flash of blue lightning, arriving in front of Uchiha Madara in an instant. Heavy blast flow. I shouted angrily, opened his eyes wide, and unleashed a powerful elbow attack on Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. So fast. A hint of appreciation flashed across Madara's eyes. This guy was much faster than before. However, still to no avail. Click. With a crisp sound, Ai's elbow was firmly blocked by a layer of blue energy skeleton. I was stunned. How could he be resisted so easily? The speed is really good, but it's a pity that the strength is a little weak. Madara commented. Even Susanoo's frame cannot be shaken and does not pose the slightest threat to him. The skeleton grew rapidly and transformed into a half-length Susanoo. He slashed it with a knife, and Ai's figure immediately flew out. Bang! The moment Ai was suddenly knocked away, Killer Bee transformed into a half-tailed beast form, suddenly threw out a huge-tailed beast Jade, and came straight towards him. Dare to touch my big brother, damn Uchiha Madara, yo, take the move. Killer Bee danced and made a provocative gesture triumphantly. Madara glanced disdainfully, and in the next moment, Magatama quickly condensed in the palm of the Susanoo he controlled. 8-foot Magatama, accompanied by a deep shout, Magatama rushed straight towards the roaring-tailed beast Jade like an arrow from the string. Boom! The explosion was deafening and sparks flew everywhere, lighting up half the sky. The smoke gradually dissipated, and in the chaos, Ai and Killer Bee used the cover of smoke to quietly approach Uchiha Madara. Excellent thunder plow hot knife. Ai shouted the name of the move loudly in his huge voice, as if he could defeat the enemy with one blow. Madara felt helpless. The sneak attack was so loud. Was it because you were afraid that I wouldn't know you were coming? In a flash of lightning, the two of them arrived in front of Madara. Bang! With excellent tacit understanding, Madara's half of Susanoo was unexpectedly defeated. I charged forward, followed closely by Killer Bee. The two of them locked Madara's head in tandem. Chapter 100 The best rap in the world. You're done. I laughed. This Uchiha Madara turns out to have only this ability. But they didn't notice that Madara's face didn't waver at all, it was calm. Then, Madara's figure suddenly disappeared without warning. In an instant, he exchanged places with his clone from Wheel Tomb and Border Prison. What? I was shocked, his eyes widened. No, big brother. Killer Bee was also stunned on the spot. Because of Madara's disappearance, the two attacks could not hold back their momentum and instead collided with each other. Bang! The two of them flew out upside down, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. It was obviously surrounded. How did Madara escape? Without any time to think, Uchiha Madara appeared silently behind Ai, and launched a series of smooth physical attacks, leaving Ai unable to resist. Finally, Madara kicked Ai hard, hitting Ai in the chest. Ai flew out like a speeding helicopter. He fell heavily on a boulder and crashed again. Ai was violently shaken and fell to the ground unconscious, his life or death uncertain. Mamba out. After dealing with Ai, Madara turned to look at Killer Bee who had just struggled to get up from the ground. Moving instantly, Madara was in front of Killer Bee, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him up. Do you want to dance too? Ahem. I'm not good at dancing. But I'm okay with rap. Do you want me to do a little rap, and then you let me and my brother go? Killer Bee was choked so hard that he could hardly breathe and couldn't speak clearly. Oh, Madara's eyes sparkled with curiosity. In the ninja world, are there such versatile ninjas? Thump. Madara threw Killer Bee to the ground casually, crossed her arms across her chest, and said with interest. Come on, sing a few words for me to listen to. If you are really good at it, it is not impossible to let you go. Advertisement. Killer Bee suddenly raised his head and looked at Uchiha Madara as if he had found a soulmate. Actually, someone appreciates me so much. Alas, it's a pity that he is the enemy. He has just seriously injured his eldest brother Ai, and his life or death is uncertain. How can he act according to the enemy's wishes? It seems that the only option is to have some lyrics that are not so pleasant, and may even annoy Madara. Okay, I will definitely make you satisfied. Killer Bee nodded quickly, already making a plan in his mind. He thought quickly, and an idea flashed into his mind. Aren't Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama incompatible? It is said that it spread throughout Konoha that Senju Hashirama ended Uchiha Madara's life. Although I don't know how Madara defeated the resurrection match. But Madara must hate Senju Hashirama and Konoha, so let's make a rap that praises Senju Hashirama and Konoha, and make some satire. Ahem. Killer Bee cleared his throat and began his performance. Yo, first generation of Konohagakure, Senju Hashirama prestige. The wood style is powerful enough to conquer the ninja world, and the will of peace is dazzling. He built the foundation of the village with his own hands, and the brotherly love goes even further. The will of fire burns endlessly, and future generations of ninjas praise it in unison. As soon as Killer Bee's rap ended, the surprise on Uchiha Madara's face could be seen without a magnifying glass. Killer Bee quietly observed, laughing secretly in his heart, this guy must be furious, right? In the previous two sentences, Senju Hashirama was praised to the heavens, but Uchiha Madara, a legendary figure beside him, was not mentioned. How could Uchiha Madara, with his pride, endure such neglect? Immediately following the last two sentences, the original Konoha village was a symbol of brotherhood established by Madara and Hashirama, and they were brothers in the past. Now it has become the biggest irony, isn't it said that the relationship is strong? The kind that is strong enough to stab someone in the back. The last sentence, everyone praises you in unison, refers to first Hokage and has nothing to do with you Uchiha Madara. Because in Konoha, Madara has almost become the target of public criticism. When he is mentioned, everyone shouts and beats him up. This sentence, future generations of ninjas praise each other, simply hits the painful spot in the soul. You. After being silent for a while, Madara spoke up, staring down at Killer Bee, her tone unexpectedly calm. That's very well said, I appreciate it. Quote. Killer Bee was stunned. Is this an irony? Advertisement. Killer Bee looked at Madara's calm expression and thought that this guy was probably so angry that he didn't even bother to express anything. It seems that his task was completed very well. Just as she was thinking about it, Madara slowly stretched out her hand to Killer Bee who was squatting on the ground. Killer Bee's heart tightened, and he quickly closed his eyes, lowered his head, and hugged his knees tightly. His body couldn't stop shaking. It's over. Brother, it looks like I have to take the first step. It's just a pity, I have such an excellent rap, this is a loss to the ninja world. The ninja world has me, Killer Bee. Happy to the ninja world. Happy to me too. I just ask him to act more swiftly and not make me suffer too much. But the expected cold light did not fall. What was waiting was Madara's doubt. Do you want to go to the toilet? Killer Bee's whole body froze, and when he raised his head, his eyes were full of disbelief. Go to the toilet. In front of thousands of people, I will solve it here. No, why do you think so? In fact, Madara can't be blamed. From his point of view, Killer Bee is squatting with his legs in his arms and his body is trembling slightly. He does look like he is in a state of panic. It just so happened that during those days of living in caves, there was such a number one person among the Baiju around Madara. The white Zetsu Afe with the swirling face squats all day long wanting to experience the fireworks in the world. Unfortunately, as a white Zetsu, he has no such ability. Over time, whenever Madara sees a similar posture, she will think of it reflexively. How is that possible? Killer Bee's face turned red from holding back the pressure. He said, will he survive in this life? Then why don't you get up quickly? Madara secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the explanation. Fortunately, it was nothing else, otherwise if this matter spread, I would not look good. Stand up. Killer Bee was stunned. Then he suddenly realized that Madara was reaching out to pull him up. Looking up at Uchiha Madara, and after confirming that the other party was not joking, Killer Bee cautiously stretched out his hand. Could it be that he would take this moment to cut off his own hand? Chapter 101. Is the pressure so great? Facts have proved that Killer Bee was indeed overly worried.
Madara grabbed his hand and pulled him up. He just stood next to Uchiha Madara, and the other party did not take action against him. Go. Tell Hokage and ask him to come over. I have something to inform him, Madara ordered. Oh, I'll do it right away. Killer Bee nodded repeatedly. Although he didn't know why, he had no choice but to do it. On the other side, Onoki saw Killer Bee coming back and hurriedly rushed to catch him. Killer Bee, what did Madara tell you to make you linger there for so long? Nothing, I just improvised a rap for Uchiha Madara, he liked it very much. After saying that, Killer Bee turned and left. He had to find Hokage and his elder brother, so he had no time to chat with the old man. Rapping for Uchiha Madara. Onoki's eyes were full of suspicion. Who is this kid trying to fool? At his level, he was killed by Uchiha Madara before he even spoke a word, right? However, it turns out that as long as the content is heart-wrenching, it doesn't matter if the level is a little bit different. Boom. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, interrupting Onoki's thinking. Panic spread among the crowd instantly. What is this? Is this Uchiha Madara? How can we fight like this? Ninjutsu is ineffective. In his current state, physical skills won't work either. People were desperate. Onoki followed the crowd's exclamations, his eyes also full of shock. I saw a giant Susanoo walking slowly, hundreds of meters high, with extraordinary momentum. Every step shook the earth like an earthquake. Susanoo? Onoki had seen Susanoo before, but in his memory, Madara's Susanoo had never been so huge. When he fought Ai before, Susanoo was only a dozen meters tall. Although he was strong, he was not to the point where one would feel desperate at a glance. And now this. Advertisement, just looking at it makes people lose the courage to fight. You little brat with 2 scales, you are lucky to be able to see with your own eyes the true strength of the Uchiha clan. Madara's eyes were as sharp as a hawk, squinting at him from top to bottom. Uchiha Madara, Onoki whispered through gritted teeth. How to fight this? Is this kind of person really a ninja? Why is it so exaggerated? It feels like they are now going back in time to beat up the primitive people. There is a saying that goes, what you fear will come to you. The roar exploded again. Onoki quickly turned around and looked. Another Susanoo with pale blue light slowly rose up. Besides, Onoki almost collapsed. He couldn't resist anyone, so why did another one come? His eyes followed the light blue Susanoo as it gradually evolved from a skeletal form until it transformed into a complete body hundreds of meters high. At this moment, Onoki realized that Susanoo actually had multiple forms, and what Madara showed before was only the second form. Obito drove Susanoo to Madara's side, glanced through the gem space between Susanoo's eyebrows, and said with a smile. Is Hokage done? Leave this stubborn old man to me. This guy is not easy to convince. Madara smiled slightly. It's up to you, but I personally suggest that it would be easier to solve the problem directly. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Obito made an okay gesture confidently. Obito turned to Onoki and took a step forward in Susan's footsteps, wanting to get closer to talk. But at this moment, Earth-style super light heavy rock technique. Onoki was so frightened that he jumped into the air, and then his handprints flew. Earth-style earthquake core, Earth-style arm of rock. Earth-style Goshiki no Jutsu. Dust-style the art of peeling off the original world. Advertisement. Obito watched Onoki perform ninjutsu one after another, and couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. No? So much pressure? Just take one step forward and hand over everything? I have a pressure cooker. At this moment, under Obito's feet, the ground suddenly opened on one side, intending to let Susan's feet fall into it, but Susan's body was too big, and this move only touched Susan's ankle. On the other side, a giant rock arm broke out of the ground and tried to grab Susan's feet. However, Obito pulled away slightly and the rock arm shattered. After these ninjutsu failed, a huge rock giant rushed towards Susan, but its size. Only 1/3 of the size of Susan, Obito easily controlled Susan to kick, and the rock giant instantly fell apart. As for the final Dust Style, Obito just activated Kamui. The power of space distortion came, and Dust Style's path was distorted. Dust Style, who was moving straight forward, could not avoid it. Soon he was completely swallowed by Kamui, leaving no trace left. Damn it, it doesn't work at all. In the air, Onoki's expression gradually became solemn, full of despair. Suddenly, a huge Susanoo hand approached quickly. Onoki was startled and hurriedly tried to use Dust Style to counterattack. However, his previous continuous battles had consumed a large amount of chakra. Although Dust Style could be released, it was unable to be released in time due to its slow condensation. Instead, he was caught by Susanoo. Hey, let me say, is it necessary to be so excited? I don't really want to take your lives. Obito grabbed Onoki and came to him and said with interest. Huh? Onoki was a little surprised. Wouldn't you kill them? What are you planning? There was no killing, obviously there was room for negotiation. Obito said slowly. Purpose? We come with peace in mind. If I have to explain, achieving peace is our purpose. Then what do you expect us to do? In other words, what does Konoha want? Onoki heard the word, peace, and sneered disapprovingly. In his opinion, since he was defeated, Obito's words were just an excuse to ask for more compensation. Obito smiled lightly and said, then I'll tell you the truth. I hope that all members of Iwagakure village will be integrated into Konoha. From now on, there will no longer be Iwagakure village on the map of the ninja world. Only the Konoha branch in the land of Earth and the management personnel we dispatch will be stationed. That's it. Obito's tone was relaxed, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Chapter 102 Conquering Lei and 2. As soon as the words fell, Onoki's face froze in shock. Do you know what you are asking for? Obito nodded firmly. Of course I know. In this way, the ninja world will be unified and have the same voice, so there will be no reason for war. Faced with Obito's almost fantasy plan, Onoki sarcastically said without mercy. Humph, boy, what an innocent fantasy. Regardless of whether you can do it or not, even if you want to, it's not that simple. You just won a local war. There are still 10,000 ninjas on standby in Iwagakure village. Besides, Union Village has continuously strengthened its armaments over the years, and its combat effectiveness has only increased. There are also Sand Hidden Village and Kirigakure Village that barely participated in the battle this time. Do you know how much strength they hide? With such a huge appetite, Konoha isn't afraid of choking to death? Obito pondered for a moment and then asked, how does this conflict with my pursuit of unity? Onoki frowned. Didn't you listen to what I just said? The combined strength of all ninja villages is at least 40,000. 40,000 ninjas, one ordinary great fireball per person is enough to flood the entire Konoha. Obito suddenly gave a faint smile. 40,000? What's the use? To borrow Madara's words, a rabble. You will completely disappear from the world without even having a chance to get close to Konoha. Onoki's eyes widened in anger, and he thought to himself, arrogant, really arrogant. Obito raised his hand to indicate, okay, old man, I don't want to waste my time with you. I'm here to inform you, not to negotiate. I'm giving you a choice just because I'm too lazy to let more people bleed. Of course, if you want to resist, please do as you wish. The most you can do is let Madara go to Yanyan village and sacrifice a few more lives. Someone will always know the current situation. Obito's words were as sharp as a knife, cutting off all escape routes. A chill rose from the soles of Onoki's feet, and he realized that the smiling young man in front of him was not joking. Once he refuses, Iwagakure village will be devastated, and his heirs, granddaughters, and subordinates will not be able to escape Uchiha Madara's butcher knife. How are you thinking? Obito asked. Advertisement. Onoki lowered his head and said in a weak voice, I want to hear the attitude of Union village first. Obito turned to look at Madara, and with an exchange of glances, Madara understood. Madara looked down and saw Killer Bee at her feet. He picked up Killer Bee, put it in front of his eyes, and said doubtfully, didn't I ask you to call Reincarnation? Killer Bee looked a little embarrassed. Reincarnation and my eldest brother were injured too much and are still in a coma. In fact, if you have anything to say, you can tell me. I will tell them later. Madara nodded. Then go ahead. Immediately, he placed Killer Bee on Obito's huge Susanoo, with Onoki beside him. Killer Bee. Obito called. Killer Bee turned around in response and looked at this guy who looked young but should not be underestimated. The Susanoo at his feet was a silent testament to his strength. Obito once again explained his intentions and asked for Killer Bee's opinion. Onoki's eyes also looked expectantly. After all, who wants to be ruled? But Onoki alone cannot shake Uchiha Madara and Obito, but if the two countries join forces, there may be a glimmer of hope. Under the expectant gazes of the two people, Killer Bee scratched his head and said casually. I don't have any objections, let's just do it. You? Onoki almost exploded with anger. This B******************* D. To hand over decades of Union Village's foundation to others so easily? If Reikage were here, he would be P********** D to death by this guy. Facing Onoki's angry eyes, Killer B picked his nose as if nothing had happened and said, "What's the point of hesitating? If I refuse, my brother, the others, and everyone else in Kumogakure will die. But then you will be controlled by Konoha," Onoki reminded angrily. "As if we are not controlled by others now, our survival depends on the financial support of those big names. We are nothing more than weapons in their hands. To put it bluntly, we are just dogs. Once they are in a bad mood and cut aid, the development of the village will lag behind, and those who fall behind will be beaten." Advertisement. In order to avoid being beaten, we have to attack others and plunder resources. Actually, I don't like war either, but what can I do? Killer B rarely said so much, and seemed to have let out all the suffocation he had been holding in his heart, making him feel much more relaxed. Onoki was stunned when he heard this. Yes, this ninja world is so twisted. After a long silence, Onoki gradually calmed down. He looked at Obito. "According to your plan, what will happen to those daimyo?" Obito was very satisfied with their reaction and replied with a smile. "The ninja world only needs the voice of Konoha. The rest, those who are sensible can keep them to decorate their appearance. Those who are not sensible." You know, Onoki was shocked, but also felt that this kid was really brave. Dare to say this, it is quite happy. Their ninjas have powerful power, but they are suppressed by ordinary people like the daimyo. Onoki himself has long been dissatisfied. But this step cannot be taken lightly, otherwise it will trigger a joint crusade from other daimyo. All right. I agree too. When Onoki said these words, a big stone seemed to have been lifted from his heart. At this time, a message from the chat group suddenly came to Obito's ears. Open black lens bracket bite close black lens bracket. Group member Uchiha Obito greatly changed the course of history and was awarded 300,000 gold coins. It's done. Obito's eyes flashed with joy. The arrival of the gold coins means that Onoki and Killer B truly surrender, and they will abide by Obito's wishes in the future. Full tilt towards Konoha. With the addition of these two forces, the remaining Sand Hidden Village and Kirigakure Village have nothing to fear. The unification of the ninja world seems to be just around the corner. Chapter 103 Kakashi. I feel like I'm living in Sasuke's shadow. Uchiha Obito. At Seigong Yu at Seigong Yu at Seigong Yu. Early in the morning, Shinomiya Yuyue was woken up by Obito's series of IT in the WeChat group, which made her open her eyes. He glanced lazily at the alarm clock on the bedside and couldn't help but mutter. It's only 7 o'clock, this guy. After rubbing her cheeks a few times, Yuyue woke up a little and then clicked on the chat interface. Nowadays, as long as he takes a short nap, he can be full of energy throughout the day, but he is still used to sleeping in. Shinomiya Yuzuki. At Uchiha Obito, you better be fine. Otherwise, the 1,000-year kill I just practiced will let your little chrysanthemum know what true blooming is. Open black lens bracket Uchiha Obito sends you a red envelope close black lens bracket. Throwing this red envelope over, Yuyu's eyes instantly became clear. You have received the red envelope. Get gold coins, 50,000. Shinomiya Yuyu. Oh, okay, you have made a lot of money recently. Where can you make a fortune? Uchiha Obito. Hey, it's just a small thing. It's just that half of the ninja world is under its control. It's not far from the sound of only one Konoha being left in the entire ninja world. Thanks to your help during this period, this red envelope is a little bit of my heart, thank you. Shinomiya Yuyue. Hey guys, next time you come to my place, you'll have enough ramen. Uchiha Obito. Definitely next time. Open black lens bracket Uchiha Obito send a red envelope to Senju Hashirama close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Uchiha Obito send a red envelope to Namikaze Minato close black lens bracket. Uchiha Obito. At Senju Hashirama at Namikaze Minato. Shodai, Mr. Minato, I'm here to pay back the money. Thank you for your original support. Senju Hashirama received the red envelope, Minato Namikaze received the red envelope. Senju Hashirama. You're welcome, hey, why are there more? Uchiha Obito. The extra money will be counted as interest. First generation, you're welcome, just take it. Namikaze Minato. Obito, you are really more sensible now. Uchiha Obito. You have to grow up. By the way, Minato-sensei, when will you promote the development of the plot over there? Among our group of elders, you are the only one who has yet to show off your talents. Namikaze Minato. Come on, Yuzuki said that he plans to go to a Megakure village and borrow Nagato's Rinnegan. Advertisement, after he resurrects me and Kushina in this time and space, I will go back. Shinomiya Yuyue. It's just a matter of these few days, I'll take the time to go for a run. Uchiha Obito. I see. Oh yes, Minato-sensei, just give me a shout when you go back, and I'll go with you. Let's give the masked man over there a surprise. Namikaze Minato. You. Shinomiya Yuyue. It's quite interesting. I hope that guy's heart is strong enough and he won't be too scared. Namikaze Minato. Yuyue, I also have an interesting story here, do you want to hear it? Shinomiya Yuyue. Huh? There's a new trick? It's fine. Namikaze Minato. Tatsuna has arrived in Konoha. I have arranged for someone to invite him to the office. What are your plans? Stick with the original or do you want to do something new? Uchiha Obito. Ha ha ha. Why don't you think about it? I originally planned to take action at Seigong Yu. Shinomiya Yuzuki. You are really evil-minded. Zabuza will suffer disaster. Namikaze Minato. Okay, then I'll ask Naruto and the others to come over. After the conversation ended, Shinomiya Yuyue jumped up from the bed with a strange smile on her face. Tisk, poor Zabuza. He was really curious about what Zabuza's expression would be like when Naruto and Sasuke showed off their strength. Bang bang bang. The two figures shuttled and intertwined, rapidly fighting in the air. It was Naruto and Sasuke. They were competing with each other using taijutsu. Each move was as fast as lightning, and all they could barely catch with the naked eye were their remaining shadows. Although it was a duel, it was actually more like Sasuke deliberately feeding moves to help Naruto accumulate practical combat experience and hone his physical skills. The two fists and feet met each other, bounced away by the reaction force, and then kicked off the ground, fighting each other again. Sasuke swung his fist fiercely, and Naruto turned to one side and dodged the blow at the critical moment. But Sasuke's attack changed very quickly. Before the wind of the fist was exhausted, the palm of his hand turned into a blade, and he slashed towards Naruto's head with a hand knife. Then he grabbed Naruto's wrist and swept him with a kick, tripping him to the ground. Ouch! Naruto hummed and lay down, covering his head, looking at Sasuke with admiration in his eyes. Sasuke, you win again. This guy Sasuke is really capable of anything.
In the past few days of sparring with Sasuke, he had never won a single match, but under Sasuke's guidance, his physical skills improved by leaps and bounds, and his power control became more precise and meticulous. Advertisement. Every ounce of strength can be perfectly controlled by him. Sasuke stretched out his hand, pulled Naruto up, and brushed off the dust on his body.
Take a rest first and then continue practicing. Sasuke, Naruto, wipe your sweat and drink some water. Sakura, who was in charge of logistics, saw them stop and quickly came over with water and towels. Thank you. Sasuke took the glass of water and smiled. Sakura's cheeks instantly turned crimson. Teacher Kakashi, please bring 2 chairs over. Sasuke shouted to Kakashi, who was immersed in reading a book. Oh well. Kakashi responded, carefully put Intimate Heaven into his pocket, turned around and brought 2 chairs over. After Naruto and Sasuke sat down, Kakashi turned around leisurely, picked a shade, took out his Intimate Paradise again, and immersed himself in it. Yes, as Jonin, the instructor of Class 7, life is so leisurely and comfortable. While other instructors Jonin and their disciples were looking for kittens all over the world, he could find a shady place to lie down. Originally, as a Jonin mentor, his duty was to lead his disciples in training and teach them ninja fighting skills and various ninjutsu. But in this regard, Sasuke's performance even surpassed him. If he can do it, Sasuke can do it all. If he can't do it, Sasuke can do it too. In terms of combat experience, Sasuke is richer than him. If it is a physical duel, Sasuke can win without using 100 moves. If ninjutsu competes, he may be able to survive for a while, but he still cannot avoid the fate of defeat. People who don't understand the situation might mistakenly think that Sasuke is the teacher and he is the student. I really don't understand where Uchiha Sasuke got such amazing fighting experience. Whether it was an illusion or not, he seemed to be able to feel an indescribable calmness and sophistication from Sasuke's body, which was less than half his height. It was a special sense of vicissitudes of life. Maybe this is the vicissitudes of youth? Kakashi-sensei, do you want some watermelon? Sakura's voice sounded in the distance. Kakashi put the book on his chest and turned his head to look over. I saw 3 people already enjoying a big watermelon. There are such good things. Kakashi stood up immediately, packed up his books, and walked over. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura smiled broadly and handed him a piece of watermelon. Thank you very much. Chapter 104. Let's go to the country of waves. Kakashi didn't think too much and was ready to taste it after taking it. He turned around, quickly pulled down his mask, and took a hard bite. But right now, Kakashi felt a light touch in his hand, and his mask disappeared. Haha. So Mr. Kakashi looks like this. In the distance, Naruto in Kizaru mode was overjoyed, holding Kakashi's mask in his hand. Kakashi looked helpless. He actually used the power of 9 tails for such a trivial matter? Click. Hearing the sound, Kakashi turned his head subconsciously, the expression on his face even more speechless. I saw that Sasuke had a camera in his hand and was taking pictures of him. Are you so curious about my true identity? Kakashi touched his smooth chin and asked. Yeah, of course, but Kakashi-sensei, you are so handsome. I thought you always wore a mask because you were too ugly to show your face. Naruto came over and grinned. Now that you have seen enough, to satisfy your curiosity, return the mask to me. Kakashi extended his hand to Naruto. Naruto tossed it gently, Kakashi took it and quickly put it back on. Everyone, the Hokage summons you. As soon as Kakashi put on the mask, an Anbu personnel appeared and conveyed the summons of Namikaze Minato. Dad is looking for us. Naruto was startled for a moment, then smiled widely. Great, let's go there right away. After saying that, Naruto jumped up and quickly rushed towards the Hokage building with the help of the surrounding trees and buildings. Kakashi naturally followed closely, and Sasuke was behind because he had to take Sakura with him. Hokage building, in the office, great, with you here, there will be no problem with this mission. I can't thank you enough. Dasna smiled from ear to ear. Standing in front of him were the 4 people from Class 7. The reason why this old man can feel so reassured is very simple, there is a big shot in the team. That is Naruto Uzumaki. Who doesn't know that he is the son of Hokage now? Tatsuna heard about it as soon as he entered Konoha village. Because he himself was targeted by the evil forces, he had no choice but to come to Konoha to issue a mission for help. Being strapped for money, he thought he could only recruit a few genin. Unexpectedly, the person assigned to him was actually the son of the 4th Hokage. How could he not be happy? Although the opponent is also a genin, you can tell at a glance that he is a young talent with extraordinary strength. After all, like father, like son. In this way, it must be foolproof. Hey, don't worry, Grandpa. I'm here to ensure that no one dares to cause trouble, so just concentrate on building the bridge. Advertisement. Naruto put his hands on his hips and grinned, showing a row of white teeth. Just now, he took over this task from Minato Namikaze and escorted the old man back to the country of waves to build a bridge. For Naruto, who had been training hard for days and was already eager to give it a try, this was just what he wanted, just to test the results of the past few days of training. Let's go, old man, let's set off now. Naruto's confident smile infected Dasna. The old man nodded repeatedly and said eagerly. Okay, Master Naruto, please go first. Well, old man, don't call me that. It sounds awkward, just call me by my name. Then, I'll take the liberty, Naruto-sama. Dad, I'm leaving, I'll be back in a few days. Naruto waved goodbye to Namikaze Minato behind the desk. The latter smiled gently. Be safe. Zabuza, shouldn't you say this to me? The excited Naruto took the lead, followed closely by Tatsuna. Kakashi was about to follow him, but found that Sasuke was stunned on the spot with a strange look in his eyes. He was a little confused. Sasuke, what's wrong? Sasuke came back to his senses slightly. It's nothing, I was just thinking about someone. Want to be alone? Itachi? Kakashi asked directly. The reason why he dared to ask this was because now Sasuke no longer regarded the name, Itachi, as a taboo. After spending this time together, whenever Sasuke mentioned Itachi, instead of being angry, Sasuke showed a feeling of nostalgia. No, not Itachi. Well, don't ask so many questions, you will see him soon. Sasuke gave a meaningful smile and quickened his pace to follow. Kato is such a bad guy, I must teach him a lesson. Naruto gritted his teeth and looked indignant. He just asked Izuna out of curiosity why he wanted to build a cross-sea bridge. After all, the country of waves has developed maritime transportation, so it seemed unnecessary. But after hearing Izuna's explanation, even the good-tempered Naruto could not hide his anger. It turns out that Kato used violence and money to drive his men to control all maritime transportation in the country of waves. Even small fishing boats are not allowed to go to sea. All ships were requisitioned for smuggling, causing the people of Wave Country to become increasingly poor, while Kato became increasingly rich. Izuna wanted to create a way for the people of Wave Country to survive by building a bridge. But obviously, Kato will not give up. This is equivalent to cutting off his financial resources, and he will definitely send someone to assassinate him. Don't worry, Grandpa, even if there is no reward for this task, I will still help you, Naruto encouraged. The conversation along the way made Izuna feel Naruto's enthusiasm and kindness, and he was unwilling to deceive the other party. So, he confessed that there might be ninja attacks on the way, which was beyond the scope of sea-level missions, at least B-level. Can be very dangerous. Even so, Naruto still decided to help. Advertisement, Naruto-sama, thank you so much. Dasna was deeply moved. Naruto. Suddenly, Sasuke, who had been silent along the way, called out to Naruto. Huh? Naruto turned around and looked. The two exchanged a look, and Naruto immediately understood. There is a situation. Naruto immediately became vigilant, and soon he discovered 2 suspicious pools of water in the distance ahead. It hasn't rained in Konoha in recent days, and now the sky is clear. Where are the traces of water on the road? There must be something fishy here. Sasuke, let's split up. Naruto lowered his arm, and a small-tailed beast jade condensed in his palm. Yeah. Sasuke nodded in response. Seeing this, Kakashi continued to lower his head and read a book. He was used to this kind of scene. It seemed that he could take some time off on this journey. Several people took a few steps forward and got a little closer, when Naruto suddenly took action. Mini-tailed beast jade. Naruto suddenly threw a small-tailed beast jade at a puddle of water. On the other side, Sasuke's palm was shining with lightning. He raised his right hand and chopped it down hard. A bolt of lightning seemed to be held in his hand and struck at the watermark. Chidori sharp spear. The 2 Kirigakure Chunin lurking in the water saw this scene, and their eyes nearly popped out. They hurriedly got out of the water, intending to escape, but as soon as they poked their heads out. The attack has fallen. Your mother, Kirigakure Chunin's eyes were about to burst, but they could do nothing. Boom. After a loud noise, nothing was left at the scene except 2 large pits. At Sigong Yuyu's house, he was eating breakfast leisurely. Suddenly, he raised his head slightly and looked towards the center. The eyes seemed to travel through endless time and space, and through the screen, I saw something indescribable. A very handsome guy. Huh? There is such an amazing person in this world, so handsome, even more handsome than me.
Since we meet, it is fate. I have left a treasure somewhere. I will give you the information. I believe you will find it. I'm going to tell you some information, so be sure to remember it. There were 920 people in total, and 884 of them touched each other's heads. In the end, 793 people died. Come and touch your head quickly. Chapter 105. Even the person with the knife was exposed to you. It actually failed. I heard that you were once top ninjas, so I paid a lot of money to invite you here. Cardo pushed the door open angrily, thinking that the expert he had hired at a high price would be some kind of master. The result is such a dog basket. What are you talking about? I'm so annoyed. Sitting on the sofa opposite Cardo was a man with a bandaged face. He stared at Cardo expressionlessly, his eyes cold. The huge beheading sword in his hand was swung horizontally, and the tip of the sword was pointed directly at Cardo's throat. He said calmly, "This time it's up to me to kill him with this knife." Kaguya was dubious. Is it really okay? The other party seems to have hired quite powerful ninjas. Coupled with the failure of the last operation, they will definitely be more vigilant. Zabuza narrowed his eyes, a dangerous cold light flashing in his eyes. Are you looking down on me? I am Zabuza Momochi, known as Kurigakure Kijin. Don't dare. Kaguya waved his hands nervously. Of course I believe you. Cardo said, rubbing his hands greedily. Then, after you deal with that old guy, bring the kid and their team back to me. I heard that boy is the Hokage's son. If you catch him and demand a ransom from Konaha, you will definitely make a lot of money. Upon hearing this, Zabuza looked at Cardo as if he was examining an ignorant fool. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? But Zabuza didn't persuade him. This guy's brain had obviously been corrupted by money, and he couldn't fit anything else in except money. Trying to kidnap the Hokage's son. Fortunately, he could think of it. That's 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. It only takes half a day for him to bloodbath the country of waves, and no one can stop him. Idiot. With Kado's confused look on his face, Zabuza left these words and disappeared without a trace in a flash. Almost there, almost there. Advertisement. Dasna seemed a little excited, and a river not far ahead caught his eye. He pointed at the river. Naruto, continue walking along this river, and you will soon reach the country of waves. Naruto. Dasna didn't hear the response and looked back. Naruto stood there, his eyes fixed on a place covered by leaves in the distant tree canopy. Grandpa, get behind me, there are enemies over there. Naruto raised his hand seriously. His perception told him that there was a person hiding there who was full of malice towards them. Tatsuna was startled and quickly hid behind Naruto. At the same time, he glanced at Kakashi next to him and saw that he was reading a book leisurely, without any intention of taking action, and he felt suspicious in his heart. This ninja-sama, are you Jonin? Aren't you going to assist Naruto? Kakashi reluctantly raised his head from the book and looked at Dasna. Don't worry, those guys are more powerful than you think. Is that so? Sakura, you go to Kakashi's place first. After Sasuke warned softly, he walked towards Naruto. His right hand gently rested on the Kusanagi sword, and the sword shone faintly with the light of thunder and lightning. Oh, have you been noticed? Zabuza, who was hiding in the tree, saw the other party stop his movements and understood that his whereabouts had been exposed. Simply no longer hiding, he waved hard, and the decapitating knife in his hand flew through the air with a roar. The broadsword rotated with great force and sped towards Naruto and the others like a windmill. At the same time, he nimbly jumped down from the tree, following closely behind the guillotine. Zabuza planned to make a grand entrance and give the people below him a show of strength. Careful, Naruto's eyes flashed, and he rushed straight towards the whirling sword, seemingly intending to block the sharp weapon with his own body. Looking at Naruto, who was coming towards him and seemed to be trying to block the attack with his body, Zabuza glanced at him. Is this the Hokage's son? Zabuza sneered and said. Looking so stupid, he is just a brat after all. It's no use having a powerful father. Advertisement. Kakashi, who has a Sharingan, is a bit tricky. However, in the blink of an eye, boom, Naruto instantly entered the Kurama connection form, and the majestic momentum overflowed like a tide. It shattered the surrounding earthquakes into pieces and set off huge waves of air. Whoosh, there was only a sound in the air, and Naruto's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already standing in the middle of the path where the beheading sword was raging. Drink. Following Naruto's roar, a powerful flying kick suddenly hit the beheading sword. Bang! The crisp sound of breaking resounded through the sky, and the famous beheading sword actually split into two pieces. Whirlpool kick. Boy, even the truth-seeking ball can be kicked away by this flying kick. In comparison, the decapitating sword is nothing more than a trivial joke. Nani. Zabuza, who was chasing the beheading sword, saw this scene and his eyes widened. What the hell? However, before he could clear his mind, he caught a flash of lightning from the corner of his eye. Bah! Zabuza's pupils shrank suddenly, and at the critical moment of life and death, he turned sideways to avoid the Kusanagi sword that was attacking his head. But right after, Sasuke turned around brilliantly and kicked Zabuza in the chest with a sweeping kick. While screaming, Zabuza was shot away like a kite with its string cut off. Plop. Zabuza fell heavily to the ground, rolling and crawling until he flew dozens of meters away before he could barely stand still. Just when he was about to take a breath, he looked up and saw the fragments of the broken sword roaring towards him like meteors, riding on the strong wind of Naruto's feet. Bang bang. Zabuza jumped back quickly, and as soon as he escaped from danger, two blades slammed into the place where he had just stood. If he hadn't reacted in time, he might have died at this moment. Chapter 106 White Mask is coming. My knife. Zabuza immediately felt sorry for the damage to the beheading sword. Having been with him for so many years, without this sword, he almost changed his name to Momochi Zabuza, to Momochi can't cut anymore. Hey, who are you and why are you attacking us? Naruto took a step closer and stared at Zabuza unkindly and asked. Over there, facing Naruto who was glowing with golden light, Zabuza's eyes were a little blank. What is this ninjutsu? Naruto's speed under normal conditions is nothing to Zabuza. But once he entered that golden mode, Zabuza couldn't even catch the opponent's back. It's so fast. The strength is even more terrifying, even the beheading sword can be easily broken by kicking it. Want to run away? No. How can I run away in embarrassment in front of these two brats? I'm Kurigakure's ghost. Zabuza encouraged himself, then stood up with a ferocious look on his face. He bent down and picked up the fragments of the beheading sword, preparing to use them as a makeshift weapon. As long as you drink enough blood, the beheading sword can regenerate and recover. Just take those two brats next. As soon as Zabuza touched the blade, he was knocked away by a huge force, leaving a distinct footprint on his face. It was Naruto's masterpiece. Seeing that Zabuza didn't say a word and just reached out to pick up the weapon, Naruto certainly wouldn't show mercy. Zabuza fell into the water, and the blade sank with it, leaving him nowhere to be found. Damn boy. Zabuza struggled out of the water, his eyes full of hatred, and his hands quickly formed seals. He is going to use the water dragon bullet technique to teach this little ghost a lesson. When Naruto saw Zabuza's fierce expression and seal gestures, he thought he was going to use some powerful ninjutsu. He immediately stared at the other party alertly. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed, and that person was still doing the handprints. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, and sprinted out in unison. When Zabuza saw the two men's attack approaching, he felt anxious and couldn't help but speed up the seal movements on his hands. Advertisement. Hateful. This move requires the 44 seals of the water dragon bullet technique. Although he tried his best to accelerate, he was still no match for Naruto and Sasuke's agility. In an instant, the two of them were in front of him. Naruto kicked Zabuza hard, breaking Zabuza's arms. With a groan from him, his arms hung down weakly. Sasuke took advantage of the situation and clamped Zabuza's head with his legs, put one hand on the ground and threw him into the air. Immediately afterwards, Naruto punched Zabuza 3 times in a row, landing on Zabuza's chest like a drumbeat. Bang bang bang. Every punch was so real that Zabuza didn't even have time to cry out in pain and was knocked away again. Boom. He hit a tree hard and then fell to the ground. His eyes were no longer fierce, but revealed a clear confusion. Tap tap tap. Naruto and Sasuke slowly walked towards the fallen Zabuza. Zabuza reluctantly raised his head, his mouth slightly open, his eyes empty, showing no resistance. Complied. Where the hell did this monster come from? Is it so capable of fighting? Hey, can you tell me what your purpose is now? Naruto asked. I deliberately showed mercy, otherwise the first punch would have left you unable to get up. Naruto released the Kurama connection mode and said slightly dissatisfied. He is the S-class rebel ninja of Kurigakure village, Demon Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi's voice came from behind, revealing Zabuza's identity. Naruto turned around and saw Kakashi, Sakura and Tatsuna approaching. Mr. Kakashi, you know his background. Kakashi nodded and glanced at Dazuna. Well, his goal is probably the same as the previous two Kurigakure Chunin, both for Mr. Tatsuna. Tatsuna looked at Zabuza who was helpless to fight back, and a chill ran down his back. Kurigakure Kito, an S-class fugitive ninja, is a name that is not to be trifled with. If it weren't for Naruto and the others, he might have died a long time ago. Advertisement. Naruto-sama, I'm so grateful. Without you, I would never have survived. Dazuna once again expressed his deep gratitude. Now he understood why Kakashi, the Jonin, seemed so relaxed and at ease from beginning to end, as if he was just going on a trip. It turns out that this little brother Naruto is so powerful. Naruto, what are you going to do with him? Kakashi asked. Now that we know Zabuza's identity and purpose, the next step is to deal with this problem. How to deal with prisoners is also an essential lesson in the career of a ninja. And Sasuke, who knew the inside story from beginning to end, was now crossing his arms and looking at Naruto with interest, wanting to see how he would act. And, if he remembered correctly, Zabuza had a companion. Naruto pondered for a moment. I plan to. Whoosh whoosh. Before he finished speaking, several bursts of sound broke through the air suddenly. Countless hidden weapons are coming like raindrops. When Zabuza saw this scene, a light of hope flashed in his eyes. But the next moment, Naruto's eyes flashed, he reacted quickly, and the shurikens in his hands spread out like a whirlwind. Ding ding ding. Each shuriken hit the flying hidden weapons accurately and shot them all down instantly. Zabuza's vision went dark and he almost fainted. Zabuza. Grass. No, brother, those things are not directed at you, why are you blocking them? Zabuza was so worried. Hey, someone actually attacked me. And I didn't feel any malice at all, which is really strange. Immediately, Naruto turned around with a quick step, his gaze like a torch, directed towards the direction from which Chinbin was flying. Hey, who's hiding there? Following Naruto's shout, a figure slowly descended from the treetops. It's a white mask. Yi yo yo hash. Rude. Chapter 107. Sneak into the village, no need to shoot. Well, not that white mask. He is a man with a light body, elegant manners, long hair shawl, and a white mask on his face. Perhaps, there is a gentle woman's face hidden under that mysterious mask. Naruto was obviously also interested in this speculation, and his tone couldn't help but soften a little. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Facing Naruto's barrage of questions, the visitor was not frightened and answered calmly. The voice was as soft as the spring breeze. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. My name is Bai. Please forgive the misunderstanding. In fact, my target is not you, but him. Shiro said as he pointed at Zabuza who was lying on the ground. Then, Bai revealed his identity. Members of the assassination force from Kurigakure village are responsible for hunting down defecting ninjas, and this time their target is Zabuza. Zabuza holds important secrets of Kurigakure, I must take him back. To be honest, thanks to you guys for knocking him down and allowing me to successfully complete the mission, I'm really grateful. Hey, there is such a troop. Kakashi-sensei, do you know about this? Naruto did not believe it easily, but cautiously asked Kakashi for confirmation. Kakashi examined it carefully and confirmed. Well, the costume is indeed Kurigakure's hunting ninja. After receiving Kakashi's affirmation, Naruto nodded with confidence. That's it, then it's no problem. You can take him away. But remember, you must strictly discipline him after you bring him back. You can't let him come out to do evil again. Naruto warned with a serious look on his face. Don't worry, I will. Bai responded softly. Then, can I take him away? Bai seemed to be hesitant. Yeah, of course, please help yourself. Naruto said as he pulled Sasuke out of the way. Seeing this, Shiro no longer hesitated and stepped forward to pick up Zabuza. Zabuza lay on Shiro's shoulder, his eyes shining with incredible light in the gap that no one noticed. Is this safe? Is it that simple? It seems that at some point, Bai's role cannot be ignored. He thought he would die today. He never wanted to see those two brats again in his life. Everyone, see you later. Bai looked at Naruto deeply and blurted out his farewell words. Then they formed a seal with one hand, and suddenly the wind and snow blew, and their figures disappeared into the wind and snow without a trace. In a temporarily vacant private house, the figures of Zabuza and Shiro appeared here. Advertisement. The owner of the house has not returned from an outing, and has no idea that his home has become a temporary refuge for two uninvited guests. Mr. Zabuza, you are seriously injured. Shiro carefully placed Zabuza on the bed, fearing to shock his wounds with every step he took. Those brats are so cruel. Zabuza gritted his teeth, but knew in his heart that the other party had shown mercy. If not for that, with the power of Naruto's kick to break the sword, he would have died long ago. After all, my bones are not as strong as a broadsword. Mr. Zabuza, your hands are broken and your ribs are severely broken. I'm going out to find herbs for you, you have to hold on. Haku held Zabuza's hand tightly with a worried look on his face. White. Feeling Shiro's sincere concern, Zabuza's heart was slightly shaken. This kid, he has always regarded Bai as a tool to achieve his goals. He never expected that the other party would have such a special attachment to him. However, Zabuza did not show too much emotion and only nodded slightly. Well, go and come back quickly. For ninjas, feelings are often a burden, especially for people like him. Bai looked around alertly, and after making sure everything was correct, he gently closed the door and left quietly. As this the country of waves. Naruto and his group finally set foot on the land of wave country. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked around in shock. The people walking on the street were dressed in shabby clothes, with yellow faces and thin muscles, and looked tired and helpless. Directly in front, a middle-aged man approached slowly, with a sign hanging on his chest that read, "As long as you give enough money, you will live through fire and water." They walked through the streets, which looked more like a huge refugee camp than a country. Alas, these are all the disasters left by Cardo. Dazuna sighed repeatedly. After Cardo took control of the country, people lost their jobs and their lives became increasingly poor. In the end, some people could not even guarantee the most basic food and clothing. This guy is so hateful. Where is he? I'm going to deal with him right now. Naruto clenched his fists, furious. At this time, Kakashi reminded Naruto, as foreign ninjas, we cannot blatantly interfere in the affairs of other countries. That's all our mission. However, Naruto seemed to hear the underlying message, couldn't it be obvious? Hehe, wouldn't it be enough to do some small tricks secretly? Hey, Mr. Kakashi, you are still smart. Advertisement. Naruto secretly gave a thumbs up. A few days ago, he might not have understood Kakashi's hint. However, after Sasuke's special training in the past few days, not only his physical skills have improved, but his mind seems to be running faster. Everyone, it's been a hard journey. Come to my house to have a rest first. Dasna invited warmly. Naturally, everyone would not refuse and went to Dasna's home together. In the next few days, they stayed at Dasna's home, while Dasna was busy preparing for the preliminary work of the Cross-Sea Bridge, such as collecting materials, recruiting manpower, arranging construction equipment, etc. Kakashi and Sakura are responsible for secretly protecting Tazuna from sneak attacks by Cardo's men. As for Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto has turned from light to darkness, searching everywhere for traces of Cardo, determined to teach this hateful guy a lesson. Sasuke, on the other hand, left the country of waves directly, planning to take advantage of this mission to go to the country of rain, find the Akatsuki organization, and bring Itachi back. Who is it? Where Zabuza was hiding, he suddenly opened his eyes like a frightened beast. While he was resting, he felt someone approaching. He, Zabuza, it turns out you are hiding here. It's really easy for me to find you. With a bang, the door was kicked open, and Cardo's short figure slowly walked in. Kado. Zabuza's face darkened. Why did you come to me? Kado looked at Zabuza with a smile, and was obviously relieved to see that his whole body was covered with bandages. Why are we looking for you? I paid a lot of money to invite you here to get rid of that old man and weaken the opponent's ninja power at the same time. As a result, you, a loser, have accomplished nothing and are still hiding here to survive. What's the point of your life? It's better to die and spit out my money. When Zabuza heard the sound, his face suddenly froze. Want to kill me? Base. Zabuza suppressed the pain in his chest and stood up. The aura of killing for many years filled the air freely. Ah, the soul-stirring murderous aura scared Kaguya to the point of urinating. He sat down on the ground and rubbed his back with his hands and feet. He didn't stop until he hit his subordinate's leg from behind. Go. Kill him for me. Whoever kills him, I will reward him with a large sum of money. Cardo shouted hysterically, as if he could regain his lost face in this way. When the subordinates heard that there was a prophet, their eyes instantly lit up and they swarmed up to attack Zabuza. Kill. Chapter 108 Encounter. There are lots of herbs here. A rush of footsteps approached, bringing a face full of joy. He is by, and at this moment he has lost his battle attire. He put on a light pink kimono and had a beautiful face. If he didn't mention his gender, I'm afraid everyone would mistake him for a gentle and pleasant girl. Bai gently bent down and carefully put each medicinal plant into the wooden basket in his hand. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply, his eyes alert, as if he caught something approaching. Is it him? Bai was slightly startled, his eyes locked on the person coming. Not far away, Uzumaki Naruto was chasing several wandering warriors in a helpless manner. Hey, don't run away. I won't kill you. The most I will do is cut off your hands and feet. Those wandering warriors ran as fast as they could, with frightened expressions on their faces, as if they were being chased by man-eating monsters. And Naruto's words not only did not reassure them, but also accelerated their fear. What kind of ruthless character had they encountered? Cut off arms and legs. For the wandering warriors who rely on force to earn a living, this is more difficult to accept than death. This means they will lose all prestige and source of livelihood. They also didn't understand why they were being chased by this kid just because they had taught a few displeased people. Most of the original team of about 10 people were defeated in the blink of an eye, leaving only these few running wildly. Seeing that the wandering warriors showed no signs of stopping, Naruto lost patience and made a leap to block their way. Ah, the wandering warrior screamed in fear. This guy, despite being so fast, was always hanging from behind. Was he deliberately teasing them? Really, how far do you think you can run? Naruto looked slightly displeased and started gearing up. Master Ninja, we know we were wrong, we really know we were wrong. Please spare us, we will never dare to do it again. With a plop, the wandering warriors fell to their knees neatly and begged Naruto for mercy. You didn't realize your mistake, you just knew you were going to die. Naruto shook his head. After that, he stopped talking and started directly. Advertisement. Howls arose. In a moment, all the wandering warriors fell to the ground, their limbs twisted, and their faces were full of pain and ferocity. Naruto put his head in his hands, didn't even bother to look at them, turned around and left, in a good mood. Sasuke is right, mercy should only be given to kind people. For evil people, the only way is to let them experience pain. Naruto. A call stopped him in his tracks. He turned around in confusion, trying to identify the owner of the voice. Turning around, he saw a gentle figure staring at him quietly among the trees not far away. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to speak out, it would have been difficult to discover his presence. Naruto slowly approached with curiosity, looking him up and down. Sister, how do you know my name is Naruto? Oh, I didn't scare you just now. Those guys are not good people. Don't get me wrong. Naruto scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Bai covered his mouth and smiled softly. I understand. Then sister, what are you doing here? Naruto looked at the basket in Bai's hand, which was filled with weeds he didn't recognize. I'm gathering herbs. After Bai answered, he bent down and continued working. Herbs. Sister, is your family sick? Naruto also squatted down beside him, helping to pick herbs on the ground and put them into the basket. Thank you. Bai smiled gently. By the way, sister, how do you know my name? Naruto stared at Bai's smiling face and asked curiously. Well, we can't reveal it yet. Bai thought for a while, then a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. Well, are you still trying to sell it off? Naruto rested his chin on his hand, not feeling discouraged at all, but responded with a smile. Then I'll wait for the day you reveal it. Advertisement. Well, okay. Bai's smile was still warm, but a sigh quietly passed through his heart. He vaguely felt that it might be difficult for them to interact again in the future. Naruto, thank you for your help, I should go back. Bai stood up. His basket was full of various herbs. Sister, goodbye. Naruto waved goodbye to him. Bai's figure was getting further and further away, but just as he was about to disappear, he paused. There seemed to be something stuck in his throat, but he didn't say it out and turned around to leave. Looking at Shiro's gradually blurring back, a trace of doubt flashed in Naruto's eyes. Why could he feel Zabuza's aura on Shiro's body? Naruto, stop looking, the little girl is gone. In the sealed space, Nine-Tails' joking words made Naruto blush for a while. Kurama, what are you talking about? You boy, you are very lucky at such a young age. There is Hyuga Hinata in Konoha. She went out to perform a mission and I don't know which little girl captured the heart. Kurama, humph, I won't tell you anymore. Naruto was so ashamed that he simply stopped talking to Nine-Tails. He turned around and left, passing by the wandering warriors who were still moaning on the ground, without even glancing at them. He will continue to patrol the country of waves until he finds Cardo. These herbs should help Mr. Zabuza recover quickly. Shiro thought expectantly, holding the basket of medicinal materials in his hand as he approached Zabuza's hiding place step by step. They had changed their hiding place and came to a dilapidated house that had been uninhabited for many years. However, when he turned a corner and the hiding place came into view, the smile on Bai's face instantly solidified and was replaced by cold severity. The hut was surrounded by crowds, and Bai recognized several of them at a glance. They are from Kado. Why are they here? Oops, Mr. Zabuza is in danger. Bai came to his senses and immediately ran to the hut. Chapter 109 Threat. Boom. Inside the house, there was a sudden loud noise. One of Cardo's men was thrown directly out of the house. The man knocked down several people in succession, and they all screamed in pain on the ground. The remaining men woke up from the temptation of money. Fear appeared on their faces. Even if Zabuza was seriously injured, it was not something they could easily deal with. Come on, he can't even use his hands. What are you afraid of? Catch him and I'll double your reward. Cardo pointed at Zabuza and ordered fiercely. Although the price is high, after all, the cost of hiring Zabuza is much higher than that of these ordinary people. As long as the wealth in Zabuza's hands is taken back. This transaction is a profit. The minions are short of breath, and the pay is doubled. They exchanged glances, then burst into louder shouts and charged again. They are afraid of death, but they are even more afraid of dying of poverty. Facing another surge of enemies, Zabuza looked calm. His arms hung limply, and his fractures had not fully recovered. Even so, he still had no fear of these ordinary people. Brush. One of his men rushed towards him, his blade flashed and struck straight down. Zabuza ducked quickly and avoided this fatal blow. Immediately afterwards, a whip-like wind whizzed out from the side of the body, hitting the lower door of the hand. Just hearing a muffled bang, the man's cheek instantly sunk and his breath stopped suddenly. The space in the room was cramped, and Cardo's men could not swarm them all. They could only rush forward to kill a few, which was tantamount to seeking death. Not long after, several people died completely. Seeing that his men were losing their lives one after another, Kado couldn't help but panic. Could it be that he couldn't even subdue a seriously injured Zabuza? I'll do it. At this moment, one of his subordinates suddenly took out a fishing net and threw it towards Zabuza. The narrow space is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Once the fishing net is spread, it is inevitable to avoid it. His whole body was tightly covered by the fishing net, and his movements were obviously slowed down. Efficient. Cardo's eyes lit up and he quickly ordered his subordinates. Quick, get some more fishing nets. After a while, several fishing nets covered the ground, tightly binding Zabuza. Close the net. Advertisement. Kaguya gave an order, and all his men exerted their strength, causing the fishing net to shrink sharply. Hateful. Zabuza was filled with rage, but due to his severe injuries, he was unable to resist and could only allow himself to be manipulated. Just like that, Zabuza was dragged to the ground and slowly dragged towards Cardo. But at this critical moment, water-style sensa shuixiong. A cold voice sounded, and thousands of water streams condensed into sharp arrows and shot out. In an instant, Cardo's men fell to pieces. What? Looking at his men who fell down like autumn leaves swept away by the autumn wind, Kaguya was horrified and looked outside hurriedly. When he saw that white figure, he felt panic in his heart. It's him. Kado recognized the other party, who was Zabuza's right-hand man. Not seeing him before, Cardo thought he had been eliminated by ninjas in previous attacks. Unexpectedly, he was hiding outside. Water-style kill shuixiong. Before Kato could take action, more dense water arrows than before came like a torrential rain. Kato quickly hid behind his men, his short body unexpectedly becoming a barrier this time. Screams came one after another, and almost all of his men were wiped out. Only 5 of them were left surrounding him. They were all trembling and unable to hold the knife in their hands, as if they would collapse and beg for mercy at any time. Mr. Zabuza, I'm sorry. Shiro looked at Zabuza, his eyes full of guilt, if he could have arrived earlier. Get rid of them all. Zabuza raised his head and spoke to Bai, his tone cold and ruthless. Yes, Mr. Zabuza. Bai nodded, condensed 1,000 needles in his hand, and approached step by step. Although he doesn't like killing, he will never show mercy to anyone who dares to treat Zabuza like this. Just when Shiro was about to take action, Kato picked up a long knife and pointed it at Zabuza, who was unable to move. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Don't come over. Otherwise I will kill him." HMPH, you are stubbornly resisting. Zabuza had a look of disdain on his face. Haku had the ability to kill him instantly. Bai, do it. Zabuza didn't care about Kato at all, and the other party didn't understand the true strength of a ninja at all. However, what Zabuza didn't expect was that Haku actually stopped. White. Zabuza's face was full of astonishment. You should take action quickly. Advertisement. Mr. Zabuza. Shiro's eyes passed through Kato's sharp blade that was close to Zabuza's throat, and his eyes were full of struggle. He knew that he could kill Kato, but he just couldn't ensure that before that, Kato would take him away first and then Buza. Kato clearly captured this subtle change. He's hesitant because he's worried about hurting this guy. Kato was a little surprised. He was originally struggling in despair, but he seemed to have found hope. Put down your weapons immediately. Kato ordered in a stern tone. Shiro, don't hesitate, take action. Zabuza's eyes were burning, full of eagerness and unwillingness. Shiro stared at Zabuza, as if he couldn't read the urgency in his eyes, and slowly put down the Senbon needle in his hand. You idiot. Zabuza's angry scolding resounded. There may be a glimmer of hope if you try hard, but if you give up like this, you will both lose your life. How can there be such stupid people in the world? Idiot. What an idiot. Both of you, tie him up. Kaguya was overjoyed and couldn't wait to order his men. Don't move, otherwise I will kill him immediately. Kato threatened with a knife and had sharp eyes. Under this intimidation, Bai Jing really did not resist and allowed them to tie him tightly. For safety reasons, the ropes are stacked layer by layer, making it difficult for even a ninja to escape easily. Ha ha ha. God help me, there are such idiots. Kato's heart fell to the ground, and he laughed wildly. I thought I was going to be doomed today, but I didn't expect that things would suddenly change in a blink of an eye. Bring him to me. 2 of his men escorted Shiro towards Kato, who glanced at Zabuza proudly. Fortunately, your subordinate is a fool, otherwise I would really fall into your hands today. Zabuza remained silent, his eyes locked on Shiro's body gloomily. Shiro lowered his head, his eyes full of guilt. I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza. At this sentence, Zabuza, who was about to scold him, was suddenly stunned. He seemed to sigh and closed his eyes. Forget it, I didn't expect that I would end up in hell with you. Zabuza said calmly. Sorry, Mr. Zabuza, it's my incompetence, I can't. Kato interrupted their conversation rudely. That's enough, stop talking nonsense and get ready to hit the road. Chapter 110 Zabuza. I once had no choice. PFF'd. Blood splatters. Zabuza felt the hot liquid on his face, opened his eyes suddenly, and saw a delicate face. It was Haku. He rushed up at the critical moment and blocked Zabuza's blow with his back. Zabuza's eyes widened in anger. You guy, who allowed you to block it? I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza, I can't let you leave before me. Bai smiled brightly, but the blood stain on the corner of his mouth was like a blooming red flower, which was extremely sad and beautiful. You like blocking, don't you? How many times can you block it? Kato sneered and raised the knife again. This time, the tip of the knife was downwards, vowing to penetrate the 2 of them with one blow. Boom. At this moment of life and death, a golden light broke through the wall and knocked Kato away instantly. The long knife fell from his hand and fell to the ground. Ah! Kato screamed and flew out as the wall broke apart. Naruto glanced at Bai, who was lying on the ground, his eyes suddenly sharp. He kicked up the blood-stained long knife, and the handle of the knife flipped in the air, like an arrow being shot, extremely fast. It instantly penetrated Kato, who was in the air before he could land. The tyrannical force carried Kato's body flying hundreds of meters, and was finally embedded in a boulder. Well, Kato held the sharp blade on his chest with his hand, blood kept pouring out, and soon he took his last breath. The invisible black hand behind the land of waves simply exited the stage. After Kato's death, those subordinates were not spared from Naruto's anger, even though most of them could not afford to be seriously injured. Naruto punched them a few times and sent them one by one to reunite with Kato. Are you willing to help him do evil? Then continue to accompany him on the road to hell. After dealing with all this, Naruto quickly ran to Shiro and slowly injected 9 Tails chakra into his body. In the blink of an eye, the horrific wound on Bai's back began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a moment, the ferocious scar completely disappeared, leaving only a smooth and white back. He actually saved us. Zabuza stared at Naruto's face that was branded in his heart with a complicated expression. Naruto carefully helped Bai up, his eyes full of concern. Are you okay? Sister. Elder sister. As soon as this title came out, a strange look appeared on Zabuza's face. Doesn't this kid know that Bai is a boy? Naruto. Advertisement. Shiro snuggled into Naruto's arms, his cheeks slightly red. The reason he didn't tell the truth when leaving was because he thought he would never see Naruto again. It's time to leave a good impression. Unexpectedly. The reunion comes so quickly, it's hard to handle now. Do you want to tell him the truth? Naruto, how did you find this place? Shiro thought for a while, brushed past this embarrassing topic, turned to Naruto and asked. Naruto rubbed his nose and grinned. Hey, I felt Zabuza's aura on you before. I thought you were being targeted by him, so I followed you here secretly. But I didn't expect that you were actually working with Zabuza. Bai looked gloomy and whispered. I'm sorry, Naruto. I didn't want to deceive you. If you feel guilty, you can take our lives as compensation. Zabuza looked surprised. If I don't speak, my life will be involuntarily. He is Kurigakure Kirin, Momochi can no longer be killed. Why are you always being pinched for your life like a trash fish? Before Bai finished speaking, Naruto waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. Well, it's no big deal. You were also hired by Kado to attack us. This was not your intention. I don't blame you, let alone hurt you. Bai suddenly raised his head, with hope shining in his eyes, and looked at Naruto. Then what are you going to do with us? Will you let us go? Naruto shook his head. It's impossible to let go. After all, you did attack us, and this account must be settled. Naruto touched his chin and pondered for a moment, how should he punish them? Suddenly, Naruto had a flash of inspiration and clapped his hands. Well, how about you two come back to Konoha with me, work for Konoha for a year, and then leave freely? Okay, no problem. Upon hearing Naruto's request, Shiro was filled with joy and agreed without hesitation. How is this a punishment? It's just a year of working for Konoha. They have been in exile in the ninja world for so long. Isn't the way to make money by working for others? This visit to the country of waves was also done by Inkado. Seeing Bai readily agreeing, Naruto was also happy. Advertisement. Okay, let's set off immediately. Oh, no, I still have to complete the mission. I have to wait until the mission is over. You guys should follow me on the mission first, I just have 2 more people. Seeing the 2 people reaching an agreement so quickly, the person who had been watching finally couldn't help it anymore. Ahem. A slight cough announced his presence. Ah, Mr. Zabuza. Shiro looked slightly embarrassed, chatting happily with Naruto, and actually forgot that Zabuza was still there. He hurriedly tore the fishing net off Zabuza's body and helped him up. Mr. Zabuza, what do you think of Naruto's proposal? Haku asked softly. Zabuza looked at him faintly. What about me? Haven't you already decided? Why are you asking me what to do? Ah, I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza. I made the decision on my own. Shiro turned to Naruto with an apology on his face. Sorry Naruto, maybe we need to discuss it again. Zabuza suddenly said, what are you discussing? Huh, Bai looked at him confused. Go to Konoha and work for a year. I can afford it, sir. Zabuza said pretending to be heroic. That's great, Mr. Zabuza. Shiro said with a smile. Zabuza glanced at the shining golden Naruto and complained secretly in his heart. Choose a ghost. From the moment Naruto appeared, the choice was no longer in their hands. They had to do whatever Naruto said. Hey, if that's the case, let's go. Go find Grandpa Dazna first, and then we'll go back when the bridge is built. After saying this, Naruto took a step forward and walked in front. Etc. Zabuza stopped him. What's wrong? Naruto asked confused. Although Kado's crimes are serious, his property is huge. Now that Kado has been solved by you, these properties have become ownerless wealth. If you don't take it, you can't take it for nothing. I'm not very good at this kind of thing. Naruto scratched his head. He had no specific concept of huge wealth. It doesn't matter. I understand, I'll go with you to handle it. Zabuza said. From the moment he made the decision, he had already tilted towards Konoha. Once I had no choice, now. I didn't have a choice. That's okay, let's go. I don't know how many bowls of ramen one can buy with this money. Zabuza smiled secretly. Ramen. You can eat it for 10 lifetimes. Chapter 111 Nagato. Let me just say a few words. Rain country. The heavy rain was pouring, as if there was a hole in the sky that would never be filled. Inside the Akatsuki organization base. There are all kinds of people sitting around a long conference table. The distance kept deliberately between them silently outlines their partnership in pairs. Uchiha Itachi, next to the dried persimmon Kisame, as calm as water. The scorpion of red sand, with Deidara standing next to it, has a strong artistic atmosphere. Flying section and angle, a strange combination. There is also that lonely figure, with only his Nepenthes Baiju left, standing quietly in the corner like an abandoned potted plant. On this day, a rare moment of free time for all members, the members of the Akatsuki organization gathered together without leaving home. At this time, Nagato, who controlled the most powerful puppet, Tendo Pain, slowly walked out of the darkness. Accompanying him is the angel Conan, the white tiger of the dawn. I've called everyone together today because I have an important plan to announce. Tiandao Pain glanced at the audience with a calm tone. In general, this time it's just 2 sentences. What are those 2 sentences specifically? I think it's these 2 sentences. Then these 2 sentences, I think they are better than those 2 sentences. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization quickly stopped him. Wait. Stop it. What exactly are you going to say? Can you get to the point? I'm very busy. If we continue to talk like this, how long will it take? Tiandao Pain frowned and was rude. Okay, let's keep the story short. We plan to. Before he finished speaking, Hidan's excited voice rushed in and interrupted him. Hey, boss, are we going hunting? The sacrifices offered to Lord Evil God recently are really pitiful. I was just wondering where to find some fresh stuff. Advertisement. Hidan stood up suddenly, his eyes flashing with fanaticism. Tiandao Pain glanced lightly. No. If it had been anyone else, I'm afraid he would have been angry because of such a rude interruption by his subordinate, but facing Hidan whose IQ and EQ were not online, Nagato could only shake his head helplessly. Hidan suddenly felt like a deflated ball. Oh. Sit down and stop whining. Angle scolded Hidan impatiently while counting the money. Mr. Itachi, what do you think the leader is going to say? Come on, take a guess. Kisame smiled at Uchiha Itachi with a happy face. Itachi didn't even raise his eyelids. I don't know, and I'm not interested in guessing. Tendo Pain, or Nagato, was about to continue, but suddenly. Boom. There was a sudden violent explosion in the conference room. Fire shot into the sky and shock waves raged. In an instant, everyone present used their own methods to avoid the explosion. With just one look from Tendo Pain, Shinra Tensang responded, and a huge repulsive force surrounded him and Konan, blocking all harm. Earth-style Earth Spear. Angle quickly hides the money bag and reinforces itself with Earth-style. Not to be outdone, Kisame reacted almost instinctively and pulled out the Samahata muscles on his back, blocking most of the impact. Uchiha Itachi transformed into a sky full of black crows at the moment of the explosion, escaping invisible. The puppet master Shie was slightly passive, and Fei Liuhu was blown to pieces. The worst thing was Hidan, who faced the explosion head-on and was blown apart. Even the butt flew away, leaving only the head rolling on the ground. Hey, Kakuzu, come and help me. I'm so faint. Hidan shouted loudly. Kakuzu saw the right moment and stepped on Hidan's head as he was rolling on the ground. Ah, your shoe stepped on my face. You didn't ask for help yourself. The smoke of the explosion gradually dissipated. In the smoke and dust, Deidara scratched his head in embarrassment. Advertisement. It was just a little bit close to completing the new technique, but it still exploded. What a pity. You guy, do you want to die? That is my precious work of art. You are committing blasphemy against art. Scorpion walked out of the broken amber and stared at Deidara with a gloomy expression. Well, if the puppet is broken, just fix it. What a big deal. Deidara's indifferent attitude immediately D off Scorpion. You guy. Without saying a word, Shie pulled out a scroll. Bang. With a sound, the puppet of third generation Cage came out in response. That was a famous figure in Sunagakure village in the past. After his death, his body was turned into a special human puppet by scorpions, which allowed the operator to use all the ninjutsu the puppet had during his lifetime. Sand iron boundary method. Magnet style breaks out. The surrounding sand and iron filings in the building seemed to be summoned and gathered into a huge iron ball suspended in the air. It seems it's time to show off my artistic charm. Not to be outdone, Deidara was busy mixing clay with his hands, preparing for an explosive feast. Okay, everyone, stop it. When the war was about to break out, Tiandao Pain's cold voice covered the whole place like ice. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible force swept in, and Scorpion and Deidara, no matter how powerful they were instantly suppressed to the ground. Can't move. Is this a place where you can do whatever you want? Tiandao Pain approached and looked at the dilapidated conference room, sighing secretly. Let these guys chase their dreams together. Is this plan reliable? Put the ninjutsu away. Put ninjutsu away. As the pressure was relieved, although Scorpion and Deidara were still angry, they did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of this almost godlike leader. The two quickly withdrew their techniques. Chapter 112 by Ju, I am tanned. Tiandao Pain glanced around and found a stool that was still in good condition. With a slight wave of his hand, the stool automatically flew to him. After sitting down, he said to the crowd gathered around him, come here, the meeting will continue. Kakuzu, Kisame and the others slowly gathered together, followed by Hidan with a thread wrapped around his body. A flock of crows gathered into human form, and Uchiha Itachi quietly appeared. When everyone arrived, Tiandao Pain was about to speak. Unexpectedly, the ground trembled, and the pitcher plant Baiju emerged from the ground. Obviously, this guy had just taken refuge underground. Baiju was about to sneak behind the crowd, but Tiandao Pain stopped him. Wait a minute, I remember you weren't half black and half white. Why did it all turn white? Tiandao Pain asked curiously. As soon as he said this, others couldn't help but cast doubtful glances. That's right, their impressions have always been black and white, so why is there no black at all now? Well, I used to have a lot of sun, so I looked darker. But recently, I didn't get a lot of sun, and it turned out to be nothing. Nepenthes Baiju scratched her head and said slightly embarrassed. Alas, that guy ran off to who knows where and has not come back for how many days. Now that he is alone, he will be suspected even if he holds a meeting. Is that so? Tiandao Pain looked at him dubiously. Correct. Ju nodded seriously. Quote. All right. Tiandao Pain decided not to dwell on this issue. He looked around, watching everyone with vigilance. Now, no one can interrupt me, right? Okay, I've called everyone together today too. Boom. A huge arrow burning with black fire penetrated the ceiling of the building beneath them. The earth shook and the mountains shook. For a moment, it seemed as if the whole world was trembling. Rumble. The ensuing huge hole triggered a chain reaction, and the entire area began to collapse and collapse. Everyone was buried under the rubble in an instant. The black flames spreading on the wall are even more unstoppable, even if it's rock. It's steel. I can't resist its devouring. Seeing that this place is about to turn into a sea of fire. Shinra Tensei. Advertisement. There was a loud roar, like thunder from heaven and earth, and a huge repulsive force was raging. In an instant, everything around him was reduced to ruins and dust settled. Among the ruins, the black flames scattered, and the people buried underneath were able to see the light of day again. Tiandao Pain raised one hand high, and the team members gathered around him safe and sound. No one was injured. Haha, is someone attacking us? Kisame Inukasaki said with interest. Pressure Masane. Although the sudden attack made them a little embarrassed, that was all. After all, they were unscathed. Not to mention, this is Akatsuki, the most terrifying collection of combat power in the ninja world. Each member is an elite ninja from each country, and the leader holds the power of God. The legend of the Samsara Eye is just a reality among them. The person who has such destructive power is by no means an unknown person. I am afraid it is worth a lot of money. Kakuzu's tone was calm, but he could not hide his assessment. Boss, let me offer this guy as a sacrifice to the evil god. Hidan suggested enthusiastically. Everyone's posture was relaxed, and they obviously didn't take each other seriously. Only Uchiha Itachi looked solemn, and the black flame was clearly Amaterasu. In this ninja world, who else but himself can possess Mangekyo Sharingan and cast Amaterasu? Who is this person? Itachi was filled with doubts. Chief, who is the other party? Itachi looked at Tendo Pain, who had been silent. He knew that Pain had a secret technique that could sense the movements of the entire Yuyin village. This ability is extremely powerful, and Pain must know the opponent's identity very well. Facing Itachi's inquiry, Tiandao Pain cast a profound look. It's Uchiha Sasuke. Every member who joins Akatsuki has a background that cannot escape constant scrutiny. It is impossible for Nagato not to know about Uchiha Itachi's past and his younger brother Sasuke, who stayed in Konoha. Quote exclamation mark quote. Itachi's calm eyes suddenly filled with surprise. Sasuke. A young figure flashed into my mind. No, it can't be him. He is only 12 years old. How could he have such power? On that tragic night, he had just opened a Magatama. Itachi secretly denied it and thought instead, was the leader testing him? Chief, could it be that you saw it wrong? Itachi asked. Tiandao Pain chuckled and did not answer. He turned to the others. Whoever is going to deal with him. Those who invade the divine domain will only die. I'll do it. Advertisement. Hidan raised his hand excitedly, carrying the bloody march scythe, and walked out of the team. Kakuzu, you team up with him. Happy to oblige. Kakuzu shrugged, not caring. This time, it seems that I can make a lot of money again. The immortal duo set off immediately. Tendo Pain's attitude made Uchiha Itachi feel heavy. Could it be? Really Sasuke? I'll go with you. If it's Sasuke, the target must be me. Let me solve it. After saying that, Uchiha Itachi wanted to go with Hidan and Kakuzu. But Tiandao Pain suddenly stopped him. Uchiha Itachi, you stay. There was undeniable power in his voice. Itachi paused in his steps, the hands hidden in his sleeves clenched unconsciously, and a flash of red flashed in his eyes. But in the end, he slowly relaxed, and the abnormality in his eyes calmed down. Before the truth is known, it is not appropriate to have a conflict with Tiandao Pain. Yes, Itachi took a deep breath and watched as Hidan and Kakuzu's backs gradually faded away. On top of a towering water tower, the half-complete Susanoo body on Sasuke slowly faded away, disappearing like morning mist meeting the sun. If we do this, we should be able to draw them out. Sasuke whispered, his voice so soft that it seemed like he was just whispering to himself. Hey, Sasuke, what are you doing here? Came a voice from above. That guy Pain is not easy to deal with, especially the one who can swallow all the ninjutsu. It's really difficult without sage mode. On top of Sasuke's head, there was a small and exquisite nine tails, which was Naruto's special gift on the occasion of parting. Knowing that Sasuke was going to act alone, Naruto was naturally worried. He simply gave half of the nine tails power in his body to Sasuke to ensure that he would have a safe journey. Sasuke raised his head and his eyes flickered. I've wanted to ask for a long time, how do you know so much? Do you even know about Pain? Logically speaking, Pain has not shown his face in the ninja world at this time, right? You have been hiding in Naruto's body, where did you get this information? Besides, that boy Naruto is usually very clumsy, but he can actually use your power. This is obviously not his own ability. So, the problem must be with you, Nine Tails. Kurama's eyes narrowed. Well, Uchiha Sasuke, are you going to interrogate me instead? Aren't you also very weird? Looking at your current appearance, how do you look like a 12-year-old boy? And those ninjutsu, I can't bear to tell you. If you didn't still have Indra's chakra in your body, I would have doubted whether you were a fake Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke had a dark look on his face and couldn't help asking, then what's going on with you? You, also live a new life. Chapter 113. The first to die is your immortal group. As soon as the word, heavy work, came out, Ninetales was startled, leaned out from Sasuke's head, and looked at him, his tone full of disbelief. The same to you. One person and one fox looked at each other, and after a moment, they laughed out loud at the same time, as if all doubts were solved. Where are you from? Sasuke asked. During the Fourth Ninja War. Or even later. Sasuke recalled that it was during the Fourth Ninja War that Ninetales connected with Naruto and became a true partner. If Ninetales is so friendly, then his rebirth point should not be earlier. It was later than you think. By that time, Naruto had already married a wife and had children. Kurama fell into deep memories. He has a child named Boruto who is naughty and mischievous all day long, just like Naruto when he was a child. And you, when did you come? After Kurama finished speaking, Sasuke's eyes became meaningful. Instead of answering, he asked. Then do you know Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki? Kurama said without thinking. Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki. Of course you know, that guy is very powerful. But in the end we lost, but then a more difficult move came up. I paid the price with my life to let Naruto defeat him. Sasuke pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke. Ninetales, before we were reborn, we were probably on the same timeline. Huh, Ninetales was stunned. Sasuke continued. My last memory is when I was training in Konoha. After the battle with Ashiki, Momoshiki controlled Boruto and destroyed my Rinnegan. In the blink of an eye, we are back to this era. I see, what a coincidence. Ninetales was quite surprised. No, this is not a coincidence, there is someone behind it. Sasuke shook his head in denial. Human, who has this ability? Shinomiya Yuyu, you must have heard about it, right? Ninetales nodded. Naruto has a close relationship with him. But in our time, this person didn't exist at all. Sasuke explained. He was like a stranger from the sky, arriving suddenly. Quietly rewriting history, Ninetales thought for a while and asked, then what are you going to do? Get rid of him. Advertisement. Get rid of him. Why would I do this? Sasuke looked a little surprised. Huh, but you're not. Isn't it nice to be like this now? If we do it again, we can choose many things again. Look how happy that boy Naruto is now. The fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina are both resurrected. He never has to be alone again. That's true. It seems like this is a good thing. Ninetales nodded in agreement. Okay, no more chatting, guests are coming. Sasuke looked up and saw two figures approaching in the distance like lightning. It's that feared pair of immortals, Hidan and Kakuzu. Whoosh. Hey, hey, hey. Sasuke drew out the imitation Kusanagi sword, and the blade shone with dazzling thunderous light. The Akatsuki organization's immortal group. This title sounds too funny. Whoosh. With two blasts in the air, Hidan and Kakuzu landed lightly on the water tower near Sasuke, forming a double team. Haha, it turned out that the one who attacked us was a little guy. I thought it was just a little ghost. I wonder if Lord Evil God would like such a sacrifice. Hidan laughed and looked Sasuke up and down. Sasuke glanced at the other person, and information about Hidan quickly flashed through his mind. A mortal body can be restored even if it is torn to pieces. Then let him taste the taste of rebirth from the ashes. Amaterasu. His left eye locked onto Hidan, and jet black flames instantly burst out, wrapping tightly around Hidan. Eye technique Amaterasu. Its black heat is comparable to the surface of the sun. Once ignited by this black flame, it will never be extinguished unless the target is burned out. Well, Hidan's whole body was wrapped in black flames, his skin cracked, and his flesh and blood melted, but there was no pain on his face, and he seemed to be enjoying it. It's so comfortable. Hey, are you stupid? If you continue to burn like this, even if you are immortal, you will not be able to escape death. Kakuzu's green bean-sized eyes were full of surprise. He was both shocked by Sasuke's eye skills and inconceivable by Hidan's stupidity. Soon, Hidan's body was completely burned, leaving only a pale skeleton, which fell from the water tower in the blazing flames. After solving one, it's your turn next. Advertisement. Sasuke turned his head and locked eyes with Kakuzu. Kakuzu didn't seem to dare to neglect, and immediately summoned masks with wind and fire attributes. Fire style head hard work. Wind escape press. Composite ninjutsu flame wind and waves. One mask spits out fire, and another mask spits out violent wind. Fire borrows the power of wind, and wind aids fire. In an instant, a sea of fire swept towards Sasuke. At this moment, the raindrops in the sky were evaporated before they hit the ground, and they couldn't even get close. Boom. The sea of fire engulfed Sasuke in an instant. Dead. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, did not relax, and continued to instill chakra. The raging fire continued for a whole minute, until the water tower completely melted and turned into a pool of molten iron. Kakuzu then slowly stopped. Who can withstand such an attack? That kid must be. It's an interesting trick, but unfortunately, it doesn't work for me. A calm voice suddenly came from behind, and Kakuzu's body trembled. Behind me. How is that possible, and why can't my body move? Kakuzu struggled desperately, but to no avail. He could only see a black flame penetrate his chest. That should have been a scorching flame, but at this moment it penetrated him like a sharp spear. In an instant, the black flames exploded violently and scattered in all directions. Impale Kakuzu like a sea urchin. In the blink of an eye, all 5 hearts in his body were destroyed. No, Kakuzu's eyes widened and he slowly fell down. As Kakuzu fell, the surrounding scene fell apart like broken lenses. In reality, Sasuke slowly withdrew the black flame in Kakuzu's body. In fact, Kakuzu is immersed in the world of genjutsu from the very beginning. He didn't even move for a moment, but Sasuke just jumped and easily killed him. The immortal duo, now. Fall. Chapter 114 Lightning Style Killin. Akatsuki Organization Base Ruins. Deidara, Scorpion, you two should go for a run. Tiandao Pain said this out of the blue, causing everyone to look at him in surprise. At this time, Xie was holding a large and small hammer and was busy repairing his damaged puppet. Hearing this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Aren't those 2 guys already gone? Is that guy so strong that he needs to send out 4 people? Although he was quite dissatisfied with Hidan's stupid green figure, he had to admit that that guy's immortal body did have 2 brushes. Especially with that weird secret technique, if the information is unclear, the opponent can be defeated in minutes, and even receive a box lunch directly. They're dead. Pain's tone was indifferent, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Relying on the art of Yuhu's freedom, Tiandao Pain witnessed everything. Hidan was instantly killed as soon as he came face to face with him, and a ball of black flame similar to what Uchiha Itachi once used directly melted his body. Kakuzu froze on the spot, being manipulated by genjutsu, and his entire heart was destroyed in one blow. The so-called immortal duo within the Akatsuki organization could not survive even a minute. Dead. Everyone looked at each other. How long had they been out for? And the fun was over. The enemy's strength is a bit beyond my expectation. Deidara, Scorpion, go and deal with him. Remember, he can control the same black flames as Itachi. With careful dodge and superb genjutsu, Kakuzu was controlled instantly without any resistance. I didn't see his eyes, but it's probably Sharingan. Remember not to make eye contact with him. Tendo Pain conveyed the information he observed one by one. After finishing his words, Kisame took a deep breath and turned his eyes to Uchiha Itachi. Black flame, genjutsu, isn't this Mr. Itachi's signature? It seems that the other person is really Uchiha Sasuke. They are indeed brothers. The 2 brothers are so similar. The little bit of luck in Uchiha Itachi's heart completely disappeared. It should be Sasuke, but I don't know how he got Mangekyo. When he left the village, Sasuke only had 1 Magatama open. Chief, since he is such a powerful character, how about Mr. Itachi and I go together? Advertisement. Just in case, so as not to lose manpower again. Kisame suggested with a smile, and it only took one glance to tell that Itachi couldn't wait to find Sasuke. So he simply went with the flow and helped Itachi express this meaning. I have to say that there is indeed a blood feud between the 2 brothers. The younger brother went to the Kingdom of Rain to seek revenge on his elder brother. After hearing about it, the older brother was anxious to meet him. Tendo Pain examined Uchiha Itachi for a while, and finally nodded. Okay, then the 4 of you can go together. Don't make any mistakes. Don't worry, it doesn't matter whether it's black flame or genjutsu, I'll throw 2 bombs from the sky and all problems will be solved. Deidara said with a confident smile. Let's go, fight quickly, don't waste my time. Scorpion said expressionlessly. C2 Dragon. Deidara spurted clay from his palm, instantly creating a flying clay dragon. Deidara jumped up and was about to take off, but found that Scorpion had also climbed onto the dragon's back. Hey, don't you appreciate my art? Why don't you